Introduction. Regarding the conquest of Westeros in the realm of Game of Thrones. 12 millennia ago, the forebears journeyed from the eastern continent to Westeros, their beliefs igniting a conflict with the indigenous children of the forest. A pact was forged, declaring the forests to belong to the children, while the remainder of Westeros was to be the domain of the newcomers. 6 millennia prior, the Andals invaded Westeros from the east, subjugating the southern lands. 3 centuries ago, the Valyrians, led by the conqueror Aegon Targaryen, embarked from the eastern continent to claim Westeros. Now, the supreme call, the conqueror Mogo call from the east, commands the Dothraki to cross the narrow sea, seeking to assert dominion over the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the forebears as the sovereign of the 7 kingdoms and protector of the entire realm. Chapter 1. The Dothraki. Essos, one of the 4 known continents of the world, is often referred to as the Eastern Continent. At its heart lies the expansive Dothraki Sea, a vast expanse not of water, but of endless, flat grasslands. This land is inhabited by the Dothraki, a warlike nomadic people characterized by their bronze skin and towering stature, possessing their own tongue and a unique equestrian culture. The grasses of the Dothraki Sea rise tall and thick, rolling like waves under the scorching sun of a long summer, accompanied by a sweltering breeze. Amidst this lush sea of grass, trails of sandy earth weave through, and at this moment, a Dothraki tribe traverses this path. The Dothraki are born horsemen, their equestrian skills surpassing those of any knight. Only the disabled, the aged, pregnant women, and children may ride in wagons. All others who do so are met with derision. They also perceive the wearing of armor as an act of cowardice, believing it constrains their agile forms. Dothraki men braid their hair, and only upon defeat in battle do they sever their tresses. They adorn their braids with bells. The first bell belongs to the wearer, while the others are trophies taken from slain foes. The Dothraki never touch the corpses of those killed by others, fearing a curse upon themselves. The braids and bells are thus symbols of a warrior's valor. This Dothraki tribe, traversing the sandy path, adheres to tradition, with each member sporting braids, bare chests, and colorful leather vests, cinched with bronze belts and bound with horsehair at their legs. As they march, the sounds of tinkling bells accompany them. Leading the procession at the forefront is Khal and his blood riders. Khal, a towering figure, embodies the typical Dothraki with his bronze complexion, dark hair, and light brown eyes, complemented by a long beard. His braids cascade to his waist, adorned with an abundance of bells. At this moment, Khal guides his tribe towards the outskirts of Qohor, where the people of Qohor annually pay tribute in gold every 3 or 4 years to secure his mercy, seeking to avert the scourge of war. Khal is a title bestowed upon the leader of a tribe, typically the mightiest and most valiant warrior among them. The Blood Oath Guard serves as both the protector and the brother of Khal, sharing in all aspects of his life. Even including his wife in some tribes, however, his horse remains excluded. The Blood Oath Guard and Khal refer to each other as blood of my blood. Acquiring gold is typically a delightful pursuit. Yet this moment, the mood of Khal is far from joyous. As the sun descends, the tribe halts its journey to erect tents. It is at this time that a challenge from Echoes arises, one that Khal cannot decline. The Dothraki are drawn to strength. Only the mightiest warrior can truly be considered Khal. Echoes forms a part of the Dothraki nomadic tribes, with multiple Echoes present within a single tribe, each led by its own commander, known as a Echo. The power dynamics within Dothraki tribes are not fixed. Echo possesses the authority to contest tribal sovereignty and can directly challenge the Khal. Should Khal meet his demise, if his son, Khal, lacks sufficient strength, the Echoes may splinter their Echoes to establish new Khal or engage in combat to determine a new Khal, inevitably leading to the demise of the original Khal to prevent future rivalry. Khal's tribe comprises over 40,000 individuals, organized into 4 Echoes. He is aware of a young Echo named Mungo, whose Echoes trail at the rear of the tribe. The journey to Qohor has spanned merely 20 sunsets, yet tales of this formidable figure have already begun to circulate throughout the tribe. Mungo is reputedly strong and valiant, capable of effortlessly vanquishing foes wielding curved arak blades, using only linen and branches. Some even claim he is blessed with the undying favor of celestial stars and the horse deity. His physique as resilient as bronze, fearless in the face of flames, capable of mastering the fiery steeds that gallop across the sky, and wielding a bow to hunt the white lion, Harak. As time drags on, the sweltering wind begins to fray Khal's patience. He possesses 3 khalasars, but only 1 khalago, who is yet to reach maturity. Dothraki do not follow an immature khalago. The fate of his khalago is already sealed, should Ziko cow perish. Khaleesi refers to the title of the cow's wife. According to tradition, should the cow die, the Khaleesi is to be taken to V's Dothrak, the capital of the Dothraki and the sole city upon the Dothraki Sea. There, she would join the Dashkaleen, an assembly of elder Dothraki women, enjoying supreme honor and status, serving as a prophet to foresee the future and interpret omens for the Dothraki. Thus, Ziko cow harbors no concern for his Khaleesi, focusing solely on the fate of his khalago. The Dothraki possess an unparalleled understanding of horses, yet beyond that, they are utterly foolish, adhering strictly to tradition and rules. Ziko cow has never contemplated turning back to eliminate the co-named Mogo. As the sun sets, the grasslands settle, the crimson clouds of the sunset resembling flaming steeds, while the emerging stars represent the souls of Dothraki warriors who have passed. At this moment, the meadow has become a tapestry of tints, and suddenly, the ground begins to tremble. From behind a nearby grass hill, the sound of hooves approaches, accompanied by the jingling of bells. Mungo's coz has arrived. Mongo rode at the forefront on a magnificent red steed, his bare chest revealing a sun-kissed complexion. With dark eyes and hair devoid of facial hair, his bronze visage appeared youthful and immaculate, characterized by sharp features, eyebrows resembling distant mountains, and a resolute gaze that sparkled with vitality. His physique was both robust and elegantly proportioned, exuding an air of gallant vigor. However, the length of his braids fell short compared to those of Zikoko, just grazing his back, though the bells adorning his braid were plentiful. Outside the tent, Zikoko, who had been observing Mongo intently, did not underestimate him. He understood that the youth's apparent advantage lay solely in his age. Legends may not always ring true, yet they often conceal deeper truths. Mongo's gaze mirrored Zikoko's, albeit tinged with a hint of compassion and remorse. In the month since arriving in this world, it was Zikoko who had elevated him from the ranks of the Dothraki warriors to the position of Khal, commanding his own khalasar. Yet, the reality of being on the continent of Essos weighed heavily on him. As a member of the nomadic Dothraki, he was acutely aware of the legacy of Khal Drogo, whose formidable reputation had spread across all tribes, signaling that his time was fleeting. The Dothraki were renowned for their martial prowess. Born with a ruthless disposition, those unable to ride were deemed worthless. Infants born with deformities were often cast to wild dogs. This proud and powerful culture was equally steeped in bloody cruelty. Aside from their nomadic existence, the Dothraki engaged little in agriculture, relying heavily on raiding neighboring nations for sustenance. The Dothraki Sea, often referred to as the Land of the Dead or the Great Wasteland, was littered with the ruins of cities trampled by their horses, with only one notable city, the capital of the Dothraki, amidst the vast expanse. The sprawling Dothraki Sea could scarcely sustain around 25 tribes, leading to incessant conflict among them for survival. The tribe led by Zikoko was notably weak. They claimed to be traveling to Qohor to acquire gold tribute from the Qohorians, when in truth, they were merely begging from the Qohorians. Genuine tribute should be humbly presented by the Qohorians, delivered on bended knee to the tent of the Khal. While Mongo felt immense gratitude for Zikoko's trust, he could not abide the notion of his Khal being an unambitious leader. Such a tribe would inevitably be consumed by more formidable khalas, and in that eventuality, the bells adorning his head would be tied to another's braid. Mongo was also acutely aware that, according to the original narrative, chaos would soon engulf the world. Even though he had acquired weapons for survival upon his arrival, the current level of development did not guarantee his safety. He needed a larger army, a departure from the Dothraki Sea, and further development of his means of survival. Moreover, Mongo harbored his own ambitions. Historically, nomadic leaders like Genghis Khan had ventured westward to Eastern Europe, while Kublai Khan had led campaigns into Western Asia. The Dothraki, too, could conquer the eastern continent and, crossing the narrow sea, embark on their own expeditions. Chapter 2. Khal Mogo. The vast grasslands trembled beneath the weight of impending events. Zekikeo's followers mounted their steeds, vigilant, their eyes fixed intently on the eastern hills. Mongo, astride his fiery steed, was the first to surge over the grassy hill, hooves pounding the earth, mane billowing in the wind. Following closely was the thunderous cacophony of war horses, a wave of Dothraki cavalry pouring forth from the hill like an unstoppable black tide. This contingent of khalasar appeared no different from other Dothraki, untamed and feral, their voices rising and falling in sharp roars, as if to drive away beasts or intimidate foes, their gazes scrutinizing adversaries as if they were mere prey. Yet, amidst their fervor, there was an occasional glance at Mongo, filled with fervent admiration. They galloped to within 100 paces of the encampment, reining in their steeds with precision, showcasing their exceptional horsemanship. Before the tent, Zico Kao remained unperturbed, mounting a war horse brought forth by the Blood Riders. Even before Mongo's khalasar set foot on the meadow, they had already been spotted by the tribe scouts. The Dothraki, though coarse and savage, were not lacking in military prowess. As the tribe advanced, scouts would always precede them, tasked with tracking the scent of prey and enemies alike. Meanwhile, roaring warriors safeguarded the flanks, and another khalasar would remain at the rear to protect the tribe. Moreover, the Dothraki would not engage in looting during battle after the fray. The Jakaro, wielding massive axes, would sever the heads from the slain and dying, while a group of young girls would gather arrows from the bodies for future use. In the vast, boundless sky, the fiery hues of the setting sun painted the horizon, while stars transformed into flaming steeds, welcoming the brave souls returning to the heavens. With his back to the east and facing the fading light, Mongo stood in opposition to Zico Kao and his Blood Riders, the light of the sun and stars casting elongated shadows across the plain. The Blood Riders intended to charge forward and eliminate the challenger, but Zico Kao raised a hand to halt them. Drawing his curved arak from the saddle, fierce light sparked from his penetrating gaze, and with a voice as unyielding as stone, he proclaimed, "Mongo, I shall ensure they burn your corpse, granting you the glory you deserve." "Kao," Mongo replied, suppressing any lingering guilt and focusing intently. "A Kao who succumbs to fear is no true Kao. Now, I shall cast your body upon the crimson wasteland, where rain will fall upon your decaying flesh until naught remains but bones." As his words lingered, Zico Kao tightened his legs against his horse's flanks, gathering strength, raising his arak high, and charging forth with relentless resolve. All fears of the Horse King Drogo transformed into a tempest of rage and defiance, the blood in his veins beginning to boil anew. Against the backdrop of the setting sun, Mongo narrowed his eyes, meticulously observing Zico Kao's stance. In truth, with his prowess, he could easily overpower his adversary, yet he had his reasons for this course of action. At 60 paces, in the blink of an eye, he urged his fiery steed forward, like an arrow released from its bow, a torrent of flames surging ahead. The two riders brushed past one another. Zico Kao's curved blade traced a fierce arc, striking Mongo's slightly tilted form. The sensation of the blade was akin to scraping against a solid rock. This, it is said, is a legend. Before Zico Kao could comprehend the situation, a tremendous force hurled him from his steed, and the weapon that came into view resembled a mere branch. With a sickening splatter, blood erupted forth. A gaping wound appeared in Zico's throat, rendering him akin to a tattered doll as he fell heavily upon the grass. Blood gushed from his mouth, and a final thought flickered through his mind. The legends of the tribe were indeed true. So many prophecies of Hikarin. His steed, swift as the wind, carried him forth, while his tribe enveloped the land, countless in number, their hands wielding the Yerrick scimitar, sharp as the finest blades of grass. He would strike with the ferocity of a tempest, leaving his foes trembling before him. The wives of his enemies would weep bitterly, consumed by grief. The bells in his hair heralded his arrival, while the nurturers dwelling in stone tents quaked at the sound of his name. The world would bow in submission beneath the hooves of his horse. Alas, the one I should have feared and evaded was not Zico Kao, but rather. Unfortunately, life offers no opportunities for a second chance. Moments later, the last rays of sunlight illuminated the blood-soaked meadow, stretching the shadow of the final figure. Amidst the cheers and roars of the Dothraki, 3 more corpses lay beneath the hooves of Mongo's horse, the fallen bloodsworn of Zico. According to ancient tradition, should a Kao fall in battle, the bloodsworn were to avenge him before following him into the afterlife. Now, no one would remember the death of Kao. The Dothraki followed only the strong, and the tribes would cheer for the birth of an even mightier Kao. Mungo Kao. Mungo Kao. Faced with the predatory gaze of Cass behind Mungo and the throngs cheering for him, the remaining 3 Cass had no choice but to submit. The death of merely 4 individuals sufficed to determine the new Kao, a result that pleased Mungo immensely. As for Zico's Carago, whether he lived or died was of no concern to him. Subsequently, Mungo instructed the herbalist and the eunuch to inspect the bodies and commanded the tribe to prepare a pyre. The funeral pyre was a traditional Dothraki custom, the final resting place for warriors. It was not until the light of the moon and stars cascaded upon the plains that Mungo found time to retire to his tent, concentrating to unveil a shimmering veil visible only to himself. This veil served merely as a display. His true power lay in the realm of the noble phantasm. A noble phantasm is a weapon constructed from the framework of human imagination, its strength and efficacy contingent upon the legends surrounding it. Mungo possessed the ability to conjure a noble phantasm and fabricate a series of narrative constructs for it. Subsequently, he needed to fulfill the corresponding story elements, convincing others of their veracity, allowing them to be passed down through generations, evolving into myth. The most widely recognized configurations among humanity would dictate the potency and strength of the noble phantasm. Focusing intently, the veil revealed the name and efficacy of the noble phantasm. A knight does not fall to bare hands. Effect: mastery is attained over any weapon grasped, with a hardness akin to steel should the weapon possess greater hardness. Its original strength is preserved. Mungo had repeatedly employed soaked linen and hard wooden branches in battle to incapacitate or slay his adversaries. Previously, the intensity was merely a matter of proficiency, the hardness akin to bronze. After vanquishing Zico and his bloodbound allies with a branch, his strength underwent a significant enhancement. As the tribe expanded, there was no longer a need for deliberate displays. The reins of the rider. Effect: union of man and steed, enabling the command of magical and mythical beings. In this realm, magical creatures akin to dragons exist, and perhaps even mythical beasts such as sea monsters and griffins. Upon his arrival in this world, Mungo, relying solely on the instincts of the Dothraki and his robust physique, tightly gripped the horse's belly to avoid falling and revealing his identity. It was not until he anointed a magnificent steed with oil, enveloped himself in layers of soaked linen under the cover of night, mounted the stallion, ignited flames, and galloped across the plains that he truly embraced his destiny. The Dothraki revere the celestial stars and the horse god, believing that the stars are the fiery steeds racing across the night sky. Mungo, now blessed by the horse god and the celestial bodies, is capable of commanding the fabled fiery steeds. The 12 Trials. Effect 1. Physical enhancement, rendering the body as hard as rock, allowing him to disregard all damage except for fatal injuries, be it physical or magical. Effect 2. Physical resurrection, storage capacity, 0. Effect 3. Resistance to known attacks. The 12 Trials form the foundation of Mungo's prowess, endowing him with a more formidable physique. It is only with a body as resilient as rock that he can lean slightly backward on horseback to evade the blade of an arak, the remaining force leaving no wounds on his form. As long as the injury is not fatal, the blade merely leaves a scar without a drop of blood spilled, though it does not grant the ability to regenerate severed limbs. His resistance to known attacks allows him to dance momentarily amidst flames, bathe in boiling water, and renders most poisons ineffective against him. The narrative of this artifact claims that Mungo is undergoing trials set by the gods, akin to the hero Heracles from ancient Greek mythology, completing 12 trials. With each trial completed, the gods bestow upon him further blessings, leading him toward immortality. Hunting the white lion Helic without injury marks the first trial, which activated the potency of the 12 Trials artifact, providing him the means to overpower Zico. Subsequently, with each trial he completes, the upper limit of his resurrection storage increases, meaning he must be slain 12 times to meet his ultimate demise. As the magic of this world resurges, the consumed resurrection capacity will gradually restore over time. The next trial awaits, uniting the Dothraki people.
Chapter 3. The River Song at Dawn. The first light of day dispelled the mist of night, filling the air with the fragrant scent of fresh grass, albeit mingled with the pungent aroma of horse manure. The Dothraki, accustomed to their routine, packed away their tents and mounted their steeds, continuing their march towards the outskirts of Kor, awaiting new orders from their Khal. A marching force of over 40,000 is no trifling matter in other lands, necessitating a comprehensive supply chain and a tightly knit command structure. Yet, for the Dothraki, such endeavors are second nature, merely a facet of existence. Riding is life, and so too is raiding and killing, living from one day to the next until death arrives. As the sun rises and sets, all remains well as long as the Khal can ride. The following day, the tribe noted that their Khal had taken a liking to conversing with an elder named Over, raising questions as to whether the Khal intended to appoint this non-riding old man as his blood rider. When the sun set once more, a squad of scouts had yet to return, prompting the Khal to declare that the missing scouts had been dispatched further afield to seek out water sources. It was not until the seventh sunset that the tribe reached the Song River in the western part of the Dothraki Sea, pausing their advance. And the missing scouts safely rejoined the tribe. On the next morning, within the Dothraki encampment, Mogo rode his fiery steed, guided by the elder Over, to the ruins of a city by the Song River. This was the site of Westeros. A gentle breeze caressed the air as Over reached out to touch the stone walls of the ruins, a hint of rapture blossoming on his weathered face. It is well known that the Dothraki pay little heed to architecture, and Mogo halted his horse with a chuckle, remarking, Westeros, now that is a distinctly Dothraki name. In this world of wonders, it is indeed rare for a Dothraki man to reach the venerable age of Over. His prominent cheekbones framed a face marked by time. Beneath a forehead etched with wrinkles lay a pair of murky yet gentle eyes, radiating an aura of tranquility. Mogo noticed the elder's bare arms, unusually slender and elongated. After a moment of silence, Over's dazed gaze began to shimmer with clarity as he spoke. Tennyson Fan referred to this city as Shannas. While Westeros is the name bestowed by the Dothraki, meaning city of worms, Mogo was taken aback, recognizing the foreign tongue. Before he could respond, Over continued. All prosperity must inevitably meet its twilight, and every flourishing era will meet its end. Tennyson Fan is a self-designation among the noble class. Yet they are more widely known as the Valyrians. With that, Over offered no further explanation and continued his journey towards the Song River beyond the ruins. Mogo observed the elder's stooped figure, lost in contemplation. Initially, he thought someone familiar with the Dothraki Sea, paying little mind to Over's origins, merely aware of his geographical prowess. Yet, through this encounter, Mogo began to realize that the elder was quite the enigma, possessing depths yet to be unveiled. To dominate a nation, one must delve into its historical and cultural tapestry. During his time as an outlaw, the physician of Kars recounted the orally transmitted legends of the Dothraki people. Once, the expansive Dothraki Sea was not as vast as it is now. Many referred to it as the Essos Great Plains. The tribes that inhabited this land were not solely the Dothraki. The Valyrians were also a nomadic tribe that roamed the plains. Eventually, they established the kingdom of Valyria along the banks of the Song River, flourishing into a civilization that lasted over 2 millennia, with 50 city-states encircling the capital city of Sharnath. The name of the Valyrians originated from this illustrious heritage. As the elder Over wisely stated, all prosperity must eventually meet its decline. The Valyrians, dismissive of the rising Dothraki, realized their folly too late. Their kingdom was reduced to ruins beneath the hooves of the Dothraki, leaving only a settlement of fewer than 20,000 residents known as Seas. From that point onward, the Dothraki steeds traversed the Essos Great Plains, transforming it into the Dothraki Sea. The Valyrians were characterized by their slender limbs, brown skin, and dark, night-like eyes and hair. Elder Over was surely not merely a Dothraki, but someone entwined with the Valyrian legacy. However, Mogo harbored little concern regarding the elder's potential animosity. For the Valyrian kingdom had been in ruins for centuries, and Over had lived peacefully among the tribe for decades before Mogo ascended to his role as Khal. With this thought, Mogo refocused his mind and rode on. Traversing the remnants of the city, he arrived at a grand bridge spanning the Song River. From atop his steed, he gazed ahead. On the other side of the bridge lay a broad avenue, stretching straight toward the horizon like a lance. At this moment, Elder Over straightened his back, revealing a hint of the Dothraki warrior within him. Hearing the sound of hooves behind him, Over turned with delight, stamping his foot upon the smooth, satin-like surface of the road, and exclaimed joyfully, "The Valyrian road, constructed from lava, is wide enough to accommodate 3 chariots side by side." The architectural prowess of the Valyrians is as renowned as their mastery of Valyrian steel. Having witnessed the original tale, Mogo was well aware that Valyrian steel was a magical alloy, lighter and sharper than ordinary steel. Following the doom of Valyria, the existing weapons forged from Valyrian steel became extremely precious and rare, each possessing its own name and story. Mogo remained silent. The grandeur of the avenue left him somewhat awestruck. Dismounting, he examined the wide road, elevated half a foot above the ground, crafted from lava. In its heyday, the Valyrians constructed the Valyrian road, connecting all significant cities throughout Essos. Despite the passage of 4 centuries since Valyria's ruin, these roads remain remarkably well preserved. Elder Over pointed toward the western horizon, declaring, "This Valyrian road leads directly to the ruins of Vice Kadrak, once a city named Assalia, part of the Valyrian colonial realm." Mogo gazed intently, then drew the dagger hanging from his belt, the blade facing himself, and offered the hilt to Ulfo, saying, based on the Song River and its tributaries, as well as the Valeridian Way, can you now draw a map of the vicinity of the cities of Viswalk and Viscadek? Ulfo hesitated momentarily, then withdrew his outstretched hand, his gaze calm and earnest as he replied, my Khal, permit me to speak candidly. Mogo sheathed the dagger back at his waist, nodding in affirmation for him to continue. Without hesitation, the elder Ulfo declared, if it is a matter of determining a route or assessing direction, my map suffices. If you seek to ascertain the enemy's position and numbers, the scouts you have dispatched will suffice as well. However, should you wish to decide the outcome of a war, you must personally survey the terrain. The vastness of the Dothraki Sea is beyond description. It takes tribes 3 years to traverse this expanse. Neither my map nor your scouts will secure your victory. Mogo, of course, understood the significance of the terrain as articulated by Ulfo, which is why he had sent out scouts and desired the elder's mental map. Was this not enough to determine the victor? Gazing at the rushing waters of the Song River before him, he recalled the self-immolation at Wujiang and the severing of the river's flow, one marked by unparalleled bravery, the other by sheer numbers. The momentary exhilaration of being the Khal, commanding 40,000 tribes and leading 2,000 roaring warriors, swiftly faded. As he regained his composure, he meticulously revisited his previous plans: cavalry, speed, surprise, the plains, fierce charges, overwhelming victories. The vivid scenes of warfare vanished from his mind, leaving an empty void of uncertainty. Yet now he recognized the truth in Ulfo's words. It was his own arrogance that had clouded his judgment. For the terrain is a soldier's ally. Anticipating the enemy and securing victory, weighing the perils of distance and proximity, these are the tenets of a general's wisdom. Those who understand this and engage in warfare will surely triumph. Those who do not will inevitably face defeat. Chapter 4. The buried genius. The Song River surged and roared, akin to a wild stallion breaking free, soaring into the sky. Perhaps, soon, Khal's fury would mirror the tumultuous waters of this river. Old Ulfo pondered. Would he meet his demise at the hands of a fabled branch or a dagger? Ulfo was uncertain of his fear of death, yet he harbored a hope to survive. Khal's decision was indisputable, his authority untouchable. He had just foolishly lost his wits, daring to refuse Khal's demands and attempting to candidly address his faults. His murky eyes gazed nostalgically towards the northwest, awaiting the final judgment. In the next moment, the calm yet commanding voice of Mogo Khal resonated once more. Ulfo, do you recognize the inscriptions upon this stone? This was the most exquisite sound Ulfo had ever heard. He hurriedly approached, eager to examine it. Observing Ulfo's impatience, Mogo realized that his previous feigned silence had been effective. The Valyrian script on the stone served as a signpost, one directed towards the city of Essos, the ruins of Viscardok, while the other pointed to. Ulfo's lips moved, but he could not continue. Stepping forward, Mogo remarked, I did not anticipate that you also comprehend Valyrian. Where does the other signpost lead? Faced with Mogo's subtle yet pressing inquiry, Ulfo sought to regain his composure. Aware that this was no mere illusion, today had unveiled too many telltale signs. After 7 days of companionship, he recognized that this legendary Khal was not only robust and valiant but possessed a delicacy and wisdom rare among his kin. Ulfo inhaled deeply, feigning tranquility as he replied, Khal, this Valyrian road also leads to Sihas in the northwest, where the Sarlorians are clinging to life. However, this city has fallen into decline, now plagued solely by hunger, poverty, and disease. Is that so? Mogo's lips curled slightly. Then, wise Ulfo, the Sarlorians are huddled here, struggling for survival, bereft of their former glory. After their annihilation, I shall bestow upon them their final honor. Ulfo's breath caught in his throat, rendering him speechless. Mogo fixed his gaze intently upon the old man's eyes, his expression inscrutable as he continued, You possess the blood of both Dothraki and Sarlorians. Your bronzed skin belongs to the Dothraki, while your slender, elongated limbs are characteristic of the Sarlorians. Yet, you reject Dothraki culture, instead venerating the civilization of the Sarlorians. You refer to your tribal brethren as Dothraki and identify yourself as Tangazon Fame. Deep within, you accept the resonant title of Sarlorian. Upon hearing this, Ulfo appeared to be struck at the very core of his being, unable to suppress his impulses, his brow furrowed, and his beard trembling with excitement as he exclaimed. The most elite warriors of the Sarlorians fight mounted upon chariots of blaze, driven by the wives or daughters of the warriors. Women march into battle alongside men. This embodies the tradition and honor of the Sarlorians. When speaking of the Sarlorians, his gaze was filled with reverence and longing. Suddenly, the fury in Abe's eyes was revealed. His voice hoarse as he growled, The Dothraki believe that the most significant moments of human existence must transpire beneath the sky. Consequently, there exists no privacy within the tribe. They copulate under the watchful gaze of their king, sharing their wives without a shred of guilt or shame. Mogo observed the elderly Aef, whose weathered visage twisted with anguish. He understood that the Dothraki's perceptions of sin and shame starkly contrasted with those of other nations, and certain customs were equally intolerable to him. Once his wrath was expended, Aef trembled, bowing his head. As his emotions settled, he realized that standing before him was a Dothraki Khal. Despite proclaiming his disdain for Dothraki culture, he was, in truth, a man steeped in its traditions, a true Dothraki with rebellious thoughts. Sighing at the shadows of his childhood, Mogo placed a reassuring hand on Aef's shoulder and spoke softly. I shall not punish you. Your mother is of the solar, is she not? It was she who nurtured and educated you within the tribe. Aef remained silent, still gazing downward. Mogo continued, I swear by the horse god, I, Mogo Khal, will not punish you, nor will I slaughter the sea ass. I vow before the mother mountain and the womb lake of the world, I shall be the one to transform the Dothraki, to elevate them to the greatness of the Solo kingdom and the Valyrian civilization. Finally, Aef lifted his head and knelt upon the ground. Mogo Khal, I swear by the name of Tangazongfen and all the gods, by the horse god and every deity in existence. I vow before the mother mountain and the womb lake, I, Aef, shall be your blood king. This mercy is bestowed upon me by fate. Mogo extended his hand to assist Aef, observing the lines etched upon his weathered face, and inquired, I understand this may cause you pain. Yet I wish to comprehend what further knowledge your Solo mother imparted to you, for it will determine how I might utilize your talents. Aef stood still, lost in reminiscence. Before eventually speaking, my mother's lineage can be traced back to the last supreme king of the Solo kingdom, Mazolo Aelish. Thus, aside from the language and script of the Solar, she also taught me the Valyrian language and script, as well as the common tongue of Kurlis, across the narrow sea, enabling me to grasp the entirety of Esso's history. Upon hearing this, Mogo momentarily found himself at a loss for words, his expression momentarily blank. He had previously assumed this elder to be merely a sage among the Dothraki. Yet now he felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure, a highly skilled individual well-versed in geography, history, and 4 foreign tongues, among the very best in the world. Aef had spent his entire life within the Dothraki tribe, and aside from the art of horsemanship and slaughter, he had scarcely had the opportunity to employ his other skills. Severely lacking recognition of his own capabilities, yet remaining in the Dothraki sea to beg. Observing Mogo's apparent indifference, Aef hastily added, the Valyrian I know encompasses both High Valyrian and Low Valyrian. At this moment, Mogo's heart surged like the overflowing Seine River, tumultuous and restless. His mastery of both High and Low Valyrian was akin to that of Mandarin, facilitating communication across the entirety of the realm, while also enabling him to converse in 9 regional dialects, each with its own distinct linguistic system. Meanwhile, the elder, Ulfo, had succumbed entirely to fervor. Perceiving that Mogo Khal had yet to acknowledge him, he eagerly sought to demonstrate his capabilities, exclaiming, I possess a solution that can assist you in dealing with the brigands of the 3 castes. The elder Ulfo believed that Mogo Khal, despite his formidable strength, hesitated to launch an assault on Viscarvok, remaining meticulously focused on terrain strategy, as he feared the brigands of the 3 castes might seize the opportunity amidst the chaos of battle to break away from the tribe and establish their own independence. In truth, Mogo's foremost concern was to acquire the enemy's tribe with minimal casualties. Regarding the brigands of the 3 castes, he indeed harbored apprehensions, although they professed fealty. Their brief association made complete trust elusive, and even a momentary hesitation on the battlefield could yield catastrophic consequences. Mogo had already devised a plan for this eventuality. In pursuit of his grand ambitions, he resolved to bestow honor upon his adversaries, and with a reassuring pat on Ulfo's shoulder, signaled his recognition of the elder's talents. Chapter 5. The Blood Wedding. As Mogo rode towards the ruins of Viscarvok, preparing to investigate Valyria Avenue alongside the elder Over, a traditional Dothraki wedding was being celebrated at the tribal camp by the banks of the Song River. When the eastern sky was adorned with resplendent dawn, wisps of smoke rose above the tents. Dothraki women bathed in purity, their hair sleek and lustrous, adorned themselves with the unique fragrances of the plains, delicately applying the floral essence to their wrists, behind their ears, on their lips, and intimate areas. They donned vibrantly painted robes and veils of deep red, yellow, or orange, awaiting the attention of the tribal men. The sky served as a canopy, the grasslands as a carpet, and the winds of the wilderness carried the scents of wildflowers and grass, while vivid colors proclaimed the vitality of existence. The banquet table, devoid of embellishments, was attended by elder women who moved gracefully among the tents, presenting an array of authentic Dothraki delicacies. Fresh horse heart, partially congealed horse blood, garlic and chili roasted horse meat, blood pies, mare's milk, and the robust, sweet red wine known as summer red from across the narrow sea, all contributed to the splendor of this wedding. The Dothraki cherished richness and authenticity, placing great emphasis on the flavor of the ingredients themselves. The men brandished whips, longbows, and curved erect blades. Traditional gifts prepared for the bride. Upon receiving free gifts, the bride would ceremonially refuse them, only for her husband to accept them again, a practice both simple and genuine. As time passed, accompanied by the rhythmic beating of drums, the women emerged from the tents, veils in place, and began to dance to the cadence of the celebration. Dothraki weddings commenced at dawn and would not conclude until dusk. As Khail's second-in-command, the various Khal's warriors naturally did not miss the festivities. Under the vast sky and the watchful eyes of the entire tribe, they freely indulged in the women, deciding whether to offer their erect blades based on the allure of the women as forms. The warriors gathered, unabashedly appraising the dancing women. The strongest among them, having taken a swig of mare's milk, stood and staggered toward a veiled woman, only to be preempted by a shorter Dothraki man. According to Dothraki tradition, if two men desired the same woman, they must engage in a duel to the death. Thus, throughout the day, aside from the feasting, endless combat would persist until dusk. A Dothraki wedding that did not claim the lives of at least 3 men was deemed a failure. As twilight approached, Mogo, guided by the elder over, arrived at a meadow where the Song River met its tributary, seeking the tribal scouts that had settled there. Their journey was punctuated by pauses, and fortunately, no unforeseen incidents occurred. Mogo marveled at the elder Dothraki's exceptional horsemanship, though he did not question Over's decision to refrain from riding, acknowledging that age had rendered him less vigorous. Further ahead lies the ruins of Vice Cadoc. Mogo paid little heed to this reminder, instead gazing at the distant, elusive forest, his expression troubled. The ruins of Vice Cadoc are not situated on the western grasslands of Dothraki Sea. Why, then, is there a forest in the distance? The elder Ofer stood upon his steed, gazing into the distance with a troubled expression as he spoke. I truly apologize, Khal, but it has been 4 years since I last passed through this area. At that moment, it seemed a realization struck Ofer, and he exclaimed, to the west of the ruins of Viscardoc lies the Core Forest, where the trees have encroached upon our grasslands. He then shook his head in disbelief. No, if it were wild beasts that brought the seeds here, the naturally grown trees could not have thrived so rapidly. Beyond the Core Forest to the west lies the city of Khal. It must be the Targaryens who have done this, planting trees upon our pastures in pursuit of fine timber and exquisite carvings. While the sight of gold may not concern the Dothraki, Mogo perceives a spark that could ignite a war. Furthermore, the Targaryens have already begun to interfere with my plans. Mogo felt a mix of shame and anger. Scouts could not entirely replace his own vision. They had merely confirmed that the number of enemy warriors was comparable to his own. Yet they failed to inform him of the local terrain. Now, the ruins of Viscardoc were enveloped by the forest, rendering it impossible for the Dothraki cavalry to charge forth. Mogo had his sights set on the Khal tribe, encamped within the woods. Upon becoming a raider, he had cultivated a curiosity for the eunuchs of Castle. The Dothraki did not entertain idleness, and the eunuchs served as healers within the tribe, employing sharp blades, needles, and fire to treat wounds, alongside herbal women who healed with potions and charms. The Dothraki required the eunuchs' medical expertise, yet they scorned and mocked them. However, upon learning of their role as healers, Mogo quickly quelled his curiosity and sincerely apologized. The eunuch, who received respect from Mogo, inadvertently imparted a piece of information. The Bloodsworn of Khal had previously revealed their intention to depart from the Dothraki capital of Vis Dothraki towards the city of Pentos. Mogo committed this information to memory, and later, during a discussion with Elder Ofer about geography, the latter informed him that after leaving the capital, one should head west to find the Song River, following it to the city of Khor, and then proceed along the Valyrian road to Pentos, as this was the most direct and convenient route for supplies. The two pieces of information aligned, and Mogo discerned the similarity in the routes. He promptly dispatched scouts to advance and track the path until his tribe reached the ruins of Visqual on the banks of the Song River, where the scouts reported the discovery of the Khal tribe to the north of the river. The previous night, Elder Ofer had informed him that to the south of the ruins of Viscardoc lay hills, which also marked the source of a tributary of the Song River. It was improbable for the Khal to traverse the hills to reach the city of Khor. Based on the tribe's pace, they would undoubtedly halt at the ruins of Viscardoc by dusk the following day. At that time, Everyone believed the ruins of Vis Cardok remained a grassland. And Mogo had planned to personally lead the cavalry in an assault before dawn. Yet now, the sudden emergence of the unknown forest had thoroughly disrupted his plans. A war that contravenes the traditional tactics of the Dothraki undoubtedly incurs greater casualties. The assault on the ruins of Westeros has lost its significance, necessitating a new strategy. As nightfall descended, Mogo instructed the scouts to continue tracking the tribe of Khal Mogo and subsequently called for the elder, over, to mount his horse and depart. The stars twinkled above, and the distant, mournful howls of wolves echoed through the night, rendering direction indistinguishable. Fortunately, the Valyrian road beneath their feet served as a guiding path. The journey home invariably feels longer than that of departure. Mogo spurred his steed, collecting his thoughts. He was unwilling to relinquish the prey so tantalizingly close. He then halted his warhorse and called out to the weary over behind him, "Let us rest for a moment." Dismounting, Mogo inquired, "If Khal Mogo departs from the ruins of Westeros, how will he proceed to Khal?" Without hesitation, Over replied, "He will continue westward, after traversing the Khal forest. He will encounter the Chien River. Following the river downstream will lead him to Khal City within a day's time." At this juncture, Mogo's expression became earnest as he envisioned a map in his mind. He asked, upon reaching the Chien River, will he cross it? Over furrowed his brow slightly. The lines on his forehead knitting together as he pondered. Khal City is situated along the banks of the Chien River. As long as one maintains the correct direction, it is impossible to find oneself on the opposite side of Khal City. Even if one were to stray, crossing the river would be unfeasible. The Chien River is both wide and deep, its waters tumultuous and overflowing. Thus, it is aptly referred to as the black daughter of Mother Lorne, capricious and willful, yet still embraced by her mother. Mogo marked over the Chien River in his mind, sighing in resignation. Was this truly the end? Suddenly, Over's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "Khal, the Darkflow River. We can launch a surprise attack at the Darkflow River." Chapter 6. The coherence as the sudden gust of wind dispersed the ethereal mist. The moonlit waters cast a faint glow, while the fragrant blossoms danced gently in the breeze. In the eyes of the elder Over, a fervent light sparkled, and his weathered, wrinkled visage blossomed with excitement as he exclaimed, "Indeed, the river of dark currents, it is here. It originates from the Nophos hills to the northwest of Khal City and flows into the Chien River. This river is the essential passage for those traveling from Khal City along the Valyrian road to Pentos City. This represents our final opportunity. Beyond the river of dark currents lie hills and mountains where our cavalry will have no chance to mount an assault." Upon hearing this, Mogo lowered his gaze, lost in contemplation. The shifting terrain, however, rendered Over somewhat uncertain, prompting him to remind in a hesitant tone, 4 years ago, when we passed through here, the terrain was gently sloping and open, extending from east to west, allowing our cavalry to charge from a superior position. I wonder how it is now." Before the elder could finish his thought, Mogo clenched his fist and decisively declared, "We shall proceed. The coherence cannot possibly transform the entire world into a forest. Let us hasten to the river of dark currents and survey the landscape." The Dothraki tribes maintain their own territories. Yet the vast expanse of the Dothraki Sea allows them to raid the cities of Essos at will. Should we miss this opportunity, finding Cornico again will be a daunting task. Mounting their steeds, Mogo and his companion galloped along the Valyrian road by the Seine River, returning to their tribal encampment under the stars. Outside the tent, a stout Dothraki man awaited their arrival. He possessed thick brows and prominent eyes, with half of his face obscured by a dense beard. His eyes glimmered with a piercing intensity, and though he was comparatively shorter in stature, he brimmed with agility and vigor. Upon hearing the neigh of the war horses and catching sight of the approaching figures from the shadows, a fervor ignited in his gaze. Reining in his horse, Mogo beamed with a radiant smile at the sight of the man still alive before him. The man bowed respectfully and said, "Khal, you now require a reappointment. I am loyal to you, my Khaleesi." Dismounting, Mogo stepped forward, slightly bending to pat the man's shoulder. For he now stood a towering 8 feet tall. Without the enchanted reins of the horse, no steed could bear him into battle. "Khal, my most valiant and loyal warrior, I shall reward you and appoint you as the new Khal," Mogo proclaimed, then gestured toward the elder beside him, saying, "This is over." A sage well versed in the geography and history of the continent of Essos, Khal displayed no outward emotion at the announcement of his appointment, as he considered himself devoid of leadership qualities and preferred to serve as the blood-sworn protector of Khal, pledging his unwavering loyalty to follow all commands. Though endowed with formidable strength, Khal struggled to express feelings, having been abandoned at birth for lacking robustness, his survival bore untold stories of resilience. When faced with Over's warmth, he bared his teeth in response, for Khal had once remarked that showing one's teeth constituted a standard smile. Seeing their harmonious interaction, Mogo felt a sense of relief and promptly strode ahead towards the tent, beckoning both men to follow. Within the confines of the tent, Mogo sought to enhance the flame's brilliance by plunging his hand into the fire pit, stirring the embers with fervor. Before Over could intervene, his expression turned to one of alarm. The tumult of thoughts swirled in Khal's mind like a tempest, as he contemplated the possibility of this being some arcane magic. However, Khal had long since grown accustomed to Khal's audacious demeanor, his gaze betraying an unmistakable fervor, convinced that Khal was indeed favored by the god of war. Mogo, having meticulously devised the strategy for their undertaking, calmly wiped the soot from his hands and spoke earnestly. Over, I hereby appoint you as Khal's affairs officer. When the sun graces the eastern horizon, you are to account for provisions sufficient for 6,000 roaring warriors, each mounted on 2 steeds, to sustain them for 7 days. At dawn, these 6,000 roaring warriors shall depart from the tribe, following us northward along the banks of the Song River, evading the patrols of the Khal cavalry. Before veering westward, traversing the coral forest and circumventing the waters of the Dark Current River. Khal, you are now the leader of the caste. I entrust you with the task of safeguarding your caste and the remaining roaring warriors as you continue towards Coral City. However, until I issue further orders, you are not to approach Coral City. Khal had no objections to Khal's commands, yet Over pondered for a moment before speaking. Khal, if I may be so bold. That would be splendid. Please proceed, Mogo interjected, restraining the impulsive Khal from drawing his blade, a hint of amusement gracing his features. Over is my affairs officer. The duty of the Blood Alliance Guard is to ensure Khal's safety. The role of the leader is to command and manage his caste, while the affairs officer is responsible for providing insightful counsel and assisting Khal in managing the tribe. Observing Khal's repeated hesitations to speak, Mogo shook his head and calmly articulated, in comparison to the trivial loss of authority that may arise from heeding others' opinions, I yearn for victory above all else, willing to sacrifice anything to attain it. The Dothraki cannot survive without triumph. A Khal who cannot lead warriors to victory is not a true Khal. I acknowledge that this may lead to misunderstandings within the tribe, yet should anyone dare to question my authority, I shall sever their head to eradicate such doubt. With urgency, Mogo gestured to Over. Time is of the essence. Please continue. Over, noting the short Dothraki had no intention of further aggression, exhaled softly. Khal, in your plan, if we merely calculate based on marching distance and speed, provisions for 7 days should suffice. However, should the Khal linger near Coral City, 7 days' worth of supplies may prove insufficient. Mogo's brow furrowed in contemplation as he awaited Over to elaborate. The people of Coral do not fear Dothraki Khals. Their city is fortified by formidable stone walls. Over 4 centuries ago, they successfully repelled an invasion of at least 50,000 warriors led by Khal with a mere 3,000 unsullied. The battle concluded with the loss of 12,000 Dothraki, including Khal and his khalasars, as well as all the leaders. The remaining Dothraki severed their braids and cast them at the feet of the 600 surviving unsullied warriors, who are now revered as the core 3,000. After a moment of silence, Aofer continued. Subsequently, the garrison of Kor was entirely composed of the unsullied, each soldier brandishing a spear adorned with the braids of the Dothraki. The number of garrison troops now exceeded 3,000, and the people of Kor possessed their own fleet. In contrast, the tribe of Khal Mogo numbered just over 40,000, thus the citizens of Kor harbored no fear of an imminent assault from Khal Mogo. It was only when the people of Kor grew impatient that they would offer a tribute of gold to dismiss him, a delay that would not be excessively brief nor unduly prolonged. Khal Mogo dared not attack Kor, and the Targaryens, lacking cavalry, would not venture forth to engage in battle. Ultimately, drawing from past experience, Aofer surmised that the strategic interplay between Kor and Khal Mogo would not extend beyond 3 days, as it would disrupt the trade of Kor. Mogo resolved to embark towards the River of Shadows with provisions sufficient for 10 days. War is inherently unpredictable, and they could only prepare as best as they could. With the moon high in the sky, there remained a considerable stretch of time before dawn. After Aofer and Khal departed, Mogo did not immediately rest but remained lost in thought. He was well aware of the Unsullied's formidable reputation as light infantry, wielding spears, shields, and short swords, reminiscent of the phalanx warriors of ancient Greece. The title Unsullied signifies that they are eunuch slave soldiers, characterized by their absolute obedience to their masters and their fearless demeanor in the face of battle. This trait stems from their brutal selection and training process. Slave masters would choose young male slaves based on physique, speed, and strength, commencing training at the tender age of 5. Rigorously instructing them in the art of combat from dawn till dusk. They were conditioned to be devoid of pain through the regular consumption of the wine of courage. While their training aimed to eradicate all individuality, emotion, and selfhood, any failure in training would result in death, and ultimately, only 1/3 of the slaves endured to become unsullied. Previously, Mogo had been entirely ignorant of the military capabilities of the Targaryens. He found the Dothraki's practice of sending tributes to Khal perplexing. Such a method could be deemed a slow and steady trickle, yet the ruins across the Dothraki Sea suggested that the Dothraki could not possess such sagacity. Now, he grasped the underlying strength of the Targaryens that necessitated the Dothraki to resort to harassment for tribute, for the unsullied, being light infantry, could not keep pace with the Dothraki cavalry. However, one could ponder what Khal had in mind 4 centuries ago when charging the unsullied phalanx with light cavalry. Similarly, Mogo found the reasoning of the Targaryens puzzling. If they were to train and establish a light cavalry unit, their role during warfare would be to entangle the Dothraki, allowing the unsullied to encircle and annihilate them. Should the Targaryens concentrate their forces to obliterate a Dothraki tribe, no Khals would dare to harass them again. Perhaps this was what the play referred to when speaking of the city-states of Essos, where warfare does not rely on the steel in hand, but rather on the gold in one's coffers. After all, as a free trading city-state, for merchants, any problem solvable with money is not a problem at all, yet these individuals would eventually pay a price for such dealings. In the realm of stereotypes, the military prowess of the Khal people remains shrouded in mystery. However, their exceptional skills in metallurgy and woodworking are universally acknowledged and celebrated, drawing considerable envy from Mogo. Chapter 7. The rapid march through the dark current river as dawn broke upon the horizon. It resembled a gleaming sword cleaving through the shroud of night, releasing a sanguine light. Beneath the vast dome of the sky, over 6,000 Dothraki warriors roared, each mounted on 2 steeds, assembled at the ruins of Dothraki by the banks of the Somme River, poised for action. Mogo, astride his fiery warhorse, galloped forth from the eastern sun, his chest resonating with the thunderous roar. Since the moment I learned to ride, I have never witnessed Dothraki men quail in the face of battle. The 6,000 roaring warriors, having witnessed him single-handedly vanquish Khal and his bloodsworn, beheld Mogo's formidable stature and his gallant charge, their hearts swelling with exuberance as they heard his voice echoing like a tempest. Mogo raised his Valyrian curved blade, his steed thundering forward, and bellowed, "Dothraki! It is in your nature." The roaring warriors raised their curved swords and spears, their jubilant cries reverberating through the air. Mogo, riding swiftly, clashed weapons with his comrades, exclaiming, "Now we must march with haste, crossing the river plains, traversing the forest meadows, all for you, for your honor, for your wealth. Dothraki men, Dothraki warriors, Dothraki roaring warriors, follow me, follow your Khal. Victory, at any cost, seize it. Honor belongs to the valiant Dothraki warriors, and wealth shall be bestowed upon the Dothraki people." The roars and the thunder of hooves echoed through the trees, shaking the heavens and the earth, as Mogo Khal led the grand procession of 6,000 roaring warriors rushing forth from the banks of the Somme River. The army crossed the Somme River at the ruins of Dothraki, advancing north along the Valyrian road. Each warrior rode 2 horses in rotation, even securing themselves to their mounts while resting. Their provisions consisted of beans, jerky, and dairy products. Additionally, the Dothraki carried leather pouches filled with milk, combined with an appropriate measure of water, suspended on their saddles. As the horses galloped, the vigorous motion turned the milk into a paste, serving as sustenance and hydration. By midday the following day, the army entered the Khal forest, the largest forest on the Essos continent, where the trees towered majestically, their trunks as wide as city gates, their leaves shimmering like gold under the sun. The cavalry dispersed, their steeds trotting gracefully through the woods, fortunate that the Dothraki were adept horsemen. However, the forest was fraught with danger, home to majestic moose and spotted tigers, and dozens of Dothraki patrolmen had perished beneath the antlers, or were dragged away along with their horses, leaving only gnawed carcasses behind. The Dothraki cavalry were equally skilled in archery, often hunting to supplement their supplies, even capturing lemurs adorned with silvery fur and large purple eyes, a trait reminiscent of the quintessential Valyrian appearance. The elder Otho explained that these lemurs were known as the Little Valyrians, and it was said that stroking their fur would bring good fortune. The dense foliage of the Khal forest obscured the sky, compelling them to ascend to the treetops to ascertain the time and direction. As the third sun descended, the elder Otho proposed that they begin to reduce the rations for both men and horses, striving to conserve more supplies in anticipation of unforeseen circumstances. The forest was a labyrinth, where one could easily lose their way. Fortune was paramount. Simultaneously, he harbored concerns that the journey of the Jamoke tribe might not proceed as smoothly as anticipated, for once the plan commenced, it could gradually slip from their grasp, necessitating swift adaptations to specific circumstances. At the 8th dawn, Mogo, leading 6,000 cavalrymen, finally beheld the edge of the core forest. The Dothraki, being a nomadic people, appeared more akin to wild men of the mountains at this moment. Despite the guidance of Elder Ofer, they were still a day behind schedule. Before they had completely exited the forest, an expanse of water came into view, causing Mogo's heart to sink, as if he had plunged to the ocean's depths. To the north of the core forest lay the sea, and they had previously lost their way in the forest, ending up by the shore. He couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Had they gone astray once more? However, this appeared more akin to a lake. At that moment, the Dothraki roarers suddenly stirred. "This is not poisoned water. It is a source of water my horse can drink." The Dothraki referred to seawater as poison, mistrusting any liquid that their horses could not consume. Elder Ofer dismounted, scooping up the lake water to splash upon his face, exclaiming in excitement, "This must be the lake to the north of Core City. I have been here before. Its waters connect to the Darkflow River. If we follow the lake southwest, we shall find the river." Gazing at the crimson sun rising in the east, then at the lake before him and the distant, shadowy Nothos mountains, Mogo felt assured that they were on the right path. He promptly dispatched hundreds of scouts to investigate the surroundings while ordering the main force to rest in place. In that moment, he truly appreciated the prowess of figures like Duke Li Jing and General Huo Zubing, pondering whether they too had ever lost their way in battle. At noon, the scouts returned to the camp in succession. Elder Ofer, upon evaluating their reports, confirmed that they were situated directly north of Core City and northeast of the Darkflow River. However, the scouts bore disheartening news. The Jamoke tribe had not appeared outside Core City. This inevitably led Mogo to speculate, had they already departed Core City? Or had they yet to arrive? Or perhaps the Jamoke had already disowned his intentions and turned back to assault his tribe. Nevertheless, he had only brought 6,000 roarers this time, leaving substantial fighting strength with solo. All possibilities loomed before him, leaving him with endless conjectures and a tormenting weight. He continually reminded himself to remain composed, for he needed to survey the terrain without delaying crucial matters. The Darkflow River surged forth, its waters roaring, with foamy cascades and massive whirlpools occasionally swirling within. Mogo, accompanied by a contingent of cavalry, was examining the terrain along the riverbank. Observing the tumultuous waters, which widened further south, he pondered, it appears that if the Jamoke tribe wishes to cross the river, they have no choice but to use the long bridge over the Darkflow River. Upon hearing his soliloquy, the Elder Ofer confidently remarked, "The long bridge over the Darkcurrent River not only connects Valyria Avenue but is also sufficiently broad to allow the swift passage of the Conquest tribes. There is no better choice than this." Mogo shared similar sentiments. However, he pondered that as the river widened downstream, the likelihood of encountering shallows increased, casting doubt on whether the Conquest would indeed choose to cross at the long bridge. Until their party arrived at the confluence of the Darkcurrent River and the Chinan River, they had not discovered any shallow waters suitable for crossing. Gazing at the tumultuous and receding Chinan River, he was finally convinced that only the long bridge over the Darkcurrent River could facilitate their crossing. Mogo, accompanied by his cavalry, returned to the long bridge. The terrain here was as the Elder Ofer had described, open and gentle. If they struck while the enemy was crossing, the cavalry could charge from behind, taking the advantage of higher ground. As he contemplated the far side of the bridge, a sudden whim seized him, prompting him to venture to the west bank for a closer inspection. The long bridge over the Darkcurrent River served as a crucial artery for trade from Core. Yet it was not heavily guarded. However, passage across the bridge required payment of a toll. The Dothraki had no coin, and the tax collectors, jostled by the crowd, did not dare to intervene, allowing the cavalry to surge across the bridge unimpeded. Indeed, the bridge was quite well constructed. The topography of the west bank was less expensive than that of the east, yet the other geographical features were comparable, sufficiently accommodating 6,000 cavalry for a charge. The proximity of the Nothos hills offered concealment, each side possessing its advantages, making the decision challenging. Deep within, Mogo felt a lingering sense of unease, as if he had overlooked some crucial aspect. He summoned Orvar and a Dothraki roaring warrior to his side and inquired, "If you were the Conquest, how would you choose to cross the river?" Orvar, contemplating, asked, "Are you suggesting how the Conquest would arrange their crossing formation?" A sudden clarity dawned upon Mogo. And he quickly responded, yes. Would they prioritize sending the Dothraki roaring warriors across first, or allow the ordinary tribes to cross ahead? The Dothraki roaring warriors. Both answered in unison. Observing Mogo as gaze upon him, the Dothraki roaring warrior proudly declared, Dothraki warriors take precedence. Subsequently, Orvar offered his perspective. The previous Sakako has always arranged it this way, without deviation. The warriors are the most vital part of the tribe. Without their protection, the ordinary tribes cannot survive. At that moment, Mogo had already made up his mind. Chapter 8, striking midstream on the west bank of the Dark Current River. Amidst the Nothos hills and the black forest, the pale and dim sunlight of dawn cast a somber glow. The air was thick and humid, infused with the earthy scent of soil and vegetation. To the southeast of the black forest lay a modest hill, stretching for several miles, concealing its presence while obstructing the refreshing breeze. Here, more than 6,000 Dothraki warriors, led by Mogo, had been hidden for 3 full sunsets. The cavalry bore an ashen hue, yet their steeds remained robust. For the Dothraki, their horses were the very essence of life in battle. They would rather endure hunger themselves than allow their mounts to suffer, though if the situation persisted, they would inevitably face the grim necessity of slaughtering their horses for sustenance. At that moment, a pair of dark figures suddenly materialized atop the hillside, racing towards their concealed position. Accompanied by the urgent sound of hoofbeats, Mogo squinted into the distance, recognizing the foremost figure as the elder, Offal. Coming to a halt, Mogo observed Offal's pallid complexion as he wearily dismounted, staggering slightly. 2 Dothraki riders hastily dismounted and hurried to support him, guiding him toward Mogo. Offal struggled and, with great effort, extracted a bronze dagger from his belt. Raising it with a trembling hand, his voice weak, Khal, I have fulfilled my mission. On the return journey, I encountered the Kumakeo tribe, who are now en route to the Great Bridge over the Dark Current River, expected to arrive by midday. Upon seeing the dagger, Mogo erupted into hearty laughter, vaulting onto his fiery steed and galloping to the front of the army. Facing the fervent gazes of the Dothraki warriors, he proclaimed, Dothraki warriors, the long-awaited war is upon us. The horse god watches over us, the skies, the holy mountain, and the womb of the world all gaze upon our endeavor. The gods stand firmly by our side, entangling the enemy in their own demise. Though their numbers may far exceed ours, they have confined themselves within a narrow and disadvantageous terrain, leaving the most open and level ground before us. This land is perfectly suited for our charge. While the enemy languishes in the comforts of their tents, we have forged ourselves stronger amidst the ferocity of forest beasts and countless adversities. You are the fiercest warriors of the Dothraki Sea, and you have me, Mogo Khal, the blessed of the gods, unbeatable Mogo Khal. As the resounding cheers of Mogo Khal echoed through the air, Mogo gazed up at the sun blazing ever more fiercely above the forest, inhaling deeply. He understood that the decisive battle that would shape their fate was about to commence. At noon, the pale light dissipated, and not a whisper of wind stirred the air. Time seemed suspended in that moment. The scouts of the Kumakeo tribe had passed, marking the 3rd contingent, preparing to cross the river. A sense of relief and excitement washed over Offal, who felt unburdened. Mogo listened intently, waiting for Offal to finish before inquiring, so, when will Khal arrive at the Dark Current River? Offal, grasping his graying hair in contemplation, replied, approximately 1 more hour. I see, Mogo nodded, feeling a slight easing of his tension. War demands the harmonious interplay of time, terrain, and human spirit. The absence of any one element necessitates a tremendous price to be paid for compensation. Upon the arrival of the Kumakao tribe at Kor City, Mogo dispatched over to lead a contingent of scouts back into the Kor forest, tasked with locating Khal, who would guide the tribe toward Kor City. The dagger returned by the elder served as a token of trust. Upon receiving this emblem, Khal would swiftly lead 10,000 Dothraki warriors westward to join Mogo in a concerted assault against the crossing Kumakao tribe. Thus, the pressing question remained, could Khal arrive at the battlefield in a timely manner? Nevertheless, Mogo remained unperturbed. The dual assault was merely a strategy to secure greater victories. His decision to bring 6,000 cavalry indicated his unwavering confidence in success. Contemplating the matter, Mogo turned to the elder Over, as an emissary. Have you ever encountered Kumakao and his marauders? Although it is no easy feat to behead a general amidst a throng of soldiers, the age-old wisdom of targeting the horse before the man, and capturing the king before subduing the thief, applies universally to any nation. Otherwise, one can only instill terror in the enemy to achieve strategic objectives. The Dothraki were conspicuously present in Kor City. rendering Mogo and his scouts unable to approach the Khal tribe, leaving him in ignorance of their physical characteristics. However, despite the vastness of the Dothraki Sea, the Khals frequently visited the sacred city, known as Dothraki, the only city of the Dothraki. Situated beneath the mother of mountains at the far end of the Dothraki Sea, beside a lake often referred to as the womb of the world. Dothraki lacks walls and is spacious enough to accommodate all Dothraki tribes simultaneously. Within this sacred city, all Dothraki are bound by blood, and the carrying of weapons or engaging in any form of bloodshed is strictly forbidden. Thus, it is conceivable that the elder, with his advanced age, may have indeed encountered Khal in the sacred city. Yet the elder's countenance betrayed a moment of hesitation as he stammered, "I only recall that Khal has 4 wives." The previously lively Black Forest fell into a sudden silence. At that moment, the scouts returned to report, "Khals, the enemy's 4th batch of scouts has passed, and the number crossing the river is approaching half." Silence enveloped the air. Mogo, leading over 6,000 Dothraki warriors, urged their war horses forward, ready to emerge from the depths of the Black Forest. The horses were muzzled and their hooves wrapped to prevent early detection by the enemy as they approached the battlefield. The coverings would be removed just before the cavalry launched their assault, as the wrappings could hinder the horses' grip on the ground, causing them to lose speed or stumble during combat. Outside the Black Forest, the orange sun hung in the sky like a severed head, dazzlingly bright, casting a radiant glow upon the world. As they traversed hills and mounted their steeds, the scorching wind caressed their bare chests. Mogo struggled to suppress the excitement and tension surging within him, decisively issuing the command, "Dothraki cavalry, advance." The battle cry resonated through the air. Over 6,000 Dothraki warriors roared, emitting a piercing cry to drive away their prey. They surged forth on horseback, a dark tide akin to a raging river, with the thunderous sound of hooves echoing across both banks. As the horses trotted, their rhythmic gallop gradually synchronized, creating a cacophony that reverberated through the air. And as they quickened their pace, it transformed into a cataclysmic force. A cloud of dust billowed forth, and Mogo felt the wind whipping past his ears, a chilling rush coursing through his veins, oddly calming his nerves. These 6,000 horsemen were not the disorganized common Dothraki riders. Most belonged to his own khalasar, with the remainder consisting of elite warriors selected from various tribes, each adept in the use of bows, spears, and curved blades. The sudden onset of thunderous hooves caught the nearly 10,000 troops on the western bank off guard, rendering them disoriented and incapable of forming a coherent formation, as if they were merely wandering about aimlessly, until the cavalry closed in within 500 paces. The warriors of the Khal tribe, scattered and disorganized, attempted a charge, only to be pierced by a barrage of arrows within mere strides. At this juncture, both banks finally recognized the unfolding chaos, yet their reactions were overly frantic, leading to a disarrayed response as their ranks could not connect. At 200 paces, a deluge of arrows rained down upon the western tribes, causing significant devastation among the densely packed, unprotected Dothraki. At 100 paces, 2 rounds of mounted archery wreaked havoc on the entire Khal tribe, leaving them in disarray. Many frozen in shock, their once fierce eyes now clouded with confusion and fear. With a casualty rate nearing 30%, even the elite would falter. The savage nature of the Dothraki was laid bare as they still sought to organize a charge. In the final 100 paces, the 6,000 roaring warriors tightened their grips and charged forward with their spears. With a swift thrust, Mogo's spear pierced the chest of an opposing rider, and he released it, the momentum sending the rider tumbling to the ground. In a flash, he drew his Valyrian steel-curved blade and narrowly dodged a vicious blow from a snarling enemy, leaving only the sound of their dying gasp in his wake. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed an arc of a sword aimed at his face. Fury surged within him as he raised his arm to deflect the blade, his fingers tightening around the opponent's horrified visage, blood seeping between his fingers as he toppled both man and horse to the ground. As they broke through the enemy lines, the roaring warriors found that the western forces had already crumbled, scattering in terror. Even the horses emitted mournful cries, leaping into the river and succumbing to the swirling waters. The foes on the eastern bank hesitated in dread, clashing with the panicked ordinary tribes behind them, further disarraying their ranks. With a thunderous roar, the ground trembled as a black line emerged from the eastern horizon, dust swirling like a tornado, obscuring the sun. A vast sea of Dothraki cavalry surged forth like a tumultuous wave, poised to sweep away the disorganized remnants on the eastern bank. Blood mingled with the earth, transforming into a muddy mixture as horses dragged their fallen riders, their anguished cries resonating as the rushing river consumed the crimson tide, carrying it away. The warriors of the Khal tribe severed their own braids and dismounted, prostrating themselves upon the ground. Chapter 9. The cost of life. The crimson sun descended, casting a shimmering blood-like glow upon the river's surface, reminiscent of the fleeting brilliance of life igniting and flourishing in its moment. As the ephemeral existence waned, the blood-nourished earth would surely bloom with resplendent flowers in the coming year. Jack-Ram, wielding a colossal axe, severed the heads of the deceased and the dying, while young girls, nimble and sprightly, extracted arrows from the corpses, laughing as they filled their baskets. The struggle for resources and the reduction of population ensured that the victors possessed ample space and supplies for survival. War had become an instinctual drive, etched into the very genes of the Dothraki. The fierce flames illuminated the sky in a fiery hue as Mogo rode his warhorse, surveying the injured roaring warriors. The eyes of all present were filled with reverence and fervor as they gazed upon him. At that moment, Orf approached on horseback, bowing respectfully before saying, "Great Khal, you have incurred the loss of over 300 warriors, yet you have conquered more than 35,000 new tribes. According to the new tribes' identification, Khal and his blood oath warriors, along with all the raiders, perished in battle. The elder Dothraki, having participated in numerous skirmishes, had never witnessed such an extraordinary outcome. He was beginning to believe that the young Khal before him was indeed blessed by the gods, just as the Khal himself had proclaimed, that the deities had tied the enemy's defeat to their braids. He had observed the entire battle and participated in the meticulous planning of the rapid march to the Darkflow River, executing a surprise attack on the Long Bridge. Yet he still found it difficult to comprehend. A smile danced upon Mongo's lips as the rosy light flickered, an uncontrollable joy swelling within him. He declared, "In the name of Khal, expertly manage the new tribes. From this point forward, they are of the same bloodline. Do not insult them. Should anyone defy my will, I shall personally sever their head." "The wise Khal, I shall heed your command," Orf replied with a grin, yet he did not take his leave immediately. Instead, he continued, "I would also like to recommend a warrior to you." Observing the absence of anyone behind the elder, Mogo inquired, "Where is he? Is he among the injured?" At that moment, Orf's gaze faltered, unable to meet Mongo's eyes, and he awkwardly replied, "He is merely a runaway slave, but he has been recaptured. And now Khal intends to execute him personally." Mogo smiled nonchalantly, already harboring suspicions, but refrained from providing a direct answer. Instead, he retorted, "Clerk, I trust you have your reasons for recommending this individual, yet I also place my faith in Khal. What remarkable qualities does this slave possess, and what warrants his death?" Upon hearing this, Orf relaxed and softly explained, "This man was originally a slave of Khal tribe. Before the battle concluded, amidst the chaos on the eastern shore, he seized a horse and fled the battlefield. He was discovered by our patrol scouts and was apprehended after injuring 12 men." Noticing the flicker of anger on Khal's face, Orf hastily clarified, "All 12 were only lightly injured. The slave did not act with severity. Had he done so, he could have easily escaped." Mongo's interest in the slave was piqued, contingent upon the condition that the individual would serve him. For history is replete with notable figures who emerged from the status of slavery. He could offer this slave an opportunity, yet would not irrationally grant him a direct pardon. Contemplating this, Mogo cast a glance at the anxious elder, and, under the gaze of expectation from the other, proclaimed loudly, "You may now seek out Khal. If this slave still draws breath, convey my orders to him. Let him receive 50 lashes with a whip, as dictated by the Dothraki for runaway slaves. Subsequently, he shall be integrated into Khal's ranks. Should he dare to attempt escape again, let Khal employ the most brutal methods to end his life. This slave must slay 12 enemies on the battlefield to attain true absolution." Ofo revealed a smile anew and hastily departed on horseback. Mogo observed the elder's retreating figure and called out, "Tell that slave, when he has earned forgiveness, I shall offer him a chance to shed his shackles." The hazy moonlight wove a gossamer glow, and the stars above shone with exceptional brilliance this night. The luminescence of the moon and stars cascaded upon the highlands far from the dark river. After the battle, Mogo had come to a profound realization. Even in the face of inconvenient water sources, one must encamp away from the river and seize the high ground. "Khal, we have captured a caravan attempting to approach the camp, laden with a great chest of gold. The leader claims to be an envoy from Khal." Outside the tent, a band of Dothraki warriors roared, tethering a gaunt, middle-aged man with a goat-like beard. Yet, within the calm and bright gaze of this man lay a trace of sharpness. "A Khal man?" Mogo furrowed his brow, harboring doubts about the man's identity. To his knowledge, Khal had sealed its market outside the city, barred its gates, and prohibited any exit. "How could they send an envoy to present me with gold?" The man, unperturbed, subtly shifted half a step into the light, raising his bound hands to the fire's glow, thus demonstrating that he would not resort to devious means. In a hoarse yet graceful voice, he spoke, "Esteemed Mongol Khal, I am the masked priest of the Black Goat, Moorhead, sent by the faithful of Kor to convey their respect to the victor." The man's words astonished Olfo, who had prepared to act as translator. Moorhead's fluency in the Dothraki tongue was remarkable, explaining why the roaring warriors had brought him along to the tent. The typically harsh Dothraki language, when uttered by his unique voice, bore a gentler and more tranquil quality. Although, concealing his astonishment, slightly turned and softly elucidated to Mongol, the Black Goat is the deity of the Khorians, requiring daily sacrifices of blood. Typically, the Khorians present calves, geldings, and horses before the altar of the Black Goat. However, on sacred occasions, the masked priest offers the lives of criminals to the deity with a knife. In times of crisis, the nobility of the city may even sacrifice their own children to the Black Goat, hoping it will safeguard the city. The objective explanation from an observer, however, incited a measure of ire within Moorhead, the masked priest of the Black Goat. However, Ulfar cast a fleeting glance at Moorhead and deliberately proclaimed in a loud voice, "I have heard that the faceless believe the Black Goat god to be an incarnation of the god of 1,000 faces, residing in the house of black and white. Ah, be silent, heathen." At this moment, Moorhead's visage was contorted with rage, nearly frenzied, devoid of his earlier grace and composure. The mere mention of the faceless sent a tremor of dread through Mongol. His fervent desire for the resurrection of his body through the 12 trials was rooted in the precariousness of life. Presently, there were few threats to his existence, and the faceless were undeniably among them. The faceless are a sect of religious assassins who venerate the god of 1,000 faces, the deity of death. They congregate in the house of black and white in the free trade city-state of Braavos, excelling in the art of disguise with the uncanny ability to alter their appearance at will. They possess a lethal poison known as the Strangler, capable of inducing swift asphyxiation. Mongol disowned Ulfar's intent. The sudden appearance of Moorhead was indeed suspicious. The city of Kor had been sluggish in paying tribute to the Dothraki, and now, with the recent war concluded and circumstances unclear, it was exceedingly strange for them to willingly offer him gold. Nonetheless, Mongol reasoned that the people of Kor could not have procured a faceless so swiftly, nor would they wish to pay the exorbitant fees to enlist the services of a faceless to assassinate a Dothraki. The faceless believe that taking a life is a sacrifice to their god, and the cost is typically exorbitant, varying according to the significance and defenses of the target. To eliminate an ordinary merchant, merely half the price would suffice to hire an entire company of common mercenaries. It is possible that Ulfar merely sought to leverage the faith in the Black Goat god to probe Moorhead's identity, inadvertently invoking the god of 1,000 faces and consequently heightening Mongol's wariness of the faceless. After all, one must remain vigilant in the face of such formidable renown. Chapter 10, Prophecies and War. Beneath the vast and boundless sky, the crescent moon hung like a scythe, while the stars danced in their celestial ballet, waxing and waning. Mongol, gazing at the flickering firelight that illuminated the contorted visage of Moorhead, felt his suspicions deepen. He found it inconceivable to associate this man with the faceless ones. For a phrase in High Valyrian connected to the worship of the god of many faces echoed in his mind, "All mortals must die, all mortals must serve." The faceless ones perceived death as a divine gift, viewing themselves merely as servants of the god of many faces, devoid of vanity and self-interest, embodying a demeanor of quiet composure and gentle benevolence. Yet, the faceless ones were also masters of deception, trained to shed their true identities, regarding themselves as nameless souls. And with their ability to alter their appearances at will, they could convincingly portray anyone. Thus, it was entirely plausible that this individual was merely donning a disguise. Khal, sever this man's head and present it to the Khorians. Inquire if they recognize him. Mongol smiled faintly, deciding against further speculation that would only serve to burden his mind. Until the resurrection of the 12 Trials artifact was activated, all dangers must be quelled in their infancy. Whether this man was a faceless one assassin or a genuine emissary mattered little. The information he sought from the Khorians would not be obtained through war nor negotiation, rendering the emissary of little utility. If this man's head could provoke the Khorians within the city to dispatch their forces for field battle, it would serve Mongol's purpose exquisitely. Khal never hesitated at Khail's command, drawing his curved arak and advancing towards Moorhead, seemingly taken aback by Mongol's order. The furious Moorhead froze momentarily before erupting in a frantic plea. "I am the emissary of Khal. You cannot kill me, it would incite war." Receiving no response, He attempted to retreat but was toppled to the ground by the roaring warrior behind him, left in despair as he sprawled on the earth, begging, "Kill, Mogo, kill, please. I implore you." Prophecy, it is prophecy. The blood sorcerer of Kor has foretold the future of the nobles within the city, and in that prophecy, he saw you. The curved blade glimmered with an eerie light in the fire's glow, piercing into Morihat's gaze, as the last vestige of calm vanished from his eyes. The hidden sharpness transforming into a desperate plea. His voice, hoarse and broken, rose in a frantic cry. From the east, the fiery war steed approaches. The king of men is about to be born, and behind him stands darkness, flames, and destruction. Kor will be littered with headless corpses, and the black goat will roar amidst the flames. Mogo, focused solely on strength, paid little heed to prophecies. He abhorred the superficial respect this man exuded and the feigned superiority he displayed, detesting the priests who thrived on the generosity of others. Thus, he remained convinced that severing Morihat had held far greater value. After inciting Morihat's fury, the elder Ophir maintained his silence, but upon hearing the prophecy, he suddenly turned and softly remarked, "Kor is renowned as the city of mages, where divination, blood magic, and necromancy flourish. The Khorans firmly believe in these magics. Perhaps you ought to listen, as it may prove advantageous for us in the impending war." However, when he spoke of blood magic, his face was filled with revulsion. The Dothraki harbored distrust, hatred, and a prohibition against blood magic, perceiving it as a product of the user's lewd communion with demons. Upon hearing the elder's suggestion, Mogo waved his hand to halt the advancing Khosoro and declared loudly, "Morihat, you exhibit a lack of loyalty to your deity. He shall no longer offer you protection. Now, elucidate this prophecy for me, and perhaps I shall grant you the boon of survival." Morihat, utterly exhausted, crawled upon the ground, gasping for breath in a pitiful state, and obediently exclaimed, "It is the blood sorcerer Base Potter, who, through blood magic, intermingled beasts with the daughters of nobility, resulting in the birth of grotesque half-human, half-beast offspring. Subsequently, Base Potter sacrificed the infant to procure a prophecy concerning the future of the nobility. Yet all the clues he beheld within that prophecy pertained to you. The fate of the Khorans rests in your hands. As the name suggests, blood magic is a form of sorcery rooted in blood. It ranks among the darkest and most potent of the arcane arts. Practitioners of blood magic are referred to as blood sorcerers or witches, and they typically engage in divination through blood, thus earning a repugnant reputation. Morihat's description incited similar disgust among those present. Yet his desire for survival compelled him to continue. "Do you recall the tax collector at the long bridge over the dark stream? At that time, you rode across the bridge on a fiery steed, your stature and elegance leaving an indelible impression upon him. He is a devout follower of the black goat god." And when the blood sorcerer Base Potter uttered the prophecy, that tax collector immediately thought of you. Mogo recollected the timorous tax collectors he encountered while surveying the terrain, though he could not discern which among them it was. Noticing the young Khal's silence, Morihat's tone became increasingly sycophantic. "Great Khal, you arrived from the east on your fiery steed, effortlessly vanquishing the formidable Khal. You are the human king foretold in the prophecy. And the flames refer to the heretics of Rollo, who have long sought to evangelize in Kor, attempting to incite their followers to burn the altar of the black goat god. We fear you may fall under the sway of these heretics." At this moment, Mogo comprehended the prophecy in its entirety. The devotees of the black goat feared the Rollo followers would conspire with him to besiege Kor and eradicate the black goat faith of the Khorans. Rollo, also known as the King of Light, the Red God, and the God of Flames, is a deity of Essos. By night, his followers ignite flames within temples, beseeching Rollo to bestow upon them the dawn. The veneration of Rollo, the King of Light, has become a ubiquitous tradition along the eastern roads of Essos. However, following the extinction of dragons, Rollo's magical potency seems to have waned, now rivaling even the prophecies of witches and blood magic. In this world, the widely circulated magical prophecies remain remarkably accurate, and though the capabilities of the blood sorcerer Base Potter are unknown, his deeds certainly appear nefarious. Nevertheless, the religious conflict no longer concerns him. He seeks only to extract benefits from it. Mogo's eyes glinted with a cold light, yet his tone remained serene, as he smiled and remarked, "In that case, let us await the fulfillment of the prophecy of the blood sorcerer, B.S. Potter. After all, you seem uncertain of its veracity." Morihat was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that this young Khal would speak in such a manner. "The great Mogo Khal, the followers of the black goat have already offered you gold," he stated. Mogo rose, his voice booming with fury. "Do you suppose that I, like other Khals of the Dothraki Sea, can be easily appeased with mere tributes of gold? I have but one counsel for the Khal: kneel and submit. Or prepare for war. I shall hang your heads on Dothraki spears, just as your ancestors did to our brave warriors 4 centuries ago. Morihat was stunned by the young Khal's reaction. Before he could plead for mercy, Mogo continued, Khal, sever this man's limbs, do not allow him to perish, and deliver him to the Khal. Inform our tribal warriors that war is upon us. Chapter 11. The Siege. As the night deepened, the camp was illuminated by the flickering flames of a bonfire, the slightly damp wood crackling as it burned. Mogo, resolute in his decision to declare war on the Khal people, sat attentively as the affairs officer, Over, recounted the history of warfare surrounding Khal. Upon hearing of the 3,000 Unsullied steadfastly defending against the Dothraki at the city walls, Mogo, engrossed in the narrative, posed a question: were the Unsullied compelled to emerge from the city to engage the enemy, or did they do so of their own volition? Over lowered his gaze, contemplating his response before cautiously articulating, they were likely coerced to confront the enemy outside the city. At the onset of the conflict, the Khal first bolstered their defenses, hiring 2 mercenary companies, the Bright Banner and the Second Sons, and subsequently acquired 3,000 Unsullied. However, shortly thereafter, the defensive forces of Khal suffered a devastating defeat, the mercenaries fleeing in disarray, leaving the city in ruins. As night descended, the Dothraki retreated to their camp, preparing to breach the gates on the morrow, yet at dawn, the Unsullied had already formed ranks before the gates. In essence, Khal was incapable of mounting a defense. The Unsullied, under duress, had no choice but to fight with their backs against the city walls. Before Over could continue, Mogo interjected, sighing, although the Khal ultimately triumphed thanks to the Unsullied, they had previously suffered significant losses at the hands of the Dothraki. Now, one can only hope they lack your remarkable memory to recall history. At that moment, a bearded figure, Khal, entered the tent with swift steps, bowing respectfully before speaking. Khal, I have dispatched individuals to detain the envoy, Morihat, in accordance with your orders. At dawn tomorrow, we shall sever his limbs before the eyes of the city's defenders, and simultaneously disseminate the prophecy to them. When Khal concluded his report, Mogo remained silent, lost in thought, while the others dared not disturb him. The tent fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the occasional crackle of burning wood. After a considerable pause, Mogo finally lifted his gaze, his expression composed, and declared, Khal, starting tomorrow, continuously deploy slaves who can speak Low Valyrian to proclaim the prophecy to all the people of Khal. Inform them that if they do not surrender and open the gates, the day the city falls will see the slaughter of the Black Goat as adherents. Immediately send out a considerable number of patrols, beginning from the confluence of the Churn River and the Darkflow River, to scour upstream and remain vigilant against a potential landing by the Khal fleet, which may attempt to flank us. Suddenly, Mogo's voice faltered, a flicker of doubt crossing his features, his countenance shifting under the firelight. The others waited patiently for Khal's resolution. He straightened his posture, closed his eyes in contemplation, and after a moment of deliberation, resolutely commanded, search all the villages and towns surrounding Khal, and bring back all supplies, livestock, and inhabitants. The Dothraki understood that mercy towards the enemy in war equated to cruelty towards one's own. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Mogo rose and paced within the tent, his mind occupied with strategies for the siege. Occasionally, he glanced at the rudimentary map etched upon the wooden board. His finger gently traced a pattern resembling a dagger, and he inquired, Officer Over, is this Dagger Lake, the body of water formed by the confluence of the Lorne and Chinook rivers, also a crucial passage for the Khal fleet traveling north and south? Indeed, you are correct, replied Khal. Over leaned closer to the board for verification and added, Dagger Lake was the site of a naval battle where the Khal fleet played a pivotal role. Currently, the Lorne River is plagued by bandits, particularly around Dagger Lake, which is rife with small islands concealing numerous caves and secret fortifications. The outlaws have ambushed passing vessels here. Perhaps we could forge an alliance with them to assault the Khal fleet. Mogo initially nodded in agreement, then shook his head, saying, we lack a fleet, and the bandits are cunning and treacherous. They will not heed the commands of others. Nonetheless, we must seek a different form of collaboration. I need you to send someone to Dagger Lake to spread the word that the city of Khal is under siege by the Dothraki army, and that their fleet, laden with gold, is soon to head south for supplies. Let us hope that when the time comes, these river bandits will cause some trouble for them. Over's eyes brightened at the notion, by enticing these greedy river bandits with gold, we can urge them to attack the Khal fleet, obstructing their supply run back to the city. Ignoring Ofer's response, Mogo continued to pace, contemplating. The siege tactics required a blend of psychological warfare and physical defenses. Preparing their own defenses while severing the enemy as supply lines was essential. Yet, he also lacked the resources and time to endure a prolonged conflict. A decisive action was imperative. Reflecting on these matters, he asked, "Officer, can our craftsmen construct siege ladders and large shields for defense against arrows?" Although the Dothraki were not known for their architectural or manufacturing prowess, they possessed basic craftsmanship. As anticipated, Ofer responded without hesitation, "Khal, that is certainly feasible. We can source materials from the Khor forest to create simple siege equipment." Reassured by this, Mogo nodded and continued, "You shall oversee the construction of the siege equipment. Additionally, please account for the male slaves in the camp and inform them that I intend to offer each of them an opportunity, a chance to shed their status as slaves." Having organized all the plans he could conceive, the others departed to fulfill their respective duties. A gentle breeze flickered the flames, creating a dance of shadows. Alone in the tent, Mogo was engulfed in thought. The nomadic tribe's most formidable weapon was their cavalry, excelling in mobility during open battles, rendering them nearly invincible. However, when faced with fortified cities, they often found themselves at a disadvantage. Even elite infantry, equipped with the necessary tools, typically suffered significant casualties when assaulting fortifications. The Dothraki, lacking siege equipment and composed entirely of unarmored light cavalry, faced an even graver predicament. In truth, prior to encountering the envoy Morihut of the Khor people, he had not intended to launch an assault on the city of Khor. Should the enemy dare to send out the Unsullied for a field battle, he would readily bestow upon them a harrowing lesson. Conversely, if the foe chose to remain behind closed doors, he planned merely to pillage and burn, intimidating them into yielding sufficient rewards before decisively retreating to the shores of the Dothraki Sea. Before unifying the Dothraki, there was no pressing need for him to acquire what he truly desired from the city of Khor. However, the arrival of Morihut and the prophecy he uttered presented the Dothraki with an opportunity. Even the most formidable fortress cannot withstand an assault from within. There is no need for hesitation. What is divinely ordained, if not seized, may bring forth dire consequences. Chapter 12. The Art of Manipulation. Khor, the free trade city-state on the continent of Essos, once served as a colony of the Valyrian Empire. Its geographical position along the trade routes of the eastern and western lands bestowed upon it immense wealth. Following the cataclysmic downfall of Valyria, Khor emerged as an independent city-state, currently governed by the city's esteemed nobility. As dawn broke, the first light tore through the veil of night, awakening all living beings with its vibrant energy. The cacophony resulting from the assembly of the Dothraki horde drew the attention of Khor's vigilant scouts, who hastily returned to the city. Located over 60 miles from the Dothraki encampment, the Dothraki are coming. This startling news sent tremors of fear throughout Khor, unsettling both the common folk and the highborn. The initial skirmish between two Dothraki clans at the Darkflow River had already caused unrest, and the messengers dispatched to the Dothraki camp had vanished without a trace. Now, the Dothraki were mobilizing towards Khor. Within the city, the followers of the Lightbringer, Ruler, conspired to incinerate the statue of the Black Goat, further fueling the chaos. The populace, in a state of panic, urged the closure of the city gates as they sought refuge from the surrounding villages. Meanwhile, the ominous prophecies of the Blood Mage, Balthasar Potter, circulated among the nobility, instilling a desperate desire to flee the city. Khor, having been untouched by war for over 4 centuries, faced an unprecedented crisis. Yet no one within the walls knew how to respond. In their desperation, the nobles relinquished complete control of the city's defenses to the commander of the guard, Sailor Kota, a man of cautious disposition, albeit lacking in quick wit. Under Sailor Kota's leadership, a swift decision was made to hold fast to the walls, seal the gates, reassure the populace, negotiate with the followers of Ruler to stabilize the situation, and ultimately request aid from the city-state of Norvos. Norvos, Khor's ally, had previously joined forces to defeat Volantis in the naval battle at the Lake of Daggers while striving to restore the Valyrian Empire. Moreover, Norvos was the nearest city-state to Khor. For the meticulous Sailor Kota, he placed greater trust in the well-trained Unsullied, who adhered strictly to commands, rather than in the complacent, poorly trained locals of Khor, or in mercenary companies whose loyalty could be bought with gold. Consequently, his emergency measures did not include an urgent reinforcement of troops. At midday, the sun hung high in the sky, scorching the stone walls, with not a breath of wind to stir the stagnant air. Sailor Kota, also of noble birth, could not be compared to the Unsullied trained through inhumane methods. After merely half an hour atop the walls, he sought the refreshing solace of cool well water. Just then, ripples began to dance across the surface of the water in the copper basin, and amidst his hesitation, a more intense tremor followed. In a state of panic, Sailor Kotek tossed aside his towel, returned to the wall, and leaned over the parapet to gaze out towards the horizon. Amidst the billowing smoke and the thunderous roar of the storm, the Dothraki cavalry surged forth like a tempest, creating tumultuous waves that engulfed the land. Sailor Kotek crouched upon the once towering city walls, feeling, at that moment, as though the city of Kor was diminutive and insignificant, akin to a solitary grain of sand isolated upon the shore. He murmured to himself, "Oh, Black Goat, this is the true sea of Dothraki." With over 30,000 Dothraki warriors roaring and their steeds whinnying, the cacophony of sound pierced the clouds and ascended into the heavens. Mogo, mounted upon his robust and fiery steed, galloped toward the elevated slopes outside the city, his long black braids trailing behind him, producing a symphony of jingling bells. Observing the multitude of black spiked helms peeking from the parapets, he recognized that the people of Kor were well prepared, with the warriors beneath those helmets being the infamous Unsullied. A Dothraki rider, bearing the bound envoy Mori head upon his horse, charged toward the city gates, halting just beyond the reach of arrows. He unceremoniously dismounted, casting the gagged Mori head to the ground, and, under the watchful eyes of the city guards, mercilessly severed the envoy's limbs before mounting his horse and galloping away with a flourish. Standing upon the hillside, Mogo shook his head in resignation, exhaling a sigh. It was evident that one could not harbor high expectations regarding the intelligence of the Dothraki. He gazed down at the riding figure of Mori head, who emitted no sound, thrashing like a worm upon the earth, pondering why the linen cloth obstructing his mouth could not be removed, without cries of agony. How could one instill fear in the enemy? Fortunately, Mori had held a position of some importance. 2 Unsullied descended from the walls in a basket, intending to bring him back into the city. Taking advantage of the moment, the elder Ophir galloped outside the city, calling out in High Valyrian. "This man is named Mori Hat, the masked priest of the Black Goat, and the envoy sent from Kor to pay tribute to Mongol Khal. He brings word that the blood sorcerer B.S. Potter has received a prophecy through blood magic. Mongol Khal, with the aid of the flames, shall breach the walls of Kor. In that time, the city shall be littered with decapitated corpses, and the followers of the Black Goat shall emit helpless cries amidst the flames. Mongol Khal conveys to the people of Kor, open the gates and submit, or on the day the city falls, all adherents of the Black Goat shall be slaughtered." It became evident that the cautious strategy of Commander Sail Kotek was indeed astute. The morale of the Unsullied stationed upon the walls remained unshaken. However, the commander himself did not find solace, his cold gaze fixed upon his slaves. Yet when he observed the noble-born high officers of Kor, along with their slaves and the innumerable archers and laborers dutifully transporting supplies, all local folk, he reluctantly abandoned his calculations. Unless he were to exterminate them all, the news could not be kept hidden. Seeing the walls undisturbed, Mogo realized that his psychological tactics had temporarily failed. He then turned his gaze toward the Unsullied who had hoisted Mori head into the basket. Calculating the distance before grasping his spear and charging down the hillside upon his steed like an arrow released from a bow, 100 paces away, he raised his spear and hurled it with great force, the weapon slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning, impaling an innocent on the city wall. Moments later, the wall responded in a flurry of disarray. The scattered arrows fired in return felt inconsequential, merely bouncing off his skin and falling to the ground. The warhorse, stung by the assault, became somewhat agitated, yet Mogo dared not to press his luck further. Who could tell if the next projectiles aimed at him would be massive crossbow bolts? "Mongol Khal! Mongol Khal!" The Dothraki warriors roared, casting fervent glances in his direction, their voices rising in a fervent chant of his name. At this juncture, although the psychological strategy had been executed, it had not yielded the anticipated results. Thus, he could only allow the rumors within the city to spread for a while. Lacking siege equipment, over 30,000 Dothraki cavalry could only gaze longingly at the city, displaying their might before retreating to camp and preparing to besiege. Chapter 13. Captives fill the trenches, slaves assault the city as the sun dipped below the horizon. Its dazzling light seemed to be snatched away, leaving behind a fiery haze that lingered in the sky, suffused with unparalleled hues of splendor. In the twilight glow, a plume of black smoke rose continuously from within the city of Kor, spiraling upwards into the heavens, transforming into a mist of crimson as a gentle breeze caressed it. Religions generally exhort individuals towards virtue, yet why do conflicts born from religious discord often manifest in such extreme violence? Mogo, mounted upon his steed, gazed at the billowing smoke ascending from the city, listening intently to the faint echoes of turmoil that occasionally broke the silence. He turned to his erudite aide, Ophir. and inquired. The elder appeared momentarily taken aback, pondering deeply before responding. Esteemed Khal, I beg your pardon for my ignorance. I cannot discern which deity of Essos guides the faithful towards goodness. I only know that mortals pray to the divine not for instruction on righteousness, but rather for aid in their own endeavors. Mogo chuckled softly, recognizing the truth in Ofer's words. Indeed, the deities of this dark continent, were they to be transported to modern society, would likely be deemed cultish. Nevertheless, the escalating religious strife within the city only served to benefit their cause. With a smile, Mogo turned his horse around and spotted the returning Dothraki forces in the distance. He continued, Khal has captured a considerable number of villagers from the outskirts of Kor. Ofer, keeping pace with Khal, suggested, Khal, the camp's captives number nearly 10,000. Although they require only a modest daily ration, this still constitutes an additional drain on our resources. Mogo offered no reply, instead opting to explore the armament crafting camp. Upon observing the multitude of siege wooden mantlets scattered about, he nodded in satisfaction. The mantlet, a formidable and weighty shield, could not only deflect arrows, but also provide cover for soldiers who could retaliate from behind it. A sufficiently robust mantlet might even withstand the impact of large crossbow bolts, and when coated in earth, its flammability could be significantly reduced. An abundant supply of sturdy timber was readily available from the Kor forest. He then shifted his gaze towards the nearby Chain River. His expression serene as he declared, Tonight, we shall commence our earthling assault. The soil by the river is moist and easily excavated. Command the elderly and frail captives to dig at the river bank, utilizing livestock to transport the earth back to the camp. Send the strong-bodied captives to carry the soil and pile it at the base of the city walls. Ensure they hold wooden blocks in their mouths. The walls of Kor tower over 7 meters high. It is imperative to raise the earth as high as possible before the captives perish. Ofer, seasoned from many battles, was accustomed to such strategies and inquired, Shall we have Dothraki warriors provide archery cover? Raising his gaze to the dimming sky, Mogo replied without hesitation, Visibility is poor. But should the defenders light torches atop the walls, we may reconsider this suggestion. Before the elder could respond, Mogo continued, Where are the counted slaves? I wish to address them. In many regions of Essos, slavery was an entrenched institution, with slaves regarded merely as property to be bought and sold. The Dothraki similarly enslaved the peoples of conquered territories, herding the captives they captured into the vast expanse of Vice Dothrak. They would even sell their king into slavery. When different tribes clashed on the plains, the defeated Dothraki would become the captives of the victors. Thus, after the defeat of the Kornika tribe, the remaining tribes, upon learning they would not be sold into slavery, unhesitatingly chose to submit wholeheartedly to Mogul Khal. This behavior of the Dothraki forms a symbiotic relationship with the trading city-states of Essos. You capture, we trade, you plunder our citizens, and I shall buy them back as slaves, creating a lawful cycle. Mogul's tribe counted 3,000 adult male slaves, who would serve as his siege infantry. Now, he intended to bring them hope and freedom. The slave camp stirred the blood. The mighty, valiant Spartacus did not exist. Life, if likened to grass, rendered these slaves mere weeds, unworthy of wealth or nourishment, their existence forever disconnected from such grandeur, all, including themselves, regarded as nothing but dust and chaff. Mogo galloped through the slave camp on horseback, speaking not a word, merely crashing into the slaves' tents, trampling their meager beds, crushing their rotting food, and obliterating their dignity, which lay in the dust. No slave dared to confront this Dothraki Khal, for all that they possessed, including their lives, belonged to the tribe's Khal. Yet, as Mogo prepared to urge his steed toward the prostrate slaves begging for mercy, he noticed a few daring souls raise their heads, their eyes shimmering with indignation, sorrow, and simmering rage, no longer entirely numb. Even if he intended to send these slaves to their demise, he could not empathize with them. Rather, he felt a frustration at their helplessness. In this dark world, who could guarantee survival until the morrow, let alone with dignity? Mogo bellowed. No one wishes to be owned by another. He had yet to learn Valyrian, thus relied on Over as his translator. Consequently, the commanding words from Mogo as lips, which were meant to resonate with authority, came across as somewhat feeble when articulated by Over. After receiving a fierce glare from the Khal, the elder summoned all his strength to shout, No one wishes to be owned by another. The slaves finally understood that the Khal was not merely venting his frustrations from the front lines, but had something to communicate. Most of them, however, were inclined to listen intently, hoping for a swift dismissal. You are unfortunate, all of you belong to me. I possess the right to trade you, and I have the authority to execute you at this very moment. Awakened from their stupor, the slaves now chose to think, which filled them with trepidation as they anxiously listened, cautiously speculating on the Khal's next command. Of course, I also have the right to set you free. All the slaves lifted their heads, pondering whether the Khal had lost his mind, even hoping he might indeed be mad enough to grant them their freedom. Yet, to attain freedom, one must pay the requisite price. Most slaves bow their heads, their keen intellects aware that matters are not so simple. Only a few maintain their gaze, attentively listening. Alas, you are not female slaves, unable to be sold to the cities of Yonkai or Lizzie, where they would instruct the women in the art of love, teaching them 7 distinct modes and 16 different positions, training them to become concubines or bed slaves. Perhaps it was Khal's lewd remarks that stirred the slaves' hormones, causing them to listen with a hint of excitement, while some, who once had families, wore expressions of heightened terror and unease. You are destined only to be sold into labor that the locals disdain, sent to the scorching mines, to toil alongside thousands of other slaves, relentlessly extracting gold and silver. Yet, the wealth that passes through your hands never truly belongs to you. After all, you are slaves, possessing not even your own lives. Some may suffer burns. Others may perish from exhaustion, hunger, disease, or plague, living in inhuman conditions, praying day and night to the deities for mercy to end your suffering with death, longing for release from this wretched existence. Of course, among you, there may occasionally arise a fortunate soul, a slave favored by fortune, destined to become a gladiator for his master, only to swiftly meet his end in the arena, fighting beasts, leaving not even a bone behind in this world. Mogo rode over the heads of the slaves, calmly proclaiming, "Is anyone willing to hear my price? The price for freedom." Silence enveloped the slave camp. No one responded, until one person rose, followed by another, and soon the majority stood in unison, raising their hands. Witnessing this scene, Mogo smiled, delight spilling forth as he said, "Do you see the city of Khal? Prepare yourselves, await my command, and charge the walls to retrieve 3 enemy heads for me, and you shall be free." The slaves calculated their gains and losses in their minds. A tall slave, with amber skin, approached Mogo's horse and spoke in a language he could not comprehend. Alvar leaned in and softly explained, "This is High Valyrian, albeit with a heavy accent. Combined with his appearance, it is evident he is a Giscari. However, the current Giscari are the mixed descendants of conquerors, living in the slave bay, and they are well aware of the fate that befalls those who become slaves." Observing Khal's displeased expression, the elder hastily added, "He is inquiring if he could exchange his freedom for that of his wife and son, offering to bring back 6 enemy heads for you." Upon hearing Alvar's translation, Mogo leaned down, fixing a serious gaze upon the Giscari's eyes and replied, "Masters are willing to pay double for female slaves and triple for boys under 10, while I require only 3 enemy heads from you, 1 woman and 2 boys." Chapter 14. The nobles of Khal, the buyers of the Unsullied, generally merged them with their existing armies, integrating them according to their previously established military organization and regulations, allowing their own officers to manage them. However, in most instances, the command structure of the buyers' forces pales in comparison to that of the Unsullied. The same holds true for the city of Khal. Had it not been for the several officers sold alongside the Unsullied, the garrison would struggle to maintain its cohesion. "Bog! Bog, what color are you today? Once the Dothraki savages outside the walls have retreated, I shall procure all the maidens in Khal's finest brothel for you. Ho ho. Their first night shall belong to the Bog, and the second can be ours. Oh, the black goat, the stench emanating from the Dothraki is unbearable, rendering me unable to continue drinking. I feel nauseous. Ugh." For 9 days, the Dothraki have besieged the city without making any attempts to storm its defenses, allowing the noble officers of Khal to revert to their old ways. Perhaps the psychological strain of war has intensified some of their vices. Whenever the garrison commander, Salo Kota, attends a meeting or banquet organized by the highborn, they indulge in revelry and drink to excess, mockingly deriding an Unsullied officer adorned with a spiked helm featuring 3 protrusions. The Unsullied's attire is devoid of any embellishments. A tailored tunic, a short sword, 3 long spears, a shield, and a spiked helm constitute their entirety. The number of spikes on the helm signifies the wearer's rank, with 3 spikes indicating a high-ranking officer. Witnessing the Unsullied officer steadfast in his duty, unperturbed by their ridicule, only serves to infuriate the noble officers of Khal further. Commander Salo Kota placed great trust in the Bugs, promptly revoking the command authority of the noble officers upon his appointment, transferring it to the unsmiling Bog before him, adorned with 3 spikes. The inebriated noble officer of Khal, swaying unsteadily, rose with a ghastly countenance and slurred words, "Bog, Bog, know this, it was my father who purchased you. Answer your ancestors' queries. What color are you today, gray, yellow, or white? From the moment they were bought as slaves, the Unsullied lost their names. Each day, they draw a name from a barrel at random to determine their identity for that day. Each name tag contains 2 words, one denoting color and the other signifying bug. The noble sought to grasp the bug, but the excess of alcohol dulled his senses. Perhaps it was the malevolent aura emanating from the insect that intimidated him, leaving him to foolishly squawk like a hen, persistently hurling scornful taunts. When you were castrated, was everything removed cleanly? Did you feel any regret when they reduced your manhood to ashes? I have heard that on the day a boy is castrated, he is given a puppy to raise. And at the end of the first year, he must strangle the puppy. If he fails to do so, he will be killed. Insect. You have received the spiked helm of the innocent, yet you have not become dog fodder. How truly cruel you are. The insect ignored the impotent screamer. Yet the officer's companions understood that the defense of the city still relied on the innocents, and they hurried to restrain the now deranged noble officer. However, this was insufficient to calm him. His father was the most powerful noble in the city of Kor, and the lowly insect had usurped his status and stolen his achievements. Thus, he continued to approach the insect's dark visage, gritting his teeth as he spat. What was it like that day when you donned a silver mask and entered the slave market to purchase a newborn, only to kill him before his mother? The compensation you paid to the slave owner must have felt quite satisfying. Ha ha. As he spoke, the Kor officer found amusement in his own words. Erupting into a maniacal laugh, the officer of the innocents cast a glance towards the pitch-black expanse beyond the city walls, then descended from the ramparts with the poise of a soldier, still ignoring the noble officer. Trained since the age of 5, he had long since lost any semblance of emotion or self. Yet, if he were to apply his military knowledge as counsel, he would realize that this defense was lacking in experience. For instance, it would be prudent to periodically throw torches outside to illuminate the area and prevent a nighttime raid by the enemy. But he was merely a white worm devoid of personality and feeling, obediently following the commands of those in command. Within the courtyards of the high nobles, the entire estate was guarded by the innocents, surrounded by towering brick walls 12 feet high. Evergreen gardens and flowering trees encircled a marble pool, in which stood a statue of a handsome, elegant boy, carved from painted marble. The occasional barking of dogs hinted at a kennel hidden in the backyard. In the residential banquet hall, long white candles illuminated the space as if it were day, and a magnificent tapestry depicting the 3,000 brave warriors of Kor hung on the walls, woven from wool, silk, and threads of gold and silver. Regarded by the nobles as a family heirloom, young girls and noble women, their silk skirts rustling, filled the air with laughter, while a strong scent of perfume wafted about. Let us pay tribute to Commander Seokotes, they proclaimed, for it was his wisdom and bravery that kept the Dothraki savages at bay. The master of the courtyard was short in stature, an older, portly man with a balding head, doused in perfume and clad in yellow silk adorned with golden tassels. He raised his wine goblet, loudly amplifying the atmosphere. Yet, Seokotes was not pleased. The current tranquility felt akin to the calm before a storm, for the Dothraki, unlike rampaging bulls, had not yet launched a direct assault, and that was the most terrifying prospect of all. Yet he, too, hailed from a lineage of high nobility, compelled to maintain a tenuous alliance with the voracious vermin before him. After all, the pure ones were procured at the expense of the aristocracy. Let us once more raise our goblets in celebration, for the followers of the Black Goat have thwarted the nefarious schemes of the followers of Laurel. Selokot's complexion was ashen and weary, a testament to his willingness to attend the banquet. He sought to caution the highborn, for the followers of the Light King Laurel still lurked within the city, quietly amassing their strength. The turmoil of the heretics at dusk was likely a mere diversion, concealing their ulterior motives. Esteemed nobles, I implore you to set down your goblets. Let us together besiege the Black Goat for the safe return of the Kor fleet, to ensure their successful landing and deliver a crushing blow to the Dothraki. The Black Goat still watches over the city of Kor. At this moment, Selokot yearned to hurl his goblet at the bald-headed master, that corpulent and foolish face. How audacious to proclaim the military secrets of the fleet's landing amidst such a public gathering. Moreover, communication with the fleet had been severed for 3 days prior. Yet these parasites simplistically assumed the fleet was tirelessly advancing northward, oblivious to other concerns. After all, it was entirely reasonable for news to be obstructed, given that Kor was besieged by the Dothraki. Yet the Dothraki lacked the capacity to besiege the water gate near the Chien River. The highborn countered that the Dothraki had no fleet and posed no threat. A profound sense of helplessness surged within Selokot, and in a moment of despair, he raised the wine jug to his lips and drank deeply. "Oh, Khal, a city that has known no war for 4 centuries. What shall I do to save you?" Chapter 15. The unbelievable. The night sky resembled the exquisitely woven tapestries of the Khal people, yet alas, it was devoid of the shimmering celestial gems that typically adorn it. The relentless river meandered through the dense shadows of the trees, with only the rustling leaves whispering in the wind to capture one's attention. Enveloped in darkness, flickering torches intermittently illuminated the banks of the Chien River, where captives, under the watchful gaze of Dothraki wielding sharp blades, toiled in silence to excavate the earth. In the inky blackness, a seemingly endless convoy extended towards the foot of Khal. Before the city of Khal, it was eerily quiet, shrouded in gloom, where even distant figures were indistinguishable. A group of somewhat robust captives, with twigs clenched between their teeth and bound together by coarse ropes at their waists, moved silently towards the base of the city walls, their keen eyesight leading the way as they bore the weight of the earth. They were cautioned to remain calm, to slow their pace, and to avoid alerting the sentinels atop the walls. Mogo personally supervised alongside the officer over and Sorrow, ready to adapt to any unforeseen circumstances. As the night deepened, the sound of the war horses' hooves was too conspicuous, prompting all 3 men to dismount and proceed on foot. Upon hearing Khal's orders, Sorrow turned to fulfill the command, while Over gazed upward, barely able to discern the faint glow of the fires atop the walls, whispering, "Khal, compared to other defenseless cities, Khal is indeed favorably situated. The Chien River acts as a formidable barrier, allowing passage only via this grand bridge, while the Khal forest presents countless obstacles." Mogo extended his whip, indicating the majestic bridge before them, and spoke with an unruffled demeanor. "When we previously journeyed to the Darkflow River, we circumvented Khal. At that time, I pondered how 3,000 unsolid could stand against Dothraki cavalry with their backs to the city walls. Observing the terrain here clarifies everything. It is precisely this advantageous position that has lulled them into complacency. They have not even constructed basic defensive works like moats or chevaux de frise before the walls." Gazing at the meticulously repaired and splendid bridge, Over appeared to ponder, unable to suppress a chuckle as he smoothed the creases on his face. Regaining his composure, Khal controls the vital trade routes of the east and west. The mines of the Targaryens are consumed by commerce and gold. Wishing only to fill the Chien River to facilitate trade, utterly indifferent to the additional purposes bestowed upon it by the Valyrians during the city's construction, let alone the fortifications you mentioned. As time gradually passed, Mogo, with his extraordinary vision, discerned the indistinct figures of unsolid sentinels atop the walls. Had the night been clearer, they might have noticed the earth mounds gradually rising beneath the wall. During the night, illuminated by the bonfires atop the walls, he also observed several inebriated soldiers urinating over the edge, hurling insults. As dawn approached, casting a pale light on the 2 walls partially buried in earth, Mogo realized that their assault on Khal was assured. Moments later, whether it was the increasing height of the earth that drew attention or the growing light of day, the sentinels discovered the excavation teams outside the city. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Amidst the piercing cries, a commotion arose atop the city walls. Ever since the Dothraki had ventured eastward, Over had scarcely enjoyed a moment's respite, an arduous burden for someone of his years. His visage bore the marks of fatigue. Pallid and drained, yet he mustered the strength to inquire, "Khal, shall we cease the earth-filling operations?" Mogo disregarded the elder's words, his gaze fixed on the panicked laborers. His expression impassive as he bellowed without hesitation, continued the filling. "Forward, the enforcers, any who dare retreat shall be slain." He then hastened towards the distant war horses. Vaulting onto one and continued to command, "Advance the Wooden Shield Brigade, move forward 150 paces." The Wooden Shield Brigade comprised dismounted Dothraki cavalry, bearing large wooden shields, tasked with advancing towards the city walls to engage the archers concealed behind the parapets, their purpose to shield the captives as they continued their labor. As arrows rained down sporadically from the battlements, the unarmored captives fell, blood staining the earth. The frightened captives, in a state of panic, abandoned their burdens of earth in a desperate bid for escape. The ropes tethered to their waists became the source of chaos within the ranks. Twigs, soaked in saliva, were spat upon the ground. Cries of alarm and anguished screams filled the air. Witnessing this tragic scene unfold, Mogo urged his steed forward, shouting, "Enforcers, sever the captives' bindings. Any who retreat or flee shall be executed." As heads fell one by one, the earth-filling operation could proceed unimpeded. Observing the mounds of soil, transported from the riverbank, Mogo called out to the Dothraki cavalry stationed behind him, "Quickly relay my orders, bring back the digging crew from the riverbank to supplement the earth-filling team." The captives tasked with excavating at the banks of the Chien River were mostly the elderly, women, and children, posing little threat, needing no cover from enemy patrols, and benefiting from the assistance of livestock, thereby operating with remarkable efficiency. The sooner the soil could be filled within 5 meters of the city wall, the fewer lives would be lost. There was no rush, no urgency. Mogo gripped the reins tightly, striving to suppress his eager anticipation. It was likely that Khal lacked formidable weaponry such as crossbows, a revelation made by the officer Over. For 9 days, the Dothraki had not idled. Over had surveyed the ground outside the city and found no wild grasses, trees, or peculiar rocks, none of which could serve as markers for crossbow measurements. The labor of filling the city would pave the way for an assault by the army, while also depleting the enemy's archers of their arrows and stamina, testing the strength of their artillery. As expected, arrows were indeed loosed from the battlements, yet no giant bolts or stone projectiles, more lethal in nature, were observed. As the wooden shield brigade advanced within 150 paces, engaging the archers on the walls, the absence of artillery fire became apparent, and the wooden shields proved adequate against ordinary arrows. Mogo could not help but ponder whether the enemy was merely biding their time or if the garrison of Khal was unaccustomed to defensive measures, preoccupied solely with maintaining order within the city. As time flowed by, the city guard left him profoundly disappointed. The entire garrison seemed to have just awakened, displaying a complete lack of organization and discipline. The enemy did not even launch a rocket attack on the wooden ramparts. It was as if the mud had been wasted. Did the enemy commander not stand upon the city walls? A bold thought burrowed into Mogo's mind, refusing to dissipate. In truth, the garrison commander, Salo Kota, was indeed not present on the walls. Typically cautious, he had indulged too much in drink at a banquet, seeking solace in inebriation. It was only when the alarm rang throughout the city that he roused himself from a woman's bed. Moreover, Mogo harbored a misperception regarding the purists. Their individual combat prowess and organizational discipline were above reproach. Yet, they remained mere instruments of war, akin to the curved dagger, spear, or bow in one's hand, tools devoid of thought, destined to follow the direction of their master's hand. The city-states of free trade favored acquiring purists not only for their absolute obedience and fearlessness in the face of battle but also to serve as guards for protection or to patrol and maintain order. After all, purists would never commit robbery or act indecently. Despite their strength, purists possessed little autonomy. Their every action in warfare was entirely contingent upon their master. Chapter 16. The battle for the city walls. As dawn broke, the battleground was marked by the scars of conflict. Outside the city walls, mounds of earth reached nearly 6 meters in height. Upon the order for retreat, the captured soldiers tumbled and crawled away from the fray. The river Kingan delineated the boundary between life and death. A haunting juxtaposition of crimson and alabaster permeated their nightmarish visions. Mortality is the fate of all mortals, and existence is but an ephemeral illusion. Mogo, astride his steed, brandished his whip and faced the 3,000 lined-up slave warriors, proclaiming with fervor, "Warriors, what I seek from you is not merely valor in battle but the will to survive and pursue freedom. Bring me the heads of free enemies, and I shall absolve you of your debts. Warriors, the gods of the world shall stand with you." The horn sounded, and the once quiet slave warriors erupted into a cacophony of roars, stepping forth towards the city of Khal, their formation surging like a relentless tide. Undeterred by the rocky shores ahead, archers atop the battlements readied themselves, unleashing a torrential rain of arrows that plunged into the dense ranks of the slave warriors. Lacking armor, they were met with piercing screams, as those at the forefront fell like wheat before a tempest, chaos reigning supreme. More critically, the onslaught of arrows instilled fear among the slave warriors, their ferocity dissipating, courage waning, leaving them momentarily paralyzed. The brave pressed on, the hesitant faltered, while the timid retreated. At that juncture, from the rear of the slave ranks, a contingent of Dothraki cavalry brandished their curved erect blades, charging forward with a fierce howl towards the beleaguered ranks. This marked the first charge of the Dothraki since the onset of battle, their blades glinting ominously amid the bloodshed, a stark warning to the indecisive. The horn blared once more, igniting a ferocious resolve in the slave warriors, their bloodshot eyes reflecting their fighting spirit as they surged once again towards Khal. The air was thick with screams, cries of agony, and the splatter of blood. Everywhere they looked, there was carnage and lifeless bodies. Pale-faced officer Ofer weakly remarked, "Khal, the situation appears rather dire." Mogo instinctively frowned, his gaze icy as he stifled his discontent, responding, "During the siege, the enemy lacked such coordination and strategy. Unless the Khal garrison harbors compassion for their fellow captives or is concealing their strength, it can only signify that the enemy's commander has recently arrived. The slaves are simply unfortunate. Khal! Before Ofer could continue, Mogo interrupted with a wave of his hand, signaling for the Dothraki cavalry to carry away the weakened elder. He added, Officer, your foremost need now is rest. Do not fret, this is but a minor setback. The gods remain on our side, and victory is assured. No army crumbles after losing a third of its ranks. That is the mark of an elite force. The slave warriors, in contrast, could not be deemed an army. They had not received unified training, spoke disparate tongues, and were strangers to one another, devoid of empathy. Each slave fought solely for their own survival, indifferent to the fates of others, which rendered them both ferocious and vulnerable. A Discar slave struggled to rise, blood seeping from a wound on his back, inflicted by a cruel blade. Before him, the slave warriors trampled one another in a desperate scramble to ascend the city walls and embrace their fate. He stood there, momentarily paralyzed, grappling with uncertainty. Yet a singular thought echoed in his mind: this group is unreliable. Behind the walls, the Unsullied engaged in battle with a refined and loose infantry formation, enabling the warriors to respond with agility and effectively wield their short swords and shields in coordinated attacks, while ensuring resilience against flanking assaults. Outside the walls, the slaves who ascended the battlements were swiftly cut down by the enemy and hurled back, only for a new wave of slaves to surge forward in a frenzy, many of them stumbling and being trampled in the chaos. On the earthen mound, the bodies of slaves piled high, extending down to the base of the walls, while a stream of blood flowed slowly beneath the corpses, creating a veritable hell on earth. As he observed the dwindling number of slave warriors crowding outside the walls, Mogo remained calm, his mind sharp as he rallied the spirits of over 1,000 Dothraki warriors standing in formation. Dothraki warriors, I could lead you back to the shores of Dothraki in triumph, but I am not one to cower in fear. The Targaryens have desecrated the braids of our ancestors, flaunting them upon their spears, and even planted the trees of the coral forest upon our sacred plains, an utter humiliation. They have sent arrogant envoys to my camp, seeking to offer me gold in private, but I disregard their offers. We shall conquer Khal, and all Dothraki shall reap the rewards of gold. This shall be a testament to your valor. Every sacrifice shall be honored, and every funeral will be grand. Undoubtedly, this will be regarded as supreme glory upon the Mother S mountain, witnessed by the heavens, and met with utmost reverence. Great Khal, Mogo Khal, Mogo Khal. A fervent breeze swept through the Dothraki camp, igniting the fierce hopes reflected in their eyes. Mogo raised a specially crafted long-handled scimitar, his towering figure brimming with boiling blood. I shall forge a golden crown from the gold of Khal, and I will mount the heads of the Targaryens upon our spears, creating a thicket denser than the coral forest. With Khal leading the charge, 1,000 warriors followed, their fervent battle cries echoing like a roaring torrent. As over 70,000 Dothraki tribes surged forward, invigorated and resolute, sweeping towards the walls with an unstoppable momentum. The weary and tense defenders atop the walls were momentarily daunted by the overwhelming cacophony of their advance, until the commander's furious shout broke through the haze, rallying them to draw their bows. Arrows flew chaotically into the Dothraki ranks, most being deflected by their leather shields, with only a handful of warriors struck. Outside the walls, the mound of bodies nearly reached the battlements, and Unsullied, having thrown his spear, had yet to discern if it struck true when he was met by a towering figure wielding a blade, instinctively raising his round shield in defense, while another comrade lunged forward with a short sword to execute a flanking attack. With a resounding crack, the shield shattered, and the massive curved blade cleaved into the spiked helm of the Unsullied, blood gushing forth like a fountain, ushering in a tempest of gore. Another Unsullied short sword struck flesh but failed to penetrate. Mogo, encircled by the encroaching Unsullied, did not retreat. Instead, he advanced, his powerful arms wielding the long-handled scimitar with vigor, sweeping it horizontally with force. Severed limbs and splattered blood tore through the formation of the Unsullied. As the following Dothraki surged forward, Mogo resembled a sharp arrow, charging relentlessly, akin to a searing blade piercing through cold butter. The Unsullied's calm and disciplined battle formation appeared feeble under his fiery onslaught. The keen edge of his blade flashed like lightning, cleaving an Unsullied in two before him. Nevertheless, the Unsullied exhibited their characteristic fearlessness in combat, maintaining formation and launching relentless assaults, fighting to the last breath. Now, it was a matter of exterminating the Unsullied or locating the commander who held sway over them. Regrettably, the cautious garrison commander, Salo Kota, had issued orders for the Unsullied to hold fast the moment the Dothraki scaled the walls and swiftly retreated to the inner city. Chapter 17. The fall of the city. Faced with abandonment, devoid of support, and caught in a vice-like grip, the Unsullied did not crumble, surrender, or raise their hands in capitulation. Alas, The number of unsolid stationed in the outer city to contain the Dothraki was limited, and the battle did not endure for long. How should the Khal be dealt with? Clearing the archery towers, Khal beheld the Khal archers and conscripted laborers, already kneeling in surrender, uncertain of how to proceed. Mongo's response was chillingly resolute. Once we have confiscated their weapons and armor, we shall sever their hands and send them back to inform the Khal. Khal bowed in obedience, certainly not questioning Khal's intent behind such an act. The Dothraki had no time to manage prisoners, and the Khal choice to surrender indicated their lingering hope for survival. Thus, they must not be driven to utter despair. Soldiers with severed hands would no longer partake in battle, and the Khal would need to allocate personnel to tend to these injured soldiers. When the Dothraki assaulted the inner city, they would confront fewer foes and more disorganized attacks. Khal opened the city gates, allowing more troops to enter. Mongo stood atop the archery tower, gazing into the city, his blood-red curved blade pointing towards the shimmering surface of the lake within. I want you to lead your men along the city wall's passage and seize the water gate. No vessel must leave the city. Khal City was a circular stronghold with a diameter of less than 3 kilometers. Divided into 2 rings, the inner city and the outer city. The inner city housed the opulent courtyards of the high-born nobles and grand, exquisite domed edifices of unknown origin, while the outer city comprised orderly residential quarters and bustling merchant markets. Both the inner and outer cities were encircled by walls exceeding 7 meters in height, with 4 main thoroughfares converging at the heart of the stronghold, intersecting in a square reminiscent of a celestial hub. Notably, in the southwestern quadrant lay an artificially excavated vast lake, where several merchant vessels docked. This body of water connected with the Chien River outside the city, extending into the inner city. Both the inner and outer city walls featured multiple water gates, should the outer city's water gate not be seized promptly. The highborn could escape Khal City by boat with their wealth at any moment. When the blood-soaked Mongol emerged from the archery tower, the Dothraki warriors upon the walls erupted in fervent cheers. They understood that it was under the leadership of this young Khal that they had achieved a monumental victory with minimal casualties. After 4 centuries, the Dothraki had penetrated the city of Khal, which had once brought them ruin. Mongo lifted his gaze to witness the Dothraki, their expressions aflame with excitement, their feral eyes brimming with the desire to plunder. He immediately raised his curved blade, stepping forward, and bellowed, "Silence!" The Dothraki fell into a hushed stillness. Mongo, the mightiest and most ferocious warrior of the tribe, had long proven himself through numerous acts of valor. Surveying the crowd, he shouted with grave intensity, "Look at the barricades piled within the city and the still-standing walls of the inner city. Is this truly the time to revel in spoils?" His finger pointed at all the Dothraki, his voice as harsh and frigid as iron. "You, all of you, must heed my decree and await my command. I shall reiterate. Should anyone dare to question my decisions or my authority, I shall personally sever their head, extinguishing all doubt. It is a natural occurrence for nomadic tribes, especially one in the throes of ascendance, to wage war, expand their territories, and plunder livestock, slaves, and riches for their own enrichment. The Dothraki, on the continent of Essos and indeed throughout the world, are synonymous with barbarism, devoid of any semblance of civilization. Sacking cities and annihilating entire peoples is their customary practice. Yet, to massacre the civilians of Khal, to pillage their possessions, and to set their homes ablaze at this juncture would be an act of utter folly. The Dothraki, still struggling to establish their footing within the city, if they incite the fierce resistance of nearly 100,000 inhabitants, risk shedding their own blood today, and their elite warriors may well perish within these walls. Mogo's words subdued the Dothraki, quelling their unrest, and he asserted with unwavering conviction, "Who among you has endured greater toil and suffering than I? Whose honor is more deserving of the gods' recognition? It is I who lead you to triumph. It is I who have torn through the enemy's most formidable formations, slaying the greatest number of foes. How many blades have I withstood, all under your watchful gaze and the scrutiny of the heavens? All of this is for your honor, for your wealth. Have I not distributed the spoils of war, sharing the fruits of victory with you?" Observing that the Dothraki were now fully captivated by his presence, he proclaimed, "Word by word, the inner city shall fall. The wealth and treasures of Khal will ultimately belong to you." Upon hearing Khail's promise, the Dothraki erupted in thunderous cheers, a fervent excitement enveloping them once more. The walls of the inner city of Khal were entirely constructed of stone, towering approximately 8 meters high. Compared to the outer walls, they appeared not only adorned with vibrant banners and exquisitely arranged bricks but also more robust and formidable. At the base of the walls lay closely packed houses, The core garrison had neither dismantled nor burned these structures, leaving uncertain whether this would complicate the siege, as the alarm of enemy attack reverberated throughout the city. The residents of Kor hastily sought refuge within their homes, trembling as they prayed to the divine, while the audacious peered through the cracks of doors and windows, seeking to discern the unfolding situation. Witnessing that the Dothraki had entered the city without indulging in rampant pillage and slaughter, their anxious hearts calmed slightly, prompting them to destroy the statues of the Black Goat and incessantly curse the soldiers and noble elite sequestered within the inner city. The few who wandered the streets were merely homeless beggars and drunks, ever poised to seize the opportunity should turmoil arise within the city. When these individuals encountered the formidable Dothraki cavalry, they quickly scrambled to claim the future weirwood positions. Mogo Khal of the Dothraki Sea, a devotee of the Lightbringer, extends his respects to you. The sudden sound in the deserted alleyways instilled a sense of vigilance among the Dothraki. A figure gradually emerged, towering at approximately 7 feet. Adorned with a crimson hood that concealed a rotund abdomen, resembling a massive pebble, all shrouded in a scarlet robe. This was the Red Priest of R'hllor. The Red Priests, akin to priests among the followers of R'hllor, earned their title due to their frequent donning of loose-fitting, vermilion robes. The Dothraki cavalry advanced, encircling the Red Priest. As Mogo revealed the identity of the newcomer, he tightened his grip on the hilt of his dagger. In times of war, where friend and foe are indistinguishable, vigilance is paramount. The Red Priest, however, slowly extended his arms and opened his palms, indicating his surrender and lack of weapons. As the Dothraki warriors brandished their curved blades and lifted the crimson hood, they unveiled his skin, as dark as pitch, with white hair cascading like a lion's mane, and fiery tattoos sprawling across his cheeks and forehead. He was a Valyrian, a slave of R'hllor, though Mogo could not be described as a book lover, and presently had no books to peruse. He had often listened to the clerk, Ofer, recount the history, beliefs, and customs of Essos. The Red Priest before him, marked by the prominent flame tattoos on his cheeks and forehead, undoubtedly hailed from the Temple of R'hllor in Valyria. Only the Valyrians took pride in their Valyrian ancestry, generally preserving the tradition of tattoos, and it was they who marked their slaves to denote their purpose and status. While the devotees of R'hllor believed all were servants or slaves of R'hllor, in truth, the title of R'hllor's slave was merely one among many for the faithful. The Temple of R'hllor in Valyria is the largest in the world, purchasing slave children to raise them as priests or warriors. These fervent zealots, born of slavery, bear flame tattoos upon their faces, and it is they who are truly called the slaves of R'hllor. The tattooed Red Priest bowed deeply, his expression reverent, and spoke, "Esteemed Khal, I am a servant of the Lord of Light, Machiro." Chapter 18. Machiro the rising sun gazed upon the world, resembling a solitary eye. Mogo stared blankly at the robust man before him, yet the red-robed monk Machiro remained unfazed, even in the face of a sharp curved blade, maintaining an air of calm. "Servant of the King of Light, has your deity revealed glimpses of the future to you?" Machiro exuded an aura of detachment. His countenance and eyes betrayed no emotion whatsoever. The long night is dark and fraught with peril, yet the King of Light grants mankind the dawn. Mogo waved his hand dismissively, letting out a derisive chuckle. "Perhaps I lack the legendary power to resurrect the dead, but should a man stand before me, I can declare the hour of his demise, a fate from which even his god cannot rescue him." Machiro remained unperturbed, expressionless as he completed his chant. Presently, the followers of the Black Goat occupied the fortress, a position easily defensible yet difficult to assault. Meanwhile, the hand of the Holy Fire, guided by the King of Light, has infiltrated the enemy ranks, poised to open the gates during a moment of vulnerability, coordinating with your forces. The hand of the Holy Fire serves as the guardian of the R'hllor Temple, trained as warriors from a young age, purchased by the temple. They are known as the Holy Warriors of the King of Light, consistently numbering 1,000, replenished one for one with each fallen. Mogo remained silent, merely relaxing his grip on the hilt of his sword while his left hand caressed the reins. Throughout this time, whether in a prolonged siege or an assault on the ramparts, the strategies employed had not aligned with his expectations. A moment's negligence could grant the enemy a chance to counterattack, leading to the demise of countless Dothraki, perhaps even resulting in his own braid being ensnared upon the spear of the innocent. In warfare, the dominant side must not grant the enemy a moment as respite, otherwise, they may regain their rhythm and strike back, making it arduous to reverse the tide once it has turned. This anxiety gnawed at Mogo's mind, rendering his spirit heavy and embittered. The proposal from the red-robed monk, at certain moments, stirred something within him, prompting him to tighten his grip on the reins and direct his gaze toward Machiro, stating, "Servant of the King of Light, articulate your demands." Machiro's demeanor remained serene and gentle, as though all that surrounded him was of no consequence, yet even a deity possesses its own desires. After the prolonged summer, when stars weep blood and a chilling darkness envelopes the world, a warrior shall emerge, drawing forth a flaming sword from the inferno. That sword is the herald of light. The crimson blade of heroes, whoever wields it shall be the reincarnation of Azor Ahai, destined to banish the darkness. Mogo recognized that these words echoed a prophecy from the ancient Alsha scriptures, penned 5 millennia ago, foretelling that the King of Light would bring forth the rebirth of Azor Ahai when the long summer concludes and darkness descends, in opposition to his eternal foe. The god of cold. The religion of Rollo resembles dualism, believing in the existence of two opposing supreme forces or deities of good and evil within the world, with only the benevolent deity deemed worthy of worship. These contrasting forces often manifest in forms such as light and darkness, life and death. The King of Light, Rollo, embodies warmth and the essence of life, while his archnemesis is the god of cold, darkness, and death. The eternal struggle between them dictates the fate of humanity. In silence, Mogo observed the red-robed monk with a serene gaze, erupting into a pleasant laughter before speaking. Machiro, let us speak of practical matters. What is it that you desire? He understood that the King of Light, Rollo, is a true deity capable of revealing future visions through flames and bestowing upon mortals unique abilities, such as the power to resurrect the deceased. However, Rollo's magical prowess had yet to be restored, and at present, he was merely a figurehead of a more influential faith. Furthermore, the blood sorcerer of Kor and the god of the Black Goat had prophesied him as the king of mankind. Machiro's countenance resembled a sealed black wall. Betraying no emotion, neither sorrow nor joy, his expression remained placid, as the servant of the King of Light. I hope that Mogo Khal will ensure the safety of the lives and properties of the king as followers after the war. And I also aspire to establish a temple to the King of Light in Kor, permitting the freedom to preach. Once the red-robed monk articulated his requests, Mogo's expression seemed to brighten slightly. He detested when these missionaries spoke in cryptic, esoteric language. Rubbing the whip in his hand, he inquired, how many followers of Rollo are there in Kor? Fewer than 10,000, came the reply. There are indeed many, but none among the high nobility of the inner city. Mogo was somewhat taken aback by the influence of the Rollo faith. No wonder they could organize the burning of local deity statues, inciting the fierce discontent of the followers of the Black Goat. There are no high nobility, he confirmed. The faith of Rollo is most prevalent among the lower classes in the free trade city-state of Volantis, where many of its adherents are slaves or impoverished citizens. Mogo fell silent, lost in contemplation. After a prolonged moment, he lifted his gaze to meet the red-robed monk's eyes, his demeanor shifting to one of earnest seriousness. In the name of the god of horses, I swear that as long as the followers of Rollo submit to my rule, their lives and properties shall be safeguarded under my protection. Following our victory in war, the followers of Rollo shall gain merit for their participation, and they will be permitted to construct a temple in the inner city for their preaching. However, all Rollo followers in Kor must be registered, and they shall not enjoy any privileges. Should any follower act against the moral laws of Kor, they must be delivered to the city's authorities, and the priests of the Rollo temple will also face my scrutiny. With that, he urged his warhorse closer to the red-robed monk, his authoritative gaze locking onto Machiro's eyes. As the servant of the King of Light, can you ensure this? Machiro bowed his head, struggling to gather his thoughts, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, revealing the internal conflict that burdened him. After a prolonged silence, he finally lifted his head and solemnly stated, the servant of the Lord of Light consents to share in your victory. However, I must first report your request to the high priest of the Temple of the Lord of Light in Volantis. Mogo cast a cold, penetrating gaze at the red-robed monk for an extended moment, seemingly acquiescing to this notion, yet his expression betrayed a lingering dissatisfaction, soon replaced by an unmistakable aura of lethal intent. Machiro, acutely aware of the lethal resolve of the Dothraki KO before him, felt a chilling wind penetrate his very being. As beads of cold sweat soaked his back, his muscles tensed, and with a rigid expression, he declared, the servant of the Lord of Light is willing to assist you in seizing the city of Kor. After the war concludes, I shall promptly journey to Volantis to meet with the high priest and convey your request to him. Ha! Now this is what I desire, victory at any cost. The tension that had pervaded the atmosphere dissipated in an instant, as Mogo's visage transformed into one of joyous delight, bursting into laughter while clapping Machiro on the shoulder. As long as you can help me capture Kor, my promises to the followers of the Lord of Light within the city will remain steadfast. Likewise, as long as your high priest adheres to my demands, my commitment to the faith will also hold true. In truth, Mogo harbored no fondness for any deities of Essos or this world at large. He firmly believed that only those deities who could be of service to him were worthy of being called benevolent and righteous. He had little faith in R'hllor's divine power to resurrect all of his followers, but he was willing to give it a chance should the opportunity arise. Having contemplated these matters, Mogo kindly instructed the Dothraki to bring forth a warhorse. Once the red-robed monk Machiro mounted, Mogo smiled amiably and continued, "Now, we can engage in a more thorough discussion regarding the safety of the hands of the sacred fire and the faithful within the inner city. They are my virtuous subjects and esteemed vessels. You cannot imagine the depth of my concern for their well-being. The sooner we achieve victory, the sooner their safety will be assured." Chapter 19. The truths of Khal beneath a vast azure sky. Clouds build like silver waves rolling upon the sea, layers upon layers creating a majestic panorama. Mogo sat solemnly atop the city battlements, gazing at the expansive cloud formations. After a lifetime steeped in the sanguine chaos of battle, the surreal tranquility momentarily left him in a daze. It was only when he recalled his recent refusal of the Red Priest Machiro's proposal that a heavy gloom settled upon him. When will all the heroes of the realm fall into my grasp? The dearth of talent is palpable. He knew he must personally oversee the city of Khal to quell the arrogance of the Dothraki and maintain order, while Khal Sorrow was tasked with guarding the outer gates of the city. Just as he had managed a brief respite, he was summoned once more by the frail Elder Oval, who required urgent attention to the aftermath of the war beyond the walls. Otherwise, given the sweltering heat, the consequences would be dire. At present, the affairs within the city remained unattended, forcing him to allow events to unfold naturally, preserving the status quo. Should he acquiesce to the Red Priest's suggestion to pacify the city's inhabitants, it would be uncertain whether Khal would still belong to the Dothraki after the war's conclusion. Talent. Mogo wearily flicked the reins and descended from the battlements. As he moved, he felt the dull ache of his wounds subside and the tingling sensation of healing, thanks to the physical fortification from the 12 trials of the artifact. A foe's fierce blow could only leave him with a mere scratch what would take others over 10 days to heal. He could recover from in just a few hours. With a heavy heart, Mogo descended the city walls. "Khal, there is a familiar slave who wishes to see you." At the city gate, the pale-faced official over still bore a smile, standing beside a tall man covered in wounds. The elder slowly approached Mogo and whispered, "We have completed the tally of our fallen. Of the 3,000 slave warriors, fewer than 400 remain. This Discary is the sole survivor, who has returned with 3 enemy heads for you. According to our agreement, the debt between you and him is now settled. Yet he has other intentions. He seeks to exchange these 3 heads for the freedom of his wife and children, a promise you once made to him." Mogo naturally did not forget and nodded, scrutinizing the Discary before him. The man had a chiseled visage, with clear black eyes, a broad nose characteristic of his people, amber skin, and upright, reddish-brown hair, all stained with the evidence of battle, embodying the spirit of an indomitable warrior. "My promise remains forever valid." Mogo recalled the Discary from their encounter in the slave camp, fixing his gaze intently upon the man's eyes, repeating his previous words with deliberate emphasis. 1 woman, 2 boys. The Discary's anxious expression instantly relaxed. Although he did not comprehend the Dothraki language, he could read everything in Khal's eyes and lips. Once over-translated Khal's words into High Valyrian for him, the Discary finally broke into a broad smile. Mogo turned to the official responsible for translation and instructed, "Inquire of him his name and from which city-state in Essos he hails." The Discary people once basked in the glory of a magnificent history, their empire, the Discary Empire, standing as one of the oldest nations and civilizations in the world, dominating much of Essos. The emblem of this empire was the symbol of the Discary, the harpy. Thousands of years ago, Valyria discovered dragons and rapidly ascended to power. With the aid of these formidable creatures, they obliterated the Discary Empire, salting the earth of every inch of Discary territory with salt, sulfur, and the bones of the deceased, ensuring that no survivors would return. As a result of the Empire's annihilation, the majority of the true Discary bloodline has vanished. Yet the existing half-breeds proudly identify as Discary and have re-emerged in the distant Slaver's Bay. Amid the urgent utterances of High Valyrian spilling forth from the mouth of a Discary slave, the elder, Oath, furrowed his brow in concentration. It took him a moment to gather his thoughts before he translated and elaborated. The man was called Bazok, hailing from the city-state of New Discary, situated on a small island in the Bay of Tears to the south of Slaver's Bay. This city, symbolic of the Discary identity, is also the smallest and youngest among them. Bazok was once a free citizen of New Discary and had served in the Iron Legion for over 12 years. Due to Oath's declining health, He paused to catch his breath before continuing. During the zenith of the Giscari Empire, their most renowned feature was their disciplined legions, said to be invincible. In an effort to emulate the illustrious history of the Giscari Empire, New Giscari also adopted the legion format, naming it the Iron Legion, whose training and equipment closely resembled that of the Unsullied, aside from their warrior status. Upon hearing Ulf's translation, Mongo's gaze towards the Giscari Bezok ignited with fervor. It was no surprise that this man could return with 3 heads. He also noted Bezok's anxious demeanor and, understanding the urgency, decided to forego a lengthy conversation, instead adopting a congenial tone. What a valiant warrior! Let us hasten to reunite him with his wife and children, ensure that they are well looked after. He then leaned towards Ulf and whispered, "This is a remarkable talent. Find a way to retain his services for me." Under the blazing sun, a fiery hue radiated, akin to the secret language of life, bursting forth with power to cleanse the sins of the mundane world. In the city of Cohorn, the Unsullied guards at the city walls halted a tall, serious man with platinum hair and sapphire eyes. "Please convey to Commander Sailcoat that the scribe of the Highborn Assembly seeks an audience," he articulated with poise, his handsome features chiseled as if sculpted from stone, his voice smooth and pure like a gentle stream. At that moment, the somber Commander Sail Porter descended the wall and called out the man's name. Despite the many grievances of war, the sight of this striking figure reminded him of the beauty of the life he should cherish. Aslan Mikinin, of noble lineage from the Lycene aristocracy, bore the unmistakable marks of pure and robust Valyrian blood, particularly evident in his enviable, smooth, and fair complexion. Once, he was said to be a renowned artist in Lys, a sculptor whose work, the painted marble statue of a boy in the courtyard of the noble core, was created by Aslan and became a subject of praise among the inner city aristocrats. Alas, the deities often toy with mortals, and the Mikinin family fell victim to political strife in Lys, reducing Aslan from a nobleman to a mere slave, available for sale at will. During the subsequent auctions, he was purchased by the high aristocrats of Kor. Due to his esteemed lineage and eloquent demeanor, he quickly ascended to the role of a tutor within the noble households. When war broke out between Kor and the Dothraki, Aslan served as the scribe for the Council of High Aristocrats in Kor. Reflecting on these events, Sailcoat felt that even if the war grew more arduous, he would embrace it willingly. Consequently, his steps became lighter as he approached the Unsullied guards. Smiling as he said, "Aslan, is there something of great importance? I must inspect the city defenses." The clarity of his voice resonated like pure spring water in the ears of all present. Aslan, unhurried and courteous, replied, "Before dusk, the Council of High Aristocrats will convene in my lord's courtyard. I implore you to attend punctually." Chapter 20. Dusk. The twilight hues of the setting sun painted the flowing clouds with a crimson glow, gradually drifting away with the gentle breeze. The opulent courtyard of the highborn aristocrats was aptly situated beside the lake of the inner city. At this moment, the resplendent glow of the sunset melded seamlessly with the lake's shimmering waters, creating a spectacle of brilliance, as several deeply drafted commercial flatboats lay motionless at the crowded dock. "I would rather place my faith in mercenaries, devoid of loyalty and discipline, than trust the noble-born aristocrats, who, despite their esteemed lineage, are steeped in unyielding piety." The mocking tone and overly casual demeanor of Commander Sailcoat, stationed in Kor, rendered his servant in a state of panic, who swiftly turned to survey the surroundings, wary of the possibility that his master's reckless words might be overheard by those with ulterior motives. The highborn aristocrats would undoubtedly link the fall of the outer city with his drunken indiscretion at the banquet, seeking to hold him accountable. Yet, he had no choice but to bow his head in contrition to safeguard the power in his grasp. The fate of Kor could not rest in the hands of the aristocrats. He forced a smile, only to find it devoid of any semblance of respect. Engrossed in perfecting his smile, he remained oblivious to the loyal servant who had turned away, the flicker of anxiety in his eyes intermingled with a chilling dread. Outside the courtyard, Sailcoat's gaze scrutinized the innocent guards surrounding the estate, before he strode confidently into the courtyard enclosed by 12-foot-high brick walls. Passing through the golden-hued garden of evergreens and flowering trees, he beheld the reflection of the setting sun in the marble pool, and the statue of a painted boy bathed in a splash of blood-red light. Even the dogs in the kennel at the back ceased their barking. Within the courtyard, the handsome and graceful scribe, Aslan Mikinin, awaited with serene composure outside the hall. Upon catching sight of Sailcoat approaching, he hurriedly advanced to greet him. With a serious countenance yet an exceedingly warm tone, he grasped Sail's arm and advised, "My lord, both the master and the members of the council remain engulfed in the turmoil of the outer city's fall to the enemy. There may be some impassioned remarks. I beg your understanding." At these words, Salo Kota felt a slight comfort in his icy heart, managing to force a strange smile. Thank you, Aslan. Your encouragement has always uplifted me. At the banquet, you were the only one who endeavored to prevent my drinking. I regret not heeding your counsel. And I am aware that had it not been for your diplomatic intervention, this meeting regarding my accountability for negligence would have convened long ago. Seemingly convinced he had not done enough, Aslan's eyes reflected an expression of remorse toward his dear friend, and his clear voice carried words that warmed the heart. Salo, I am truly sorry. Had I been able to stop you from becoming inebriated last night, the outer city would not have succumbed to the Dothraki. It is entirely my fault for not being resolute enough. As he spoke, Aslan's handsome, fair visage displayed a look of hesitation and inner turmoil. After a moment of contemplation, it seemed he had finally resolved himself. Indeed, my young master expressed profound dissatisfaction regarding your immediate revocation of his command authority upon your assumption of office. Both the master and the members of the assembly have voiced their discontent over your directive to strip the core officers of their command, deeming it an act of unilateral power, which they consider to be a significant factor contributing to the fall of the outer city. Salo Kota felt a surge of blood rush to his head, his face flushed with anger as he stormed towards the assembly hall. However, he was met at the door by the innocents, armed with their spears, who halted his advance. Aslan hurried forward to mediate and persuade him. Salo, since the fall of the outer city, your authority has been curtailed. You may no longer enter the meeting directly. You must undergo inspection here and await notification. Salo Kota was filled with indignation and fury, yearning to unleash his pent-up grievances. Yet, ultimately, he was compelled to acquiesce under the emotionless gaze of the innocents and the blade of their scrutiny. Haggard and devoid of vigor, he resigned himself to the humiliating search conducted by the slaves. I am truly sorry, Salo, Aslan murmured, steeped in guilt as he stepped into the assembly hall to deliver the news. After a protracted period, Salo Kota was finally granted permission to attend the meeting. The hall was stripped of its former elegance, no longer adorned with white wax candles, the sounds of women's laughter, nor the lingering fragrance of perfume. All felt like echoes from a distant past. The once treasured tapestry, regarded as a family heirloom, had vanished without a trace. Salo Kota, you pitiful, foolish simpleton, the aging, diminutive, and balding lord of the courtyard, reeking of perfume to mask his repugnant odor, shakily rose to his feet and vociferously initiated the onslaught. Bitter resentment and rage swelled within Salo Kota, yet he was forced to suppress his feelings, mastering a strained smile. However, the forced grin and the unmasked fury in his eyes incited further irritation among the nobles. They had bestowed the power of city defense upon Salo Kota, and his gross negligence, not only succumbing to drunkenness leading to the loss of the outer city, but also daring to publicly accuse the noble assembly of untrustworthiness, was intolerable. How arrogant and ignorant he was to look down upon them, forgetting that he himself was a member of the elite. With this thought, the other nobles could no longer remain seated. They rose in unison to voice their reproaches. Does the Kota family possess no shred of dignity? Arrogant, greedy, and infatuated with power. Indeed, his deceased father was severely punished by the god of the Black Goat for his insatiable greed and obsession with sorcery. Truly, a family of monsters. The harsh words cut deep, and the forced smile on Salo Kota's face froze, transforming under the dim light into a visage of sheer rage. You, a congregation of corpulent decadents, devoid of faith, and utterly despicable parasites, are not but fools consumed by thoughts of power and wealth. You deem me a pitiable, foolish simpleton. And rightly so. Had I possessed greater cunning, I might have sold you all to the Dothraki, perhaps even securing a new governor of Kor. You label me a monster. And indeed, I must see to your execution, those of you who are irredeemably vile and deserving of your fate. Salo Kota's eyes blazed crimson, his visage edged with malicious glee as he let forth a desperate howl. Before he could fully unleash his fury, the sound of chairs crashing echoed through the chamber, accompanied by the clatter of goblets, silver platters, and scattered fruit, as the noble elite tumbled to the ground. A visceral pain surged through their bellies, akin to being pierced by searing blades, their throats releasing anguished wails. The remaining members of the assembly exchanged horrified glances before rising in alarm, pointing accusingly at Salo Kota and shrieking in hysteria. You traitor! How dare you resort to such vile treachery against us? Guards, seize this man! Upon hearing the cries, the fully armed Unsullied burst into the room, encircling Salo Kota with their spears, swiftly subduing him to the floor. Salo Kota lay powerless on the ground, offering no resistance, his mouth agape as he gazed in disbelief at the fallen nobles through the tables on the side. Call for a physician, quickly. The scribe of the noble assembly, Aslan, who had maintained a demeanor of solemnity and composure, now appeared equally bewildered and helpless. He stumbled forward in panic, clutching the body of the lord of the estate. His voice hoarse as he cried out with urgency. Chapter 21. The Staller and the Blood which the waning sun filtered through the dome, casting its final rays upon the assembly hall. As the guards ushered in the physician, he was met with a gruesome spectacle of death. The highborn lay sprawled in disarray around their toppled chairs, cups, silver platters, and spilled food littering the ground. Under the watchful gaze of the assembled crowd, Scribe Aslan cautiously delivered the lifeless body of the courtyard master to the hooded physician, before collapsing onto the floor, his expression vacant, as if the tragic demise of his master had rendered his heart utterly desolate. Witnessing this scene, the surviving nobles, having narrowly escaped the clutches of murder, were engulfed by a tumult of fear and indignation, clamoring fervently for the immediate execution of the conspirator, Salo Court. In his daze, Aslan seemed to hear their cries. Rising unsteadily to his feet, his steps faltering as he moved forward. With a sorrowful sigh, he regained his former composure and earnestly urged, "My lords, it is a great relief that you remain unharmed. The divine surely watches over Khal. I implore you to swiftly secure the city's defenses to prevent any opportunity for the lawless and the Dothraki." Upon hearing this admonition, the nobles' faces turned ashen with fear. Their eyes filled with wrath as they glared at the wretched Salo Court. Soon, they regained their wits. "Aslan, the traitor Salo Court has insidiously conspired against your master. The highborn assembly shall not let him escape justice. We entrust this courtyard to your care. The situation is dire, and we must contribute to the future of Khal." With these hasty instructions, the surviving nobles displayed an urgent eagerness to depart the assembly hall. From their previously timid expressions, a sudden glimmer of avarice emerged in their eyes, suggesting that their haste was likely driven by motives beyond merely safeguarding Khal's future. After the noble's departure, the hall was left with only the hooded physician, who continued his silent examination of the corpse. An oppressive silence enveloped the space. Beneath the dome, the twilight glow enveloped everyone, creating a strangely harmonious tableau. "Is this the tear of Rhys?" The physician's exclamation shattered the stillness. The unblemished guard held captive the wretched Salo Court, who abruptly lifted his head, his bewildered gaze revealing a spectrum of conflicting emotions. He recognized the tear of Rhys, a rare and exorbitantly priced poison. It was said to possess a sweetness akin to water, dissolving seamlessly in wine or water, undetectable to the senses. The poison would disrupt the victim's stomach, leading to a death akin to intestinal disease, leaving no trace behind. "Aslan McKinnon, did you concoct this?" Salo Court inquired impatiently. The friendship between noble and slave was as fragile as withered leaves, swaying precariously in the wind. True to its name, the tear of Rhys was indeed devised by the alchemists of Rhys, and Aslan McKinnon, seemingly unrelated to this affair, was likewise a scion of pure Rhys blood. The nobility of loyalty and respect lies in its unparalleled essence. The handsome and graceful Lysini neither stepped forward to acknowledge nor deny the accusations. The enigmatic words escaping his lips left Salo Court bewildered, as he opened the tightly shut doors of the conference hall. The pure and vibrant crimson twilight gently cascaded upon Aslan's figure. He held his head high, seemingly relinquishing all that he bore in that place, and walked out of the assembly hall with a composed gait. "Answer me, Aslan, how dare you conspire against your own master?" Salo Court, struggling under the grip of the guards, let out a desperate roar, fully experiencing the absolute obedience characteristic of the innocents. The court family, one of the few in the city-state of Khal, held the secrets of reforging Valyrian steel weaponry. After uttering the name of the poison, the previously silent hooded physician suddenly spoke. He slowly approached Salo Court, gently removing his hood with one hand, revealing a pale and terrifying visage. "You are the blood sorcerer B.S. Porter. It was you, wasn't it? Do you intend to sacrifice the lives of the highborn to the Black Goat to safeguard Khal?" Upon hearing Salo Court's exclamation, the blood sorcerer did not directly respond, instead continuing his monologue. "I remember having the honor of meeting your father 3 times. After speaking, B.S. Porter turned around, curiously selecting a clean chair, and sat down with a smile, continuing, "The first time I met your father was when—" "Oh, yes. Back then, I was not known as B.S. Porter. Others referred to me as Bachelor Paul, a scholar from the city across the narrow sea, residing in Khal. At that time, I was preparing to write a paper on Khal's casting techniques. Unfortunately, after asking too many questions during my investigation, I was publicly whipped 3 times and subsequently expelled from the city. The last time I encountered your father, he accused me of stealing a Valyrian steel weapon and severed one of my hands as punishment. The blood sorcerer proudly extended his right hand, showcasing his agile prosthetic. Do you know what secret I uncovered that day? Your father dedicated his life to creating weapons that could rival the craftsmanship of Valyrian steel. What a noble ambition. Yet merely possessing the reforging technique of Valyrian steel held by the court family was not sufficient. One must also master the art of forging Valyrian steel. All craftsmen balance and remove impurities from iron through repeated hammering, but Valyrian steel requires the application of certain arcane techniques, such as magical incantations. Magic is what renders this steel extraordinarily unique, yet your father firmly believed that blood sacrifice was the most exceptional forging technique for Valyrian steel. Salo Court's father had passed away when he was still a child. This was the first time anyone had recounted his father's story to him. His family, along with other nobles of Kor, spoke of his father with a reticence that was almost palpable. The blood sorcerer gazed at Salo Court, filled with curiosity. As the latter ceased his struggle and roar, displaying a yearning to listen intently, he slowly rose to his feet, advancing to lightly touch the other ass's lips with his prosthetic limb. Then, with a smile, he continued, "Indeed, much like your father, you outwardly resemble a human, yet within, you are proud, arrogant, and cold-blooded, interested only in what you deem worthy. You understand the concept of blood sacrifice, yet feel no sense of wrongdoing. Your father was the same. He slaughtered slaves for sacrifice, some of whom were mere infants. Thus, I often find myself feeling utterly alienated from you." Salo Court attempted to retort but discovered that he could not produce a sound, panic rising as he clutched his throat. Blood sorcerer B.S. Porter paid him no heed, returning to his chair with a grin, stating, "Since you chose not to defend the act of blood sacrifice nor offer comforting words to the deceased, henceforth, you need not utter any more trivialities. Simply listen quietly to what I have to say." It seemed the interruption of the narrative caused the blood sorcerer to forget his intended words. After a moment of contemplation, he resumed, "That clandestine blood sacrifice bore no fruit. The artisans of the Khal family voiced their opinions, asserting that forging Valyrian steel required dragon bones as material. Yet your father stubbornly insisted that the incantation for the sacrifice was flawed, claiming the blood of the slaves was not noble or pure enough." B.S. Porter appeared entirely engrossed in his recollections, murmuring, "My scholar's chain possesses 5 links, forged from bronze, silver, and gold. Moreover, I have delved deeply into the arcane studies of mysticism. Alas, I did not obtain the links. Which was precisely why I traveled to the free cities to seek vengeance and to engage with the forging techniques of Kor. This knowledge allowed me to effortlessly masquerade as the renowned blood sorcerer B.S. Porter. Soon, your father sought me out, wishing for my assistance in researching the blood sacrifice incantation. That marked our second encounter, yet he had already carelessly relegated me, this cripple, to the recesses of his memory. During that time, I intentionally misled him, igniting his obsessive fascination with mystical sorcery. The scholars known as bachelors study and train in the citadel on the continent of Westeros, across the narrow sea. Students initially admitted to the citadel are referred to as apprentices, striving to earn links upon their chains to become bachelors. These links are crafted from metals known to humanity, each representing a domain of knowledge. Bronze signifies astronomy and astrology, silver denotes medicine, gold represents economics, and the link corresponding to the study of mysticism is forged from Valyrian steel. They serve as proof of the bachelor's expertise in their respective fields. And should any metal be repeated upon the chain, it indicates profound mastery within that domain. The whispers of the blood which drove the mute Salo Court to madness. Yet, B.S. Porter paid him no heed, continuing, "The gods delight in tormenting mortals for their amusement. After your father became entranced by the arcane sorcery, one fateful day he nearly descended into insanity, claiming that the black goat had answered his sacrificial prayers, delivering unto him all that he desired. A merchant from Lys arrived in Kor, bearing 2 Valyrian weapons, seeking a craftsman capable of reforging them. Among these treasures was a Valyrian steel scimitar, its hilt fashioned entirely from dragon bone. The Lysian man possessed platinum hair, sapphire-like eyes, and skin as pale and delicate as porcelain. A striking testament to his formidable Valyrian lineage. None could rival his noble blood for the purpose of blood sacrifice." At this juncture, the blood which B.S. Porter emerged from his reverie, rising to confront the grotesque visage of Salo Court. Fixing his gaze upon the man's eyes, he declared, "The cursed house court deserves damnation, as do all the high-born noblemen sprawled upon the ground. They are tainted with wicked blood, committing heinous acts, utterly unforgivable, merely lacking the means to seek vengeance upon them. They all participated in that blood ritual aimed at deciphering the secrets of Valyrian steel forging. Now, the son of the Lysian merchant has come to enact retribution upon them." With a final roar of fury, The Blood Witch threw back his head in laughter and turned away from the assembly hall. At that moment, the setting sun bled crimson across the western horizon, staining the lake's surface with a sanguine hue, transforming it into an eternal memory of exquisite beauty. B.S. Porter stepped out of the assembly hall, the lingering rays of sunlight casting a hint of color upon his pallid face. In the courtyard, the son of the Lasian merchant stood quietly beneath the flowering tree, admiring the marble statue of a boy, vividly painted. He had exchanged his robes for splendid armor, gripping a spear whose tip resembled a flame, and adorned with an orange cloak that accentuated his youthful vigor. Ah, taking one last moment to admire your own sculpted creation before departing. You could easily request Mogo Khal to accept the city of Kor as a gift in accordance with the customs of the Dothraki. Khal would undoubtedly reciprocate with a generous offering. Yaslin turned with an air of ease and confidence, bowing respectfully to the Blood Witch. His handsome, graceful visage no longer bore the weight of solemnity, instead reflecting the radiant smiles of youth. Master, thank you. I have yet to share with you that this sculpture is indeed reminiscent of a boy I once knew, back when my family lived joyfully and whole in Lys. Noticing that he had inadvertently evoked his student as sorrowful memories, B.S. Porter swiftly changed the subject. Behold the magnificent garb of the Hand of the Holy Fire, truly befitting the holy warrior of the Lightbringer. Alas, I arrived too late, resulting in your being acquired by the Temple of Rollo, where you were subjected to grueling training as a warrior. Upon uttering this, the Blood Witch felt an urge to chastise himself. It seemed his student as life harbored no joyful recollections worth reminiscing. Yet Yaslin, understanding his teacher's nature, remained unperturbed, his face blossoming into an even more radiant smile. He reached out to pat the swords and daggers strapped to his back and declared, "Let us open the city gates to welcome the Dothraki horde. With these two Valyrian steel weapons, I shall offer my allegiance to the King of Men and fulfill my father's aspirations." The Blood Mage fixed his gaze upon the Valyrian steel sword behind the boy, letting out a sorrowful sigh. He, too, understood his pupil's plight and could only lament. Is this the harsh truth? To step beyond this courtyard, to slay the boy within, and bear the weight of familial duty, how cruel the gods can be. Chapter 22. The siege of 10 days. The night dripped itself heavily across the sky, shrouding the eyes of mortals, while the flickering torches illuminated the darkness, casting a glow reminiscent of daylight, breaking free from the shackles of the night. At this moment, within the city of Kor, flames erupted. In an instant, the cacophony of battle cries and anguished screams reverberated through the streets. The increasingly audible clash of steel set the steeds of the Dothraki into a frenzy, their restlessness palpable. The long, dark night was fraught with peril. Mogo gripped the reins tightly with one hand while the other drew a long, curved blade from his mount, his focus intent on the commotion within the city. He paid no heed to the Red Priest, Mahiro, beside him, who chanted prayers to Roller, beseeching strength. With a sound akin to thunder born of violent friction, the heavy gates of the inner city began to creak open. Mogo's heart raced with anticipation, believing that victory was at hand. Suddenly, an arrow flew from behind, striking the gatekeeper squarely in the back. The guards reacted swiftly, rushing forth to eliminate the remaining traitors on the spot. The thrill of excitement abruptly ceased as a torrent of commands flooded Mogo's mind, leaving him momentarily speechless, his raised whip falling slightly in bewilderment. The gate, now ajar just enough for a single person to pass, was on the verge of being slammed shut by the approaching guards. Mogo hesitated for a moment, but then a flash of insight struck him. He swung his whip with force and shouted, "Charge! Push open that cursed gate!" With that, he surged forward, his powerful steed, a robust red horse, galloping forth like an arrow released from a bow, racing towards the city below. In an instant, as he beheld the nearly closed gate, Mogo leapt from his mount with determination, his body colliding with the gate. The tremendous force of his impact caused the horse to let out a pained whinny, as it toppled heavily to the ground. With a thunderous crash, it was as if a dark tide had breached a barrier. The immense force flung the gate wide open, the violent tremor leaving Mogo momentarily dazed, a sharp pang of pain coursing through him. As the agony surged, he regained his senses. Looking around, he spotted a warrior who bore little resemblance to a Dothraki, closely following him. The man dismounted from his hesitant steed, charging with fierce momentum towards the gate. Illuminated by the firelight, it was evident that this figure was a large man with a brown complexion, his bare chest and belly marred by numerous scars. A long, curved erect hung at his side, and his tree-trunk-like arms strained as he pushed against the other half of the gate. With a mere glance, Mogo discerned that the brute was not particularly sharp-witted. In haste, he seized the erect from the man's waist, creating an opening for himself, and dashed to the other half of the gate, his blade descending upon the startled guards, toppling them one by one. With a resounding roar, The Dothraki cavalry surged into the city with unstoppable force. At that moment, the battle within the city was nearing its conclusion. The entry of the Dothraki shattered the last vestiges of morale among the defenders, sending them scattering in frantic flight, desperate to escape. Unsullied, kneel. Surrender to those who kneel. Do not kill. Mogo stood quietly and serenely upon the dark red ground, gazing in the direction from which the cries of surrender emanated. A cohort of armored warriors rushed among the city as soldiers, with a resplendent knight at the forefront, his face obscured by a mask. He raised a black staff, resembling a scepter, high above his head. Wherever he passed, soldiers knelt on one knee, bowing their heads in submission. Although a multitude of Dothraki cavalry had already surged into the city, the knight's piercing gaze swiftly locked onto a target within the throng of Dothraki, making his way directly towards Mogo. Mogo, with a physique as formidable as a mountain, stood out amidst the fervent hopes cast upon him by the other Dothraki. Akin to a pearl shining brilliantly in the night, captivating all who beheld him. Under the scrutiny of his profound gaze, the knight calmly removed his mask, revealing a handsome and graceful visage, and knelt before Mogo, presenting the staff with reverence, bowing his head as he spoke. Great Dothraki Mogo Khal. Welcome to the city of Khal. The people of Khal offer you their loyalty. The staff, shaped like a black goat and seemingly forged of iron, was adorned with intricate, inscrutable patterns. Regardless of its craftsmanship, the staff was undeniably a symbol of authority. Without hesitation, Mogo extended his hand, firmly grasping the staff that represented the command of the pure. This scene unfolded before the eyes of the Red Priest, Makiro, who had just entered the city. The flames cast their glow upon him, flickering with an enigmatic light, unnoticed by the crowd. The astute Mogo also took note of the orange cloak draped over the knight's shoulders and the spear at his feet, its tip resembling a flame in ardent bloom. He recognized this man as a member of the Hand of the Sacred Fire, concealed within the inner city. You are a follower of Roller, Mogo remarked, his expression growing serious as he cast a glance at Makiro. After a moment of contemplation, seeming to grasp some understanding, he turned back to the knight with a gentle smile. Do the servants of the divine, the holy warriors of the temple, bow low before mortal kings? The knight, taken aback by the inquiry, lifted his gaze, deliberately avoiding Mogo's eyes, yet he did not shy away from the question. Responding directly, the King of Light worships the one true God, yet belief in the divine requires only faith. None among the faithful possess divinity, but are merely mortals. All mortals must show respect to human kings. Before the King of Light summons us to serve, we must dwell under your protection, for we are all your subjects. As he spoke, observing Mogo's continued silence and smile, the knight's eyes radiated an unwavering determination, and he continued with resolute words, as long as your scimitar is sharp enough, your armor strong enough, and your warriors loyal as blood, flourishing like the Dothraki sea, you shall surely withstand the chilling darkness and carve through the flames that determine life. Upon hearing this, Mogo erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, My brave warrior, what is your name? Aslan McKenning, the knight promptly replied. Mogo did not respond directly. Instead, he sidestepped the warrior, raised the staff in his hand, and, utilizing a modicum of Valyrian, bellowed, Unsullied, heed my command. Rise and seize your weapons. Before him stood a regimented and formidable army, moving in synchrony like a well-oiled machine. Mogo felt an overwhelming sense of security and trust as he continued to proclaim, Obey my orders and eradicate all the Khorite soldiers defending the city. Amidst the gasps and cries that filled the air, Mogo turned to gaze at the astonished and conflicted Aslan, who understood the gravity of the situation. With a knowing smile and a nod, Mogo declared, I once faced the Holy Mother Mountain, swearing an oath to the womb of the world as late, and to the god of war. Should the city of Khor refuse to submit to me on the day of its fall, I shall ensure the annihilation of every last follower of the Black Goat. Now, if you can open the gates and surrender the city, I am willing to spare the innocent 100,000 Khorites beyond the city walls. This is the greatest mercy I can offer. Facing Aslan, whose complexion had turned pale and who seemed at a loss for words, Mogo waved a hand, indicating that he should refrain from counsel. He then approached the Dothraki cavalry behind him. Dothraki warriors, I once promised you that upon conquering Khor, all Dothraki would receive gold, and I shall share with you the riches and treasures of the inner city of Khor. Upon hearing the promise made during the war, the Dothraki erupted into fervent excitement. As the sounds of their jubilation echoed around him, Mogo declared emphatically, Close the city gates. I grant you permission to pillage the inner city of Khor throughout the night, until the first light of dawn breaks. Oaths and promises are solemn affairs, especially those sworn upon the mountains and gods. Commitments made to one as soldiers are contracts that must be honored. Words must be trustworthy, actions resolute, otherwise, your words will become utterly worthless. Chapter 23. History and Truth. The continent of Essos spans an immense expanse, its true dimensions remaining a mystery, as no cartographic representation can encapsulate its entirety. This vastness has led the populace to delineate the continent into West Essos and East Essos, using the Bone Mountains on the eastern shores of the Dothraki Sea as a natural boundary. Among these, it is West Essos that is most familiar to the world. Any discourse concerning the history and culture of West Essos invariably intertwines with the Valyrian freehold. This civilization, recognized as the most advanced known to the world, boasts its capital, Valyria, as the grandest city within the known realms, serving as the epicenter of civilization. The Valyrian freehold operates as a city-state under slavery. Although it is sometimes referred to as an empire for convenience, it is neither a kingdom nor an imperial dominion. Individuals born free and possessing land wield a voice in governance. In truth, the empire is ruled by 40 noble families, each affluent, of noble lineage, and possessing formidable magical abilities, capable of commanding dragons. Within the glimmering walls of Valyria, these rival families engage in an endless, treacherous, and bloody struggle for power and glory. Yet, all splendor must eventually fade. The rise and fall of great nations is a commonplace historical phenomenon. The empire, steeped in blood and fire, met its own fiery demise. The doom of Valyria, a cataclysm of unknown origin, obliterated the proudest city in an instant, leading to the disintegration of the dreamlike empire it had once established. The sole families to escape the apocalyptic disaster were the Targaryens, who fled to the shores of Westeros across the narrow sea before the calamity struck. Residing there for over a century, it was not until Conqueror Aegon, alongside his sisters, mounted their dragons to conquer Westeros, that they initiated a dynasty that would endure for nearly 3 centuries. In the aftermath of the doom, the empire's collapse left a significant power vacuum, granting independence to its colonies and conquered territories. Thus began nearly a century of societal upheaval in West Essos, plunging the region into a chaotic free-for-all known as the Century of Blood. The nomadic Dothraki, hailing from the east, launched a formidable invasion, conquering and obliterating kingdoms such as the Kingdom of Sarna, along with other nations, colonies, and city-states. During this tumultuous time, Valyria's first colony, Volantis, proclaimed itself heir to the empire, resolutely intent on conquering the world and restoring the freehold. However, this ambition was met with immediate and fierce backlash. In the naval conflict at the Lake of Knives, the combined forces of Norvos and Khal triumphed over Volantis, dismantling its influence upstream on the Rhine River, and igniting revolts in the territories it had previously conquered. The relentless interventions and overwhelming participation of various factions culminated in a catastrophic defeat for Volantis, leading to a coup within its ranks, and the aspirations of conquest came to a disheartening conclusion. The Dothraki, having swept westward unopposed, encountered fierce resistance at the gates of Khal, suffering significant losses. With the defeat of Volantis and the successful resistance against the Dothraki for the first time, the tumult of the Bleeding Century gradually subsided, shaping the current political landscape of Essos. The Valyrian Empire, in its waning days, left behind 9 independent entities on the eastern continent, known as the 9 Free Cities, 8 of which are descendants of Valyrian colonizers. Unlike the other free trade cities, Braavos was never part of the Valyrian Free Bastion. Instead, it was established by refugees who escaped the enslavement of Valyria while the empire still stood. Approximately 8 centuries ago, a group of slaves tasked with rowing for a Valyrian fleet rose in rebellion. After seizing the fleet, they found themselves unable to resist the empire's dominion and sought to distance themselves from Valyrian influence, fleeing north across the narrow sea. Ultimately arriving at the northwestern tip of Essos, a cluster of islands often shrouded in dense fog, known as the Saltwater Lagoon. For the first century of Braavos' existence, its presence went unnoticed until the former masters of the runaway slaves had perished, at which point they sent ships to invite all nations to Braavos for the celebration of its 111th anniversary. Simultaneously, the city's Iron Bank, acting as its representative, sought diplomatic relations with the Valyrian Free Bastions, offering substantial reparations to compensate for the losses incurred when the fleet was seized. However, Braavos refused to pay for the value of their ancestors as slaves. The builders of the city had sacrificed their lives for freedom, vowing that no one from Braavos would ever be enslaved again. This staunch opposition to all forms of slavery became the first iron law of Braavos, leading to numerous conflicts with slave traders and their allies. In the dead of night, illuminated by firelight, the docks of Khal Lake resembled daylight. Dothraki cavalry and unsullied surrounded the area, for the merchant ships docked there, were laden with the wealth of the noble class of core. Esteemed Khal, with all due respect, you must not accept the fealty of the individual before you. This is Braavos, the secret city, the illegitimate daughter of Valyria. The most unique and powerful among the 9 free cities. The hidden truths behind this reality triggered a vehement reaction from the officer, Ofer, who cast furious glances at Aslan. Yet Mogo remained indifferent, silently examining the Valyrian steel sword in his hand, his expression unchanging. Any Valyrian steel weapon is a rare treasure, often possessing its own name or legendary tale. Among the heirlooms presented to him by Aslan was a Valyrian steel sword named Truth. Its narrative transcends that of a mere individual or a simple sword. It conceals the history of a 1,000-year-old family, its rise and fall. After a moment of silence, Mogo finally spoke. What a fine sword, though alas, it is too light for my taste. He brandished the Valyrian steel sword, making his assessment loud and clear. The thunderous voice echoed across the lake, relentlessly undermining the confidence of Aslan. Mogo wore a faint smile, silently observing the handsome, mature boy, whose visage laid bare his desolation, along with the ever-shifting complexity of his emotions. The lakeside succumbed to a profound silence. After a considerable time, a voice, seasoned and gentle, emerged from the darkness. The great Mongol Khal, I, B.S. Porter, pay my respects to you, and I wish to pledge my loyalty alongside Aslan. Upon hearing the blood sorcerer reveal his identity, Mogo was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the figure concealed within the darkened thicket by the lakeside was Bob Porter. In truth, among all the inhabitants of Coral City, this individual intrigued him the most, and he had longed to meet him. Prior to entering the city, he had issued 2 commands to the loyal Khal to prioritize the protection of the artisans and books within the city and to seek out the blood sorcerer, B.S. Porter. Since their arrival at the lakeside dock, following Aslan's guidance and seizing the merchant ship, this person had already been hidden there, yet could not escape Mongo's extraordinary sight. When Aslan presented the treasure ship and Valyrian steel weaponry, the blood sorcerer had scrutinized Mogo intently, a gaze that momentarily led him to believe that the man was an assassin. As the officer Ofer stepped forward, vehemently opposing Aslan's loyalty, this individual's gaze lingered on Aslan, revealing a profound affection filled with genuine concern and sorrow, emblematic of a deep bond between father and son, master and disciple. Mogo, valuing Aslan greatly, was equally curious about the identity of this man. He had merely cast a line in jest, only to reel in a remarkable catch. Chapter 24. Roger Mogo waved away the surrounding Dothraki cavalry, but upon seeing the Unsullied, who comprehended not a word of their tongue, he was momentarily struck dumb. Fortunately, the officer Ofer reacted swiftly. With his supplementary translation, Base Porter was able to approach Khal without incident. At that moment, Aslan did not wish for his mentor to be caught in a dilemma that contradicted his own desires. He hastily stood before the blood sorcerer, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions, and declared, Master, have you not intended to depart from the free cities and return to your homeland in Westeros? A gentle breeze swept through, silent as the grave. The lake's waters remained still, burdened by weary vessels, while the birds, tired from their flight, had long since returned to their nests. The solitary leaves would eventually find their way back to the roots. Base Porter gazed at his resolute student with a sense of relief and corrected him with a smile. I came to the free cities in pursuit of the path laid by the esteemed Maester Marwyn of the Citadel. Although I have received word that he has returned to Westeros, igniting in me a fervent desire to return and seek his wisdom on the arcane arts. My personal journey of exploration and study is far from complete. The resolve I set when leaving the Citadel remains unfulfilled. In the Citadel of Westeros, if a scholar's knowledge in a particular field is deemed masterful, he is bestowed with a ring, a staff, and a masked representative of that discipline, along with the title of doctor, as a testament to his expertise. Subsequently, the blood sorcerer sidestepped the student and faced Mogo Khal directly. After bowing in respect, he continued with an unguarded smile. The road to the east is fraught with peril. There is no safer choice than to accompany you. I trust that you will allow me to traverse the world's cultural treasures unimpeded. The implications of Base Porter's words were clear and unmistakable. Mogo, sword in one hand and a curved Valyrian steel dagger in the other, laughed heartily. Indeed, I had almost forgotten that Aslan has presented me with a Valyrian steel dagger. He raised both weapons high, crossing them in a gesture of contemplation, a subtle smile playing on his lips. The weight of these reforged weapons suits me perfectly. After all, the gods are ever on my side, and fate has decreed that we shall possess Kor, the very birthplace of artisans who master the art of reforging Valyrian steel. Having concluded his words, Mogo sheathed the Valyrian steel dagger at his waist, pointing the truth at the still Aslan. Yaslin, are you willing to pledge your loyalty to me? He waved away the officer who sought to interject. Ofer, do not forget the oath I once made to you. In due time, Braavos will not turn a blind eye to us. Before that moment arrives, we must strive to unite all our strengths and allies. Moreover, regarding Braavos, you have failed to grasp the crux of its power. The true strength of Braavos lies in its unparalleled naval fleet and its wealth that surpasses the combined riches of all other banks, along with the formidable reputation of the Iron Bank. Is it not precisely what I lack and require? After all, we are Dothraki. Subsequently, Mogo returned the truth to Aslan. His expression solemn, his tone measured, and with grave seriousness he spoke. Aslan Roga, I bestow upon you the truth, hoping that you will remember your oath and revive our family name. Now, pledge your fealty to me. Aslan placed the truth before him and knelt. Bending his right knee, I swear my loyalty to you. I dedicate my life and honor to Mogo Khal. I am your sword against adversaries, your steadfast shield for safety. In times of peril, I willingly offer my life, unwavering until death, in the name of the blazing fire, the king of divine light, and the honor of the Roga family, I solemnly swear. He did not allow Aslan to rise immediately, signaling the conclusion of the oath-taking ceremony, but continued to respond, I, Mogo Khal, swear by the name of the horse god, facing the Holy Mother Mountain and the womb lake of the world, your loyalty shall not be in vain. Your service shall be justly rewarded, and I shall indeed aid the Roga family in restoring its name. Mogo's commitment and oath filled Aslan Roga with overwhelming joy, causing his shoulders to tremble with emotion. Indeed, Aslan's surname was not Mikini. That was merely his father's name, or perhaps his middle name. His true surname traced back to the Rogas of Lys. The truth of the Valyrian steel sword represented the family blade of the Roga lineage, whose bloodline could be traced back to the Valyria before the Doom, once the foremost family of Lys. The renowned spring of Lys was also known by another name, the Restoration of Roga. It was established by the illustrious Lysandro Roga, who held the title of the first governor of Lys for life. His brother, Draziko Roga, wed a princess of Dorne, thus becoming a prince by marriage into Dorne and acquiring the title of count over his fief. His daughter, the beautiful Miss Laura Roga, married the clever Prince Viserys Targaryen, who had found refuge in the eastern continent. This prince's mother was none other than Rhaenyra Targaryen, the light of the kingdom, whose action sparked the civil war known as the Dance of the Dragons. Upon returning to Westeros, Prince Viserys was immediately appointed hand of the king by his brother Aegon, son, and eventually ascended the throne. Together with Laura Roga, they had 2 sons and a daughter. Their son Aegon Thor would later incite the civil strife known as the Blackwater Rebellion, while the other became the famed dragon rider and hero of Westeros, Aemon Targaryen. The great Lysandro Roga's 3 sons, Morido Roga and his 2 brothers, served as commanders of their sister Lyra's guard upon arriving in Westeros. All 3 were simultaneously bestowed lordship, with Morido Roga, during wartime, even granted command of the military. The Roga family itself was a commercial giant in Lys, with the Roga Bank, controlled by Lysandro Roga, once overshadowing Braavos' Iron Bank. Thus, the power of the Roga family reached its zenith. Yet, fate is unpredictable. Both Lysandro Roga in Lys and Draziko Roga in distant Dorne perished on the same day, one by drowning in a shipwreck, the other by choking on bacon. It was rumored that the assailants might be the faceless men from Braavos' House of Black and White. After the patriarch of the family passed away, the informants of the Iron Bank divulged the secrets of the Roga Bank, inciting a panic-induced run on the bank, which ultimately led to its bankruptcy. The eldest son of the illustrious Lysandro, the heir to Roga Bank, Lysandro Roga, fled in a state of desperation, only to be captured by the banks of the Lorne River. He was returned to Lys and enslaved, shackled naked to a post, where he was mercilessly whipped to death. His remains left chained to the post for 3 long years. The other offspring, heirs to the family fortune, either faced arrest and confiscation of their assets or suffered devastating financial losses, plunging them into bankruptcy and an inability to repay their debts. The members of the Roga family and their descendants were reduced to slavery. Some even sent back to the very pleasure houses once owned by the family to serve as bed slaves. The great Lysandro's children, Laura Roga and Prince Viserys, found themselves forced to seek refuge within the castle under the personal protection of King Aegon's son, hiding there for an agonizing 18 days. Meanwhile, 2 of their sons were apprehended, subjected to torture, and subsequently convicted of theft and insulting nobility, receiving punishments of amputation of the right hand and flogging, respectively. Ultimately, only Morido Roga, who was commanding troops in the field, learned of the family's downfall. He swiftly relinquished his military command, took to the seas to negotiate with the Iron Bank in Braavos, and managed to return to the Essos continent with gold to hire soldiers. Preparing to launch a counteroffensive against Lys in a bid for vengeance for his family, yet his endeavor ended in failure. Moridu Roga was a soldier, bearing the truth of the Valyrian steel sword, and it was he who gathered the remains of his brother Lysandro and interred them in the family tomb. Aslan Roga is a descendant of Moridu, bearing the weighty responsibility of reviving the family name, harboring an indelible enmity towards the people of Lys and the Iron Bank of Braavos. Chapter 25, Departing with Grace in the Stillness of Dawn. The first light of day trembled upon the shattered remnants of life, soothing the dark scars that had torn through the night. The long, somber blast of a horn resounded once more within the inner city. The commotion caused by the gathering of the Dothraki army inevitably roused the inhabitants of the outer city of Khor. The city awoke silently, shrouded in a heavy stillness. The populace, living in constant trepidation, bore expressions of fear, peering anxiously through the cracks of doors and windows to observe the movements of the Dothraki. The victorious Dothraki cavalry, swollen with pride, paraded through the main thoroughfare, their countenances greedy and fierce, eyes wild and unrestrained, sweeping over the countless intact stone dwellings. The people of Khor dared not meet their gaze, trembling together like sheep startled by a pack of wolves upon the vast plains. The sound of hoofs seemed to trample upon their anxious hearts, each beat more intense than the last, as if the Dothraki were forcefully battering against their doors. After a prolonged silence, the gates of the outer city abruptly closed, followed by the disciplined march of the Unsullied, who took over the city as defenses once more. The bells, which had remained silent for many days, began to toll again, not with the urgent, heart-wrenching clangor that accompanied the Dothraki as previous arrival, but with a harmonious and soothing resonance. The Dothraki have departed. This joyous news spread swiftly throughout the entirety of Khor, igniting excitement among both common folk and artisans alike. In a world fraught with uncertainty and the fragility of one's own strength, the anxious tension that had gripped the people of Khor dissipated, giving way to tears of joy. Cheers erupted from within the city, cascading and echoing into the heavens, transforming the gentle breeze into a breath of life. Beneath the hazy red sun, the refreshing air from outside filled their nostrils. Khal, do you truly trust Aslan's proposal to leave Khor so carelessly? Mogo, with a calm demeanor, sat atop his steed, gazing at the orderly Unsullied upon the walls, listening to the fervent cheers that resonated throughout the city. He then turned, smiling, to respond to the visibly anxious base porter beside him. To distrust a man is to refrain from employing him, should you decide to employ him. You must harbor no doubts regarding his abilities and loyalty. Furthermore, you Westlanders ought to understand that the Dothraki harbor no fondness for towns. We have no precedent for ruling a stone city. The blood sorcerer, base porter, paused in surprise before breaking into a smile. Great Mogo Khal, please forgive my ignorant offense. The reason of mortals is oft conquered by their emotions. Your calm rationality can indeed master feelings. The source of turmoil is often ignited by words, even if base porter comprehends it all too clearly. Mogo, in his dealings and speech, must tread carefully, for he must never reveal outright, "You are the hostage I have intentionally retained." Scholar, you are indeed concerned for your pupil. He had long recognized the scholar's necklace, readorned around the neck of the blood sorcerer, and was equally aware of the knowledge represented by its links. This understanding was a significant reason for his patience and respect towards the scholar. He comprehended the peril of Yeslan remaining in the city to wield power alone, and thus turned to Bob Potter, offering words of comfort. Rest assured, there are 3,000 pure-hearted individuals in the city who loyally heed Yeslan's commands. I have also stationed 2 brave warriors to ensure his safety. Upon hearing this, the blood sorcerer immediately recalled the officer who had served for over 12 years in the new JIS Iron Legion. He felt a favorable impression towards the stern and resolute Bazak, who embodied the spirit of a soldier, and nodded with a smile. Subsequently, an image surfaced in his mind of a towering figure, perpetually devouring food, a robust glutton second only to Khal. With a furrowed brow, he expressed his concerns. Khal, the warrior named Beworth seems to lack a certain sharpness of mind. Mogo chuckled silently. Indeed, it wasn't merely a superficial impression of dullness, he was genuinely not very bright. Beworth was the brawny man who had crashed through the gates of the inner city alongside him, and he was also the slave warrior recommended by the officer over after the ambush at the Darkstream River. He had fought in the arenas of Meereen City and earned the moniker of Beworth the Mighty, claiming to have never lost a battle. His chest and abdomen were adorned with scars, remnants of the opportunities he granted his opponents to strike him before their demise. After his career as a Meereen gladiator concluded, he was sold to Khor, subsequently presented as a gift to Khal Mogo by the city's aristocracy. Mogo remained silent for a moment, then reluctantly exclaimed, "Beowulf is sufficiently strong and brave. He has once defeated 12 Dothraki warriors with his bare hands. Though his intellect may be lacking, it ensures his loyalty." Before the blood sorcerer could respond, he hastily shifted the topic. "Scholar, rest assured, prior to our departure, I authorized Yaslan to abandon Khal if necessary, and specifically instructed Bazak to lead the troops to retreat at the first sign of life-threatening danger. To preserve life at the cost of land is preferable to losing both, and to save lives while sacrificing land ensures the survival of both." Bazak, hailing from the continent of Westeros, a scholar groomed to assist lords in the future, firmly believed that a ruler's most essential quality is a heart filled with compassion. He immediately bowed and said, "You are a benevolent and wise sovereign, the very source of faith for all loyal subjects, the foundation of valiant spirit. When the horn in your hand sounds, the warriors of the kingdom will undoubtedly honor their oaths, advancing fearlessly, shunning arrogance and greed. You shall lead humanity away from conflict and bloodshed, preventing the cold-hearted mistakes of history from repeating." Mogo smiled, accepting this high praise with composure. His countenance beamed with joy, and his ambitious gaze swept over the nearly 500 core craftsmen marching alongside the Dothraki tribes, as well as the 10 or so carts laden with books. This was the culmination of high-end artisans and refined knowledge that Khal had gathered within the inner city. The plundering of the noble merchants of Khal yielded an inexhaustible bounty. Yet the talents and knowledge possessed by these aristocrats were equally invaluable. With colors vividly reflected in his eyes, Mogo recognized that his military objectives had been achieved, rendering the existence of Khal City inconsequential to him. Upon ascending to the chieftaincy of the Khal tribe, he had once contemplated negotiating with the city-state's nobles after acquiring the gold tribute from the Targaryens, intending to purchase a cadre of skilled artisan slaves. However, after absorbing the tribe of Tomakeo, his confidence surged. He desired both gold and craftsmen. Thus, when he beheld the gold presented by the emissaries of Khal, he resolved to seize even more, relying solely on the curved blade and bow at his disposal. Now, having obtained the coveted knowledge and talent, he felt assured that even if Yaslan failed to hold Khal City, a desolate city would remain as a testament to the Dothraki's advance westward. The Dothraki feigned abandonment of Khal to lower the vigilance of the other free cities. To them, a tribe like Khal, powerful yet conservative, steeped in tradition, and roaming the Dothraki sea posed far less of a threat than a tribe that not only wielded formidable military might but also sought to innovate and transform the governance of the city-states. With a retracted fist, he prepared to strike with greater force. Governance proved to be a more formidable challenge than warfare for the Dothraki. Establishing stable rule over Khal necessitated addressing the populace's sentiments while confronting other free cities, which would undoubtedly divert significant manpower and resources. Moreover, at the war's outset, the Khal fleet had already sailed northward. While it might be temporarily hindered by the brigands of Dagger Lake, it would eventually break free and return to the Chien River. Allies from Norvos, responding to Khal's calls for aid, might also mobilize for rescue. The immediate gains appeared minimal, potentially counterproductive and disruptive to the overarching goal of unity. Meanwhile, Yaslan remained within the city, preparing to establish a merchant governor's council to covertly rule Khal, ensuring a continuous flow of resources to the Dothraki while subtly embedding himself within the 9 free cities to relay intelligence. The fragmented endeavors of the Khal fleet and Norvos reinforcements could be efficiently resolved without bloodshed. Urgently, he needed to return eastward to complete the unification of the Dothraki. As he glanced back one last time, he silently mused. The Dothraki held no affection for towns, yet they would not easily relinquish them either. Yaslan, you must survive. Subsequently, Mogo rode off on his fiery steed, crossing the Chien River to behold a forest of spears planted in the earth, adorned with countless fresh heads. Chapter 26. The long summer face. The sun blazed fiercely, scorching the skin, while a haze, indistinct as clouds or mist, lingered in the air. The river flowed like molten tin, winding gracefully forward. On this journey, Mogo did not lead his tribe through the Khal forest to return east. Instead, they descended southward along the eastern bank of the rushing Lone River. Horses and sheep constituted the principal sustenance for the Dothraki. Yet these provisions proved insufficient for the tribe's extensive migrations. The Dothraki also relied on mare's milk and cheese as sustenance. These, combined with the spoils of their raids, were adequate to fulfill the nutritional needs for their long journeys. However, solely depending on livestock was hardly enough to address all challenges, particularly considering the vast quantities of forage and fresh water required for their numerous herds. Hence, the tribe's movements and migrations necessitated an abundance of pastures and water sources to sustain them, with the Dothraki's raiding routes astonishingly overlapping. Departing from the Dagger Lake, They continued southward along the eastern bank of the Loan River, then veered east toward the headwaters of the Sahel River, a route frequently traversed by the Dothraki for plunder. After all, crossing the Sahel River led to towns teeming with residents on both banks, and further ahead lay the free city of Volantis. Following this path, Mongo's tribe might encounter others, a scenario he welcomed. As anticipated, their leisurely progress indeed allowed for the banners to be raised in support of Yeslan, who had been elected as the governor of Khor. From the distant highlands at the source of the Sahel River, in the tribal encampment, Mongo brandished his trusty Valyrian steel curved sword, beside which lay 3 large chests of gold and jewels. The Dothraki, before their departure, had instilled fear in the surviving residents of Khor by planting a forest of spears. They conferred upon Yeslan the illustrious title of Savior of Khor, unanimously electing him as the city's inaugural governor, tasked with forming a governing council comprising merchants and landowners. It was hoped that this hero, who had once faced the Dothraki tribe of Khal in negotiation to save Khor, would swiftly devise a means to lead the Dothraki back to the grasslands. Even if they were to plunder other city-states, it mattered not. As long as they could remain sufficiently distant from Khor, the residents could scarcely endure another fight. Thus, an envoy dispatched by Governor Yeslan of Khor once again pursued Mongo's tribe, sincerely offering a Valyrian steel curved sword and 3 chests of treasures to Khal. Mongo played his part well, revealing a hint of their intended route to the Khor emissaries, who departed in satisfaction. He was quite pleased with the Valyrian steel curved sword in his possession, crafted after the model of the sword presented by Yeslan, reforged from 2 other Valyrian steel weapons discovered within the inner city of Khor. Measuring 5 feet 2 inches in length, its weight and dimensions perfectly suited Mongo's physique. The dragonbone handle boasted enlarged grain patterns, providing a firmer and more secure grip, while the blade shimmered with a dark sheen, rippling like black waves. B.S. Porter gazed at Khal, who was exuberantly expressing his delight, and could not resist taking out parchment and ink to begin his narrative. Esteemed Khal, you may now bestow a name upon this new blade. Although the original form of this curved sword bears no name, it is entwined with a legendary tale of its previous owner. Mongo, lacking any knowledge of nomenclature, fell into deep contemplation, recalling only the year and model. Rendered speechless and devoid of words, ultimately, he resolved to first listen to the legendary story of the original form and its former master. Noticing that Khal was unable to provide a resounding and illustrious title, B.S. Porter reluctantly set down his ink and began to recount. The previous owner of this Valyrian steel scimitar was known as Shadow, a solitary figure whose tongue had been severed, rendering him mute. He was tall, nearly 7 feet, with ebony skin and hair, his face marred by a network of scars, often concealed beneath a black scarf. Illiterate, yet capable of producing haunting melodies on a unique stringed instrument. It is said that he triumphed in 100 life or death duels within the mere arena, using his teeth to tear open the throats of his opponents and drink their blood. With stones found in the earth, he felled beasts such as lions, bears, and pterosaurs. B.S. Porter felt that this tale might border on the mythical. After a brief pause, he continued, no matter how formidable Shadow was, he could not alter the fact that he was a slave. The governor of Lys, Lysander Roga, purchased him. When Prince Viserys returned to Westeros with his wife, Lady Lara Roga, Shadow accompanied them as a guard, a gift from the lady's father, the great Lysander Roga. After the fall of the Roga family, Aegon's son and his brother, Prince Viserys, sought refuge with Lady Lara in the Red Keep's Mager's Holdfast. When the King's Guard, led by Sir Amory Peake, attempted to force entry, Shadow, wielding a shield of dragonlass and this Valyrian scimitar, defended the drawbridge of the tower, slaying 4 men, including Sir Amory Peake, and held the tower for an astonishing 18 days. The King's Guard, an elite guard established by Aegon the Conqueror to protect the king, comprised 7 of the most renowned and powerful knights of the age. They are often poetically and legendary referred to as the White Knights or White Cloaks. Having sworn an oath of lifelong service until death, without land, marriage, or progeny, solely loyal to the monarch. Of course, loyalty to the king is paramount. More so than martial skill, yet it serves to demonstrate Shadow's strength and virtue. Mongo still gleaned no inspiration from this tale. Yet he found himself intrigued by a sudden thought and asked, Scholar, according to the Aegon calendar of Westeros, what year is it now? The Aegon calendar is utilized by scholars and nobles in Westeros, marking history from the year Aegon Targaryen's conquest and coronation, with all events recorded as BC, before conquest, and AC, after conquest. Although B.S. Porter had resided in Essos for nearly 2 decades, he had remained attentive to the happenings across the narrow sea in Westeros, even chronicling his diary in the common tongue and Aegon calendar. Without hesitation, he answered. It is 297 AC, perhaps marking the longest summer in the memories of the people. The planet upon which this world resides may possess an axial tilt, resulting in seasons that are both unique and unpredictable. In simple terms, although there are 4 seasons here, their durations and transitions are fraught with uncertainty. A single season may linger for years, and some believe this phenomenon may be closely tied to magic. The cyclical change of seasons profoundly impacts the continent of Westeros, intricately linked to the lives of its inhabitants. The progression of seasons is unrelated to the method of chronological reckoning. The length of a year is not calculated based on the seasons but is dictated by celestial phenomena. Scholars in the Citadel have a crucial mission to observe the heavens, measure the length of each day, and then collectively disseminate information regarding seasonal changes throughout all of Westeros. During summer, the days are longer, and an extended summer, referred to as the long summer, may ensue, bringing increasingly sweltering heat. Towards the end of this protracted season, a phenomenon known as the false summer may emerge, after which a bitter cold descends. In winter, the nights stretch long. If this persists, it could herald the terrifying long night of legend, where a single night may extend for many years, enveloping the land in endless darkness, famine, and dread. The continent of Essos, lacking the ice caps that connect to the land of eternal winter and situated further south, is comparatively less affected by the harsh winters than Westeros. Scholars, brace yourselves, for the long summer is drawing to a close. In the year 297 AC, according to the memory of Mader, the long summer is about to depart, heralding a tumultuous transformation in the world. Chapter 27, Mars, Stallions, and War. A Dothraki tribe lurk at the source of the Sorrow River, their cavalry advancing southward along the eastern bank of the Lone River. As news spread, a palpable sense of dread enveloped the town of Sorrow, prompting its residents to flee their homes in panic. Oared ships laden with enslaved soldiers scoured the waterways. These vessels belonged to the Valyrian Tiger Cloak army, their faces adorned with green tiger stripes, donning tiger helmets, and wielding long spears. Under the sun's radiance, the glimmering claws protruding from their gauntlets sparkled ominously. Serral, governed by Valyrian rule, sat at the confluence of the Sorrow and Lone rivers, northwest of Valyria itself. Despite its considerable size, it remained classified as a town rather than a city, its sandstone walls punctuated by numerous towers. Its location on the eastern bank of the Lone River rendered it particularly vulnerable to the predations of the Dothraki tribes, in stark contrast to other towns under Valyrian control. The town's reaction was one of heightened alarm, yet the Dothraki showed little interest in them. Clearly, they regarded us with trepidation. Sorrow was of no significance. Were I to command the forces, I would orchestrate a feigned assault on Sorrow to lure the Valyrians into sending reinforcements, then lead my elite troops southward, day and night, to mount a full-scale assault on Valyria. Within the Dothraki encampment, a military conference aimed at simulating an attack on Valyria ignited fervent discussions. The reticent Khal Mogo was summoned by Mogo to attend, and his expressionless yet pointed remarks cast a heavy silence over the tent. Scholar B.S. Porter knew little of Khal Mogo, his silence stemming from an internal shame, having hastily categorized the man as merely a loyal guardian based on appearances. Meanwhile, Officer Ofer wore an expression of astonishment, for he had once come perilously close to being slain by this very individual over a disagreement. His impression of Khal Mogo lingered on that of a brute, a fervent worshipper of Khal Mogo, filled with elation, beamed broadly and excitedly struck the table, declaring, "My most loyal warrior, your prowess is more than sufficient to assume the mantle of commander, standing alone." Khal Mogo, a man afflicted with expressive deficits, was not one to articulate his emotions. He remained like a shadow, quietly concealed behind Khal, yet consistently executing his tasks with precision. As Mogo led 6,000 cavalrymen through the meandering currents of the Dark Flow River, Khal Mogo adeptly guided tens of thousands of his tribesmen in pursuit of the Khal tribe, navigating the Coho forest without incident. Upon receiving a missive from Ofer, he swiftly led over 10,000 Dothraki horsemen westward, appearing punctually on the eastern bank of the Dark Flow River, successfully executing a strategic encirclement. Observing the still expressionless, diminutive Dothraki, Mogo resolved to grant Khal Mogo the opportunity to command independently. At that moment, the guards outside the tent parted the flaps, announcing, "Khal, a tribe is stealing another's horses and requires your judgment." Horses constituted the Dothraki's most prized possessions, esteemed even above human life. Should one ride a pregnant mare, they would face punishment of 50 lashes. Theft of horses was punishable by death, and such judgments must be rendered and executed personally by the tribal Khal or the leader of the offending tribe. Mogo led the crowd out of the tent, only to behold a detachment of raucous warriors, their laughter echoing in the air. Two of the warriors, with hands unyielding, restrained a Dothraki woman whose brow was furrowed. Her lips parted slightly, betraying her anxious demeanor. The rest of the warriors stood by, mocking a child barely tall enough to reach a horse's back, who struggled valiantly to grasp the reins of a recalcitrant stallion. Upon seeing Khal emerge from the tent, the roaring warriors shifted their stances, their expressions turning grave. The guard had barely begun to speak when the Dothraki woman, in a frenzy, broke free from her constraints. Hastily tugging at the sweat-soaked child and bowing her head in a hurried explanation, "Esteemed Khal, my husband once loyally answered your call. He yearned to fight alongside you but met his demise not upon the battlefield, but in the coral forest. His remains untraceable. This horse was not stolen by his son. It returned with the mare of our household." Her words struck a chord within Mongo's steadfast heart, causing it to tremble. For a Dothraki man to die in battle was a mark of honor. However, a death at the jaws of a beast during a march would earn no such praise from the common folk. The absence of remains signified a failure to undergo the tribal tradition of cremation, a most grievous curse among the Dothraki. The atmosphere outside the tent grew heavy with tension as Mongo, struggling to remain silent, stepped forward, intent on soothing the frenzied stallion. He observed the child as futile attempts to rein in the unruly horse, evidently a creature trained to acknowledge only its true master, lacking experience in taming Dothraki steeds. Mongo resorted to the straightforward and brute force of the legendary reins of the steed, capable of commanding any mount. Yet, his frustration surged, compelling him to choose a more aggressive approach. He lunged forward, wrapping his arms around the horse's neck, effortlessly dragging it before the roaring warriors. "You pitiful cowards! Until I pass judgment, they are merely a common Dothraki mother and child. Her husband fought alongside you. Did his father perish alone in flight?" With a resounding crash, the stallion was flipped onto its back. Mongo, filled with pent-up energy, delivered a thunderous throw to the obstinate beast. Rising with fury, his eyes blazed with a fierce intensity, akin to thorns ablaze. He cast another scornful glance at the roaring warriors, devoid of any compassion, as if etching their faces into his memory. "In the next battle, when the horn sounds, I demand to see all of you at the front lines. Otherwise, I shall have no qualms about severing your filthy heads. Now, leave my tent at once." Khal's gaze instilled dread among the roaring warriors, who felt as if they were under the predatory scrutiny of a dragon, its fangs glinting with cold light, and they retreated in panic. Suddenly, Mongo's expression soured, his brow furrowing deeply as he involuntarily caught a whiff of an unwelcome scent. Lowering his gaze, he noticed the exposed bronze skin, seemingly stained with a dark red pigment. He reached out and forcefully massaged the back of the stallion that had obediently risen, subsequently observing the dark crimson stains adorning his palm, along with the increasingly potent aroma. His expression grave. "Have you cleaned this horse?" Noticing Khal's serious demeanor, the others quickly gathered around. A Dothraki woman hurriedly stepped forward with her child, responding earnestly. "When the child first encountered this stallion, it was covered in dirt. We washed it by the river. However, he did not intend to claim it as his own. We voluntarily confessed to the roaring warriors about the horse's origin." Mongo examined the saddle marks left on the horse's back, then nodded in understanding. After all, the Dothraki cherished their horses more than life itself, and they would never allow their steeds to remain filthy without taking action. "I declare you innocent," he announced to Khal. "Immediately send someone to retrieve the saddle. Over. Account for our scouting patrols and ascertain if anyone is unaccounted for." The officer over swiftly executed Khal's command. While it was unlikely that any scouts had gone missing, such critical matters warranted confirmation for peace of mind. Upon hearing the declaration of innocence, the Dothraki woman exhaled a long sigh of relief. She noticed the solemn expression on the tribal leader's face, refrained from further conversation, and, bowing with her child, departed the tent to follow Khosrow's orders. Mongo watched the retreating figures of the woman and child, resolutely determined to expedite the unification and reform, establishing a refined and civilized system to fundamentally alter the societal perceptions of the Dothraki. At that moment, the scholar B.S. Porter gazed at the stallion and inquired, "Khal, does this horse not belong to the tribe?" Mongo's serious demeanor softened, his tone as calm as still water as he replied with a relaxed smile, "Scholar, the gods are always on my side. Fortune smiles upon us, for war is imminent." The dark crimson on the horse's back was not fuel, but rather the dried blood, reeking of rest. Yet, deep within, he did not feel as composed as he appeared. This time, he was likely facing an adversary of equal strength. Chapter 28, Fools and Deceivers. How far is the enemy, and how many warriors do they possess? In the tent of Sahilar Jiang, a rather detailed sheepskin map hung prominently in the center as Mongo inquired from his seat at the long table. Gathered around him were the tribal officer over, the scholar B.S. Porter, Cassius Cocosoro, and the red-robed monk Machiro, who was on his way back to Volantis. Khal, the enemy tribe boasts at least 50,000 Dothraki screamers. However, they have evidently recently endured a battle. Fortunately, the honest child discovered a stallion, though it remains unclear whether the horse fled during the fight or was intentionally set free. Regardless, the enemy is now exceedingly vigilant. When the tribe scouts attempted to approach for reconnaissance, they were promptly detected. They are hastily retreating to the wastelands, and within a day, the tribe will find itself within the enemy's patrol range. Mogo listened intently to Officer Over's intelligence report, leaning forward to scrutinize the map. The wastelands lie between the Coral Forest and the source of Sahilar. The Coral Forest, vast in expanse, has seen its timber sold in the markets of Sahilar town due to rampant deforestation, coupled with the frequent incursions of Dothraki from the east, which have led to widespread devastation. This region has been ravaged into desolation. After the Mongol tribe absorbed the Kumakeo tribe, they now command over 40,000 Dothraki screamers, with warrior skills relatively comparable. However, they are at a numerical disadvantage, rendering their offensive position somewhat precarious. The tranquil gaze of the red-robed monk Machiro ignited an unsettling feeling within him. He discerned the intentions of the followers of the Lord of Light clearly. Their willingness to support the tribe was merely contingent upon their strength to dominate the Dothraki Sea. Should he express a fear of war or lose his power in this conflict, the followers of the Lord of Light could readily turn against him. Victory in this battle is imperative, and it must not result in a Pyrrhic victory. There is no need to sacrifice all for the outcome of a single war. Losses must be minimized, for many more battles lie ahead. Mongo's fingers traced over the map, and after a moment, he pointed decisively at the mouth of the Lorne River. Volantis, if they were to march northward, would place them at a disadvantage, surrounded and facing devastating repercussions should hostilities commence. Volantis, renowned as the eldest daughter of Valeria, the queen of the Lorne River, and the mistress of the Summer Sea, stands as a testament to its ancient history and formidable power. Once the most populous and powerful city among free trading city-states, during the Bloody Century, Volantis proclaimed itself the rightful ruler of the world. The conquest wars dragged it into the depths of conflict, and it has yet to recover its former glory from centuries past. Nonetheless, Volantis still possesses a robust naval fleet and a considerable garrison composed of slaves. Mogo observed the expressions of those gathered, then turned to ask, "Is there anyone who can analyze Volantis' political stance towards the Dothraki?" Esteemed Mogo Khal, rest assured. The red-robed monk Machiro, hailing from the temple of Volantis, stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and stated with a calm demeanor, "Volantis may harbor concerns regarding a potential assault on Sahilar town, hence dispatching a fleet to transport soldiers northward. Yet this shall not engage in direct combat." Mogo pointed at Volantis on the map and inquired, "How many warships does their fleet comprise?" Machiro hesitated momentarily before thoughtfully responding, "The warships of Volantis' fleet likely exceed 300. And the army? Over 10,000 in the tiger robes, 3,000 cavalry, and elephants as well." Mogo, displaying a sense of resignation, sighed and remarked, "Volantis possesses such formidable strength, yet you inform me they would only deploy troops for self-preservation and refrain from initiating an offensive." Maintaining his composure, Machiro replied in a measured tone, "In the arena, should a gladiator assist one fierce tiger in slaying another, he cannot expect to emerge unscathed. Similarly, the people of Volantis would not aid one king of horses in vanquishing another. Such actions would yield more losses than gains." After a brief pause, the red-robed monk observed the group lost in contemplation and continued, "You are not familiar with Volantis' political landscape. It is governed by 3 magistrates, elected annually. Every Valentian of free birth who possesses land has the right to vote, and candidates will do anything to secure votes, except harm the interests of the electorate or engage in actions that might create a negative impression, such as unwarranted aggression against the Dothraki." Noticing Khal and the others listening earnestly, Machiro elaborated, "The magistrates of Volantis are divided into the Tiger Party and the Elephant Party. The Tiger Party consists of old nobility and warriors, advocating for conquest through military might, while the Elephant Party comprises merchants and lenders, favoring trade as a means of dominance. During the Bloody Century, the Tiger Party held power, but their excessive ambition ultimately led to their downfall, significantly weakening their grip on Volantis politics and tarnishing their reputation. It was the Elephant Party that led the war-weary populace in overthrowing the Tiger Party's rule. For the past 300 years, the Elephant Party has controlled Volantis' political affairs, holding at least 2 of the magistrate positions. If an army is to be dispatched for expeditions or any tasks, all 3 magistrates must reach a consensus. I concur with Machiro's assertions. The officer over seemed to grasp Volantis' political logic, stepping forward to bow and stating, "Khal, the magistrates require votes. Yet the electorate is weary of war. The Elephant Party's advocacy for peace allows them to occupy the majority of seats. Thus, Volantis will not engage in irrelevant conflicts." Respectful Khal, I hold a differing opinion. Scholar B.S. Porter immediately countered. His gaze towards the red-robed monk suddenly becoming particularly flippant. It is indeed hard to fathom that the vast expanse of Westeros requires but a single king, while the diminutive Volantis necessitates 3. Mogo instantly comprehended, his expression turning grave as he addressed Machiro. If the mood of a single king can be unpredictable, the thoughts of 3 rulers are even more difficult to decipher. Perhaps the emergence of the Dothraki may provoke the Volantian populace, and at this juncture, the political status quo that has remained unchanged for 3 centuries may very well be poised for transformation. The red-robed monk, with an expression devoid of emotion, fixated intently on the flickering flames, as if glimpsing ethereal visions of the future within their dance. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, "Esteemed Khal, there is no need for you to overthink this matter. The political system of Volantis is remarkably sound. Whenever one of the governors harbors unconventional notions, the other 2 will unite to curtail his authority until the conclusion of his term. Should any of them engage in reckless actions, the people of Volantis will not stand idly by. They will execute these governors without mercy." Noticing that Mogo seemed unmoved, the monk Machiro cast another indifferent glance at the fire before stepping forward to confront Khal directly. His demeanor earnest and grave. "Volantis is home to numerous followers of the Radiant King. I can serve as your envoy to enter the city and meet with the High Priest Ben Nero of the temple, seeking his assistance in conveying the situation to the governors." Mogo's gaze also drifted towards the flames, yet Laurel failed to manifest at the opportune moment to reveal future visions to him. "Very well. Let Over assist you in arranging horses and supplies. Depart at once," Khal commanded. Upon hearing his directive, Machiro nodded impassively. He then followed the officer out of the tent. However, in that fleeting moment of turning, Mogo discerned a glimmer of satisfaction in the monk's eyes. Moments later, the scholar B.S. Porter erupted in fury, exclaiming with indignation, "A deceiver! I knew it! He is nothing but a fraud." Chapter 29, An inevitable confrontation. KO, the red-robed monk, is untrustworthy. Scholar B.S. Porter approached Mogo, who was engrossed in studying a map. At present, the ruling governor of Volantis, Malachio Magaya, has been elected multiple times despite his advancing age and diminished strength. Yet he continues to embody the fierce reputation of the tiger. The town of Sahul has long expanded under the dominion of the Tiger Party. Their treachery has unfolded more swiftly than I anticipated. Mogo toyed with a bronze dagger in his hand and mused, "Fanatics are unreliable, perhaps due to their superstitions. They display a facade of calm resolve, never fearing for their lives, when in truth, they are merely escapists, seeking divine intervention in times of hardship. If the gods fail to respond, they confront their challenges with a pessimistic outlook. It is our actions that shape our fate. Destiny is not governed by the divine. Faith and superstition are worlds apart. Fanatics believe that all events are orchestrated by the gods, that fate is predestined by a higher power." Mogo chuckled heartily and said, "Scholar, enlighten me on the true state of affairs." B.S. Porter paused for a moment, contemplating, before slowly articulating. The political landscape described by Machiro in Volantis is not far from reality. Since the Elephant Party incited a rebellion against the Tiger Party government, they have indeed manipulated the administration, with candidates resorting to unsavory means to garner votes, including coercing their slaves to consort with the electorate. He then shifted his tone, slamming his hand on the table in indignation, continuing, "However, this state of affairs has persisted for nearly 3 centuries. The Elephant Party's governance has not extricated the city-state from the abyss of war. Instead, it has become increasingly mired in decline. The internal conflicts among the Valentines resemble a dormant volcano, silent for 300 years, yet in recent years, the signs of imminent eruption have intensified, all stemming from the actions of the High Priest Ben Nero of Rollo." Mogo chose not to respond, instead continuing to scrutinize the map before him, his eyes reflecting a serene yet growing confidence, as if he had unearthed a hidden depth within. After meticulously devising a plan, he set aside the bronze dagger and turned to Bob Porter with a smile. "Though Sahul trembles before the Dothraki tribes, they will opt to flee their homes, dispatching fleets brimming with soldiers to patrol the rivers, yet they will not send envoys to plead for mercy. Volantis boasts a formidable fleet and ample military strength. Yet the red-robed monk has informed me that they will not launch an attack. In the arena, gladiators contend with tigers, but ultimately, only one creature can emerge victorious. Your maneuver is merely a means to dismiss Machiro, he added. B.S. Porter, taken aback, quickly responded with a smile. We should eliminate this traitor directly to prevent any potential leaks. There are no secrets worth exposing. The nature of warfare is ever-changing, and the circumstances of tomorrow remain uncertain. Mogo boasted, recalling ancient military strategies with a grin. Moreover, allowing him to return may place additional contentious pressure on Volantis. Testing whether we can ignite this impending volcanic eruption ahead of time. Such a scenario would be advantageous for us. Seeing Khal's demeanor remarkably composed, the scholar erupted into hearty laughter as he retrieved parchment and ink. Although Mogo was not fond of reading and had only managed to grasp a few Valyrian characters, his limited literacy was insufficient for delving into books. Nevertheless, he relished tales, particularly with the company of the knowledgeable officer Ofor, well-versed in geography and history, and B.S. Porter, a scholar hailing from the citadel of Westeros, who had traveled through Essos for nearly 2 decades. Politics and history, the ebb and flow of information, were all intricately woven into narratives. From a certain perspective, he possessed considerable insight into the multifaceted realm of Volantis. For instance, the city once celebrated for its flowers and fountains had now devolved into stagnant pools and marshlands. Furthermore, should the Volantine nobility aspire to vie for the office of the magistrate, they must furnish ample evidence proving their lineage has remained unbroken since the Valyrian era. Only the freeholders, those who own land, are entitled to vote, and women of noble birth from Volantis also possess voting rights. In fact, 3 centuries prior, a female magistrate had once held office. Naturally, such political matters bore no relation to the influence of the high priest Benero. The worship of Ruler was primarily prevalent among the lower strata of Volantis, with its adherents consisting entirely of slaves or the impoverished. It could be said that Benero had little regard from even the ordinary electorate, let alone the esteemed magistrates. Should the Red Priest Maester Morio manage to persuade the High Priest Benero to extend his aid, the outcome would likely spiral into further chaos. After all, the magistrates of Volantis would probably yearn to rid themselves of the Ruler followers. The Volantine military, particularly the Tiger Cloak army, comprised over half of Ruler's devotees, and the temple boasted 1,000-strong armed contingent known as the Hands of the Holy Fire. The High Priest Benero frequently preached in the Grand Square, his audacious proclamations having incited violent clashes between Ruler's followers and adherents of other faiths. At that moment, Officer Ofer struggled to support a pale, exhausted Dothraki cavalryman who burst into the tent. He too was drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath, taking a while to regain his voice. Khal! The scout had spotted the movements of the enemy's forces on the road, seizing the opportunity to blend in, gather intelligence, and escape under the cover of night to deliver the news. Upon hearing this, Mogo hastened to assist the scout, his face reflecting heartfelt gratitude. His gaze brimming with eager anticipation. My loyal warrior, you have saved the tribe. What is your name? Even in the face of impending danger, he would not forget to reward those who contributed to the tribe's cause. It is Drogo, the cavalryman replied, having led the tribe around the southern hills of the Core Forest, rallying over 60,000 Dothraki warriors, roaring towards the shores of the Slaver's Bay. Due to arrive within 2 sunsets, the weary Dothraki cavalryman refrained from revealing his name yet insisted on declaring an inspiring offensive proclamation. Khal, lead the tribe into battle. We can also muster over 40,000 Dothraki warriors. The silver-haired officer Ofer was not to be outdone, and even Scholar B.S. Porter was eager to join in the fray. The Core people have just presented you with a Valyrian steel-curved sword, yet it has yet to taste the blood of our enemies. Little did we anticipate that Drogo would arrive at our doorstep. Esteemed Mogo Kale, I have sworn a sacred oath to dedicate the entirety of my strength to assist you. When the horn sounds, I shall advance fearlessly on your behalf. Though Khal Sorrow remains silent, his hand, caressing the curved blade, speaks volumes. The fervent scene before them stirs a ripple within Mogo Kale's heart. He has long devised a comprehensive strategy for war and has even contemplated matters that extend beyond the battlefield. The great Khal Drogo comes from afar with the intent to annihilate the tribes. Mogo Kale seeks to unite the Dothraki. He cannot afford to let this opportunity slip away. A confrontation is inevitable. Chapter 30. Hunting and horse training. The setting sun spilled forth light blood, vibrant and passionate, casting its hues upon the undulating distant mountains as a sparse breeze caressed the dark green plains. The air remained thick with heat, nearly suffocating. In the center of the seemingly endless encampment, a group of furious Dothraki gathered around a flickering bonfire. Even the mightiest Khal must heed the wisdom and authority of the wise and venerable Mors Martell. The eunuch murmured praises of Morza's supreme glory and stature. His bloodied hands continuously daubing the noble steed, inscribing arcane and intricate symbols with the crimson fluid. Subsequently, the scarlet flames danced wildly, swirling in the wind as they voraciously consumed all in their path. Ultimately, a mournful lament descended as the curtain fell on a cruel and bizarre ritual successfully completed. The eunuch, the Dothraki seethed with rage, hurling scornful curses at the servant of Mors Martell. "Tell me the outcome," barked the leading warrior, his voice coarse and direct, his gaze brimming with resolute ferocity. He was Khal Drogo, an undefeated Dothraki warlord commanding the largest tribe within the Sea of Dothraki. With an army exceeding 40,000 fierce warriors, he was invincible, and under the guidance of the eunuch sent by Mors, he had further absorbed other tribes, augmenting his might. Drogo was a towering figure of unparalleled strength, bearing the characteristic bronzed skin of the Dothraki, with raven black hair and a long beard. Beneath his sharply arched brows, his fierce black eyes glinted with an intimidating intensity. Most striking were the bells adorning his long braid, cascading down to his thighs, signifying that he had never once trimmed his hair, for Drogo had never known defeat in battle. "Esteemed Khal Drogo, please proceed southwest swiftly in pursuit of your quarry," urged the eunuch. Drogo was perplexed by Morza's intent to stifle the great conqueror foretold in ancient Dothraki prophecies. Yet, the Khal must recognize Morza's position and respect the prophet who foretold the future and interpreted the signs for the Dothraki people. Undoubtedly, more crucially, he yearned for a confrontation with a worthy adversary. Riding the legendary steed of Conquest, he aspired to become the most powerful Khal in Dothraki history. "Have you observed how a pack of wolves hunts, and how we Dothraki tame the wildest of horses?" he inquired, his voice echoing with intrigue. At the source of the Sire River, the assembly regarded Mogo with puzzled expressions, bewildered by the Khal's sudden mention of hunting and horse training at such a critical juncture, as it seemed utterly irrelevant to the imminent conflict. Mogo deftly manipulated the bronze dagger in his hand, his fingers akin to the agile and relentless wolves traversing perilous terrains, leaping tirelessly like the untamed horses. He paid no heed to the astonished and puzzled gazes directed at him. Continuing with conviction, the wolf pack hunts as though leading an army, exhibiting wisdom and tenacity, fearless in the face of death. Most crucially, their tactics are ever-changing reconnoitering, luring the enemy, sowing confusion, and encircling their prey. Their movements are marked by calmness and patience. They never strike blindly. While we Dothraki excel at horse training, we do not resort to the crude application of whips to subdue untamed stallions. Instead, we swiftly mount wild horses, allowing them to buck and kick, holding steadfastly to their manes, guiding them in exuberant circles until they yield, obediently bearing their masters back to camp. Though Khal Mogo maintained a serene demeanor, he suddenly turned to observe the map hanging in the center of the tent, as if stirred by a thought. He then spoke, "Hills and river valleys." His words left the others in a haze of confusion, unable to grasp their meaning. At this moment, the officer over his eyes sparkled with insight. "Are you referring to the river valley where we previously hunted? That indeed is a prime location, suitable for concealing troops and allowing cavalry to charge from an advantageous position." Without waiting for a response, he gently caressed the sheepskin map and added with a smile, "Like a pack of wolves hunting, luring the enemy, sowing discord, encircling them, or, akin to taming wild horses, leading the enemy in circles until their will is broken." Seeing the others nod in dawning comprehension, the scholar, B.S. Porter, also nodded thoughtfully, though he refrained from joining the discussion. Mogo quietly regarded the map and suddenly remarked, "I am well acquainted with the Dothraki way of warfare, impressive and swift as the wind, yet its flaws are equally pronounced, a singular strategy, unreserved and lacking sustainability. When faced with an insurmountable adversary, impatience may arise, and the enemy will possess the necessary conditions for defeat. Therefore, I implore you all not to worry. The gods shall weave failure into the enemy's braids, and it will not be long before we achieve victory." His words lightened the atmosphere within the tent, even as the imminent battle stirred a natural tension among the spirited warriors. Mogo did not prolong the moment, with his dagger pointing to the sheepskin map. His expression turned serious and his tone measured. He declared, "The tribe will descend southward to the upper reaches of the Volana River overnight. There, we shall divide our forces. Officers and scholars, I require you both to lead 10,000 Dothraki screaming warriors to protect the tribe's westward advance. At the confluence of the Volana and Lone rivers lies the ruins of a city called Sawmill, which has now succumbed to the river's erosion, creating a vast swamp. You are to distribute weapons among the women, elderly, and children of the tribe. There, utilizing the ruins for fortifications and defensive structures, you will hold your ground. The enemy's cavalry will find it challenging to charge through the swamp. your task is to withstand their assaults, minimize losses, and await the return of the main force. Subsequently, Mogo lowered the dagger in his hand along the map and continued, Khal, you shall lead over 30,000 Dothraki warriors, maneuvering around the Volana River, advancing southward to press upon Volantis. This will compel the forces of Volantis to retreat within their city walls. Thereafter, I shall remain stationed beneath the walls of Volantis, while you will command over 10,000 Dothraki warriors to wait for the opportune moment to pivot. Following the coastline of the Summer Sea, proceed eastward along the Valyrian Road until you encounter the river that flows into the Cyan Sea. Then, advance north along the western bank of the river into the mountains, setting an ambush in the valleys where we once hunted. As he articulated his commands, Mogo's mind busily contemplated the unfolding strategy. After a brief moment, he tapped the map and spoke, Khal, I can no longer issue additional orders. All of this necessitates our mutual dispatch of cavalry to maintain uninterrupted communication. However, the dynamics of war are ever-changing, and in the event of a communication breakdown, it is imperative that you remain calm and patient, relying on your keen instincts for battle. Should fortune favor us, and I manage to elude the enemy's gaze, we may encircle their main forces in the wide, flat valley. Conversely, if I fail to shake off the enemy, we shall all continue northward through the valley to strike at their rear, rescuing the tribes entrenched in the marshlands awaiting assistance. Mogo then solemnly turned to the officer and the scholar, his tone gentle yet earnest. The 30,000 Dothraki cavalry of our tribe approach Volantis, granting you time to fortify your defenses. Once we withdraw, the enemy's pursuing cavalry will remain close to Volantis, indirectly serving as our deterrent. This should ensure that the Volantine remain compliant behind their city walls, safeguarding your rear. Yet, one thing remains uncertain. I cannot predict whether the enemy will divide their forces or launch a full-scale assault upon your encampment. I implore you to hold steadfast and await our signal. Upon hearing Kair's earnest admonition, Officer Ofer and Scholar B.S. Porter remained silent, nodding solemnly, akin to knights steadfastly upholding their vows. Chapter 31, Volantis, the earliest colony established by the Valyrian Empire, stands as the closest free trade city-state to the imperial capital of Valyria, earning it the title of Valyria's eldest daughter. The inhabitants of Volantis take immense pride in their lineage as descendants of the Valyrian Empire, preserving numerous traditions of their forebears. Consequently, Volantis has proclaimed itself the rightful heir to the empire and the legitimate ruler of the world, a claim not without merit. Situated in the delta region at the four estuaries of the Lorne River, Volantis encompasses the Orange Coast to the west, extending into contested territories, and reaches the southern edge of the Golden Fields to the north, marking its sphere of influence. The fertile lands surrounding the lower reaches of the Mother River, with towns of various sizes established along both banks, fall under Volantis' dominion. The city is not only ideally positioned at the mouth of the Lorne River, but also nestled beside an exquisitely deep natural harbor. The Valencian people often boast that even the multitude of islands from Braavos would be engulfed by the expanse of their harbor. Located in the southern part of Essos, the harbor remains in the grip of summer even as winter descends upon the continent of Westeros. It serves as a bustling nexus for vessels from across the globe, including those from Westeros and Braavos en route to trade in the Jade Sea, laden with silks and spices aboard elegant swan ships, as well as grand ships engaged in the extensive slave trade from the Bay of Slaves. The city-state is renowned for its sweet red wines, benefiting from thriving agriculture that ensures a steady supply to the world, alongside exquisite craftsmanship that produces precious glass. Thus, Volantis boasts one of the most vibrant ports in the world. As the oldest free trade city-state in history, it initially served merely as a military outpost on the fringes of the Valyrian Empire, a venue for the empire to meet envoys from the cities upstream along the Lorne River or a resting place for the dragonlords and their king. Over time, the city began to flourish rapidly. In its early history, Volantis thrived from trade between the Valyrian Empire and the Loina, ultimately leading to the devastating decline of the ancient trading city of Suhoi, once dominated by the Loina. War ensued, culminating in the complete destruction of the Loinai cities upstream on the Lorne River. The warrior queen of the Loinai, Namilia, led her people across the sea to the Dornish lands of Westeros, fleeing from the Valyrian invasion. Thus, Volantis ascended to the ranks of the world's greatest cities. Following the cataclysmic doom that befell the Valyrian Empire, Volantis emerged as an independent entity. In the early years of the Blooded Century, Volantis maintained the upper hand in its campaigns of conquest, with its fleets subduing Rishis and its armies capturing Meereen, expanding its influence into the disputed territories and upstream regions of the Lorne River. Ultimately, it faced defeat, primarily due to the formidable intervention of the Storm King from Westeros and the sudden involvement of Braavos, which lent its fleet to the exiles of Rashis. The conqueror Aegon, mounted upon the dragon Balerion the Black Dread, also joined the fray. The Dothraki unexpectedly lent their assistance, launching an assault from the east that devastated the town of Volantis located downstream of the Lorne River. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the remnants of daylight painted the drifting clouds in hues of crimson, casting shimmering reflections upon the river's surface. In the twilight, the Red Priest, Machiro, accompanied by the Hand of the Holy Fire, did not hasten directly to Volantis on horseback. Instead, they traveled day and night to reach the town of Sihoro first, intending to board a vessel at the docks and sail downstream. A small contingent of Volantis spearmen guarded the city walls, their torches illuminating the formidable claws of their gauntlets, which glimmered intermittently, the tiger stripes etched upon their cheeks distinctly visible. The enslaved soldiers, all followers of the Lord of Light, R'hlloro, donned their tiger-striped cloaks. Machiro easily spotted the shops, stalls, and warehouses hidden behind the sandstone walls. Unlike the colorful lanterns made of sheepskin outside the city, the lanterns within were crafted from stained glass, resplendent in lavish colors, their neon glow flickering. Machiro wasted no time, spurring his horse towards the main square of Sihoro. The bustling commercial hub appeared largely unaffected by the looming specter of war. The elite lounged leisurely in litters, meandering about, while commoners were pulled by diminutive elephants, busily engaged in the rhythms of daily life. Slaves, marked with fly tattoos, toiled diligently to clear the streets of refuse. The fiery tattoos on Machiro's face were conspicuous as he moved unimpeded through the throng. Before the square stood a stone inn adorned with a colossal turtle, its neon lights dazzling. A woman, her body inked with tear tattoos, stood at the entrance, energetically beckoning patrons. Crossing the square, they passed the opulent headless statue of Horono. Arriving at the Crimson Temple of R'hlloro, the culture of Sihoro was steeped in the distinctive style of Volantis, imbued with a palpable sense of its historical significance. The headless statue represented Horono, the governor of Volantis during the Bloody Century, a war hero who had held office over 40 times until he grew weary of elections and declared himself a lifelong ruler. The Valentisi swiftly overthrew him, unflinchingly sentencing him to death. Horono was bound between several elephants and torn asunder. Flames engulfed the interior of the R'hlloro temple, guided clearly by the slaves. Machiro soon encountered the Red Priest stationed in Sihoro by the High Priest. Rumors about Kor circulated widely among the townsfolk, and I had also heard whispers in the market that the Dothraki intended to continue their slaughter in Volantis. Were these truths? Faced with the relentless inquiries of the Red Priests of Sihoro, Machiro remained unfazed, maintaining a calm demeanor as he replied, "I come from Kor alongside the Dothraki. Sihoro is of little consequence, and Mongol Kao has no interest in them. I require a vessel to be prepared immediately. I must hasten to Volantis to meet the High Priest." Upon hearing these words, the priest of the R'hlloro temple gradually quelled his anxious demeanor. He promptly dispatched a Volantis slave guard adorned with tiger stripes through the river gate to arrange for a southbound vessel for Machiro and his companions at the docks. The atmosphere of war enveloped the docks, as ships laden with enslaved soldiers traversed the waters, safeguarding the passage. The governor of Volantis appeared convinced that the Dothraki were menacingly approaching the town of Sihoro, relentlessly dispatching ships to ferry soldiers northward. The Red Priest Machiro, alongside the Hand of the Holy Fire, brazenly boarded the vessels transporting soldiers, returning south to Volantis without a hint of hesitation. In the dead of night, the air was thick with oppressive humidity, and the warships gently swayed in the hazy mist stirred by a capricious breeze. The crescent moon, obscured by the shroud of clouds, emanated an eerie glow, resembling an eye peering into the realm of mortals. At that moment, a sudden uproar erupted not far away. Shouts rang out, oars splashed, and a cacophony of noise surged and ebbed, long and mournful. The ships laden with soldiers heading north urgently altered their course, the broad waterway becoming congested to the point of stasis. Throughout the sleepless night, the diligent Red Priest Machiro caught faint echoes of the captains' and sailors' cries. The Dothraki had already begun their descent upon Volantis. Chapter 32. Ice and Fire. The warships glided down the Lorne River, traveling 1,000 miles in a single day, from Sihoro to Volantis, arriving at dusk and leaving at dawn. The morning breeze swept away the dark clouds, the crystal-clear waters flowed towards the horizon, and the outlines of nearby landscapes gradually emerged in the soft glow of dawn. The sailors' excited shouts startled the red-robed monk, Machiro, who, gazing across the water, beheld a colossal horned tortoise. It was the old man of the river, the son of the Lorne Mother River, a deity of the Loinai people, who had triumphed over the Crab King to gain dominion over the underwater denizens. Legend has it that during the long night, darkness engulfed the Lorne River, causing its waters to wither and vanish. It was only when a hero persuaded the numerous offspring of the Lord Mother River, including the Crab King and other deities, to set aside their grievances and join in a mystical song that the long night began to recede and daylight returned. Before the commotion incited by the giant tortoise could settle, a towering black wall, rising 200 feet high, emerged in the distance. This was a testament to history. The Black Wall of Volantis, rooted in the ancient bloodline of the Valyrian Empire. The Black Wall, constructed from an enigmatic black stone, served as a military outpost when Volantis was still a frontier of the Empire, once believed to be forged from dragonfire by the Valyrians. This mysterious stone structure appeared in various corners of the known world wherever ancient wonders were found. The towering spire of Old Town in Westeros also rests upon a base fashioned from melted black stone. Yet no archaeological evidence suggests that the Valyrians ever ventured so far into Old Town. Unlike the dry lava of Valyria, this black stone possesses an oily, fatty quality. The black wall is exceptionally broad. If each wagon were drawn by 4 horses, 6 wagons could race side by side along its expanse. To commemorate the founding day of Volantis, the citizens would hold such chariot races upon the wall. The numerous oarsmen aboard the warships, shouting in unison, exerted great effort to impart agility to their vessels, allowing them to navigate the somewhat congested river with ease. As they approached the long bridge, the ranks of slave soldiers lining both sides of the river corridor grew increasingly dense. The long bridge, spanning a great distance, was supported by massive pillars, its surface as flat as a thoroughfare, capable of bearing the weight of 1,000 elephants, wide enough for 2 4-wheeled wagons to pass side by side. The entrances at both ends were archways constructed of black stone, adorned with carvings of the Valyrian guardian beast, the Sphinx, dragons, and other fantastical creatures. As the ships glided slowly beneath the arched bridge, Mikiro shook his head in resignation. He could clearly see that the black stone archway was closed, and the once bustling vendors on the bridge had vanished. All that remained were long spears, adorned with the heads of criminals for public display, indicating that Volantis was evidently under a state of high alert. The long bridge connected the banks of the Lorne River to the sea, with the eastern bank outside the black wall teeming with residences, shops, and inns, while the western bank was a haven for foreigners, pirates, mercenaries, and criminals. A chaotic paradise filled with debauchery, drunkenness, and murder, where nearly anything could be procured. Volantis was originally constructed on the eastern bank of the Lorne River. As the city rapidly expanded to the western shore, the formidable tides and unpredictable currents rendered crossing the river exceedingly difficult. The magistrates found it challenging to dispatch slave soldiers to maintain order across the waters. Consequently, the western bank gradually descended into chaos. In response, the benevolent magistrate Valhariso decreed the construction of a grand bridge spanning the Lorne River. The width of the river, coupled with its powerful currents and tides, rendered the undertaking an epic challenge. Volantis invested over 40 years and millions of coins into this endeavor, yet even Magistrate Valhariso did not live to witness its completion. Ultimately, a miraculous long bridge was finished, connecting the eastern and western districts of Volantis. It stands as the longest bridge in the world and one of the 9 great wonders of human ingenuity. The magistrates of Volantis could finally dispatch their slave soldiers across the bridge to uphold a semblance of order in the western district. Ships cautiously traversed the bridge, slowly docking at the bustling eastern wharf, where the captain thoughtfully summoned an elephant cart for figures like the red-robed priest Machiro. The esteemed citizens of Volantis would never deign to walk. They deemed it beneath their dignity. Although Volantis still appeared prosperous, an undercurrent of decline was palpable. Once adorned with statues and vibrant floral fountains, the city now bore witness to untamed weeds, desiccated pools, and the remnants of the Tiger Party statues, shattered by the post-war riots and the Elephant Party's vandalism. Yet, amidst this decay, the magnificent temple of Rollo stood tall. Religion has always served as a universal means of spiritual dominion, from ancient times to the present, across all corners of the world. The impoverished populace, stripped of their wealth and trapped in a cycle of suffering, continued to sustain the sacred temple of the Lord of Light. The Temple of Rollo in Volantis is an immense edifice, approximately 3 times the size of the Great September of Baelor in King's Landing, 4 before the temple's construction. This site was once the Grand Plaza of Volantis. The architectural techniques employed in the temple's design were extraordinarily refined. Its beams, steps, walls, vaulted ceilings, and skyward corridors melded seamlessly, as if hewn from a single colossal stone. A myriad of hues red, gold, orange intermingled on the temple walls, depicting a breathtaking panorama of layered mountains and clouds, reminiscent of the resplendent hues of dawn and dusk. The slender spires spiraled upwards like flames in a fervent ascent, their frozen tips resembling the touch of mortals upon the divine realm of the heavens. The devotees of Rollo cherished their flames, For the Lord of Light was their one true deity. They perpetually ignited offerings, welcoming the morning sun, while the faithful encircled the preaching red-robed priests, weeping fervently. At that moment, the high priest Ben Nero was delivering a sermon, and the plaza was brimming with worshippers, all, including Machiro, gazing reverently upon him. Ben Nero pointed towards the crimson sun rising in the eastern sky, then clasped his hands in unity, before spreading his arms wide. His resonant voice was striking and unforgettable. As he reached the crescendo of his prayer, flames suddenly erupted from behind him, startling the assembled crowd. The high priest, with a resonant and unforgettable tone, proclaimed, "We, mere mortals, are born alone and die alone, lost and aimless, wandering through the shadowy valleys. Yet, we are fortunate to gather with our brethren, and blessed by the Almighty, who enriches us. In comparison to the impending terror, the coldness, and the darkness, the so-called war beyond the city walls is nothing but the frolic of children. Ancient and unknowable deities, unknown to mankind, are amassing their strength terrifying, malevolent, and formidable forces of darkness that are almost insurmountable. Only if the righteous can muster the courage to uphold their fervent faith can they stand against it. The true essence of the world is laid bare before us. Truth envelopes you, and all things become clear. The long night is fraught with peril, while the daylight flourishes with vitality. Black and white, ice and fire coexist." Upon hearing these words, the women wept while the men brandished their tightly clenched fists. Chapter 33, A King, a Nation. The deity religion is a product of the evolution of human society, inevitably changing and developing alongside the course of history. Andals, drawing upon historical materialism and the principle of religion's adaptation to society, delineated the evolution of religion into three distinct phases: the spontaneous emergence of primitive tribal religions, the establishment of national religions by individuals during the zenith of slavery, and the rise of certain religions to the status of world religions through the support of global empires. In this world, long before history was recorded, the children of the forest in Westeros worshipped nameless deities governing rocks, earth, and trees, now referred to as the old gods. Meanwhile, the Lyceni of Essos revered the mother of rivers, the crab king, and the old man of the river. All these represent a rudimentary belief system akin to animism. Among the children of the forest, the Green Seer, a shamanic figure endowed with formidable magical prowess, could converse with birds and beasts and perceive through the ice carved into weirwood. Primitive religions lacked ordained ministers, devout prayers, hymns of praise, or formal worship rituals. They were merely traditions passed down through generations. The faith of the Seven stands as the preeminent religion on the continent of Westeros, often simplistically referred to as the Church. To distinguish it from ancient beliefs, the deities of the Church are occasionally dubbed the new gods. The seven worshipped by the Church espouse a creed reminiscent of the doctrine of the Trinity, albeit as a unification of seven deities. One deity manifests in seven distinct forms, each symbolizing a different virtue. However, some adherents perceive them as seven separate gods, praying to a specific manifestation of the seven based on their desires. The Father represents judgment, beseeched for the establishment of justice. The Mother embodies love and nurturing, implored for blessings of fertility or compassion. The warrior signifies the strength of battle, invoked for courage and victory. The maiden stands for innocence and purity, prayed to for the protection of a girl's virtue. The smith symbolizes craftsmanship and labor, petitioned for the strength to accomplish one's tasks. The crone represents wisdom, often sought for guidance, and the stranger embodies death and the unknown, seldom called upon directly but frequently associated with others. The deities of Essos are as numerous as its peoples, allowing individuals to worship any god they can conceive, fundamentally embodying polytheism. Believers yearn for religion to aid them in comprehending the innate powers bestowed upon humanity by nature. In Essos, the most prevalent faith, that of R'hllor, has become a ubiquitous tradition, epitomizing the dualistic principles of light and darkness. The high priests of the R'hllor temple in Volantis have tirelessly endeavored to propagate the worship of the Lord of Light, aspiring to elevate their faith to a global religion. They dispatched the Red Priest Soros to cross into Westeros, aiming to evangelize the fire-obsessed King Aerys, our Targaryen. However, Soros failed to impress Aerys, too, with any remarkable fire magic, resulting in R'hllor's limited recognition in Westeros. The current High Priest Benello is no exception, fervently beseeching the King of Light to unveil prophetic visions of the future, in hopes of discovering the reincarnation of the ancient hero Azra Yohe. Regardless of whether the world after the long summer requires salvation, he ardently encourages more individuals to rally behind this hero. At this juncture, Benello's impassioned oration has concluded. Yet the echoes of the surrounding crowd's fervent cheers resonate through the air, creating a cacophony of voices. The hand of the sacred flame diligently clears a path for Machiro amidst the throng, bringing him closer to the high priest. In stark contrast to Benelo's elevated tone, Machiro himself appears remarkably tranquil. He is tall and slender, with pronounced facial features, a bald head, and a milk-white visage adorned with intricate flame tattoos. His eyes, as crystalline and clear as water, gaze warmly and intently at Machiro, yet their inscrutable brilliance causes the red-robed monk to avert his gaze. The elderly and youthful steeds, the fiery stallions and shadowy goats, the genuine and the illusory kings coexist, yet, I also behold you, a clumsy figure, numbly standing among the herd, failing to ignite the flame of resolve. Upon hearing the high priest's words, Machiro, who had faced peril with unwavering calm, finds his composure faltering, his heart overwhelmed with an unshakable restlessness. The high priest grants no opportunity for the red-robed monk to enter the temple for discourse. He seems to have gleaned everything from the flames or perhaps acquired all information from others. Subsequently, he casts his gaze toward the black wall of Volantis and speaks calmly. Within the black wall, the ancient-blooded nobility now find no pleasure in sustenance, nor solace in slumber. The magistrates anxiously orchestrate all affairs. Across Volantis, slaves toil to produce food, cleanse the streets, guard the walls, and charge into battle. Yet do you believe the magistrates truly heed our discussions? In their eyes, all beyond the black wall are akin to the most wretched beggars and slaves. The high priest Benello slowly approaches the red-robed monk, gently caressing Machiro's bowed head, continuing, You observe the long bridge that unites the two districts of Volantis. Its smooth surface resembles a pathway to the world, yet you fail to see how the archways of Blackstone sever order. From the moment the towering black walls were erected, dialogue was silenced. You ponder too deeply on the temple, allowing your concerns for Volantis to overshadow thoughts of the flame-heart king of light, thus rendering your vision increasingly myopic. The inhabitants within the black wall of Volantis proclaim themselves as of ancient blood, their lineage traced back to the era of Old Valyria, unless invited by its residents. Outsiders and freemen are prohibited from entering the black wall, due to its geographical proximity to Slave Bay. Volantis not only serves as a pivotal link in the slave trade chain, but also stands as a significant market for it, with each freeman in Volantis possessing an average of 5 slaves. The currency used in Volantis, known as the Glimmer coin, bears a crown on its obverse and a skull on its reverse. The forging of the Quibi coin features on its obverse the radiance and crown of a revered figure, while the reverse bears the blood, tears, and life of another. Every mortal must make a choice, you and I, male and female, noble or destitute. We choose between light and darkness, justice and malevolence. We opt for the true deity or the false. Yet, there exists only one true hero, and we must select him, for he embodies light, justice, and the authentic deity. The high priest gazes toward the heavens, akin to the burning red sun, with his hands crossed before his abdomen, his elevated tone resonating with an extraordinary tranquility. Machiro, return to your Khal, to offer him guidance and support. The King of Light will illuminate your path. Remember this, a sovereign, a nation, a true deity find the king and fulfill all his demands. Chapter 34. The sudden advance in the endless darkness of the night. The soft veil of liberation envelopes the slumbering plains. Fireflies flicker, and the light of the moon and stars dances in harmony, resembling delicate grains of sand that form a galaxy sprawled across the horizon. Beneath the vast dome of the sky, by the banks of the Volano River, the earth trembles. The long, winding flames leap forth, accompanied by the thunderous sound of galloping hooves, sweeping in with an unstoppable force. The Dothraki cavalry, traversing the desolate expanse, clearly show no intent to conceal their presence. The cacophony of voices and neighing horses melts into a singular, overwhelming tide, surging from all directions, racing forward with a roar that reverberates through the night sky. Mogo, riding his fiery red steed, is the first to reach the river bank. He halts his horse, with no time to assess the situation at the Volano River, swiftly turning back in his saddle, straining to glimpse the chaos unfolding in the rear. He hastily rides towards the back, feeling a momentary relief upon seeing that the majority of the tribe as elderly, women, and children are closely following the main body. With the situation urgent, he spurs his horse onward, calling out loudly, Off, off! I am here! From the approaching carts, a clerk's voice rings out, Everyone is safe. No one has fallen behind. Upon hearing this, Mogo's anxious heart finally relaxes. To avoid being detected by the enemy, he orders the tribe to discard most of their supplies, except for those who can only travel by cart. The majority of the Dothraki receive weapons and steeds to march alongside the tribe. However, they lack the experience necessary for a rapid march and may easily lose their way in the darkness, falling behind. At this moment, Base Porter also rides over. his gaze fixed appreciatively on the last group of carts trailing the procession. Accustomed to the harshness of life and indifferent to mortality, Mogo refrains from sending too many to protect non-combatants, as the scholar lacks military command knowledge. Fortunately, Clerk of volunteers to oversee the rear guard, ensuring the safety of most. As he observes the rear contingent catching up, Mogo as briefly eased heart once again tightens, his expression grave and silent. The strategic plan for the division of forces at the headwaters of the Volana River had already been devised, and as no unforeseen events had transpired, it must proceed as intended. He waved his tightly gripped riding whip in farewell and addressed Off and the others. The enemy may very well abandon their non-combatants and pursue us swiftly with cavalry. Your group is large, unwieldy, and vulnerable, making it difficult to evade enemy encounters. Time is of the essence. We must advance without pause toward the marshlands, where we will fortify our defenses with the craftsmen we brought from Kor. Remember, while the marsh can delay the enemy's charge, it cannot be wholly relied upon. We must not strike first and must remain vigilant against the Volantis behind us. As he relayed these arrangements, Mogo continued to ponder any oversights in his mind. Yet, he recognized that perfection is unattainable, and this was all he could conceive at the moment. The remainder must rely on the wisdom and decisiveness of the group. We shall heed your counsel, advancing immediately to fortify our position while awaiting reinforcements. The bachelor had long possessed a clear understanding of the situation, his demeanor solemn and grave as he spoke earnestly. Ofer nodded in agreement, then glanced at the sky with an anxious expression, exclaiming that time was of the essence. They needed to act immediately, lest they reach the marshlands only after the next sunset, when constructing a defensive camp in the darkness would place them at a severe disadvantage. Observing the resolute demeanor of the two, Mogo no longer hesitated, smiling as he raised his whip to poke the shoulders of Ofer and B.S. Potter, declaring that they would encircle and eliminate the enemy. With that, Mogo mounted his horse and rode off to organize the troops, preparing to advance south toward Volantis. Silence reigned amidst the clamor, as warriors exchanged glances in the night. The individuals who know you best are often your rivals. The ones most acquainted with the combat techniques of the Dothraki tribe are invariably from another Dothraki tribe. In the silent reconnaissance battlefield, a squad of scouting cavalry lay concealed deep within the jungle, their horses trained to remain as still as the solid rock, quietly resting on the ground. The enemy's torch-bearing scouts had evidently made a discovery and were cautiously approaching them. "No art, we have been detected." As the low voice echoed, the sharp twang of bowstrings pierced the stillness of the jungle, as arrows struck with lethal precision, felling half of the enemy. The torches in the hands of the foes provided guidance, while the Dothraki scouts, without exception, were the finest archers of the tribe. They swiftly rallied their steeds. Leaping into action, pairs of riders, attuned to each other, charged toward their designated foes. One drew back the bow to provide cover, while the other brandished a curved rack. Advancing swiftly, driven by an inexplicable fear of the sudden assault, the enemy did not panic but scattered in retreat. Seeing the ambushers outnumber them, they decisively left a contingent behind to cover their escape, while the remainder turned their horses, preparing to flee the jungle swiftly. For the paramount task of the scouting cavalry was to relay the information back to the tribe. The Dothraki scouts, with their swift shooting and seasoned combat experience, soon eradicated the enemy under the preemptive ambush led by Noart and his companions, leaving no one behind. At this juncture, the scouts did not lower their guard but were rather consumed by urgency. This was not their first encounter with the enemy, and the situation demanded that they relay the news as swiftly as possible. Everyone gathered supplies and horses, no longer needing to conceal the bodies or hide their tracks, for they were prepared to hasten towards the Volana River. Noart commanded his troops with precision while remaining vigilant, while the others diligently executed his orders. Moments later, he led the cavalry carefully out of the jungle, and soon, they galloped anxiously towards the direction of the Volana River, having resolved to no longer conceal their movements. The long-suffering cavalry began to engage in conversation. "Noart, I heard you were personally received by Mongol Khal. Is he truly as magnificent and valiant as the legends suggest?" The man named Noart, a Dothraki of remarkable prowess, was the very scout who had previously infiltrated the Khal's tribe and successfully extracted vital intelligence. He appeared youthful, with a broad nose and thick brows, his rectangular face radiating the audacity typical of youth. His profound black eyes resembled tranquil, deep waters, concealing a latent sharpness, while exhibiting a keen intelligence, bravery, and wisdom. Notably, his exceptionally large ears, perched beside his face, resembled two open clamshells, harboring pearls within. Noart was characteristically reticent, a trait honed through his long tenure as a scout. In truth, he was neither inarticulate nor unsociable. Rather, he was one of the few gentle souls among the Dothraki. At this moment, however, he did not respond to the inquiries of those around him. Instead, he pressed forward, firmly gripping the horse's flank, his expression grave and contemplative. Chapter 35. The Widow by the Water. In the sweltering heat of high summer, the climate in Volantis was oppressively humid. At this moment, 3 noble figures cloaked in black, their faces shrouded, briskly traversed the fishmonger square on the western bank of the Lorne River. Their unusual attire drew curious glances, yet it was evident that necessity compelled such discretion. The air was thick with a pungent emblem of fishy odors, floral fragrances, excrement, and the stench of decay. Nevertheless, this square housed Volantis' finest tavern and the grandest inn, the Merchant's House. This immense 4-story edifice towered over the surrounding warehouses and taverns, a hub where countless negotiations transpired, favored by shippers, captains, and merchants from across the globe. In front of the inn stood a partitioned table where 4 mercenaries, clad in military garb, beckoned every passing man or boy to join their ranks. The 3 nobles paid no heed to the mercenaries' enthusiasm. Entering the courtyard of the merchant's house and proceeding along the spacious sandstone pathway, between the stones, lush violet-green moss flourished, intertwining with ornate trellises and grapevines that adorned the surrounding pavilions, creating a labyrinthine appearance. The locks of the merchant's house were renowned for their sturdiness, rumored to rival that of a prison. Upon pushing open the door to the main hall, a cacophony of diverse tongues assailed their ears. The expansive space felt both vast and cramped, surpassing the size of most castles and town halls. However, the dim light cast shadows upon the walls, adorned with private niches and concealed recesses. Here, sailors, merchants, captains, money changers, shippers, and slave traders congregated beneath the darkened beams and cracked ceiling, weaving webs of deceit amongst one another. The 3 nobles did not linger at the entrance, as that would attract undue attention. After a brief survey, they made their way to a corner of the hall. As they approached, an elderly woman became visible, seated behind a table, shrouded in shadow. She was nearly invisible to others, yet from her vantage point, she observed the comings and goings at the inn's entrance. Her weathered visage bore deep wrinkles, with a prominent scar tracing her cheek, obscuring the mark of slavery she had once borne. Sparse white hair contrasted sharply with her pink scalp, and the passage of time had long since stooped her spine. Yet, her eyes remained dark and bright, brimming with the wisdom of age, her hunched form alert, embodying an indomitable spirit against fate. The 3 nobles sought to draw near the old woman but were intercepted by her numerous darts. The leading noble slowly removed part of his hood, revealing a toothless, aged smile. Children, escort the old friend upstairs. In the flickering candlelight, the elderly woman's slightly sunken eye sockets revealed a hint of sorrow. She did not call for assistance. Instead, her frail, bark-like hands pressed firmly against the table as she rose slowly, making her way upstairs beneath the protection of her guards. In the hall, everyone courteously made way for her, and familiar friends of stature respectfully referred to her as the Widow by the Water, while her guards were esteemed as the sons of the widow. Although privately, many derisively called her Vagaro's whore, none dared to utter such words in her presence or when confronted with the widow's sons. Vagaro, a man of prominence, had been elected consul of Volantis 7 times and was a merchant of old noble lineage. He owned docks, warehouses, engaged in freight transshipment, currency exchange, ship insurance, and the slave trade, among other ventures. The Widow by the Water had once been a bed slave, trained in the arts of pleasure, mastering 7 forms of moans and 16 positions of love, ultimately becoming an expert in the erotic arts. At that juncture, a consul named Vagaro purchased her. Subsequently, Vagaro fell in love with the Widow by the Water, liberated her, bestowed upon her freedom, and eventually wed her. This caused a sensation within the aristocratic circles of Volantis, regarded as the greatest scandal. After Vagaro's demise, he left all his business to his wife. However, as a freed woman, the Widow by the Water could no longer reside within the black walls. She took over her husband's enterprises, sold the mansion, and moved to a merchant's house on the western bank of the Lorne River to expand her business. Her endeavors flourished, and she now even owned docks and trade routes. Surrounding the 3 nobles, her guards led them to the lavish suite on the 2nd floor of the merchant's house. This suite, long reserved, served as the Widow by the Water's permanent abode, while the table in the hall below was her designated workspace. The room featured 2 windows, one facing the long bridge and the black walls across the river, a reminiscence of her past, and the other overlooking the fishmonger square, allowing her to observe all that transpired below. Magaya, the Widow by the Water, gradually leaned back in the chair nestled in the corner. a smile blossoming on her weathered face, her sorrowful eyes revealing a tranquil serenity upon encountering an old friend. As her voice, rich with experience, resonated, the three nobles slowly removed their hoods. The elder among them smiled vivaciously, his bright eyes gleaming like those of a tiger, full of vitality. This man was none other than Malachio Magaya, the current Tiger Party Council of Volantis. Despite his age and toothlessness, he remained true to his fierce moniker. You, I, and your husband Vogaro have known each other for nearly 30 years. Simply call me Malachio, he said, as he nimbly selected a chair to sit, his voice resonating with strength. Malachio, the western bank of the Lorne River is hardly a place frequented by noble councils. Nevertheless, in gratitude for your past protection of my husband's business and wealth, I had pledged to assist you in any endeavor as repayment. Upon hearing the widow by the water's forthright declaration, the council's gaze turned predatory, and he spoke without reservation. I require your assistance in contacting a reputable mercenary company. For centuries, the free city-states have employed numerous mercenaries in their wars, and thus Essos is home to many time-honored mercenary bands, who serve only the highest bidder. Inevitably, the majority comprised of outlaws proficient only in thievery, a rebel of sorts, yet there existed a few disciplined and reputable mercenary bands. The widow by the water paid no heed to the sudden ferocity in the governor's gaze, offering a soft chuckle before responding without a moment's hesitation. You wish for my assistance in hiring the Golden Company. Mercenaries have long borne a notorious reputation for their capriciousness. Yet the Golden Company's most esteemed trait lies in their unwavering commitment to honor their contracts. Their motto is that a word is as good as gold. Furthermore, the Golden Company is regarded as one of the most formidable mercenary groups within Essos. Upon hearing the name of the Golden Company, Malachar clenched his fist and spoke with unyielding resolve. Not only the Golden Company, I also require the hiring of the contested lands, along with other reputable mercenary groups from the Stone Steppes archipelago. The contested lands, a vast and fertile region in the southwest of Essos, are bordered to the west by the narrow sea of the Stone Steppes archipelago, which controls the crucial maritime trade routes between the eastern and western continents. Three free trade city-states Lys, Myr, and Tyrash have been embroiled in conflict over the sovereignty of these territories. Thus most mercenary bands in Essos find themselves contracted to fight here. Observing his old friend's furrowed brow, the governor hastily added, however, rest assured, this will not impede your business. I harbor no delusions of serving as a lifelong governor. The elderly woman sighed in resignation. Yet her knitted brow remained unrelaxed as she inquired at a measured pace, are the other two governors of the faction aware of this matter? Have they consented to authorize the hiring of mercenaries? Malachar, with a steadfast demeanor and righteous tone, declared, the Dothraki are advancing southward, approaching Volantis. War is imminent. Yet the widow by the water remained unmoved, her gaze fixed intently on the face of the Tiger Party governor. She possessed far more knowledge than her old friend could possibly fathom. Chapter 36. The indistinguishable black and red in the merchant's abode. The Valyrian Tiger Party's council, Malachar, had taken his leave, for the western banks of the Rhoyne were not his place of prolonged stay. Madam, will the Dothraki truly launch an assault upon our Valiantis? A guard inquired, noting the widow by the water's edge had not declined the council's presence. The human heart, akin to the ocean's depths, is difficult to fathom, and the Dothraki are no exception. The old woman furrowed her brow tightly, her scarred visage contorting into a fearsome grimace. The deliberate deceit of an old acquaintance was a bitter pill to swallow. The council of the Tiger Party was by no means a complacent figure, nor one to shun conflict. The widow, possessing a vast web of intelligence, was acutely aware that the Golden Company had previously rebuffed Malachar's request to eliminate the High Priest of R'hllor, Benero, along with his supporters. The council dared not dispatch the Tiger Cloak Guards to undertake this mission, for the majority of these soldiers were adherents of R'hllor. She also possessed a clear understanding of Valiantis' military strength, which, fortified by the Black Wall, could withstand any Dothraki onslaught. However, should Malachar choose to lead an offensive, his forces would be somewhat lacking. According to the sailors of Valiantis, the Golden Company was heading west, having entered into a contract with the merchants of Myr. Upon hearing the guard's warning, the widow nodded calmly, then slowly rose to her feet. A Captain Rhys informed me that they are attempting to persuade the Golden Company to breach their contract, offering double the pay of the Myrish, along with a slave for each soldier in the Legion, and 10 slaves for every commander. The leader of the Golden Company, Harry Strickland, is to receive 100 beautiful women. Harry did not outright refuse but rather indicated that the Myrish proposal would be given due consideration. Perhaps having made promises, the widow was genuinely willing to assist Malachar in facilitating this mercenary contract. At that moment, the flickering candlelight enveloped her form, casting shadows in the corners that exuded an eerie mystique, deeply reflecting memories that would never fade. She felt as if she could truly envision a certain afternoon from the past, where a man solemnly recited his vows. It seemed that the once reliable mercenary company was now on the verge of decline, having appointed a mere financial officer as its leader. Hearing that the Golden Company had not rejected the Myrish temptations, the guard could not help but voice a sarcastic remark. Harry Strickland, the current commander of the Golden Company, was not a valiant warrior. Prior to his elevation, he had served as the company as treasurer. The widow paid no heed to the guard's mockery. Taking out pen and paper, she leaned heavily upon the desk, her expression grave as she meticulously penned 2 identical letters. After allowing the ink to dry in silence, she sealed them and instructed the guards within the room, immediately proceed to the docks and board the swiftest vessel, taking separate routes along the Rhone, by sea to Pentos, and deliver my letters to Governor Illyrio Mopatis. 2 guards stepped forward to respectfully receive the wax-sealed letters, bowing deeply to the old woman before hastily exiting the room. Can the Governor of Pentos assist us in persuading the Golden Company? The widow by the water gently patted the arm of her questioning guard, her loyal son. And with a patient smile, she remarked, in the governor's garden, a dragon rests. Upon hearing her words, the other guards could not help but engage in fervent discussion. The beggar king. Even adorned with a crown, he remains a beggar, no matter how radiant he may appear. He is still a beggar. I have heard from a sailor of Pentos that the beggar king once hosted a banquet for the commanders of the Golden Company, hoping they would assist him in reclaiming his throne, yet after indulging in the feast, they cruelly mocked him. Indeed, at best, he can be regarded as a red dragon, while the Golden Company descends from the black dragon. The guard's chatter did not sway the widow by the water from her resolve. She smiled, her dark, bright eyes shimmering with wisdom and affection as she gazed at her sons, softly murmuring, regardless of black or red, a dragon is a dragon. Viserys Targaryen, the exiled prince. Rise the dragon to conquer the continent of Westeros, a descendant of Aegon the Conqueror, and he proclaims himself as Viserys' son, the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. Known as the Beggar King, the Targaryen family's reign on the Iron Throne, lasting 3 centuries, concluded with the rebellion they termed the War of the Usurper. The Targaryen sigil is a red 3-headed dragon on a black field, known as the Red Dragon. A century prior, the Targaryen family experienced a notable rebellion known as the Blackfire Rebellion, led by Demon Blackfire. The Blackfire family as sigil is a black 3-headed dragon on a red field, referred to as the Black Dragon. Demon Blackfire was the illegitimate son of the mediocre King Aegon, Thor Targaryen, and his cousin, Princess Dina Targaryen. To ensure the purity of their bloodline, the Targaryens adhered to the tradition of intermarriage within their family. Thus, Demon Blackfire possessed an exceptionally pure bloodline, albeit illegitimate. However, on his deathbed, Aegon, Thor legitimized all his bastards, rectifying Demon Blackfire's status. This is one of the pivotal reasons the Blackfire family could incite great turmoil. They were both legitimate and of pure blood. Before the War of the Usurper, though the Red Dragon Targaryens and the Black Dragon Blackfires shared a common ancestry, both claimed to be the rightful heirs to the throne. Their brutal conflicts persisted for nearly 70 years, culminating in the demise of the last male Blackfire heir who coveted the Iron Throne, extinguishing the Targaryens' hatred and fury towards the Blackfires. The Golden Company, founded by the noble bastard Igor Rivers, was also a legitimized bastard of King Aegon, Thor Targaryen, and during the Blackfire Rebellion, he chose to ally with his half-brother Demon Blackfire. His purpose in establishing the mercenary company was to gather support for the Blackfire family. Its members were either exiles or descendants who supported the Blackfires. As the widow by the water's messenger set sail for Pentos, at the source of the Valyrian River, dusk approached. Nord led a troop of cavalry, guided by the sunlight, to locate the outpost camp left by the tribes to stand watch. Throughout the journey, they were fortunate to evade any further enemy pursuits. However, the relentless pace of their march had sapped the strength of all, leaving them utterly exhausted. Even 2 of their war horses had succumbed to fatigue. After a brief respite, Norhart reclined upon the grass, gazing at the ceaselessly flowing river nearby, his expression laden with concern. As a distinguished member of the reconnaissance cavalry, a vivid image of the terrain unfolded in his mind. The enemy's advance appeared to deviate slightly. Yet if their destination was not the desolate vicinity of the Sihoro River, then it was as if he could foresee the future with uncanny precision. Having contemplated this, Norhart resolved not to linger any longer at the encampment. He promptly rose, rousing the entire squad of reconnaissance cavalry, and retrieved the water skins and food supplies prepared by the scouts, affixing them to the spare mounts in the camp. Subsequently, the entire troop silently mounted their horses and continued their journey westward. Yet, unbeknownst to Norhart, At that very moment, Mongo Khal had already led 30,000 cavalry around the Volana River, advancing southward towards Volantis. Chapter 37. The dawn breaks as the night recedes. The dawn's light permeates the gently unfurling clouds, creating an ethereal tableau. Norhart gently shakes off the weariness that clings to him, meticulously searching for traces left by his tribe. Yet the vibrant greens around him only serve to disorient him. Throughout the journey, his companions have long since fallen behind, leaving him to persist alone with gritted teeth. At that moment, through his hazy vision, he perceives a troop of cavalry galloping towards him, the crisp sound of hoofs confirming the reality of his surroundings. The morning breeze caresses him, and the rosy dawn greets him with freshness. Who goes there? Norhart is roused from his reverie by a gentle shake. Instinctively reaching for the curved blade at his waist, as the sensation of movement continues, he realizes he is lying in a moving wagon. The officer, the enemy. He finally recognizes the figure beside the wagon and hastily prepares to rise and report the unusual findings. However, he is met with awfully shaking his head, raising a hand to press him down in a gesture of restraint. Have the enemies already discovered our whereabouts and are they pursuing the tribe? Norhart's face registers surprise, but he quickly nods, stating, our reconnaissance cavalry set out from the Sihol River, advancing straight ahead to scour the wasteland for signs of the enemy, yet we found nothing. However, with the enemy boasting 60,000 cavalry, complete concealment is impossible. Moreover, on our return from the Volana River, we encountered enemy scouting parties multiple times. Thus, I deduce they have not reached the wasteland, nor are they advancing westward towards the Sihol River. Instead, they are heading southwest toward the Volana River. Observing Norhart's weary visage, pallid and exhausted, Olfey lets out a resigned sigh and gently pats his shoulder. You have endured much, brave warrior of Khal. Rest in the wagon. From the moment I saw your arduous return, I knew there must be significant upheaval among the enemy. It is now certain that the tribe has lost another day of preparation. After conveying this information, Olfey swiftly rides off towards the rear of the marching column. At this moment, the scholar B.S. Porter lingers at the rear of the group, lost in contemplation of the birds in the sky, as well as any passers-by and creatures. Upon noticing Officer Ofa approaching on horseback, he snaps back to reality, posing a question to himself. How did the enemy manage to uncover our tracks? There were no spies, nor scouts in pursuit. Could it truly be a shapeshifter? Yet among humans, only the northerners and wildlings, who worship the old gods and possess ancestral bloodlines akin to the children of the forest, have the potential for such transformation. Furthermore, it is improbable that a Dothraki would possess such abilities. Shapeshifters are said to invade the consciousness of animals or other individuals and manipulate their actions. It is said that the wise among the children of the forest, endowed with mysterious powers, are the most formidable shapeshifters capable of penetrating any animal's awareness. Officer Olfey, lacking knowledge of the arcane, does not dwell on these thoughts and promptly responds, then it is not a shapeshifter. We must continue to search for other anomalies. Anomalies? Bachelor-based Porter murmured incessantly, his brow furrowed, as he fixated on the passing Dothraki women and children, his gaze flickering. Suddenly, he exclaimed, the stallion. Blood, is it blood magic or divination? Upon hearing blood magic, Orver's expression turned grave. The Dothraki despised such malevolent and unnatural forces. And he recalled the stallion stained with blood and earth. It all made sense. Base Porter awakened, swiftly mounted his horse, and hurried toward the rear of the procession, exclaiming, Orver, only the two of us have seen that mother and child. You go ahead, we shall search separately. We must find that stallion. At that moment, south of Volana, the crimson sun peeked through the morning haze, casting its gaze upon the city of Volantis. The thunderous sound of hooves shattered the silence. Mongo, astride his fiery steed, emerged first into the sight of the wall's guards, followed closely by an overwhelming tide of Dothraki cavalry, surging forth like a mountain flood. This was a wall seemingly impervious to assault. The guards of Volantis trembled before the Dothraki's formidable presence, and Mongo could not help but reflect on the imposing black wall on the eastern bank of the Lorne River. He commanded his cavalry to halt 1,000 paces from the city walls, showcasing the Dothraki's exceptional horsemanship. Before the army, Mongo calmly maneuvered his warhorse, pacing back and forth in observation. His extraordinary vision had already discerned the massive crossbows, catapults, and various defensive armaments arrayed upon the black wall. The clear and serene eastern horizon shimmered with the blood-red rays of the rising sun. The urgent toll of Volantis' bells quietly disrupted the tranquility within the hearts of the people. Mongo, positioned against the backdrop of the eastern sun, galloped forth, raising his whip high, unleashing the thunderous roar accumulated within his chest. Dothraki warriors, beneath the vast dome of the sky, Over 30,000 Dothraki warriors roared like mountains and seas. Upon witnessing Khal's magnificent charge on horseback and hearing his booming voice, they all raised their curved erect blades in a unified roar, the sound echoing like thunder, reverberating through the clouds. The sound of hooves, accompanied by their roars, resounded once more beneath the walls of Volantis. Under Mongo's leadership, the 30,000 roaring warriors turned their direction, marching resolutely northward. The portion of Volantis truly encircled by the Black Wall was merely a colossal outpost, inhabited by the old nobility. Outside the Black Wall, on the eastern bank lay a crowded expanse of residences, shops, taverns, docks, and merchant vessels. That was the true Volantis, a free trade city-state. Densely populated and commercially vibrant, lacking the impenetrable defenses of the Black Wall. However, it was evident that slaughter and plunder were not Mongo's strategic objectives this time. He merely sought to encamp north of the city, intimidating the Volantines from advancing northward, thereby providing cover for the tribes on the northern bank of the Volana River as they constructed fortifications. Even as the army set up camp, Mongo remained occupied. He had cultivated the good habits expected of a competent commander. Upon entering an unfamiliar territory, he prioritized observing the local terrain. Valyrian Avenue. In the northern expanse of Volantis, Mongo stood transfixed before the broad, ribbon-like pathway, constructed of lava and elevated half a foot above the ground. He found it difficult to believe his eyes. As the road stretched northward, as straight as a spear, Mongo had meticulously memorized every detail of the map, yet it bore no mention of this northern route. Volantis possessed only one road leading east, the Valyrian Way, which meandered toward the slave bay of Myr. This path led to the Volana River. At that moment, Mongo heard a familiar voice and turned his gaze towards the nearby red-robed monk. Markiro maintained his usual calm demeanor, though he appeared considerably more enthusiastic. He respectfully bowed to Khal, his expression reverent as he spoke. Esteemed Mongo Khal, guided by the King of Light and appointed by the Supreme Priest, I have come to offer you my assistance. Mongo flicked the riding whip in his hand, harboring a deep-seated disdain for the monk's previous actions. However, it was of greater importance now to ascertain the direction of this road. In silence, he caressed the hilt of his dragonbone dagger. Then, with a placid expression, he revealed a gentle smile and inquired, Markiro, could you elaborate on the origins and destination of this road? Chapter 38. The Lost Path. This route leads to the Velana River, situated north of Volantis, and extends to the ruins of the city of Sawmel on the eastern bank of the Lorne River. Mongo paused momentarily upon hearing the tale narrated by the red-robed monk. Suddenly, a flicker of insight illuminated his mind, and he gripped the hilt of his dragonbone sword with fervor. This path was not marked on the map. Perhaps it had fallen into disuse. Under the penetrating gaze of his sharp eyes, Machiro, with a calm demeanor, stated, the Valyrian highway serves as a trade route between Volantis and Sawmel. However, a millennium ago, during the First Turtle War, Sawmel faced devastation, and thus, this once functional passage was no longer indicated on maps. The red-robed monk, attentive to Khal's expression, noticed Mongo's look of confusion and continued with his explanation. Following the rise of the Valyrian Empire, it swiftly expanded into the Lorne River basin, where the peace-loving Loina people resided. They welcomed the Valyrians, who established outposts along the Lorne River. With the arrival of Valyrian merchants, adventurers, and exiles, existing towns gradually emerged along the river bank. The Empire constructed a military outpost at the mouth of the Lorne River, Volantis, while simultaneously erecting the Valyrian highway to facilitate trade between Sawmel and Volantis. However, during this time, the Valyrian inhabitants of the town of Violences, across from Sawmel, slaughtered a giant turtle revered in Loina culture as a deity, inciting profound outrage among the Loina people and triggering the First Turtle War. Sawmel was ravaged and burned. Yet the Loina's retaliation was even more fierce, as their water sorcerers summoned floods that swept away half of the Valyrian colony. Mongo's expression grew grave, as if he were formulating some scheme in his mind. After a moment of contemplation, he gently smiled and inquired of Machiro, given the ferocity of the Loina's flood, can this route still be crossed? The red-robed monk, with a gaze as tranquil as still water, met Khal's eyes and replied with unwavering certainty, the stone bridge is constructed from lava, as sturdy as the Black Wall. Although parts of the bridge's surface are damaged, it is more than adequate to support your army's crossing. Upon hearing this affirmative response, Mongo burst into hearty laughter and remarked, servant of Laurel, has your journey to Volantis brought me good tidings? Machiro's expression shifted to one of peculiar awkwardness, and he bowed deeply, his tone imbued with sincere contrition. Esteemed Khal, I beg your forgiveness for my deception. I fancied myself clever and wise, selflessly pious. Yet every step I took was predictable and straight from the guidance of the King of Light. My mind wandered aimlessly, abandoning the honor and responsibility to prove my bravery, loyalty, and cunning before the onset of war. Mogo refrained from hastily responding, instead focusing intently on the figure of the red-robed monk, lost in contemplation. Inwardly, he had already formed a suspicion regarding Machiro's reappearance. The collective identity among religious followers is notably strong, fostering an intense sense of belonging to their faith and an impulsive dedication, which can more readily lead to extremism compared to other groups. They are confronted by the leaders of religious organizations who issue calls based on doctrine. Out of identification with their leaders, a fear of losing recognition, and, most importantly, a profound reverence for the divine, they inevitably feel compelled, willingly and even at any cost, to strive for alignment with their religious leaders. The more devout the believers appear, the less trustworthy they become. When the interests of the religious community clash with the demands of the king and remain unfulfilled, they can easily be incited and provoked, leading to impulsive and reckless thoughts and actions that threaten the king's dominion. However, it is now at least possible to ascertain the position and inclination of the high priest Benelo of the Rollo Temple. With this in mind, Mogo's gaze towards Machiro softened slightly. Every individual possesses their own intrinsic value. The followers of Rollo serve as a restraint on Volantis and may even, in the future, be one of the keys to opening the gates of Blackwater without bloodshed. Servant of Rollo, you have not sworn allegiance to me. Thus I shall not impose upon you my expectations of loyalty. However, I have a task that I need to assign to you, Mogo stated. Thank you for your kindness and compassion. Please feel free to command, the Red Priest replied, discreetly relieved and bowing in gratitude. I need you to return to the city of Volantis once more. Mogo mused for a moment before adding with a smile. Devise a way to inform everyone that the Dothraki have come solely to liberate the slaves within the city. By the time we enter, all slaves shall become free men. Machiro stood frozen in fear, taking a while to regain his composure before nodding and replying, as the servant of the King of Light, I shall obey your command. The young Dothraki Khal was far more formidable than he had imagined, his ambitions eclipsing even the vastness of the Dothraki Sea. Mogo, with little interest in the thoughts of the Red Priest, mounted his steed and led a cavalry onward, continuing northward, as the true state of the Valyrian road required careful examination. In the heat of summer, warm breezes carried with them a blend of decay and the acrid scent of mud scorched by flames. The officer Ofer sat astride his warhorse, savoring the aromas wafting through the air, elated at the prospect of reaching the marshes before sunset. Scholar B.S. Porter remained silent, focusing intently on the stallion before him, investigating it with great diligence. Blood magic, derived from blood itself, was potent, yet this stallion had already been cleansed, while divination techniques were varied and their paths elusive. After a considerable time, he reached no conclusion. With time pressing, he had no choice but to temporarily abandon his inquiries. Though he had not discovered a means of unraveling the magic, he understood that all forms of sorcery require a vessel to bear them. Thus, he could either drain the stallion's blood or send a rider to transport it far from the tribe. Ofer was well versed in many languages and possessed extensive knowledge of geography and history. Yet when it came to magic, he found himself at a loss. He summoned a contingent of Dothraki cavalry, instructing them to escort the stallion northward to the town of Sehul. At that moment, after a brief respite, the recuperated Noard rode up on horseback. He wished to continue his journey to the source of the Varlana River, to investigate the enemy's whereabouts and search for the cavalry that had fallen behind on the return route. His request prompted Ofer to seize the moment. Collecting his thoughts before speaking with a troubled expression, I have already instructed the scattered reconnaissance cavalry to regroup the stragglers. However, a more pressing task requires you to lead 3,000 cavalrymen swiftly to the ruins of Somero City, to clear away all obstacles before the tribe's arrival. The officer regarded the fearless young man before him, whose eyes reflected determination and astuteness, yet whose demeanor was marked by remarkable composure and patience. He resolved to grant no halt further opportunities to showcase his talents. Chapter 39. The Pursuers at the Confluence of the Lorne River and the Volana River. Ever since the First Turtle War, when the water sorcerers of Loinor summoned floods to cleanse the colonies of the Valyrian Empire, this land has been shrouded in wetlands and swamps. Thick vines remain perpetually submerged, accumulating in the putrid mire, while fungal plants dangle between the branches like curtains. The grey-green sludge intermittently bubbles, exuding the foul odor of decaying foliage, and concealed within the surroundings lies the lurking threat of fate as devouring maw. Although one may witness numerous exotic flowers, serpents, and insects in this region, there is a palpable absence of any vibrant life force. The marshy terrain, dotted with shallow pools of mud, also features narrow pathways along the embankments. At this moment, a band of Dothraki trudges through this treacherous landscape, cautiously maintaining distance from one another as they each seek out firmer or less muddy routes. Leading the procession is Nohart, his demeanor composed, unwavering in his calmness. Wielding a sturdy branch as a staff for probing the ground ahead, he endeavors to traverse along the earthen mounds where trees flourish, diligently avoiding the barren black expanse, while remaining vigilant of the greenish-blue moss that carpets the surface, known to be the perilous traps of the swamp. The group advances intermittently, fortunate thus far to encounter no mishaps. As the other Dothraki come to recognize the young man Nohart as prowess, their attitudes gradually shifting towards respect and obedience. Suddenly, a path is discovered, marked by a plethora of hoofprints and footprints, indications of human passage. Before the warning can fully escape his lips, the Dothraki halt abruptly, drawing their weapons in readiness, their gazes fixated on the shadowy thicket surrounding them. Prior to their departure, the scholar B.S. Porter had recounted tales of the lone river bandits, who frequently lie in wait within the ruins of abandoned cities, ambushing and plundering passing vessels. In this moment, the air is thick with mist, rising in dense clouds over the marsh, concealing the distant ruins of the city of Sawmell. Nohart does not respond to the warning. Instead, his gaze pierces through the fog in search of sunlight's embrace. He observes the faint outlines of the city ruins in the distance, his mind filled with uncertainty. For while bandits are commonly found along the waterways north of Knife Lake, they seldom venture into the lower reaches of the Lone River. Unperturbed, Nohart, a distinguished scout of the tribe, is well accustomed to the unforeseen. Silently signaling the others to remain on guard, he carefully maneuvers around the black mire, stepping onto the surface cloaked in muddy moss. Yet, the fresh tracks that greet his eyes reveal a troubling truth. The ruins of Sawmell are likely already occupied by outsiders. Regaining his composure, Nohart scrutinizes the marks left upon the ground, swiftly calculating the enemy's numbers. He understands the urgency to clear the ruins before the tribe's arrival. However, the sight of massive footprints, akin to those of a giant, completely disrupts his plans. Suddenly, from the depths of the silent ruins, a distinct sound of hoofbeats approaches, accompanied by the melodic chime of bells. The mist swirls, as if a delicate veil dances amidst the decaying vines, gradually revealing the imposing figure of a giant astride a magnificent steed. Bells were tied one by one to the giant's braids, ringing with his every movement, announcing his arrival to the world and instilling fear in the hearts of his enemies. Upon seeing the striking visage of the newcomer, all the Dothraki laid down their guard, sheathed their weapons, and bowed in reverence. A sudden breeze arose, and the mist rolled in like towering waves. At that moment, at the distant source of the Volano River, the waters surged and roared, wild as untamed stallions, leaping into the air. A small band of unfamiliar cavalry emerged first, hesitating briefly before scattering and galloping away. All of this was observed by the scouts stationed at the Volano River source. Yet, neither side engaged in a pursuit. A silent accord and tranquility between the tempest and the downpour. As the sun dipped below the horizon, twilight approached, and the veil of night unfurled slowly. The blood-red afterglow stained the corners of the sky, bursting forth in a riotous display amidst the stillness of the earth and heavens. The air trembled slightly. Ripples danced upon the river, and a more intense tremor coursed through the land. Accompanied by the thunderous roar of galloping steeds, the vast expanse of Dothraki cavalry surged forth, a formidable black tide sweeping relentlessly, as if to obliterate any obstacle in its path. The horses' hoofs thundered, their manes billowed, and their neighs mingled with the rising clamor, piercing the skies and shattering the clouds. Riding a robust warhorse, Khal Drogo led the blood riders into the fray. His long black braid cascaded down to his waist, and the silver rings binding his beard quivered slightly, while numerous bells of gold, silver, and bronze tinkled incessantly at the tips. The fiery hues of the setting sun spilled across the horizon, illuminating his bronzed visage and elongating his formidable silhouette. Reining in his steed, the fierce glint in Drogo's eyes sparkled with the sharpness of a predator on the hunt. With a voice resonant as iron striking stone, he commanded his blood riders, Corso, summon Bono and Jocko to join us. Unlike the typical ferocity and rage found in the eyes of other Dothraki, Corso's gaze was filled with a cold ruthlessness. Though not tall, he appeared remarkably agile. Indeed, Corso had a penchant for inflicting harm, and his tribe regarded him as the most brutal among the blood riders. Nonetheless, his loyalty to Khal Drogo was unquestionable. Bowing respectfully, he swiftly mounted his horse and rode off. The Khal's tribe adhered to the traditional Dothraki customs of governance, operating in groups known as khalasars. Bono and Jocko commanded their own small factions, serving as Drogo's lieutenants and the leaders of their respective khalasars. Moments later, Bono and Jocko arrived swiftly before Drogo, LED by the Bloodrider Corso, their figures silhouetted against the dying light of the sun. Accompanying them was a eunuch sent by the Dutch Queen. Zargos, confronting the formidable Khal within his tribe, spoke with unwavering resolve. The scouts have informed me that the prophesied Khal has abandoned his chariot and is retreating southward, attempting to evade my pursuit. Let him flee. I shall follow closely in his wake. Bono, Joko, select another 10,000 warriors from my ranks to capture their women and children as slaves. As for me, Zargos Khal, I shall lead my warriors southward, intent on slaying the legendary Khal and returning with his severed head to Vice Dorlesk, to pay homage at the mountain of the Holy Mother. I aspire to become the mightiest Khal of the Dothraki Sea, achieving feats unparalleled by any Khal throughout history. I, son of Balbal, Zargos, hereby swear this oath, facing the mountain of the Holy Mother, with the stars above as my witness. As his words echoed, a eunuch sent by Dosh Kalin stepped forward, urgently interjecting, Zargos Khal, all traces left behind are mere deceptions woven by the prophesied Khal. Your scouts have fallen into this ruse, while the fiery steed informs me that he has led the tribe northward. Upon hearing the eunuch's outcry, the Bloodrider, enraged, drew his curved blade, intent on ending the eunuch's life. Wretched castrate, it was you who advised Khal to march southwest, and now you spout nonsense. Zargos raised his hand to halt the Bloodrider's advance. He had already caught the scent of his quarry and resolved not to heed the eunuch's counsel. The Dothraki Khal must respect the wisdom and authority of Dosh Kalin, yet a true Khal must place his faith in the valor of his warriors. Chapter 40. The Khals hunt. The wives of the fallen Khals shall become permanent residents of the vast lands of the Dothraki Sea. From their ranks emerges the prophetic organization known as the Dosh Kalin, which will collaboratively govern the expansive Dothraki Sea alongside the other Khals. The Dosh Kalin shall dedicate the wisdom of their remaining years to the Dothraki people, predicting the future and interpreting omens. Yet, every Khal who has proven themselves through numerous valiant feats and can still ride into battle is not a figure of weakness. They are bound by the ancient traditions of the Horse Lords to respect the status of the Dosh Kalin. But this does not necessitate blind obedience to the eunuchs who serve them. Among them stands Drogo, the most powerful Khal of the Dothraki Sea, who desires no further discourse with the eunuchs. Withdrawing a dagger from his golden belt, he leans forward and offers. The Dosh Kalin may select any prize from the spoils of war. I present this gift to honor their achievements. As for you, I shall also bestow upon you a gift, granting you the honor you deserve, ensuring that your body does not rot away in the wilderness. The supreme glory and status enjoyed by the crones render their eunuch attendants oblivious to the taste of fear. Confronted with the blade extended by the Khals, the eunuch trembles. Reborn in a state of panic, as the haunting nightmares of deprivation and constant dread resurface, his quaking form collapses to the ground. Bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, Drogo surveys the Dothraki surrounding him, witnessing the respect reflected in their gazes. He reattaches the dagger to his belt and raises his whip, commanding, southward, advance. The living conditions and warfare of the Dothraki are profoundly intertwined, bestowing upon them formidable military might, namely, their unparalleled mobility. The braids of hair cascading down to their legs are adorned with numerous bells, signifying Drogo as triumph over countless foes and his history of victory. He is acutely aware of the Dothraki's tactical prowess, with speed being paramount and the ability to discern the enemy's retreat direction vital. Leveraging the advantages of highly mobile light cavalry, they engage in swift, long-range assaults, leaving their adversaries in disarray. In those moments, fear becomes far more terrifying than any blade. Across the plains, the Dothraki cavalry transforms at the source of the Volana River into two serpentine formations, proceeding in divergent paths. Khal Drogo leads the main force southward towards Volantis, while another contingent, led by Bonoko and Giacoko, pursues westward. As the evening clouds drift by, the mists over the marshlands dissipate, and the light of the moon and stars washes over the night. Mongo, clad in a painted leather vest that reveals his bronze chest, traverses the illuminated ruins of Simo. He offers words of encouragement to the artisans tasked with constructing fortifications, patiently soothing the anxious spirits of his people. After extensive efforts to clear the area, one gazes upon the Simo ruins, still rife with decay and dilapidation. Once a beautiful city adorned with pink structures, it now lies submerged in mire. The greenish bricks, clothed in moss, conceal the charred remnants of a great fire, as everything sheltered beneath them has met destruction in the wake of the sudden war. Yet, with the arrival of the people led by Alvar, the ruins now pulse with newfound vitality. The splendor of the past stripped away, sawmill clears the remnants of yesterday. Even the crumbling walls, corroded and worn, can still delay the advance of the enemy, withstand the sharp arrows, and continue to safeguard the successor's safety. After traversing the entire camp, Mongo halts at the former city gates, where his army remained stationed at Volantis, awaiting the final command to cross the river. Gazing towards the eastern horizon, the stars shimmer like a constellation of galloping flame steeds, the souls of the Dothraki warriors. He swiftly mounts his horse and, taking the torch from the hand of the attendant, Olfor, turns to face the anxious crowd gathered to bid him farewell. With a smile, Mogo addresses them. On the eve of war, some may tremble, seeking the favor of the gods, while others may be exhilarated, wishing to release their fervor. Yet for a commander, we tread upon thin ice, the abyss looming beneath our feet. We must maintain our composure and fulfill our duties. If you are uncertain about how to satisfy me, then follow my commands, offer your loyalty, and fight alongside me. We are born Dothraki, and we shall die as warriors. The undeniable truth of being outnumbered weighs heavily. The path to victory appears far from bright. Khal's tactics seem to hold the key to triumph. Nuhati, with caution, inquires, Khal, will the enemy truly divide their forces at the Volano River? Mogo, seated upon his steed, leans forward slightly, his demeanor relaxed. Indeed, the enemy possesses greater strength. The more powerful one becomes, the more one desires, and our adversary is prideful. Nothing is more exhilarating than a complete victory. After a moment's reflection, having learned from Olfor of the young man's recent achievements, Mogo is keen to nurture Nuhata's potential and thus begins to elucidate. Our strategy is not akin to scattered sand, blindly shifting with the wind, but rather a meticulously crafted plan. We must be more astute than our opponents to remain invincible. Noticing the grave contemplation on Nuhata's face, Mogo lightly taps his shoulder with the whip, gently prodding. So, where do you perceive our shrewdness, and what advantages do we currently hold? Suppressing the tumult of thoughts within, Nuhata's expression gradually transforms into one of calm assurance. He raises his gaze to meet Khal's smile, responding with conviction. Initiative. We possess the initiative on the battlefield, evading the enemy's strengths and refusing to confront them head-on. Instead, we will divide our forces, encircle, and execute a surprise long-range advance towards their rear, ever ready to ensnare them. In truth, this embodies the quintessential tactics of nomadic peoples, evolving from the observation of wolf packs hunting, culminating in large-scale hunting maneuvers upon the plains, ultimately adapted for military purposes. Hunting is never merely about defeating the enemy, but rather about the hunt itself, patiently dispatching reconnaissance cavalry to scout the foe, enveloping and cornering them, crafting various confounding scenarios to create openings, and then, at the opportune moment, launching a sudden assault. Mogo scrutinized the young Dothraki warrior, who had recently emerged into prominence, his gaze ultimately resting on the brave and vigilant eyes of his counterpart. With a tone of delight, he remarked, our actions do not constitute retreat, rather, they embody a strategic maneuver. Of course, if our adversaries perceive us as fearful, it would serve as the most advantageous outcome. This conflict lacks a designated battlefield. The key lies in promptly detecting enemy movements and adeptly utilizing the terrain to employ continuous flanking maneuvers. Even if the enemy refrains from splitting their forces this time, it bears no significance. We shall compel our foe to err once more, fragmenting and dismantling their ranks. Once we identify a suitable opportunity, we will consolidate our superior forces, coordinating our efforts to encircle and annihilate the enemy. That will indeed be the true battlefield. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noticed the glimmer of hopeful joy illuminating the eyes of those present. Mogo felt the tension within him gradually ease, and with a casual flick of his whip, he declared, excellent, I hope the reconnaissance cavalry can swiftly deliver news of the enemy's division, so I may lead our troops across the river and fight alongside you all. The esteemed Khal will surely ensure this. Chapter 41. The rule of the Tiger Party under the relentless onslaught of the Dothraki, the once resplendent civilization of Salo crumbled. The last supreme king, Mazolar Eilho, rallied the kings of Salo to amass a formidable army along the banks of the Song River, launching a westward offensive. Amidst the tall grass, they encountered 4 Dothraki tribes, comprising 80,000 roaring warriors. The chariots of Salo surged forward, breaching the heart of the Dothraki cavalry, severing the head of their Khan and compelling the Dothraki to retreat in disarray. The Silurians, emboldened by their success, pursued their foes, only to unwittingly stumble into a trap. 2 Khans flanked them, while the retreating Dothraki turned to unleash a tempest of arrows. Another Khan and his fierce warriors encircled the Silurian forces from behind, leading to the complete annihilation of the Supreme King's army. In Volantis, the black stone walls towered 200 feet high, illuminated by flickering bonfires. The Tiger Party's governor, Malachio Meki, held a hefty tome, his eyes wide as he meticulously read each word, as though he aimed to imprint the very essence of the text upon his mind. Beside him stood a young man with golden hair and lavender eyes. Belisariel, have you perused this book? Governor Malachio inquired, slowly closing the volume and lifting his gaze. The Dothraki language lacked a written system. Any records of their history were transcribed by the letters of the free cities. Belisariel, bearing the noble blood of Valyria and possessing a beauty so striking that the citizens of Volantis deemed it almost unnatural, was one of the candidates vying for the governorship. He did not believe that the current governor was genuinely inquiring about his familiarity with the tome. Outside the city, 2 Dothraki tribes appeared, potentially embodying the very tribe described within the pages of the book. Thus you shall not lead troops beyond the city walls to confront the Dothraki. Malachio's expression grew grave as he gazed toward the sprawling Dothraki encampment to the north, nodding slightly. Certainly, not at this moment. The situation outside remains uncertain. And who among us could engage the Dothraki in open battle? Moreover, Malachio pondered that the reason the Dothraki had been halted in their westward advance was not solely due to the triumph of 3,000 warriors from Khal, but rather the sagacity of the free cities, which understood the necessity of sheltering behind formidable walls. Furthermore, Volantis did not possess the vast armies of Sailor. Turning to Belisariel, the Tiger Party governor regarded the young candidate with admiration, agreeing with many of his sentiments. Belisariel hailed from the esteemed Stangoni family within the Black Walls. His name a tribute to the legendary governor of history, who had distinguished himself through a lifetime of valor and was celebrated as a patriot of Volantis. Malachio, now frail in his old age, recognized that the Golden Company had declined the task of removing High Priest Rollo and his supporters. He no longer yearned for re-election as governor of Volantis, but sought to leverage the war against the Dothraki to exploit the vast network of connections possessed by the widow by the water, in hopes of once again hiring the Golden Company. Once the plan was executed, he intended to shoulder all blame, with Belisariel being groomed as his successor. Before the admiring gaze of the council, Berigio displayed no trace of joy upon his countenance. Instead, he assumed an expression tinged with concern. Your Excellency, he queried, what is your perspective on Benaro's speech at the plaza of the Temple of Rollock tonight? He no longer seems satisfied with the tales of the Weeping Star and the fire sword that cleanses the world, but rather audaciously claims that the Dothraki will abolish slavery in Volantis. As he uttered these words, Berigio struggled to maintain his composure. Clenching his fists and lowering his voice to a furious roar, he asserts that if the councils of Volantis persist in their obstinacy and oppose the Dothraki, the city shall surely face the fate of incineration. Listening to the impassioned outburst of the youth before him, the council of the Tiger Party remained silent for a moment, revealing a toothless yet radiant smile. He understood that the inappropriate remarks of the High Priest of Rollock were deeply troubling the young man. What? Are you now so frightened of the sound of slaves sharpening their blades in the kitchen? Look around Volantis. Only the slaves gaze eastward, eagerly awaiting the so-called savior, the Dothraki liberator. Who else could possibly tolerate such a situation? Even the impoverished citizens of the city cannot abide it. According to the law, no matter how humble a beggar may be, as long as he is a free man, his status surpasses that of a slave. Do the Dothraki intend to strip them of their last vestige of comfort? Free men shall not acquiesce willingly. The potency of words could not entirely assuage Berigio's restless spirit. He cast a nervous glance towards the flickering golden claws of the slave soldiers, illuminated by the flames. Yet in Volantis, the number of slaves outnumbers that of free men fivefold. They cultivate our food, clean the streets, and even guard the walls and man the warships. Observing Berigio's faltering and timid demeanor, Malachar shook his head in disappointment. Clearly, he harbored some dissatisfaction with this successor. The youth, lacking experience in crisis management, failed to perceive the opportunities for coexistence but must never succumb to fear. A true council of the Tiger Party should embody fearlessness. The legendary Council Berigio, who had triumphed in countless battles and faced giants with unyielding courage, ultimately perished at their hands, yet his deeds were immortalized in history. However, the people of Volantis have long since lost their spirit. The ancient nobility, steeped in old bloodlines, now cowers behind the black walls in fear of the slaves. Unable to find solace in food or rest, the world has never been devoid of opportunities. It simply lacks the discerning eyes to recognize them. Opportunities are often concealed within crises. Unlike others, Malachar, after hearing Benaro's speech, found his confidence rekindled. He prepared to continue his campaign. For news of his withdrawal from the election had yet to spread. Many within the city still supported him and believed in his potential for re-election. The rumors of the Dothraki liberating slaves would undoubtedly shatter the slave trade upon which Volantis relies for survival, exacerbating the discontent between the old nobility and the free citizens. This struggle is destined to endure for an extended period. He hoped to seize this opportunity, through the war against the Dothraki, to secure 2 council positions for the Tiger Party, thereby ending the 3-century dominance of the Elephant Party. The Tiger Party's councils had already devised subsequent plans. He intended to dispatch envoys to spread rumors in the Bay of Slaves and employ various strategies to enlist slave owners in the fight against the Dothraki. Once the elections concluded and the new councils of the Tiger Party emerged, a formidable army would undoubtedly gather in Volantis to confront the Dothraki. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted from the city walls, as the guards shouted urgently. The Dothraki had broken camp. Malakar immediately refocused his thoughts and gazed outside the city, where leaping torches twinkled like stars adorning the sky, illuminating the endless darkness, while the sounds of men and neighing horses resonated through the night. Varys, troubled by the plight of the freed slaves, also regained his senses, witnessing a conflagration that spread like a crimson tide, surging swiftly towards the north. Chapter 42. The Gamble Mongo nimbly mounted his steed, casting a glance towards the south where the mouth of the Lone River lay shrouded in darkness. Through the faintest glimmers of light, he vaguely discerned the blurred silhouette of Volantis. At this moment, as he focused intently, he was suddenly struck by the sight of countless warriors clinging to the city walls, engaged in fierce combat. Their forms were as dark as the night, sharp and ruthless as curved blades, yet more untamed than fiery steeds, exuding an aura of death. They fought with reckless abandon, yet were on the brink of annihilation under the relentless assault of arrows and stones. The Dothraki lacked the strength to conquer Volantis. The city walls were indeed a magnificent testament to human civilization. Mongo murmured calmly, but I shall return, armed with weapons that will instill fear in the hearts of the Valenticians, to breach the black walls. Aside from the terrifying nature of humanity, I shall also require the dread of dragons. Khal's anxious cries echoed as Khal emerged from the shadows, propelled by a sense of unease that suggested his fate lay under the watchful gaze of the divine, causing his heart to race and his breath to falter. In his eyes, Khal sat astride his horse, momentarily still, resembling a ravenous lion poised to pounce, yet suddenly transforming into a patient wolf king, awaiting his prey. I am fine, Khal stated, his expression impassive, though his eyes betrayed concern. Mongo, discerning his thoughts, gestured reassuringly to indicate his safety, then gently urged his horse forward with a kick, hastening away. Beneath the line of torches, the Dothraki warriors strode forth, roaring with fervor as they beheld Mongo racing past, erupting into a cacophony of cheers, chanting Khal's name. The warriors, vibrant and spirited, with fervent respect in their eyes and chests puffed with pride, clearly had enjoyed a restful reprieve. Adhering to their ancient traditions and indomitable spirit, they were eager to follow the valiant Khal into battle, even amidst the bleakest of odds, ready to face death with him. After conducting a routine inspection of the marching troops, Mongo returned to Khosro's side, anxious to impart his final instructions. Although the Dothraki's victories in Khor appeared resplendent, they paled in comparison to the current crisis, reduced to mere commonplace skirmishes. Mongo's gaze bore intently upon Khosro. This battle is unlike any you have encountered before. Abandon all ancient Dothraki traditions. There is no need to exhaust your strength in a drawn-out engagement with the enemy's main force. After I cross the river, simply leave traces to draw the enemy eastward, with the destination still that of the planned valley in the mountains. If that proves impossible, then do your utmost to harry the enemy, preventing their crossing. Should they attempt to retreat, do your best to delay them. Khosro sat up straight, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, silently absorbing Mongo's admonitions. He nodded vigorously, seemingly to remind himself to retain every word spoken. Most of the time, his heavy gaze lingered on the ground, occasionally drifting toward the eastern horizon, as if contemplating the future battles he envisioned there. As Mongo's instructions grew increasingly intricate, time slipped away, and the army gradually advanced to the banks of the Volana River in the north. Mongo noticed Khosro's hand clenching the sword hilt, trembling slightly, the knuckles appearing pale and strained. Upon a closer examination, he was astonished to find that the usually composed Khosro was, in fact, filled with worry and even fear, as the humid air became particularly oppressive. Khosro, Mongo bellowed, fury igniting his eyes. Are you afraid? Entrusting these men to your command is hardly the most foolish decision. Banish your weakness, the enemy will show no compassion. Khosro quaked, his heart wrestling with confusion and dread over the responsibilities and the uncertain course of battle. Mongo had never felt such despair. If Khosro lacked the confidence to restrain the enemy's forces, it could plunge the war into irretrievable ruin. He lowered his head. Disappointment etched across his resolute face. Khosro, your heart is steadfast, and your resolve far surpasses that of other Dothraki. The time has come. What has rendered you so timid and frail? Khal's disappointment was far more difficult to bear than his anger. At last, Khosro spoke uneasily, Khal, I would sacrifice everything for you. I should not oppose your commands. However, the enemy is numerous, and it is entirely possible they could turn the tide against us, leading to dire circumstances. They may encroach upon your rear, presenting you with a grave crisis. Mogo sighed in resignation, drawing closer to Khal Mogo on horseback, leaning down to pat his shoulder. War is inherently a perilous gamble, just as you stated. This is merely a possibility. Of course, anything is possible. You cannot think too little, nor can you overanalyze. Opportunities are fleeting. We cannot wait until all is perfectly prepared to strike, for that chance may never come. The bells of Volantis in the south tolled once more, their somber resonance echoing a false sense of tranquility, rendering it particularly ironic amidst the endless darkness. Mogo halted his steed, straining to hear the distant sound of the river flowing across the plains, his eyes fixed on the eastern sky, gradually lightening with dawn. Khal Mogo. Mortals can only make the right choices in the moment. We are mounted warriors, and when necessary, we must dare to take risks. I will not easily relinquish this opportunity. The key to victory lies in your courage to execute my will. Upon hearing Khal's words, Khal Mogo regained his composure from the depths of fear. He lifted his head and declared, Khal, I shall never defy your will. The only certainty today is that, even if there exists a mere glimmer of hope, I shall endeavor to lead the enemy eastward. Even at the peril of losing everything, no enemy force shall cross the Varana River unless we utterly fail, leaving no one alive. Before Khal Mogo could finish his promise, Mogo interrupted him by gripping his shoulder. Even if it costs the enemy double our casualties, it is not worth it. They can endure the loss of 20,000 men, yet the sacrifice of 10,000 would be a grievous blow to us. As time edged closer to dawn, the light grew brighter, and the flame-like serpent transformed into a tumultuous black wave. Mogo fixed his gaze into Khal Mogo's eyes, lowering his voice and continuing with resolute fervor. As long as you anchor your troops on the southern bank of the Varana River, the enemy will be unable to cross with full force, nor can they return safely. Khal Mogo, do not undervalue your life. Apart from this war, I have other reasons for needing you. Just as he finished speaking, the sound of a horn signaling the halt of the march echoed from the front of the ranks, reverberating across the still grey morning, just before the dawn's arrival. The Varana River has come. Chapter 43. Khal Mogo sat astride his steed, firmly grasping the hilt of his curved blade. As the formidable army of Khal crossed the Varana River, time meandered slowly, intensifying his perilous predicament and heightening his inner turmoil. His mind was a blank canvas, nearly oblivious to the surroundings. The somber sky bore not a whisper of wind, yet the air resonated with a sharp, piercing wail, while the grass whispered softly in hushed tones. The rhythm of his heartbeat echoed like a faint drumbeat reverberating through the mountain valleys, at times abruptly ceasing only to resume in the next moment, sometimes distant, sometimes near. He remained uncertain whether the Dothraki cavalry beside him could perceive this sound. Since the descent from the Sahel River, Khal Mogo had been weary from 4 relentless days and nights of travel, yet sleep eluded him. Haunted by the inexorable tide of adversaries that weighed heavily on his mind, he began to doubt his own capabilities, questioning why, despite numerous opportunities, he hesitated to solicit a command from Khal that would elevate him to the ranks of an honorable, loyal, and valiant blood-born warrior. Whereupon, he could steadfastly follow Khal as lead. He also pondered whether Khal would be disappointed upon receiving his request to become a bloodborn. Perhaps not. For one must recognize their own talents with clarity. After all, when Khal once commanded the tribe, many deemed him frail and insignificant, choosing to feign ignorance of his presence as a means of mocking his diminutive stature, deliberately ignoring him when he spoke. And no Dothraki warrior would deign to converse with him. The troops rested in the sandy terrain near the eastern expanse of the city-state of Volantis, a vast and unobstructed plain, adjacent to the broad Valyrian road leading to the Bay of Slaves. Khal Mogo was aware that the enemy lay approximately a day's ride from the black walls of Volantis. Scouts dispatched to assess the front line had either failed to return or hurried back with alarming reports. They conveyed that the lands near the banks of the Varana River were swarming with enemy reconnaissance cavalry, a large Dothraki force advancing along the riverbank toward Volantis. Desiring to confide his emotions, Khal Mogo considered the officer over and the scholar B.S. Porter, yet such thoughts only deepened his solitude. The course of war shifted with alarming rapidity. According to the original plan, the two were to lead forces concealed within the Asmere swamps, tasked with holding their ground until reinforcements arrived. Khal Mogo had once yearned to be a towering cavalry warrior like Khal, to escape the fate of being perceived as a deformity by his mother, cast aside as an unhealthy infant to be consumed by wild dogs. Had the elderly women who secretly nurtured him been spared severe punishment and death, he might have been able to save them. In a moment of clarity, Khal Mogo caught the scent of horses and heard their hooves trotting upon the sandy earth. Along with the sudden, resonant snorts that signified the presence of Dothraki tribesmen surrounding him. At last, he abruptly straightened his posture. Attuned to the urgent tolling of the bells from Volantis, signaling that the enemy forces were drawing ever closer. He also heard the sounds of fervent shouts. As a towering figure obscured the light before him, the accursed enemy shows no signs of respite, and our limited numbers leave us in a state of uncertainty. The newcomer is a tall Dothraki scout, and Khal Mogo distinctly remembers this individual having once deliberately stepped on him and cursed him like a hashirachi. This term is a derogatory reference by the Dothraki towards the Dothraki, meaning sheepmen, who reside in the region of Reza, southeast of West Dothraki. They sustain themselves solely through herding, worshipping the Great Shepherd, and believe that all humanity is but a flock under the watchful eye of the Great Shepherd, thus displaying a gentle nature. However, the Dothraki perceive this as weakness. While their physical traits bear a striking resemblance to those of the Dothraki, they are notably shorter in stature. Khal Mogo harbors little fondness for the newcomer as previous insolence, however. Now this individual belongs to his Khal's tribe and exhibits unwavering loyalty and respect towards him. Yet, a heavier burden weighs upon his mind. The anticipation is excruciating, as he yearns to uncover the whereabouts of the enemy and witness their true state. For the moment, Khal Mogo disregards the scout and turns to his compatriots, issuing commands with a deep, raspy voice that brooks no hesitation. He orders everyone to prepare for immediate departure, for they may need to advance urgently. His expression reveals nothing. And then he leads the scout to an open area, inquiring, "What intelligence have you gathered regarding the enemy?" The scout wastes no time. Though a dreadful vision seems to haunt him, and fear is palpable in his voice, the enemy advances at a speed beyond our expectations, with countless riders at least 4 times our number. From the direction of the reconnaissance, they are not heading towards the Valyrian road. Instead, they are moving along the Volano River. They remain vigilant, having scattered numerous cavalry along the way, making it impossible for us to launch a surprise assault. Khal Mogo offers no response, suppressing the anxiety that wells within him. He gazes thoughtfully towards the northeast before turning his horse around to prepare the call to march. This marks the commencement of war. In his view, to fulfill Khal's mission, they must take the initiative to disrupt the enemy's plans, lest they fall into a disadvantageous position. Yet, before he can issue any orders, the urgent tolling of bells from the western city of Volantis echoes, indicating that the enemy draws nearer. The air is thick with anxiety and the scent of impending death, causing the horses to become restless. The weight of responsibility bears down on Khal Mogo's shoulders, while an overwhelming dread seeps into him, his heart beating steadily. Suddenly, he perceives dark clouds rolling ominously on the distant horizon, and in that moment, blinding sunlight flickers down upon the herd from the west. At the very instant, the wind begins to stir. Khal Mogo's long braids danced in the wind, and within his frame, nurtured by mare's milk, flowed a vibrant lifeblood. Unfazed by misfortune, he had risen as a warrior. He acknowledged his stature as lesser than any Dothraki. Yet should anyone dare to mock him, he would sever their head to bridge the disparity. To default to self-doubt is, without question, to court failure. He must focus on his strengths, understanding clearly rather than succumbing to fear, and everything else would follow suit. Khal Mogo turned to face the gathering Dothraki cavalry, his voice resounding with grandeur, reaching even the outermost riders. "Dothraki warriors, can you discern the tidings carried by the winds?" "I am certain. The air is thick with the scent of victory. Loyal and valiant Dothraki, offspring of the horse gods, the pivotal moment has arrived. Though we battle upon the southern banks of the Vala Dohiris, the glory of Khal still shields us. The honor we strive for is eternally yours. We once pledged our vows before the Mother of Mountains, the stars above as witnesses. Now, it is time to fulfill our oath. We shall make our enemies understand who reigns as the Dothraki Sea's fiercest mounted warriors." A chorus of over 10,000 Dothraki warriors roared, raising their curved blades. In an instant, their thunderous voices resonated like a storm. The horns blared in fervent response, intertwining into a grand symphony, akin to a mighty eagle soaring across the plains of Volantis. "Dothraki warriors, we shall fight with blood and valor," Khal Mogo urged, spurring his steed forward, galloping upon the golden sands, with nearly 10,000 Dothraki cavalry in fervent pursuit. Chapter 44. The difficulty of dismounting. As the horse Lord Drogo led his troops around the Volano River, the sun had already risen from the eastern horizon, casting a dark azure light that shrouded the desolate plains of Volantis in a somber grayish hue. The army advanced along a sandy path bordering the river to the north, crossing the confluence of tributaries at a triangular bay, with the imposing black walls of Volantis visible far to their left. With each step forward, the 200-foot-high giant walls grew taller and more distinctly ominous. The sun slowly ascended behind the troops, suspended overhead, while dark clouds gathered ominously, thickening into a heavy mass. As if a storm were imminent from the east, the air felt oppressively dense, making this day particularly sultry for the Essos continent at this time of year. Surrounding them were numerous riders dispatched by Khal, scouting the enemy's movements in the distance, eager to launch an ambush against the rival clan in Volantis. The straight-line distance from the source of the Varlana River to Volantis measured approximately 60 miles. Concerned about arriving too late, Drogo commanded them to proceed at full speed, pausing only occasionally for rest. Fortunately, each Dothraki rider possessed 3 exceptional steeds, known for their endurance in long pursuits. The army pressed onward, though they still had considerable distance to cover, having already traveled tirelessly for 7 hours. The air grew increasingly heavy, with towering dark clouds enveloping the sun in a shroud of black mist, casting a pallid light upon the earth, while the curved blades of the cavalry glinted with a ghostly sheen of death. Just before the ominous clouds descended, the vanguard spotted a dark figure racing towards them, a galloping Dothraki rider. He finally reached the alert cavalry, a fierce-looking Dothraki with a cruel smile, known as Khal, a bloodsworn of Drogo. Breathing heavily yet laughing maniacally, he brandished his blood-stained curved blade, trailing behind him a bloodied, dismembered human. Khal did not halt, galloping back to Drogo. Wiping the sweat from his brow, cautiously observing the horse lord's impassive expression, and mustering the strength to speak between gasps. Khal, we have routed the enemy as scouts. Most of their warriors have been slain, while the remaining survivors fled in disarray. Our forces were superior in numbers during the skirmish, with many of their scouts perishing in their reconnaissance. Given such heavy losses, their refusal to send reinforcements suggests they have deployed all their scouts. Their forces are alarmingly sparse, which is unusual. It appears your anticipated grand battle ahead is unlikely. Upon hearing Khal's report, Drogo remained silent, deliberately suppressing the fury etched on his face. Before urging his steed forward, Aegon, come before me. A Dothraki shall never retreat without a fight. This individual was another of Drogo's bloodsworn, who harbored a deep disdain for the cruel-tempered Khal. At the summons, a glimmer of joy washed over his face as he straightened his posture, revealing his imposing stature. Gazing intently at Khal, and immediately bowed in deference, pledging his loyalty and valor. Khal, please give your command. Zorgo fixed his gaze upon the burly man before him and spoke in a low voice. They flee like hares across the prairie, igniting a fire of wrath within me. Yet, this will undoubtedly awaken the hunger of the lion. Aegon, I bestow upon you over 10,000 Dothraki cavalry. Let us together seal off their burrows. Just then, a troop of horsemen surged forth like arrows, their silhouettes beneath the vast sky resembling soaring eagles gliding over the earth. As Zorgo issued his commands, the cavalry rode a short distance before halting, ultimately revealing but a single figure who approached alone. This individual was Khal, a veteran of the Blood Riders, an elder Dothraki whose status and wisdom were beyond question, having once rescued a young Zorgo from mercenaries. On the road, I encountered a disordered throng of fleeing soldiers, seemingly aimlessly scattering, yet their ultimate goal lay towards the southern coast, where the enemy's forces likely concealed themselves, albeit in limited numbers. After whispering a few words into Khal's ear, Khal turned to face the Blood Riders, revealing a toothless grin. His hooked nose twitching as he declared loudly, though the captured soldiers may seek to exaggerate their numbers through deceit, I have conversed with the inexperienced young warriors among the enemy. I firmly believe that our assembled forces greatly outnumber theirs. Then we must hasten, urged Aegon, burdened with the weight of Khal's grave responsibilities, unable to contain his taciturn nature, bellowing, let us first vanquish these adversaries before pursuing the main enemy force. Do not act impulsively. I fear that my concerns may soon materialize, cautioned Khal, slapping his bald head and shaking his stout frame with apprehension. The enemy's Khal is a valiant warrior, possessed of the will and wisdom foretold to ride the world's finest steed. He may well be aware of our approach, deliberately evading us. As of now, our scouts have gleaned no information regarding his whereabouts or the location of his main forces. Not far ahead lies a river and stagnant waters. We must turn and engage in battle. Like a tempest sweeping across the plains, we can charge into their ranks. The horse lord Zorgo could no longer contain his seething fury. They flee incessantly before us, stoking my ire. I fear the enemy's main force will not reveal itself here. Khal fiddled with the hilt of his blade, surveying the assembly before him. Volantis' black wall is as formidable as a cliff, making it seldom assailed by the Dothraki. We are unfamiliar with the surrounding terrain. The enemy may escape through uncharted paths, leaving minimal forces to hinder our advance. This is dire news. Damn that old crone of the Dothraki. Without waiting for a response, Khal Mogo anxiously continued. We initially prepared for a decisive confrontation with the enemy. But unexpectedly, we are faced with a situation of delay. On the northern bank of the Valenna River, our other army is advancing alone into enemy territory, while behind us, all the elderly, women, and children of our tribes have gathered on the plains. Moreover, all of our food and livestock are concentrated there. If discovered by any enemy, they could easily devastate everything. Are we to simply wait idly here? We must swiftly eliminate all enemies. Blood Alliance Knight Castle patted the leather pouch on his horse's back and inquired, Do you have sufficient supplies? Are we to seek food at the black walls of Volantis? Which would come at a tremendous cost. As these words were spoken, the group gazed at the gloomy sky. Their fatigue momentarily lifted, even the horses restlessly paced in place. At that moment, a cry of alarm erupted from the herd, emanating from the direction of the distant river bank, and the oppressive air foretold the impending storm. Suddenly, a brilliant ray of sunlight pierced through the dark clouds from the west, heralding the arrival of the wind. Chapter 45. The Northern Marsh in the dim, decaying wilderness. A shroud of mist meandered through the forest, filled with an array of unsettling sounds. The distinct stench of the wetland permeated the air, while in the eastern sky, ominous clouds resembled a rolling black curtain, obscuring the sun, like a multitude of wild black stallions surging and crashing across the heavens. The fog obscured the sunlight, forcing Mogo and his companions to rely on the faint glimmers of firelight to discern their direction. On either side of the path, a profusion of low-hanging vines sprawled chaotically, stretching towards the east and west. They cautiously traversed a moss-covered bog, devoid of a familiar guide to navigate the terrain. In the midst of the disorienting haze, they were utterly unaware of their exact location. The Dothraki, stationed in this area, possessed a relatively thorough understanding of the marshy landscape. Some expressed their perplexity as to why Khal had chosen the more perilous northern advance from Sommer, suggesting it would be less time-consuming to retrace their steps eastward, where they could swiftly reach the expansive plains. Must we wade through these foul-smelling places, whether heading south or east? Not even a single bird is in sight. Here, there were no birds, but there were snakes, insects, toads, rats, and a multitude of repulsive creatures. One individual could no longer endure the damp and filthy environment. Whispering complaints with a grimace, Nord used his staff to probe the ground, taking careful steps as his keen eyes scrutinized every subtle movement around him. Faced with the vast expanse of marshland composed of mud and debris, he recognized that finding a reliable path necessitated all his skills as an experienced scout. Actually, we need not. Nord raised his hand to signal a pause, stretching his stiff limbs and inhaling the relatively fresh air. If the Dothraki wish to return swiftly to the Mother Mountain, there is no need for such a convoluted route. Should you choose the easier path, you would directly arrive at the enemy's camp gates, where they will undoubtedly be eagerly awaiting your arrival, ready to bind you and take you to feast Dothraki. Khal understands that heading north entails a longer detour. He leads you through the marshland, and though we may traverse a long and arduous route, this will prevent the enemy scouts and cavalry from detecting us. We shall carefully maneuver behind their lines, allowing us to effortlessly claim the heads of our foes and achieve victory and honor. The windless, silent marsh continued to exude its foul odor, with no sunlight penetrating the low-hanging clouds, rendering the distant scenery utterly indistinct. After a brief respite, they formed a line and resumed their advance. Although their progress was slow, they moved through an enveloping stillness, interrupted only by the occasional sound of squelching mud beneath their feet. Surrounding them was an unshakable pall of pale mist, wet grasses, and decaying thorny vines, with the only semblance of freshness being the nauseating green algae stagnating on the bubbling surface of the mire, leaving everyone utterly exhausted in body and spirit. They sought a firm foothold, treading cautiously on the damp ground, closely following the person ahead. At times, even Nord found himself uncertain of the next step, forced to retrace their path before embarking anew. The expansive marshland lay predominantly to the south of the ruins of Sommer. Had they possessed the keen eyesight of an eagle soaring through the skies, they would have discerned that the army was nearing the northern outskirts of the swamp. As daylight gradually brightened, the mist began to thin, though no one could perceive any direction of the wind, yet the soft rustling of leaves and grasses could be heard as they swayed gently. The air stirred, dispersing the foul odor, and with sufficient brightness, the group wasted no time in their journey. The marshland grew increasingly illuminated, the ground becoming firmer and drier, with the patches of mud and moss shrinking in size. At that moment, a strong gust swept through, clearing the mist that had entwined the marsh, and the sky transformed from its somber hue. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the trees from the west, casting vibrant reflections, as if the earth had ignited once more. A fiery exhilaration bubbling within the blood of the Dothraki. They lifted their heads to behold fragmented black clouds and the sun suspended above, each person steadfast in their place. Akin to children awakening from a nightmarish slumber, their spirits lifted, erupting into melodious cheers. Solid ground, dry soil, they had finally emerged from that wretched wetland. As the blinding light entered their view, the Dothraki realized how close they had come to the arid wilderness. The air was now refreshingly clean. Although the ominous specter of war loomed nearer, they no longer felt the disorientation akin to being lost in fog, nor did they endure the stench of filth. Instead, the atmosphere was as bright and invigorating as a morning on the prairie. They had at last reached the edge of the marsh, where the muddy terrain had transformed into slightly damp earth. Before them stretched a flat expanse leading towards the direction of Sehoro. Yet their ultimate destination lay several miles to the southeast, amidst the enemy's forces. Under the sun's embrace, even the desolate fields retained patches of battered green grass. Remnants of a land that had only thrived through decay, teeming with moss and ferns, and the dreadful death marsh. The Dothraki were not picky. They relished the prospect of land suitable for grazing. Fatigued from their exertions, the weary band, led by Mogo, sought refuge on elevated ground to rest. Shadows of black riders galloped across the wilderness, vigilant against unseen threats. Though twilight approached, the group chose to repose beneath their horses' bellies, shielding themselves from the oppressive heat that scorched the earth. Mogo felt parched, taking a few sips of water from his leather pouch. Gazing southward from their current position, he beheld the battlefield along the southern bank of the Varana River. Turning his gaze to the sun slowly descending in the western sky, he realized that no matter how fatigued he felt at that moment, it did nothing to alleviate the heavy burden weighing upon his heart. He then addressed the half-conscious Nohad, commanding, "Convey the orders. Everyone must prepare to depart at once. We must urgently advance and locate the enemy before dawn breaks." Nohad appeared to have lost consciousness, reclining on the ground in a state of complete relaxation, yet a closer inspection revealed otherwise. Upon hearing Khal's voice, he promptly sprang to his feet. Observing the figure riding away, Mogo sensed the escalating danger surrounding them. His limbs felt exceedingly heavy, yet he summoned every ounce of strength to sit upright. With a heavy sigh, he harbored a foreboding feeling. This assault by the enemy was not merely a chance encounter, but rather the precursor to an impending crisis that would continue to assail him until he was utterly annihilated from this world. Chapter 46. The land of crows. A blood-red sun languidly descended, casting a dusty hue upon the earth, while the distant wilderness became shrouded in a hazy obscurity. The shadows cast by the cavalry swiftly diminished as Khal led his legion of nearly 10,000 along the sandy road bathed in the fading twilight. They remained vigilant, not daring to relax their guard, for still no sign of the enemy had graced their senses. However, in the distance, flocks of birds began to multiply, with companions arriving from the northeast, while crows, initially returning to their nests, circled restlessly in the far sky. Clearly, something significant had transpired ahead. A Dothraki rider, pointing towards the swirling avian throng, exclaimed, "This is no season for migratory birds. These are frightened creatures." A multitude of vultures and crows gathers in the distance, suggesting that a battle is underway. Khal, contemplatively silent, raised his gaze to scrutinize the scene before him. The blackbirds flapped their weary wings with great reluctance, shrieking yet refusing to alight and rest. Perhaps he did not comprehend the crow's language, yet he was aware of their intelligence, their suspicion, and their remarkable memory. Yet, they subsisted on the flesh and blood of the slain, hinting at the presence of fallen warriors ahead. Perhaps not long ago, Dothraki in similar garb had inflicted harm upon them, a memory that lingered vividly. Contemplating this, Khal's expression darkened, as he faintly sensed the stench of decaying human remains wafting through the air. Relying on the perilous intelligence gathered by the reconnaissance cavalry, he understood that the enemy's forces were encamped by the banks of the Varana River, granting them a brief respite. Fortuitously, he had also gleaned from the scouts that they had diverted the enemy's pursuers, who were now scattered in disarray near the river's edge. But as he led his troops towards the enemy's rear, it was entirely possible that the adversaries had stealthily approached a position not far from their path. He recognized that the situation had shifted, realizing they had little time left to prepare. The enemy was upon them, all were to brace for battle, ready to engage. This simple deduction filled Khal with unease, as he inwardly hoped against hope that matters would not unfold as such. Yet, he felt compelled to alert his troops, who were still pointing at the flock of birds. "Our time is limited. A host of enemies is approaching. This army is surely utilizing scouts for cover, dispersing as small units only to regroup quietly. His foresight was perhaps astutely correct, grounded in reason and truth. However, Khal Mogo evidently overlooked the impact of a leader's will on the morale of his soldiers. Upon hearing his words, the warrior's fervor for combat did not ignite. He immediately realized that his tone had been somewhat pessimistic, so he spurred his horse out of the crowd, raising his curved blade high, and once again shouted with unwavering confidence, "I have previously stated, the critical moment has arrived. Between us and the enemy lies only our blades. It is time to demonstrate who the mightiest horseman truly is. The god of horses watches us from the heavens, declaring that Mogo is the king of the Dothraki kin. He requires our unity and relentless courage." According to the scouts' reports, the enemy camp along the Valana River is significantly large. Yet the forces we may encounter ahead are likely to be few. Victory awaits us just beyond, and all foes shall fall beneath our steeds. Inspired by their leader, the morale of the Dothraki warriors surged. They beamed with excitement, drawing their curved blades and unslinging their horn bows, all appearing prepared for the imminent battle. The army then circled around the crow's perch, continuing on the path towards the enemy's rear, advancing until the night gradually descended. As darkness enveloped the land, a multitude of flames suddenly flickered ahead. They discovered a contingent of several hundred soldiers gathered around the campfire. Soon after, the scouts discerned, by the light of the flames, that they were facing a band of unfamiliar Dothraki warriors. As they drew closer, the enemy, noticing their stealthy approach without torches held aloft, expressed their astonishment. "Who are you?" Seeing that the newcomers did not immediately attack, the enemy, brimming with arrogance, shouted, "We are the tribal warriors of Drogo Khal." "An excellent inquiry." Khal Mogo murmured softly as he raised his horn bow and shot an arrow that struck the questioner in the chest. The man staggered and fell to the ground. "That is my answer." He paced back and forth on his horse, proclaiming, "We have surrounded this camp. Unless you discard your weapons and cease resistance, you shall not live to see the sky again. If you are willing to surrender, we shall refrain from further hostility." As Khal Mogo's words echoed, the sound of thundering hooves gradually filled the air, revealing countless bowmen surrounding the camp within the darkness. Simultaneously, dozens of arrows flew forth, striking down those who dared to resist, leaving the remainder to ponder their predicament. The expressions of most grew grim and sullen. Being besieged was not the combat environment they relished. However, the wise among them recognized their underestimation and ultimately chose to cut off their braves, prostrating themselves on the ground. Others, after surveying their surroundings once more, followed suit. Khal Mogo did not afford the hesitant any time. He decisively waved his hand, and arrows were unleashed, eliminating all remaining foes still standing. The ensuing moments felt exceedingly protracted and urgent. They needed to extract information regarding the whereabouts of the enemy's main forces from the surrendering captives as swiftly as possible. However, Khal Mogo harbored no absolute faith in the loyalty of these individuals. He separated all the captives for individual interrogation. This process continued for some time, during which he received the latest intelligence. The blood alliance of Drogo Khal, led by the formidable Hagel and comprising over 10,000 Dothraki cavalry, had begun to arrive in waves from the banks of the Valana River. Khal Mogo's foresight proved remarkably accurate, as the enemy's assembly point lay on a hill to the northeast, a mere 5 miles from their current position. The sky was shrouded in darkness, devoid of moonlight and stars, as Khal Mogo sat by the campfire, scrutinizing the sheepskin map in his hands. The core warriors of the army gathered closely around him, their expressions taut with anticipation for his orders. Indeed, as I suspected, the intelligence from the captives revealed that the enemy had blocked the path ahead. If they did not first resolve this obstacle, matters would not conclude easily. Khal Mogo discovered that the more tense he became, the clearer his mind grew. He sat there, contemplating earnestly, and gradually conceived a new strategy. "I hope to reach the rear of the enemy's main force as swiftly as possible, yet a confrontation is inevitable. Otherwise, it would be challenging to shake off the relentless pursuit of the enemy, thereby delaying Khal's tactics. A formidable challenge lay ahead, but I assure you all, the darkness shall herald the end for all foes." Chapter 47. The arrival of reinforcements. The deep night swiftly passed, and before dawn broke, an eastern wind arose, enveloping the surroundings in a somber and hushed atmosphere, akin to the ominous portent of an impending storm. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" A scout, bloodied and weary, crouched upon his steed, galloping furiously into Hagel's camp, issuing a piercing alarm to convey the urgent news of enemy cavalry advancing towards their position. The sentinels, faces etched with grim resolve, approached to assess the situation. Upon confirming the scout's authenticity and the absence of any ruse, they immediately sounded the call to arms. The camp soon erupted in a flurry of activity. The fierce Dothraki warriors, clad in unyielding yet agile leather vests, brandished their curved rocks at their sides. They seized their horn bows and strapped quivers of arrows to their backs, hastily tucking their blades into their vests for swift movement. However, as they emerged from their tents, still mounting their noble steeds, they beheld the plains shrouded in swathes of dark figures charging at astonishing speed towards the camp. The shadows surged forth like a furious tide from the southern wilderness, accompanied by a thunderous roar that swept through the land, creating a cacophony that engulfed all in its wake. The dawn illuminated the earth, yet could not penetrate the tight formation of the advancing cavalry. The silent, unexpected ambush caught the Dothraki off guard, enveloping them in a moment of utter astonishment and panic as the enemy's footsteps drew ever closer, prompting cries of alarm from within the camp. All mounted their horses, preparing for battle. With arrows nocked and conflict imminent, the formidable figure of Khal, a sworn protector of the Blood Alliance, emerged at the heart of the camp, raising his curved blade high and issuing commands. Typically reticent, he now bellowed with a voice like thunder, exclaiming, "The enemy is a band of foolish souls. They may excel at fleeing, but they know nothing of combat. They dare to launch their assault from the hillocks. Remain calm, mount your steeds, seize your weapons, and fight for Khal Drogo. The enemy poses no threat to our might. Our numerical advantage alone is sufficient for victory." The Dothraki, who had once followed Khal Drogo to countless victories, rallied their considerable forces, vowing to annihilate their foes. As foretold by prophecy that a rider upon the world's finest steed would conquer the entirety of the Dothraki Sea. Thus, upon receiving Khal's warning, their spirits soared, and the current plight ignited their fury. They resolved to show no honor to their adversaries, determined to let the enemy's corpses decay in the wilderness until crows and vultures feasted upon the remnants. For they had once fancied themselves brave hunters, traversing day and night in pursuit of their quarry, while the enemy remained mere prey, shrouded in terror and dread, abandoning their wagons and betraying their king as they fled in disarray. Yet, in the end, they failed to perceive the enemy's elusive movements until a dark figure abruptly materialized at the outskirts of their encampment. As they set foot upon the land of impending doom, the presence of the foe became apparent, igniting an unprecedented fury within them. Swiftly, before the camp's defenders could mount their steeds and organize a formation on the elevated terrain, the enemy's vanguard surged forward towards the slope below. However, rather than charging directly into the camp, the adversaries maintained their rapid pace, resembling a serpent with two heads, spreading their ranks around the edge of the hill. With bows drawn taut, a dense barrage of black arrows darkened the dawn sky, akin to a storm cloud eclipsing the first light of day. The defenders, with their frail bodies, struggled to withstand the initial onslaught of this terrifying deluge. Lacking armor for complete protection, even the sturdiest of physiques could not shield against the sightless arrows, whose tips glimmered with a cold flame in the morning sun, bearing the scent of death as they pierced through the defenders' flesh. As the defenders paid a heavy toll in lives, their defensive efforts intensified, forcing them to form a circular formation to endure the strikes raining down from above. Each warrior was imbued with a zealous desire to slay the enemy, and they began to unleash a counter-barrage from their elevated position. Every arrow seemed to carry a fierce wrath directed at the foe, yet, despite their hatred-laden assault, the enemy's blood remained unspilled. After releasing their arrows, the adversaries swiftly maneuvered their steeds, retreating beyond the range of the defenders' bows. As time passed, the enemy regrouped behind the hill. Just as the defenders began to regain their composure from the relentless barrage, the ominous sound of hooves echoed across the plains, heralding a new assault as the enemy bellowed their war cry for Mongol Khal. They launched another merciless attack from the opposite side. The defenders remained composed. The brief respite granted them the opportunity to realign their formation. Undeterred by the potential for death, they shot arrows at the foes below the slope, even as many comrades fell amidst the bloodshed. "Hurry and shoot, Dothraki warriors!" cried Khal of the Blood Alliance, wielding his curved blade with reckless abandon, rallying their spirits with a fierce, blood-red glare in his eyes, seemingly impervious to the arrows raining down upon him. His voice reverberated upon the hillside like a clarion call of triumph. As the defenders valiantly counterattacked, any enemy stepping within range would immediately be met with a hail of arrows, forcing them to retreat once more. Just as the defenders believed victory was within their grasp, a chilling horn echoed from the distance. The sun's rays illuminated the eastern horizon, and a strong wind swept over the slope, revealing a sight that invigorated the spirit. A throng of dark figures, reminiscent of storm clouds born by a tempest, emerged from the northern light, accompanied by a deafening cacophony, surging towards them with overwhelming ferocity. At that moment, many Dothraki had already fallen behind Khal, and as he gazed upon the carnage before him, he felt no sorrow. For every Dothraki's fate was to perish on the battlefield. Everything was about to culminate. The time had come to determine the ultimate victor. As the dawn's light illuminated the horizon, Hagel gazed intently at the distant black silhouette, silently murmuring to himself, "This shall be a war worthy of legend." With a scornful glint in his eye, he scrutinized the enemy's feeble attacking formation, which began to crumble and stir like fine sand confronting a mighty wave. He then raised his arm and shouted, "Koro has arrived. Our reinforcements are here." In truth, this battle plan was devised by the venerable and wise Blood Alliance warrior, Koro, who understood the urgency of their situation. Lacking the luxury of time to prolong the conflict, they were compelled to act swiftly based on the intelligence at hand to eliminate the enemy entrenched in the south. Once Hagel's troops discreetly dispersed and regrouped, their task was to lure the enemy into a surprise attack. When he found himself ensnared, Koro, following closely behind, would lead the reinforcements in a simultaneous strike, ensnaring the adversary in a trap from which there would be no escape. Presently, the conditions on the battlefield unfolded precisely as Koro had anticipated. Chapter 48. The more we fight, the more we gain. Koro has arrived. Reinforcements have arrived. Hagel, as the esteemed honor of the Zodkale Blood Alliance, was deeply trusted. His rallying cry invigorated the spirits of the defenders, prompting them to join in a fervent chorus of excitement. Reinforcements have arrived. Many gazed eagerly towards the northern plains, though all they could discern were the vague outlines of the swiftly approaching dark figures. Soon, a black cloud advanced rapidly across the flat expanse, and with the number of reinforcements at their disposal, victory appeared imminent. The thunderous cheers of the defenders resonated across the earthen embankment as they brandished their agile curved blades, vying for the remaining steeds, preparing to charge alongside their newfound allies. In that moment, their formation was utterly disrupted. The enemy seemed to falter, abandoning their planned assault and hastily realigning to retreat southward, seeking to escape the trap of being caught between two forces. A few defenders who managed to seize horses recklessly charged forward, undeterred by the fallen comrades trampled beneath them, their momentum unstoppable. Just as the defenders believed victory was within reach, a chilling cry echoed from the summit. It was the enemy, not their reinforcements. The startling shout captured the attention of all defenders, who momentarily forgot the enemy's true strength. The attackers were merely a fraction of their forces. At that moment, the reinforcements that had surged forth also sounded the charge, their steeds thundering into the defenders' ranks. Among them, the most loyal warrior of Mongol Kale, Kasolo, led the charge to the summit, followed closely by his towering and valiant comrades. Beneath the dawn's light, the blood-soaked battlefield appeared ablaze. The exposed bronze skin of the Dothraki warriors gleamed like molten steel forged in the embers of fire. "Charge with me! Charge!" Hagel's voice was ruthlessly drowned out, powerless. He could only watch in fury as the tragedy unfolded before him. The defenders atop the hill endured a fierce onslaught, besieged from all sides by indiscriminate attacks. Their fragile line crumbled like sand dunes before a relentless tide. The defenders who had just secured steeds and charged down the slope found themselves overwhelmed. As the pursuing enemy turned the tide against them, both sides were thoroughly suppressed. The slope was littered with the darkened corpses of Dothraki, and the defenders were forced to retreat swiftly. The cavalry was completely scattered. Horses either fell to the blade or fled in all directions, and what had seemed like a certain victory evaporated in an instant. Hagel would not yield. He resolutely held the front line, prepared to die on the battlefield rather than in disgraceful retreat. Relying on his immense stature, he furiously swung his sharp curved blade, unstoppable in his fury. His wrath, more intense than before, roared like a war drum, his eyes glimmering with the light of anger as he greedily swallowed the blood that spilled from his mouth. He cleaved through the enemies before him as if harvesting straw, leaving a pile of corpses in his wake. Nevertheless, despite his giant-like ferocity, it was insufficient to remedy the defeats on the battlefield. Soon, his fortune appeared to wane, and a numbing sensation coursed through his body as the faint sting of insect bites emerged. Subsequently, Hagel fell alone upon the warm earth, beneath a sky devoid of clouds, where the pale daylight only served to evoke a chill, rendering him shivering as if submerged in icy waters. Silence enveloped him, a profound stillness marked by the absence of cries or sounds of combat. He feebly stirred his fingers, striving to awaken his mind, yet ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. Witnessing their leader's demise, the defending troops were immediately stripped of their will to fight, yielding to capture with little resistance. The scant few who dared to rise against their fate were swiftly slain, while their adversaries, emboldened by morale, relentlessly pursued those attempting to flee southward or towards the northwestern Varlana River, leaving a gruesome trail of corpses in their wake. With the outcome of the battle already determined, Khal Mogo commanded the recall of his warriors engaged in the pursuit of the routed forces, directing them to regroup and consolidate their captives, mercilessly executing all severely wounded. Regardless of their allegiance, time did not permit them to bury the dead or tally their losses. They merely estimated that over 5,000 Dothraki had perished in this conflict. However, upon finalizing the capture of prisoners, they astonishingly discovered an increase of 3,000 in their ranks compared to before the battle. Where had Khal gone? Was he still entangled with our 2,000 cavalry? Khal Mogo, who had only just managed to regain clarity amidst the chaos of battle, found his mind once again succumbing to fatigue. With an impassive expression, he rubbed his eyes and inquired of the approaching scout cavalry reporting to him. He felt no joy in this victory, for the overarching war had yet to yield a definitive outcome. Simultaneously, he harbored no sorrow for the brutal slaughter and the unburied corpses of his kin. To him, a warrior was merely a statistic, equal in significance to the number of curved blades and arrows, both mere instruments determining victory or defeat. Yet, the scout cavalry appeared quite elated, standing effortlessly as they inhaled the scent of blood permeating the air. They then lowered their gaze to Khal Mogo's head and responded with a smile. He has fled. Initially, he rallied his troops and, sensing the atmosphere of impending battle, advanced towards this location. Shortly thereafter, he encountered the pitfalls and the harassment of our 2,000 cavalry. After driving our horsemen away, he fled like a wild dog that has caught the scent of a lion. A wise decision, Khal Mogo mused. Had Khal chosen to perish here alongside us, the dynamics of the battlefield would have been irrevocably altered. Neither he nor I possessed the authority to make such a choice. Retreat was our only option. Hearing this, Khal Mogo could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He casually seated himself upon the ground, disregarding his fatigue, eager to strategize the next phase of their advance. Yet, his muddled mind only drew him back into memories. Khal Mogo had never studied military tactics, nor could he even read. Faithfully executing any command from Khal was his sole logic in warfare. However, he now discovered a new mode of thought regarding conflict, to empathize with his adversaries and contemplate the situation with caution. On the eve of the battle, he perceived that Hagel's appearance was extraordinary, signaling that the intelligence previously gathered had become unreliable. Similarly, Khal Mogo did not believe that the enemy would merely send individuals to obstruct their efforts, for the sheer number of warriors under Drogo enabled them to execute more profound stratagems. Fortunately, his reconnaissance cavalry had detected the clandestine gathering of troops at Khal in the distant wilderness. The pale light of dawn cascaded over the earth, inducing a sense of drowsiness. After enduring a fierce conflict, everyone was utterly fatigued, both in body and spirit. Khal Mogo too reclined, gazing at the pristine sky overhead as it seemed to descend upon him, contemplating the necessity of a brief slumber. The sound of hooves returning from the patrol echoed like a lullaby, and soon, amidst the remnants of the battlefield, the intermittent snores resonated through the air like the roars of the Dothraki. Chapter 49. Stout Nohad. As Khal Mogo prepared to lead his troops in a surprise assault on the Hagel encampment, Nohad and his companions traversed the wilds along the northern bank of the Volana River, tirelessly pursuing the enemy's trail throughout the night. At dawn, as the sky brightened and the shroud of darkness receded, the expansive plain revealed no refuge to conceal their movements. With no other path available and disregarding their previous fatigue, they hastened onward, vigilant to observe the surroundings. The morning breeze rustled the grass, creating faint sounds, when suddenly, a noise pierced the air, awakening their weary senses the distinct sound of hooves. In unison, they drew their weapons, as the approaching hoofbeats grew nearer, marked by a hurried cadence and the tinkling of small bells. This resonated with the unmistakable essence of Dothraki cavalry. Nohad perked up his unusually large ears, listening intently, while the other scouts responded with solemn nods, affirming his observation. The sound of bells grew increasingly clear, accompanied by the rapid hoofbeats. As a squadron of riders materialized before them like soaring falcons, the glint of dawn illuminating the braids flying behind the riders. Upon counting the enemy's numbers, smiles of joy spread across their faces. They exchanged knowing glances and dispersed their formation, advancing slowly while calling out to capture the attention of the approaching cavalry. However, before they could act, the squadron of riders had already halted, assuming a defensive posture toward them. The proximity of Nohad and his group incited wariness among the cavalry. "Do not be alarmed, we are the scouting cavalry of Benokas," Nohad declared in a firm yet measured Dothraki, which somewhat eased their vigilance, as the riders detected no hint of panic in his voice. Unbeknownst to Nohad, Balnek was the name of their commander. He merely sought to invoke the identity of the strongest caste tribe within the Dothraki, employing a familiar tongue to placate the riders, preventing an immediate attack or retreat. As the two parties drew closer, the cavalry shot warning arrows into the ground, signaling them to halt. "Greetings, we merely wish to pass through this direction," Nohart said, arms outstretched in a gesture of peace, allowing his steed to step forward slowly. With a relaxed smile, he addressed the riders. "I am sent by Bonnick to seek the enemy's trail. I possess crucial intelligence that must be reported to him immediately." "Have you found the enemy's whereabouts?" the cavalry captain inquired eagerly. "I cannot disclose that information," Nohart replied. Nohart advanced on horseback, his expression grim as he scrutinized the cavalry captain, seemingly enraged by the latter's disregard for protocol. "Bono Cho has received troubling intelligence. Our forces appear to be encroaching upon enemy ambush territory. He has dispatched all trustworthy individuals to scout for any irregularities. Let us set aside such matters. We have no time for idle chatter. Since you are here, you must hasten to return us. We departed along the Valana River a day prior, and there are numerous enemy cavalry pursuing us. Should they discover our trail, they will pursue us relentlessly, much like hounds scenting their prey. Moreover, the peril we face is far beyond mere pursuit. The enemy's situation is decidedly unpredictable." As Nohart spoke, fatigue gradually etched itself upon his features, and he appeared as though he were drowning in a dreadful mire, trembling uncontrollably. He leaned closer to the cavalry captain, grasping the man's arm as if his own stability were in jeopardy. "Does the Dothraki warrior still have the strength to continue?" The captain steadied Nohart, his brow furrowed with concern as he assessed the latter's condition. "You require rest. Our forces are camped a few miles to the east. I can endure." Nohart replied with a strange smile, drawing forth a bronze dagger from his belt and swiftly pressing it against the captain's throat. The captain felt the icy chill of the blade against his skin, his countenance shifting to one of grave unease. Yet, upon realizing the circumstances, he relinquished any thoughts of resistance, as the surrounding cavalry had been entirely subdued. The pale azure sky was cleansed of the night's darkness by the morning breeze, revealing a pristine dawn. The desolate landscape became increasingly vivid, yet to the captain's eyes, the warrior's visage appeared more tainted and malevolent. "You are indeed the enemy. A Dothraki would never harbor one as treacherous as you." Nohart offered no reply. They bound the cavalrymen to their own steeds and swiftly mounted their horses, a mysterious vigor seemingly siphoning away their exhaustion, allowing them to ride with renewed ease and increased speed. Golden rays broke through the clouds on the eastern horizon, casting dazzling beams of light upon the earth, transforming the boundless wilderness into a sprawling carpet of gold, undulating endlessly and merging with the distant horizon. Nohart and his companions urged their horses onward, though utterly fatigued and aching, they dared not relent, remaining vigilant for any signs of pursuing enemies. They galloped forward, resolutely heading northwest. Before midday, they managed to cover 7 miles at a growing pace, yet fatigue weighed heavily upon them, their minds consumed by a singular desire for rest. The captives bound to the horses seemed to revel in their torment, with one already having succumbed to unconsciousness. The wilderness remained flat and unbroken, yet the grassland began to wither. After a while, they approached a tract of land encircled by broadleaf trees, with visibility extending toward the horizon, where a series of reddish-brown hills housed an unbroken line of tribal encampments. Before they had traversed even half of their journey, the sound of galloping horses echoed from ahead, heralding the approach of a contingent of cavalry from the distance. The fiery red steed galloped towards the crowd like a shooting star, while Mongo's braids, cascading down to his waist, danced in the wind behind him, the bells adorning his hair ringing chaotically. In Nohart's eyes, a mysterious white light seemed to emanate from behind Khal, subtly glowing through the golden rays of sunlight. Perched upon the crimson stallion, Mongo regarded the returning throng with the imposing demeanor of a colossal stone statue. However, within his authoritative gaze flickered a gentle warmth. "You have once again achieved remarkable feats. In the name of the horse god and myself, you shall receive my rewards." Exhausted, Nohart and his companions felt on the verge of slumber, but upon hearing Khal's commendation, a new vitality surged through their bodies. They excitedly recounted the intelligence gathered on their journey and the location of the enemy camp. At that moment, Nohart stole a glance at Khal, only to find him with eyes closed, seemingly strategizing the intricate details for the impending battle. Chapter 50. Riding the world-esque gallant steed. The tent of Bonoko was teeming with individuals, predominantly Dothraki, yet a handful of exquisite leathering women were present as entertainers. Bonoko, resembling a tribal chieftain, sat upon a lofty throne, surveying the assembly. To his right sat Jekyll, while to his left was Moore, the rider in charge of leading the nearly 10,000 roaring warriors under the command of the horse lord, Drogo. I pondered why Khal would oppose the commands of Doshi Kalin and contend against the gallant steeds of the world. Suddenly, a Dothraki, appearing as though intoxicated, surged to his feet, carelessly overturning the silver goblets upon the long table. Yet, he did not forget to bow in deference to the nobles. Khal was meant to lead us eastward to plunder the wealth of the Lazarin, to raise their tongues and capture slaves. The once jovial atmosphere of the banquet was abruptly shattered. The surrounding revelry fell silent. The beautiful Lazarin slaves were startled, instinctively attempting to cover their ears, as the allure of fine wine and sumptuous feasts lost its grip on the crowd. A moment later, they lifted their heads from their expressions of astonishment, their curiosity piqued by the brash words of the intoxicated man. "You are inebriated." Jackal slowly rose from his elevated seat, gently pressing the agitated Dothraki back down. Dothraki possesses her own wisdom. Khal, too, seeks to affirm his status and valor, does he not? "Indeed, you speak true," the Dothraki replied, bending to retrieve the fallen goblets, a sheepish smile gracing his face. "Yet, I would rather relinquish the opportunity to embellish this grand campaign, provided I can survive and effortlessly acquire wealth." At this moment, Bonoko, seated upon the high throne, scrutinized Moore with keen interest. The latter was not only a remarkably valiant figure among the tribe but also wielded significant authority over this formidable force, thus deserving of utmost respect. Upon witnessing the sharp intensity in Moore's eyes, radiating the aura of an experienced warrior, Bonoko swiftly turned to grasp the man's arm, revealing a weary demeanor as he spoke. "I believe it prudent that we refrain from addressing this matter for now, at least until the war with our enemies concludes. Not just this valiant warrior, but others as well are left questioning what prophecy could incite Dothraki to such aggression, compelling the undefeated Drogo Khal to forsake the easily attainable wealth of slaves and journey from the distant east of Lazarin to here." Upon hearing these words, an inferno of indignation erupted within Moore's chest, akin to a sudden flare of embers. His eyes betrayed an unsettling shadow. Subsequently, Bonoko squinted at the assembly, rubbing his face, and declared, "Since you are all already privy to the pertinent news, I suggest you find a quiet corner to confer. This is my banquet. Yet I must remind you to set aside your trivial interests for the time being. Remember your oath to Khal, and do not forget that we are engaged in warfare. Khal requires the loyalty of all." Before long, the banquet concluded amidst the somber atmosphere. Jackal and Moore rose to depart the tent, followed silently by the others, who trailed behind in subdued silence. The tent flap was drawn back, and the dawn's light flickered upon Bono, who now bore no trace of lethargy on his face, revealing instead a countenance imbued with wisdom and coldness. Although his physique was not as towering and robust as Drogo's, it was nonetheless remarkably perfect. Beneath his thick brows lay fearless, radiant eyes that rendered him akin to a youthful sovereign emerging from the pages of a tale. After a considerable time, Bono finally lifted his gaze to behold two individuals who had entered unbeknownst to him. One was the smiling Jackal, recently departed, while the other was a portly, beardless man adorned with a bronze necklace set with a blood-red gemstone. The very eunuch dispatched by Dothraki, who had once crawled before the warlord Drogo at the source of the Volano River, pleading for his life. The banquet had indeed been a festive affair, and all had witnessed Move's demeanor. He displayed concern for the current circumstances, while simultaneously demonstrating unwavering loyalty to Drogo. "Now, you must tell us what Dothraki discerned from the prophecy and the entirety of her schemes." Bono approached and stood beside the taciturn Jackal, offering a friendly nod before turning to the eunuch with a smile that hinted at danger, inquiring further. Since Drogo's tribe had split forces at the Volano River, Bono and Jackal had quietly taken the forgotten eunuch away, and throughout the ensuing campaign, the three had conspired in secrecy. However, the eunuch, originally a pawn in Dothraki grand design, had now become consumed by his own hatred for War King Drogo, while Bono and Jackal were driven by an insatiable ambition, akin to the rampant waves of the Dothraki Sea. The eunuch's pale visage was cloaked in the shadows, and he sensed the peril emanating from the two before him. Clutching the red gemstone tightly against his chest, he lowered his voice and, with a seductive tone, responded softly, "Riding the world's steed is but an ancient Dothraki prophecy concerning a future great conqueror. All Dothraki believe that this call will become the most formidable call in history. Dothraki once asserted that Drogo, son of Belbekar, would ride this steed. Yet now this prophecy appears to be manifesting in a newly arisen Dothraki call. However, before this prophecy comes to fruition, this nascent call stands on the brink of demise at Drogo's hands. Likewise, Drogo himself is not immune to death, be it through battle, poison, magic, or even disease that might seize his fragile life. So, who shall be the next to ride the world as steed? Bono call? Jackal call? Might it be you? Perhaps it will even be Drogo's cloaca." Bono and Jackal felt their fervor swell beneath the eunuch's hoarse laughter. as if some divine force were guiding them toward loftier heights. You imply that the ancient prophecy is false? No, no. It is Dothraki who misinterpreted it. That too is inaccurate. Bono's thoughts were thrown into disarray. He paced back and forth, mulling over the implications, his eyes shimmering with intensity and devoid of calm. Abruptly, he halted, casting a skeptical gaze at the eunuch, and asked, "Do you know?" After hearing numerous rumors about prophecies, one question piqued my curiosity. How did the Dothraki know where the newborn Khal was, if they could not interpret the omens? Prior to this, we were even unaware of each other's names, such as Mogo. The eunuch's laughter abruptly ceased. He dared not meet Bronco's gaze. Suddenly, a sharp curved blade pressed against his throat, the chilling cold jolting him to awareness. He cast a furtive glance at the ferocity of his opponent's expression and hesitantly reached out to grasp the blade, but it remained immovable. Resigned, he replied, "Indeed. The Dothraki received a genuine prophecy. They witnessed a vast Dothraki army advancing on Khor, ultimately avenging the disgrace of the Dothraki in the Battle of Khor 4 centuries prior. Before them stood a giant clad in stone armor, riding a red stallion, towering and formidable. As they gazed westward, a storm began to brew in the distance, roiling clouds filled with boundless thunder and lightning. The giant, astride the red steed, fought valiantly, yet for reasons unknown. They could not see his face, only an abyss of darkness and thick blood. They foretold that he would ultimately become the rider of the world's steed." Bronco slowly lowered the blade, his expression laden with doubt as he turned to Joko, saying, "Zogo, is he not the one riding the red stallion?" Thus fitting the description of a giant. The eunuch, sensing the retraction of the blade, felt the previous tension dissolve, and he erupted into laughter. "You ought to interrogate those captives more thoroughly about their past, rather than merely inquiring about the army's whereabouts or the Khal's location, questions they will never answer. I have spoken with them. Mogo Khal also rides a red stallion, and his stature is akin to that of true giant lineage. To the northeast of Western Dothraki lies the lost kingdom of stone giants, Jago. Perhaps he possesses the blood of the stone giants. Furthermore, I have heard from those captives that Mogo's skin is as hard as rock." As he spoke, the eunuch seemed to recall haunting visions, his body trembling slightly as if gripped by fear, yet he mustered the courage to add, regardless of whether Mogo or Zogo emerges victorious, "The Dothraki will not allow the rider of the world's steed to come into existence. They have already contacted other khalasars across the Dothraki Sea to head to Western Dothraki. If you depart now, you may still have the chance to become a true Khal." Chapter 51. Which path to take within the confines of the tent, Bono and Giaco, having gleaned the insidious plans of Dothraki from the eunuch, incessantly rubbed their faces with their hands, striving for rational contemplation. The old crones, with malevolent intent, wielded their prophetic powers to predict futures and interpret ancient omens, inciting the conquerors to turn upon each other, while conspiring with all tribes of the steppe to utterly annihilate the noble steeds that traverse the world, thereby preserving their shared dominion over the Dothraki lands with Khal. Relishing in their exalted glory and status, other Khals would surely reap sufficient benefits from this arrangement, eagerly heading to the vast expanse of the Dothraki Sea, where over 20 tribes coexisted. However, after a considerable passage of time, the two regained their clarity of mind. If our judgment holds true, Mogo is indeed the true conqueror foretold in the prophecy. Bono gripped the eunuch's arm tightly, a savage glint gleaming in his gaze as he brazenly inquired, "What further news have you gleaned from the captives?" The eunuch struggled futilely against his restraints, and seeing no escape, resignedly replied, "The Mogo tribe has just slaughtered Khal. Though the means remain a mystery, I am certain they have avenged the dishonor of the Dothraki from the Battle of Khor 4 centuries past." At these words, Bono trembled, his grip on the eunuch's arm tightening further. He opened his mouth to speak, but the words lodged painfully in his throat, and at last, he managed to force out a few words. "Is this fate?" For a moment, the two were rendered speechless, then exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. Exhilarated by the proximity of their ambitions, convinced that their path ahead was one of irrevocable triumph, and that the future shimmered with promise. Like Giaco, Bono was consumed by the desire to become a Dothraki Khal. Their journey was marked by intermittent stops, hosting feasts to delay their advance, all in hopes of discerning an opportunity to extricate themselves from the Dothraki Khal and establish their own tribe, while simultaneously drawing in the 10,000 soldiers commanded by Mo. Yet, Giaco hesitated, for according to Dothraki tradition, until the Khal could ride, they must fight alongside one another, to uphold their honor. They faced a dilemma: should we forsake Drogo outright? Should we not send riders to alert him? Bono, his eyes shrouded in shadow, cast a furtive glance at Giaco, suppressing his disdain, and declared, "We are unaware of Drogo's current whereabouts, nor can we allow him to learn of this news. Let us first complete our own endeavors. Had I known, Giaco stepped closer to Bono. Perhaps we should swiftly eliminate Drogo to pursue our adversaries. He has entrusted this significant task to us, allowing us to contribute in whatever capacity we can. Do you wish to share Drogo's fate of lying unburied upon the wasteland? Time is of the essence. Leaving no room for Bono to squander, he strode forward, seizing Joko by the collar, and bellowed at him. Should we slaughter the tribe of Mongol, we shall forge an eternal enmity with him. Once he eliminates Drogo, we will be subjected to his relentless pursuit. Moreover, it is too late for such discussions. We cannot waste time here. Once we ascend as the new Khal in Dothraki and vanquish Mongol, we shall recover Drogo's remains and cremate them alongside his dead, allowing his soul to return to the sacred mountain, safeguarding the warriors of Dothraki, ensuring that none dare to desecrate his body. Upon observing Joko silently nodding in agreement, Bono reluctantly released him, silently concluding in his heart that his decision to ally with Joko was misguided. Upon returning to Dothraki Sea, he must sever ties with this individual immediately. Furthermore, he must make a judicious choice to rectify his prior missteps, ensuring that Joko never returns alive to visit Dothraki. Otherwise, his fate would slip beyond his control. Meanwhile, Mongo, astride his fiery steed, galloped across the boundless wilderness like a hunting lion, leading his troops onward without pause. The dark silhouette against the golden sunlight painted a grand tableau. Khal, based on the intelligence provided by our captives, we have finally grasped why the enemy's location is so elusive. Their commander, Bono, alongside Joko, seems to be deliberately delaying their march, Nord exclaimed, closely trailing Mongo while shielding his face from the stinging winds and sands. Mongo did not respond immediately. His extraordinary vision scanned the distant green meadows, his gaze fixed on the ground until he discerned no threat, at which point he began to analyze. They indeed have a purpose. Yet I believe they are not laying an ambush for us, as the terrain is flat and devoid of suitable conditions. The only possibility is that they are no longer united with Drogo. At least, I can ascertain this much for now. Unbeknownst to Nord, Mongo was fully aware of certain information. The Dothraki do not possess surnames, and namesakes abound. Yet, Bono and Joko, coupled with their affiliation to Drogo as tribe, were crystal clear in his mind. Had he not arrived in this world, Drogo would have suffered further after receiving treatment from the witch, and when illness struck, Bono and Joko would be the first to abandon him, claiming the title of Khal and departing with the khalasar, almost entirely taking Drogo as tribe with them. Joko and his riders even committed some disgraceful acts before their departure. Mongo glanced back, noting Nord as lingering confusion, and continued. Bono and Joko are not individuals capable of upholding loyalty. Regardless, even if there exists but a sliver of hope, I shall launch this offensive. If we move swiftly enough, they will soon be brought before you, at which point you may inquire into the reasons in detail. Accelerate, my warriors. As the sun descends, the twilight deepens. Yet the sky remains remarkably bright and clear. At this moment, Mongo leads his troops, having evaded the scout's line of sight, maneuvering to the rear of the enemy. Both horses and men, weary from their journey, find their pace steadily diminishing. As the last resilient rays of sunlight grace the earth, they arrive at a relatively steep hill where they take a brief respite to regain their strength. Look, Mongo gestures towards the ground ahead, pointing out the myriad of disordered hoofprints left behind. It appears we are quite close to the enemy. No heart, which direction do you believe they will advance today? With a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, No Heart responds with a smile. Regardless of their course, they certainly will not head towards the river. Chapter 52. Relentless struggle. As twilight deepened, the silvery moon descended towards the west, while the stars continued to twinkle in the night sky. The campfire in the fields blazed brightly, and a sudden gentle breeze caressed the chests and hairlines of the sentinels. They fixated intently on the indistinct expanse of land in the distance, a realm of complete stillness enveloped in darkness that threatened to lull them into slumber. The light of the moon and stars traversed the dark horizon behind them, and in the eastern sky, 2 miles from the camp, the air seemed to thicken with an impending storm's tension. As they gazed into the void, it appeared utterly desolate. However, when the patrol's footprints ventured into that space, shadows surged forth, and they vanished upon their steeds. A keen examination revealed the ground littered with the corpses of more than a dozen Dothraki warriors, each marked by a singular, clean fatal wound, their vibrant crimson blood staining the earth. Before long, the muffled sound of hooves echoed from the wilderness, as a large contingent of Dothraki cavalry followed the markers left by the scouts, sweeping in with great force. At the forefront was Mongo, leading the charge, with his fellow riders following closely in tight formation, splitting into several ranks as they galloped westward. Their movements were swift as the wind, yet they maintained an eerie silence. For the flora of this barren expanse, unlike the tall and dense grass of the Dothraki Sea, offered no concealment for their passage. They could only strive to advance without a sound. The Dothraki steeds were robust, their sleek coats gleaming under the moonlight, shimmering with an ethereal glow. Their flowing manes, meticulously groomed, danced in the breeze. The warriors atop these magnificent beasts exuded vigor. Each was tall, their bare chests as hard and strong as iron, with braids adorned with bells floating gently behind them. Their faces radiated determination and valor, brandishing long spears, with quivers of arrows and horn bows slung across their backs, and sharp ragged blades sheathed at their bronze belts. Despite the scouts along their route having been cleared by the investigating cavalry, they remained vigilant, observing their surroundings for any signs of movement to ensure they would not be prematurely detected by the enemy, jeopardizing the entire operation. They pressed on until they approached within a mile of the camp, where the flickering light of the campfire became visible through the darkness. At this moment, all remained calm within the camp. Evidently, the enemy had yet to realize that troops were drawing near. After a thorough inspection of their surroundings, they finally felt secure enough to converse. "Khal, we cannot launch an attack here. The terrain is too steep," Norard said, gradually guiding his horse closer to Mogo and gesturing towards the steep slope ahead. "Let us proceed northward." Mogo did not respond immediately but remained fixated on the direction of the camp. In his extraordinary gaze, the night seemed to have lost its hue, and the dawn silently emerged within his vision, the camp's clear outline unabashedly revealing itself before him. It was evident that the enemy had chosen to occupy this relatively steep high ground to prevent any opportunistic assaults, having taken ample precautions. After a moment, he slightly shifted his body and softly remarked, "At this distance, we have no opportunity to make better choices. As we navigate northward, how will you disguise our presence from the enemy's ears, ensuring they remain oblivious to the sound of our hooves? There is no need to change our position. Thus far, our progress has been smooth, and we cannot demand more favorable terrain, for the northern path may not be as clear as it seems." Upon hearing this, Norard lowered his head and retreated to his original spot, diligently toying with the bowstring in his hands, resembling a child caught in a mistake. Mogo continued to peer from the shadows ahead, for to him, war was an unpredictable gamble, and great was a sin. The stars above continued to shine brightly, their luminescence undoubtedly promising victory for the Dothraki. Mogo turned to see the cavalry gathered around him, filling the vast expanse to capacity, and shouted, "Now is the time." He then tightened his grip on his horse's belly and leaped forth, prompting the cavalry to spring into action, the scattered, muted sound of hoofs resonating through the silent wilderness. The horsemen attentively listened to the call of the herd, as the hoofbeats echoed around them, growing wilder and more exhilarating, not descending into chaos, but becoming increasingly synchronized. "Mogo Khal! Mogo Khal!" The Dothraki cavalry shouted their battle cry. "The fiery steeds of Dothraki shall safeguard our victory." Mogo did not disappoint, amid the cheers of the crowd. He led the charge, his steed as fiery as the blazing summer sun, robust as a resurrected ancient giant, and in his hand he wielded a pitch-black Valyrian steel curved blade, sharp beyond measure. The sound of hoofs pounded upon the hearts of the sentinels in the camp, like a distant breeze heralding death, causing all who heard it to tremble awake from their slumber. At that moment, the horn of battle sounded from the camp, and upon hearing it, Mogo's riders responded defiantly, sounding their hunting horns, the thunderous echoes mingling with the sound of thundering hoofs, awakening the enemy to the impending doom. The Dothraki within the camp hastily emerged from their tents, anxiously gazing at the approaching cavalry, some even raising their faces in prayer toward the pale stars above, though this light would never grant them hope. "Dothraki warriors, charge!" Mogo bellowed, and all the cavalry commenced their assault, maintaining their speed as they surged up the steep incline, their arrows shooting forth like a tempest towards the enemy lingering on the outskirts. The fragile defensive structures outside the camp crumbled beneath the pounding hoofs as if struck by a colossal boulder. Mogo raised his bow, suddenly feeling a mysterious force guiding his focus as he drew back the string, facing the roaring rush of the enemy. He loosed an arrow that struck true to the throat of the foremost adversary. Yet, others rushed forth in a frenzy to surround him. He immediately discarded his horn bow, drawing forth the Valyrian steel curved blade from his saddle, slashing left and right as he carved a path from the camp's periphery to the central tent. At this moment, the entire cavalry surged forth, breaking through the collapsed fortifications with an unstoppable force, sweeping across the camp like a tempest ravaging the plains. Inside the tents, the fully equipped enemy soldiers poured out in a chaotic rush, charging toward the mounted warriors, while the clarion call of counterattack echoed relentlessly throughout the encampment. The hoofs of the horses scattered the campfires, igniting flames that erupted in a brilliant blaze, accompanied by billowing smoke. Mogo, armed only with his sword, valiantly charged into the fray, facing no adversary capable of withstanding his onslaught, nor anyone who could inflict harm upon him. The enemy commander, a stranger until now, met a hasty demise at his hands, delivering a crushing blow to the morale of the opposing forces. As the camp fell to siege, the enemy disintegrated in disarray, their terrified screams prompting them to abandon their weapons and flee in panic. Yet within the camp, the mounted warriors were omnipresent, leaving the enemy with no escape but to cower on the ground, too fearful to make a move. Chapter 53. The unceasing battle. The waning moon cast its final flickers of light, as rays of sunlight erupted from the eastern horizon, illuminating the sky with increasing clarity. Mogo sat silently astride his steed, his expression impassive as he gazed upon the desolate hills. The orderly encampment lay utterly devastated. Wisps of ash and ember scattered by the wind lingered in the air, and amidst the tangled heaps of bodies, little room remained for footing. The blood of the vanquished had seeped deep into the soil, rendering it a dark expanse. Once more, the clarion call of a horn resounded from within the hilltop encampment, as cavalry escorted a multitude of captured fleeing soldiers returning from all directions to regroup. Yet, the truly astonishing sight emerged from the southern direction of the Volana River. A large throng of mounted warriors, at the forefront of their ranks, galloped north, his excitement palpable as he wielded his whip with fervor. As he approached the outskirts of the encampment, he skillfully stood upon his saddle, exclaiming in a resounding voice, "We have captured the enemy's leaders, Bono and Joko. Victory is ours, Mogo Khal. Mogo Khal." The Dothraki warriors erupted in jubilant cheers. "Oh, come! Behold the valor of Khal's champion, Noart." Hearing the resounding cheers echoing across the plains, Mogo led his cavalry through the breach in the encampment. And fortunate Noart indeed delivered an unexpected surprise, transforming this initially flawed victory into one of perfection. The sunlight glinted off the bronze skin of the victors, dazzling in its brilliance, as Noart and his companions raced up the slope, exuberantly leaping and tumbling upon their galloping mounts. In stark contrast, the captured soldiers wore expressions of despair, and Mogo's presence instilled in them a deeper sense of dread, for they feared they would never leave this place alive. Before Khal could approach, they dismounted in haste, prostrating themselves upon the ground in fear. Mogo scrutinized the trembling captives, among whom were two robust warriors, their uncut braids trailing upon the ground, bronze belts adorned with golden patterns and various gemstones. Upon sighting these two, a multitude of thoughts stirred within him. At this moment, although Bono and Joko lay prostrate and motionless, their minds were awash with tumultuous reflections. Prior to the encampment's fall, illuminated by flames, they had glimpsed the terrifying figure of a giant astride a fiery red steed. Their once proud psychological advantage crumbled in an instant, leading them to abandon their commander, Mo. In a panicked flight alongside their king from the Khal tribe, they desperately sought an escape from their plight, yet all efforts proved futile, ultimately leading them astray in the dark of night, blocked by the Volana River ahead. Their true fatal blow arrived in the form of Noart, leading 1,000 cavalrymen who suddenly pursued from behind. Despite their numerical superiority, the morale of the fleeing soldiers plummeted, surrendering in dismount at the sight of their formidable opponents and the haunting shadow that loomed in their hearts. Thus, on this beautiful morning, Mogo and the two most potent leaders of the Zargo tribe met for the first time outside the ravaged encampment. The roaring warriors of the tribe gathered around Khal, their hearts brimming with the elation of victory, fully aware that the tide of battle had irrevocably turned in this moment. "Assist us in overcoming Drogo." Mogo's gaze fell upon the heads of the two traitors as he spoke in a calm and measured tone. "After this, you may return to the steppe alive. But you must vow never to oppose me again. I am aware that you have long harbored thoughts of rebellion against him, and countless Dothraki have perished here, trusting him, their bodies left to rot upon the barren land." Bono and Joko listened, their hearts racing with fear, for their ambitions were laid bare under the sun. Yet they found solace in Mogo's promise. To pledge not to be enemies meant they would not face swift retribution afterward. Before Joko could respond, Bono suppressed his trepidation and hastily replied, "I am willing. It is truly Drogo's oppression that compels us. We never wished to fight you. Even in victory, the outcome would hardly be better than our current plight. I swear, when we return to the steppe, I shall never forget your kindness." Mogo remained silent for a moment, then turned his gaze to Joko, who was anxiously scanning the surroundings, seemingly searching for something. Only when he felt the intense scrutiny of Khal did he quiet down and repeat Bono's vow. "Very well, I shall allow you to return to Drogo as informants." Seeing the vague performance of the two, Mogo lost interest in elaborating on specific plans and dismissively turned his horse away. He knew full well that Bono and Joko were utterly unreliable and concealed deeper secrets behind their Aegon. At that moment, the pristine ground was strewn with pyres, where all the fallen cavalry from their side would find rest under the watchful eyes of the heavens. The enemy's corpses, however, piled high on the battlefield, posed a considerable dilemma for the riders tasked with their disposal, as they had no means to manage such a heap. The vast desolate land offered no firewood, even if they dismantled every remaining tent in the camp. The burial of bodies was not a Dothraki tradition, and they lacked the time for such rites. Let the enemy corpses remain there for now. In response to the riders hurriedly reporting to him, Mogo glanced towards Volantis and replied, "Once victory is achieved, there will be those to assist us in this task." The fiery sun leapt above the eastern horizon, draping all in a splendid glow, breathing life into the air. All the cavalry gathered before the blazing pyres, chanting the ancient war songs of the Dothraki to bid farewell to the souls of the fallen warriors. As the flames finally extinguished, the ashes danced upon the wind towards the distant sky. The surviving warriors fell silent, their expressions still fervent, yet tinged with a hint of sorrow as they gazed at the invincible Khal, filled with both longing and apprehension for the battles yet to come. Mogo mounted his steed, methodically weaving through the cavalry, casting his gaze down upon the faces weighed down by the loss of their brethren. Radiance illuminated his figure, and he proclaimed in a resounding voice, "My warriors, since our advance from the Dothraki Sea, we have bid farewell to many brave and loyal soldiers. Battle is the essence of the Dothraki. We are born for combat. At least they sacrificed themselves for victory and honor. Believe me, warriors, what is more fearsome than death is the burden of defeat. In our fleeting lives, if we do not leave a mark upon this world, it would have been better not to have been born among the proud herd of horses. We are now the mightiest tribe upon the Dothraki Sea, destined to become the most formidable army of Essos. O valiant warriors, Dothraki champions, the critical moment has arrived. Cross the Valyrian River, conquer the enemies before us, and return to the homeland of the Dothraki. Our courage, oaths, and achievements are unbreakable. Victory shall forever belong to you. I wish for you to live under the blessings of the horse god for all eternity. May your glory shine upon the mother of mountains, and may your legends be sufficient to conquer the entire world. Life is ceaseless, and so too is the battle." As Mogo's roar echoed, the Dothraki cavalry swiftly mounted their steeds, raising their curved blades high. The blood of warriors surged within them, and they erupted in jubilant roars, producing a remarkable cacophony. Then, someone valiantly sounded the horn, and the entire army responded in unison. The voice of the Dothraki reverberated across the wilderness, a thunderous sound that would sweep across the world like a mighty tempest. Chapter 54, A Reunion in the Southern Region of Essos. The summer is characterized by scorching heat and scant rainfall, with the sky appearing exceptionally clear and beautiful following the aftermath of war. However, the winds have shifted. A sudden breeze from the southern sea carries with it a wave of humid warmth. Mogo, mounted upon his steed, gazes with delight as the roaring warriors select captives to integrate into their ranks, thereby forming a new force. The Dothraki, devoid of worldly secular notions, yield only to the victor and willingly bow before the strong. At that moment, a contingent of cavalry arrives, escorting the officer Orpheus and the scholar B.S. Porter, who hastily approach, having set out immediately from the ruins of Sawmill upon receiving news of their victory. The unexpected reunion following such a turn of events is indeed a source of great joy. Mogo eagerly strides forward to greet them, and as they walk together, they exchange conversations filled with shared happiness and future aspirations. When scholar B.S. Porter proposes to document the events of the war and to assign a name to the campaign, the three share a moment of profound understanding, bursting into hearty laughter, simultaneously shedding the burdens and shadows of war. They soon pause by the shimmering waters of the Volano River under the southern sun, and in Mogo's eyes, he can even glimpse the distant, elusive black walls of Volantis. Scholar, rather than recording this campaign in the common tongue of Westeros or in Valyrian script, I would prefer that you create a script for the Dothraki, one that can be used for writing. Every nation deserves its own written language. This is an undeniable law of civilizational progress. Merely resting under the shade of the trees planted by our predecessors is no longer sufficient for me. The Dothraki possess their own spoken language but lack a written form. Many nomadic tribes surrounding the Dothraki Sea also have no script of their own, and the histories of the Dothraki are recorded solely by the free cities engaged in trade. Upon hearing Khal's request, B.S. Porter gazes silently ahead, watching the birds that soar above the river, before inquiring, why not use Valyrian as a common script? It is a fully developed language, rich in influence and wide in scope. Despite the tonal variations, the Valyrian spoken in the free cities of Essos and the Slavers' Bay, though marked by their own dialects and derived vocabularies, remains closely related. Mogo drew forth the Valyrian steel scimitar, scrutinizing its surface adorned with golden and crimson inscriptions, the ancient Valyrian runes igniting like flames of incantation. He then raised his gaze, ambition radiating from his countenance, and earnestly proclaimed, "I do not deny this. In fact, I am acutely aware that should I choose to promote the Valyrian language in the future, it would expedite my endeavor to unify Essos. However, the Dothraki do not represent the true Valyrian lineage and bear no connection to the Valyrian Empire. A century hence, those old nobles who claim to be descendants of Valyria will still cling to past glories, and after my demise, they shall know no peace. Moreover, we possess our own distinct language, culture, and traditions. For our civilization to flourish, we must establish a written form to articulate new ideas and beliefs, bolstering our confidence and cohesion. The Dothraki cannot solely rely on plundering the wealth of others, including their linguistic and cultural heritage, to eventually ascend to the pinnacle of the world." At that moment, B.S. Potter had fully reverted to the persona of a fervent scholar, immersing himself in memories of his studies and contemplating the challenges of creating a script for the Dothraki language. Yet, he soon cast aside all concerns. His excitement directed towards the composed clerk, responding with ease, "Certainly, but I require the assistance of Over. His mastery of various languages and scripts will undoubtedly lead us to successfully create a written form for the Dothraki." Naturally, Mogo was elated upon hearing the scholar's proposal, feeling as though he had taken a significant step closer to the unification of Essos. Just then, the urgent sound of galloping hooves shattered his reverie, as Nord rode in alone on his warhorse, halting a few paces before the trio. He swiftly dismounted, first bowing to Mogo, then exchanging brief greetings with Over and B.S. Potter, before excitedly reporting, "Khal, as per your instructions, I have questioned Bono and Jocko separately. Indeed, as you surmised, Drogo's action was a solitary venture. Once the army departed, his tribesmen immediately retreated to the hills south of the Coral Forest. This intelligence is known only to Khal and the various Khazars kin, and approximately 20,000 warriors are guarding the camp there, most of whom hail from Bono and Jocko's Khaz." Mogo listened intently to the report, a flame of victory igniting within him. He was confident in the accuracy of this information. Drogo had certainly not marched with his entire host, for otherwise, the pace of pursuit could not have been so swift. Now that he could ascertain the position of these tribes, his chances of success were greatly enhanced. While he understood the gravity of war and the need for caution, his confidence in defeating Drogo overshadowed all other emotions, soaring to unprecedented heights as he laughed heartily. "Excellent. Return and gather the troops. We shall take Bono and Jocko to persuade these warriors to surrender. We must capture all of Drogo's tribesmen. All other plans shall proceed as usual." Upon hearing Khal's command, Nord dashed towards his steed, eager to relay the orders. "Wait!" Mogo called out, caressing the scimitar in his hand, perhaps sensing a warning of danger lurking within his depths. Yet he felt the necessity to gain a clearer perspective, resolutely avoiding the pitfalls laid by others. With a furrowed brow, he lowered his head in contemplation. After a brief moment, he exhaled softly, having disowned the source of his uncertainty. It was merely the selfishness of two little mice. This time, Rhaegar had brought along over 60,000 warriors. How could he possibly afford to leave 20,000 troops to guard the clan? According to the original plan, Bono and Jocko were to be returned to Rhaegar as bait. Clearly, these two wished to avoid returning and were exaggerating their own worth, hoping to escape amidst the ensuing chaos. However, if they did not return, Rhaegar might not be lured as intended, creating a ripple effect. Previously, Mogo believed these two brigands to be disloyal to the tribe. After their initial meeting, he sensed they harbored some inconsequential secrets. Yet now, he regarded the dense, chaotic underbrush along the riverbank with discomfort, as though it were a wild beast bearing its fence. Mogo wielded his sword to clear the grass, calming his emotions, and spoke with composure. "Noarte, return immediately to interrogate Bono and Jocko with utmost severity. They may have withheld other collusions. Extract all the information you can. Thereafter, we shall proceed as planned. You shall personally lead 5,000 cavalry to escort them back to Rhaegar's camp on the southern bank of the Varana River. Inform the enemy that we are aware of their camp's location. Remember, this task must be accomplished by you alone to prevent their escape. Following this, you need not return here. Instead, immediately search for the whereabouts of Kesselo and inform him of all our plans. Thereafter, await his instructions." Chapter 55. Shadows encroached as the sun sank beneath the western horizon. Shadows stealthily seeped into the tribal encampment, casting the skin of the Dothraki into a muted gray. Mogo stood impassively outside the tent that served as an interrogation chamber, silently listening to the anguished screams emanating from within. his hand gripping the hilt of his curved blade. Utterly motionless, Scholar B.S. Porter and Officer Ofer stood intently behind him, striving to discern any anomalies in the results of the interrogation taking place inside. Before long, Jocko and Bono could no longer bear the excruciating humiliation of their brutal torment and divulged every detail of the conspiracy orchestrated by the Dothraki. Their testimonies inevitably recalled the battle outside the city of Kor, where a prophecy had sparked a war and shattered the confidence of the Khorrians. Ofer hastily turned to the contemplative B.S. Porter, stammering as he inquired, "It cannot be. This is utterly impossible. What, pray tell, is the truth behind these prophecies? I have always believed they were nothing more than cunning tricks employed by mortals in the name of deities." Mogo, his back turned to the two, could not suppress a laugh at Ofer's stuttering question. Ofer, a Dothraki man steeped in skepticism towards sorcerers and witches, had grown increasingly disillusioned with prophecies, particularly in an era when magic had waned to a mere whisper. Among the tribes, Mongo's remarkable abilities were widely regarded as divine blessings, while Ofer insisted they were merely incomprehensible forms of magic. After all, historical records attested to the existence of dragons and magic, and foresight was believed to be a power wielded solely by the gods. "Officer, did you hear that?" After a moment, the scholar lifted his head, answering with a leisurely smile, "Do not dwell too much on it. We should all take solace in the fact that the outcomes of those prophecies are advantageous to us. Your greatest concern seems to be the potential alliance of the Dothraki cause. However, if that is the case, there is no need for alarm. Who are they? And how many warriors can they truly muster? Moreover, how long would it take for the vast Dothraki sea to converge upon this Dothraki? And can the cause truly set aside their past grievances to unite in purpose? Ofer, if you fear the veracity of the prophecies, let me assure you that their actions merely serve to advance the outcomes foretold. The wise old women of Dothraki expend their intellect fretting over a rider on the world as steed, which is quite unnecessary. Either speak less or refrain from talking altogether." Ofer realized the crux of the issue, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He lowered his gaze upon Scholar B.S. Porter, his face betraying a hint of embarrassment. Yet he retorted firmly, "I am merely concerned that this prophecy might affect morale. I am well aware of the historical might of the Dothraki when united." Indeed, at that moment, Nord emerged from the tent, his face a mask of panic and tension, nervously rubbing the large ears atop his head. He was desperate to address the gathering, yet he hesitated, repeatedly opening his mouth only to fall silent again. Upon witnessing Nohard's performance, Mogo let out a silent sigh. He was acutely aware that prophecies in this world held a profound and undeniable power. Long before the cataclysm that befell Valyria, the Dreamwalker Daenerys Targaryen had garnered fame for her prophetic abilities, foreseeing the disaster a full 12 years in advance. Consequently, the Targaryen family was able to retreat to Dragonstone in Westeros with their 5 dragons, successfully evading the impending doom. However, for reasons unknown, as the dragons perished, magic gradually dissipated from the world, leaving only a scant few with the gift of foresight. Yet, when the long summer wanes and magic returns, an increasing number will wield the capability to reflect upon history through prophecy, visions, and dreams, discerning the present and glimpsing the future. Nevertheless, this is far from a pleasant gift. Ah, my friends, prophecy is akin to a poorly trained steed, glorious in appearance yet untrustworthy, often leading its rider to a tragic demise at critical moments. Mogo calmly gestured to capture everyone's attention, his voice resonating with clarity and strength as he emphasized, "The essence of prophecy resembles that of a famished individual to whom the gods grant a delectable dish laced with chronic poison. Even when aware of the dire consequences, he cannot resist the temptation to indulge, for it brings him immense pleasure, only to find himself succumbing to anguish and suffering in the end. It is a double-edged sword. Those who overly obsess or gradually forget may find their own destruction waiting." Nord dared not meet Mongo's gaze, for Khal's words always bore down upon him with an intense scrutiny. He stood rigidly in place, his face a mask of anxiety and near despair. Mogo reached out, gently patting Nohard's shoulder, and earnestly remarked, "Nohard, during your tenure as a scout for the tribe, you demonstrated your worth on numerous occasions, proving you are no fool. However, your current impatience and superficial eagerness to showcase your abilities are concerning. Fortunately, I have yet to place you in command of troops. Even the wisest can err gravely under such a mindset. Should that occur, you would ensnare all old people in dire straits. Cease your trembling and remember, if you wish to lead an army, you must swiftly regain the composure and steadiness you once exhibited in challenging circumstances." As Mongo's words settled, Nord remained quaking, his head bowed in deep contemplation. After a moment, he lifted his gaze, his face etched with remorse as he resolutely declared, Khal, I was in the wrong. Please believe me, it will not happen a third time. I forgive you. Seize this opportunity, and remember, it is acceptable to feel fear in the face of danger. But do not allow it to linger unduly. After imparting this counsel to Noart, Mogo turned to the assembly, his tone lightening. Come, my friends. While the situation is not as dire as it may seem, we have undoubtedly encountered unexpected circumstances at a most joyous time. Given the situation, we must at least deliberate on how to proceed. Having arranged for the guards, Mogo then dispatched a rider to seek out the missing eunuch, and subsequently led the group away from the site, guiding them toward the grand tent at the center of the camp. At this moment, the night had quietly enveloped the entire wilderness, with neither moon nor stars illuminating the sky, only the chilling gusts of the sea breeze remaining. Mogo settled near the campfire, fixated on the city of Dothraki marked on the map. He inquired, I never anticipated that the Targaryens could foresee my presence through dreams. If we do not eliminate them all at once, they will continue to pose an escalating threat. This presents an opportunity, however. The priority now is to ascertain the extent of their capabilities. Scholar, I wish to understand whether they can still glean clear intelligence through this ability, such as our location and troop strength, or if there is a means to limit their visibility of us. Upon hearing Mogo's query, B.S. Porter immediately rose to respond, Khal, I lack the ability to obscure or obstruct others' foresight. I advise that our forces avoid appearing in distinctive locations. However, prophecies derived from dreams or illusions, such as those of the Targaryens, will not accurately depict future events. Moreover, based on Bono and Jaco's descriptions, the crone's proficiency is rather low. They may not even be able to visualize the foresight clearly, and it is possible that they will not experience another vision. Of course, if we can locate the eunuch who serves the Targaryen, we may gain further insight into their abilities. Let us hope he still lives. Chapter 56. The Knight's Dilemma. Within the great tent at the center of the camp, Mogo forcefully struck the table, drawing the assembly back from their contemplations on the prophecies. He continued, I have always regarded intelligence as the most crucial element of warfare. Currently, we need to ascertain the number of Khals united by Targaryen, as well as the forces they can muster in Dothraki. While our adversaries remain unaware, we have already uncovered their conspiracy. I propose we dispatch riders back to Dothraki Sea to infiltrate the tribes of other Khals and gather information. What do you think of this approach? Scholar B.S. Porter was the first to rise and respond. Mr. B.S., you ought to retire for the night and indulge in a pleasant dream. It may yield more accurate information than that provided by scouts, jested the affairs officer, over, clearly amused by the scholar's suggestion. He then bowed respectfully to Mogo, inquiring, Khals, have you heard of the Mozo tribe? Mogo did not respond immediately. He meticulously recalled the legendary figures of Dothraki Sea. After a brief moment, he questioned with a hint of confusion, is it the eldest Mozo Khal? It is said that his cavalry is as aged as he is. Disregarding the scholar's audacious gaze at his graying braids, Over took a deep breath to steady himself and replied candidly, indeed, it is he. You see, aged riders like myself are exceedingly rare among the Dothraki and hold little value. The Mozo Khal personally invited me to join them, but his tribe is considerably weak. I believe he would require your protection. If you could promise him a pasture for respite, he would be most grateful. Moreover, when we departed Dothraki, he was indeed there, evading the pursuit of other Khals. As for Targaryen's scheme, he would undoubtedly be among the first to receive news. Mogo nodded with a smile. Even the weakest Khals, if embedded within the enemy's upper echelons, could yield invaluable intelligence. He then turned to the contemplative and tester Noart, inquiring, we still have some time. Do you have any thoughts to share? At the Khal's inquiry, Noart's spirits lifted. He cautiously raised his head and replied, perhaps we could slightly alter our strategy concerning Drogo. It is unnecessary to return both Bono and Joko. During my interrogation of the two, I observed that Joko consistently exhibited indecisiveness, while Bono evidently harbors greater ambition. He is clever, resolute in his will, and acts with decisive firmness. How about sending Bono, who is more likely to infiltrate the enemy ranks, to Dothraki as an informant? Of course, he is less trustworthy than Joko, so we must carefully scrutinize the intelligence he conveys. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. Mogo pondered for a moment before asserting gravely, intelligence requires multifaceted verification and comparison. We shall send our reconnaissance riders to Dothraki, while Ofer must also seek a means to establish contact with Mozo Khal. Once we have triumphed over Drogo, We will provide Bono with a mix of credible and dubious information to garner Targaryens' trust. Subsequently, he shifted his gaze to Noard, locking eyes with him, and solemnly commanded, "Assemble the troops and prepare for the march. I shall continue to appoint you to lead the 5,000 cavalry on this mission. Remember, do not allow impatience to cloud your judgment." As Noard clenched his fists in anticipation of the surprise, a grave danger loomed over Khal. Situated on the southern bank of the Valana River, retreat was not an option. Zargo, suppressing the fury that surged within him, faced the council urging him to withdraw. Resembling a betrayed wolf king in the midst of a hunt, he bellowed, "This despicable enemy is nothing but a treacherous horse thief, robbing my herd of its riches. I shall lead all my cavalry into battle against this foe. I am determined to slay him and behead the traitors." The only one capable of advising Khal, the Blood Alliance's warrior Khal, remained silent, his countenance grim as he stood motionless. He felt an overwhelming chill, as if life itself was slowly ebbing away from his body. Ever since Blood Alliance warrior Hagel perished during the ambush, that ruthless enemy seemed to have acquired a unique combat strategy. With an acute sense of warfare, akin to a hyena savoring the scent of blood, it relentlessly pursued them. Moreover, like a cunning fish lurking patiently beneath the water, it remained unfazed by the bait they cast, yet devoured many of their warriors with other lures. "I support Khal's full-scale offensive." Observing the silence surrounding the Khoi who stood against Zargo and Khal, Khal stepped forward and calmly stated, "Proceed straight from here to the hidden encampment of our tribes on the shores of the Dothraki Sea, over 100 miles away. Even if we travel day and night, it will take several days to reach. The army cannot achieve a silent and secure withdrawal, and I suspect the enemy will not easily grant us that opportunity. After the various unforeseen events of the past 2 days, we are left with merely 30,000 warriors. I cannot predict the fate of the 20,000 warriors stationed on the northern bank of the Valana River. Clearly, we lack sufficient forces to divide our ranks effectively. If any of you remain behind, the outcome is inevitable. Should the northern contingent of 20,000 warriors be annihilated, the enemy's main force will soon encircle us. This is my concern. Therefore, we must launch a full-scale assault, not to defeat the enemy, but to ensure a safe retreat to the Dothraki Sea." Upon hearing this rational assessment, the various Khoi remained silent, standing motionless, exchanging glances in search of one another's resolve, ultimately lowering their heads in despair. Witnessing this, Khal slowly approached the assembly, lowering his voice. He continued heavily, "I believe this place may well be the destined land of crows for the Zargo tribe. If given a chance to choose anew, I wish none of us had ever come here. Yet, we are trapped, unable to advance. Shall you choose to cease struggling and seek a path to survival? Let us refrain from casting blame upon one another for our despondency. From the moment we yielded to the wisdom of the Dothraki, our choices have all gone awry. We ought to uphold the judgment of our own tribe. However, at this juncture, mere regret will not suffice to return us to the lands of the Dothraki. Esteemed companions, our adversaries are descending from the north, crossing the river in but a single day. Precious time is slipping away, and our sole hope lies in swiftness. Should we continue to procrastinate, we are merely dancing with wolves. Moreover, do we possess sufficient provisions? If uncertainty looms, let us heed the commands of Khal. His valor remains etched in the annals of the gods, and the stars bear witness to his prowess. He shall lead us onward." Chapter 57. The Storm of the Summer Sea. In the night sky devoid of stars and the moon, a feeble white light cloaked the earth beneath shadows of black and grey. Khal lay withered beside a fractured old tree stump, surveying the desolate expanse around him, barren and devoid of life. He struggled against the relentless tide of drowsiness, though maintaining his wakefulness proved a formidable task. Since entangling with the formidable forces of Trogar, he had nearly lost track of the passage of time. During these days, although they had failed to lure Trogar into the designated valley as planned, and at times lost sight of their target, they had managed to keep the enemy firmly anchored on the southern banks of the Valana River. In this tranquil wasteland, Khal occasionally fancied he could hear the distant sound of hooves, a sign of reinforcements dispatched by Khal. However, upon straining his ears, silence prevailed, leaving only the faint chime of the sea breeze whispering through his braids. The previous day, he had sent forth a multitude of reconnaissance riders towards the north, seeking to re-establish contact with Khal, acutely aware of Trogar's growing agitation under their persistent harassment. In the face of suffering, one either erupts in despair or succumbs to demise. Given the eerie stillness of the enemy tonight, should they fail to garner support from the tribe, they might soon find themselves alone against a frenzied counterattack at dawn. Suddenly, a blazing flash surged across the sky, accompanied by rumbling thunder from the south, swiftly followed by a fierce gust of wind. Khal lethargy vanished instantly. He rose unsteadily, retreating a few steps as he gazed towards the flickering lightning over the summer sea to the south, inhaling the briny scent carried by the sea breeze. Muttering to himself, a storm approaches. Alas, this splendid opportunity may be squandered. After numerous prior assaults, the enemy has undoubtedly fortified their defenses, and caution must be exercised against potential ambushes. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he felt the increasingly chilling sting of the sea wind and promptly summoned his guards. Lowering his voice to command, "We can no longer rest so close to the enemy. This place is unsafe. Furthermore, before the deluge descends, we must find a shelter from the rain. Wake all the warriors, but they are weary and tense. We must proceed quietly." After some time, beneath the dazzling white light, Khal led his troops across the desolate plain under the cover of night, heading towards the northern woodlands, soon vanishing into the distant darkness. Time flowed slowly. As a dim light emerged in the sky, accompanied by a biting gale, while towering dark clouds hurled lightning onto the land, heralding the onset of battle. At that moment, not far from the source of the Valyna River, less than 6 miles from the riverbank, Nord was guiding the way eastward, with 5,000 cavalry racing alongside him. The path along the great river was not arduous. They moved swiftly, making up for the 2 to 3 days lost by Joko and others who had meandered along the way, achieving their destination in but a single night. The thunder relentlessly strikes this land, which has been deemed a battlefield by the gods. Nord turns to glance back at his comrades, just in time to witness a blinding bolt of lightning descend, as if a rift had been torn open in the heavens. Shaking his head vigorously to clear his vision, he breathes a deep sigh of relief and remarks with a smile, "You know, I almost thought I had gone blind, unable to see anything. That lightning must surely be a spear cast down by the deities, likely imbued with some mysterious power." His jesting words barely conceal the weight of his tone. In truth, the execution of this mission has not unfolded as pleasantly as he had anticipated. Following the initial surprise, a relentless pressure has begun to mount. Nord grows increasingly concerned that the storm will render the ground muddy and treacherous. Thus he hastens his pace, racing against the tempest. His greatest worry, however, lies in the absence of any intelligence regarding how to swiftly locate Zargo's camp to return Joko, while minimizing the time required to rendezvous with Khal. Yet, when the lightning once again blinds him, he realizes why Khal has appointed him as the vanguard. He has previously served as a scout, undertaking countless reconnaissance missions. A newfound confidence begins to blossom within him as he comprehends the crux of the task at hand. In the vast wilderness, tracking the multitude of scouting riders proves far more feasible than blindly searching for a camp. As the sky becomes engulfed in a somber gray, they arrive at the source of the Valyna River, where the troops must subsequently veer southward. Nord raises his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding flashes, scrutinizing the distant terrain, and then scratches his itchy scalp, dislodging a substance from his hair, whether mud or blood, before cheerfully calling out to the riders beside him. "I truly miss the blazing sun of yore. Since departing from the western shores of the Dothraki Sea, I have yet to encounter such dreary weather. The visibility today is poor, and we cannot afford to linger. Let all cavalrymen disperse into formation, maintaining a visible distance, and march southward in parallel, searching for traces of all Dothraki riders, whether ours or the enemy's." In the dim light of the day, Nord and 5,000 cavalrymen unfurl their ranks, galloping across the plains. From a height, they appear as a slender wave advancing forward. At that moment, in the distance, a blood-soaked clearing reveals over a dozen lifeless bodies sprawled across the ground. 2 shadows hurriedly drive away their war horses, swiftly coating themselves in blood, and lie flat upon the earth. In the open expanse, the 2 living souls have no option for escape, compelled to remain motionless, masquerading as corpses. For the Dothraki do not desecrate the bodies of those slain by others. Thus, the 2 still possess a chance to evade capture. They listen intently as the heavy thuds of hooves draw nearer, soon hearing someone dismount from a horse, followed by the clear sounds of conversation. It appears that 2 teams of scouts are engaged in battle here. "You cover me while I check for any survivors," one voice commands. "Do not linger on the past. Instead, send someone to notify Norhart. He has requested that we report any discoveries immediately, and in previous encounters of this nature, he has always managed to unearth something extraordinary from within." The individual who approached within mere feet of the corpse was halted in his tracks by a timely warning from his companions. While the 2 men lying prone on the ground momentarily exhaled in relief, they clutched their curved daggers tightly beneath their bodies, patiently awaiting the moment when the one who sounded like a leader would draw closer to the remains, providing them the opportunity to seize him and depart with him alive. Chapter 58, Prelude to Thunder. Upon receiving the report from the rider, Norhart swiftly turned back from the south, galloping tirelessly towards the scene of the lifeless bodies. He nimbly dismounted from his steed, unsheathing the curved dagger that hung from his belt, and gestured to the other riders to remain vigilant as he approached with measured steps. With ears erect like broad leaves, he seemed to be attuned to something, his gaze entirely fixed upon the corpses sprawled on the ground. Finally, Norhart halted a mere few feet from the remains, his eyes lingering on the bell still attached to the braid of one of the corpses. And he smiled as he beckoned the other riders to surround the area. Subsequently, he executed the prearranged signal, instructing them not to kill, and taking a deep breath, he bellowed, "Praise Mongo Khal, king of the Dothraki." As his voice reverberated, a figure sprang up from the ground, brandishing a curved dagger and charging towards him. However, at the very moment this individual leaped, Norhart had already lunged forward. The figure was taken aback, realizing that despite Norhart's apparent lack of physical strength and the element of surprise, he proved to be far more formidable than anticipated. Before the attacker could bring down his raised blade, Norhart had circumvented the arc of the dagger, lunged into his embrace, firmly grasped his belt, and forcefully threw him to the ground. Norhart's unyielding knees pressed down like iron nails against the assailant's arms, while his hands tightened around the foe's throat, eliciting gasps as the figure's legs flailed helplessly, refusing to surrender. Soon after, the other riders surged forward, firmly subduing the individual. At that moment, another figure rose slowly from nearby, arms outstretched to indicate he bore no weapons, kneeling on one knee in stillness. His blooded visage betraying uncontainable joy as he exclaimed, "I am a warrior of Mongo Khal, a scout sent by Khal, obeying his command to meet the great Khal on the northern bank of the Vlana River. Along the way, we were pursued by enemy cavalry, and my entire unit perished, leaving only me as the sole survivor." Norhart promptly approached, grasping the scout's arms with vigor, helping him rise from the ground. Stealing a glance at the scout's short braid, he concealed his relief with a beaming expression, saying, "Brave one. Your valor and loyalty surely mark you as one of the warriors who once followed Khal to the banks of the Darkflow River." Upon hearing this, the scout's voice seemed to be swept back into his throat by a tempest, his countenance turning awkward as he stammered, I was originally a rider of Jamoko, and it was only on the eastern shore of the Darkflow that I pledged my allegiance to the mightiest Mongo Khal of the Dothraki Sea." Despite the scout's feeble voice, Norhart felt immense joy within, releasing his grip on the scout's arms and smiling, "Regardless, you are a true warrior. Khal shall surely reward you handsomely. I am Norhart, following the command of Mongo Khal, leading the cavalry to the southern bank of the Vlana River to support Khal." Having spoken, he drew a bronze dagger with a horse head design from his waist, presenting it to the reconnaissance cavalry, and continued, "Are you familiar with this dagger? You may convey Khal orders to me and then guide us to assist him." In truth, when Nord mentioned the Battle of Darkcurrent River, he had already garnered the trust of the reconnaissance cavalry. Upon seeing the dagger, any remnants of hesitation vanished, and he spoke up, "I recognize it. This is Khal's dagger. Every commander he personally appoints possesses one. Before our departure, Khal showcased it to us." The immediate discovery of all necessary targets invigorated those present, and Nord promptly arranged a war horse for the reconnaissance cavalry. The two rode side by side, conversing as they proceeded. As the reconnaissance cavalry swiftly relayed the situation faced by Khal, everyone felt a surge of excitement over their achievements, yet anxiety gripped them regarding the challenges ahead. They longed to gallop forth and stand shoulder to shoulder with their comrades. Nord also sensed a rise in his emotions. He incessantly scratched his itching scalp, suppressing his inner impulses and cautioning himself against the folly of rash actions. Thunder roared above, and he glanced back at the cavalry gathering behind him. The fleeting impatience dissipated, replaced by a calm that surged through him like the tempestuous winds. He composed himself and summoned the riders together for a discussion. "Ruaga commands 30,000 warriors, while Khal leads over 10,000. Our 5,000 cavalry won't significantly impact the battlefield, thus I believe we should adhere to Khal's strategy, as it is indeed the most prudent course of action. We must interrogate Ruaga's riders to ascertain their location and warn Ruaga's tribe that we have learned, through captive interrogation, the whereabouts of their hidden camps housing the elderly, women, children, and supplies. Sending Jocko back will serve as undeniable evidence, likely to unsettle Ruaga's morale and temporarily delay their full-scale assault on Khal." Agreed. Indeed. Nord surveyed the surrounding riders, noting their support for his proposal, which filled him with renewed encouragement. He spoke again, "Gentlemen, I believe the time has come for a decisive confrontation with Ruaga. I will immediately dispatch riders to report this news to Khal. However, this will not be a one-time dispatch. We must maintain constant communication with Khal to prevent the main force from losing track of us again. Otherwise, both we and Khal will find ourselves isolated and vulnerable once more. Therefore, I will periodically send multiple cavalry units back to relay messages. Upon encountering Khal, they will return to our ranks, exchanging information along the way, thus creating a continuous communication route between us and Khal. Agreed. The riders responded in unison, once again expressing their support for Nohard's suggestions. Soon after, squads of riders set off with orders, swiftly vanishing over the distant horizon. At that very moment, in the distant south, Droga was leading 30,000 cavalrymen, diligently searching for the whereabouts of Kessel. Dark clouds relentlessly pursued the sun, striving to obscure its radiant light. The faint grayish glow that barely emerged rendered it impossible to ascertain whether it was still daylight. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed incessantly above their heads. And it was through these intermittent bursts of illumination that they sought the remnants of the enemy's hoofprints. Before long, they arrived at the desolate encampment where Kessel had once lingered. There, they discovered an abundance of horse manure, still notably fresh and moist, indicating that the enemy had indeed remained here late into the night. To the north of the camp, numerous hoofprints were uncovered, sufficient in number to confirm the presence of those marauders. Droga sat stoically upon his steed, his expression impassive as he absorbed the various reports brought forth by his riders. He then gazed up at the sky above, where the storm-laden clouds, trembling under the weight of the lightning strikes, appeared as precarious as a mountain, while the air around him became increasingly damp, clinging to his brow. Ultimately, he reached his resolution, brandishing his whip and leaping forth, leading his troops swiftly northward. Chapter 59. The storm approaches. Dark clouds loom ominously, shrouding the last flicker of life in a burial shroud, while the fierce winds roar like a monstrous giant, mercilessly tearing at the earth. Bolts of lightning, bearing the wrath of the gods, strike down with ferocity, yet in an instant, darkness once again envelopes from all directions, consuming the entire world. Following the scorching summer sun, the seas of summer give rise to such tempests, which the coastal inhabitants have taken to calling the Dragon King. At this moment, in the east of Volantis, all forces begin to converge towards the Dragon King, preparing to face the impending storm and war. As Nohard leads his cavalry southward, guided by intelligence gleaned from interrogated captives, Drogon, in pursuit of the trail of Cathoro, heads northward. Darkness has swallowed the desolate wilderness beneath their feet, as the cavalry forms a long line, racing forward amidst the thunder and lightning, their bodies casting shadows in the brilliant light. They maintain their pace, relentlessly pressing on in search of their respective objectives before the tempest arrives. Eventually, they converge at the foothills east of Volantis. The heavy, dark clouds press down upon the mountain peak, as if threatening to collapse, and with a resounding crash, a bolt of lightning rends the sky, creating countless fissures. As the light fades, torrential rain descends like a barrage of 1,000 arrows, unstoppable in its ferocity. Amidst the downpour, Drogon's robust figure emerges at the forefront of the line, mounted upon a grand, fiery steed, resembling a beacon of light in a world of darkness. This striking prominence, even through the obscuring mist, is enough for Nohard to recognize him at once, leaving him astounded by the unexpected confrontation with Drogon's formidable army. He strives to quell the turmoil within, glancing back at the throng of cavalry whose lives he bears the weight of protecting. He raises his whip, signaling for all cavalry to remain poised. With unyielding courage, he spurs his horse forward, listening to the tempest's roar as it lashes against him, and elevates his voice, boldly proclaiming, "Esteemed Drogon Khal, may I implore you to heed my counsel." Seeing that his approach has not provoked an attack or response, he straightens his posture, gazing at the ranks of warriors under Drogon's command, continuing to shout, "Your journey may well reach its conclusion here. At dawn yesterday, we assembled our forces to ambush and capture all of your soldiers on the northern shore. If you heed my advice, you should return to the Dothraki Sea to observe the tides of this war. Between you and Mondra Khal, the victor has already been determined." Drogon remains steadfast upon his mount, showing no inclination to respond. At that moment, an aged Dothraki man, as venerable as Olver, rides forth on a speckled horse from the ranks, his voice gravelly as he responds loudly, "Child, allow me to address you thus. And please refrain from employing your flowery rhetoric to persuade us." Drogon Khal's child, even one as frail and aged as I, lacks neither the courage to charge forth nor the will to exact revenge for our fallen warriors. Should we choose to eradicate you here, it would not tax us heavily, and we would avenge our fallen comrades. The command bestowed upon me by Khal was to retrieve the warriors lost on the southern shore. Thus, let us engage in this bloody battle." Nohard feigned a resolute demeanor, turning his horse to depart, only to abruptly halt as if struck by a sudden thought. He turned his head to address the opposing side, calling out nonchalantly, "Oh, there is another task, also a command from Khal that I must fulfill." Among the captives is a brigand named Joko, who exhibited remarkable fortitude during interrogation. As per our agreement, we are obliged to ensure his safe return. As Nohard's words resonated through the air, Joko was brought forth by the cavalry. The moment he appeared, the brigands behind Zargo erupted into a tumult of agitation. The cacophony of voices surged like a torrential waterfall cascading to the earth, pressing heavily upon Zargo's spine. That fool Joko wouldn't divulge all our secrets to the enemy. Would he? My people and treasures are concealed within the mountains. Judging by his demeanor, he must have revealed something, otherwise, how could he have been released? It's not just you, the entirety of the tribe is at stake. Damn it, the enemy's Khal has likely retreated north, sending these men merely to delay our advance. Zargo found himself ensnared in conflict, utterly unable to discern the true intentions of the commander across from him. Yet one certainty remained, the outcome of this war, whether victory or defeat, had become inconsequential. The very existence of the Dothraki relied upon the sustenance of their tribes. Should his tribe lose all its members in one fell swoop, it would be as if the rainwater that falls to the ground finds no refuge, scattering into oblivion. In a fit of rage, he swung his blade towards Joko's neck, desperately suppressing the inferno of fury within his chest. Ultimately, he was compelled to resolve himself. Turning back towards the Dothraki sea, gritting his teeth, he growled, "Let us go." The aged blood rider, Koro, returning to Zargo's side, cast a pained glance towards the eastern foothills. His mouth opening as if to speak, yet no sound emerged. Returning offered at least a glimmer of hope. To engage in a fight here would mean not only facing the thousands of cavalry before them, but also confronting the over 10,000 hidden enemies lurking in the mountains. Should they be delayed, even a victory would spell doom for the tribe. Thus, the two sides, unwittingly encountering one another, remained vigilant yet ultimately parted ways. Heading south and north respectively, leaving behind a headless corpse, its blood and filth destined to be washed away by the rain. Once Zargo's column had faded into the distance, Noard fiercely wiped away the moisture from his brow, unsure if it was rain or sweat. Following the guidance of the scouting riders, they advanced along the mountain's base to rendezvous with Khal. Soon after, as they rounded a rocky outcrop, a number of grimy men leapt from the shadows of the rock. Then, a sharp whistle pierced the air, echoing through the mountains, to which other whistles promptly responded. Countless cavalry surged forth from either side of the rock face, encircling Noard and his companions. Khal rode forth on his steed, akin to a tempest, bursting from the throng of horses. Soon after, both men unsheathed their daggers from their waists, presenting them to one another. "Chow, I have dispatched riders to relay the entirety of our situation to Khal." Noard regarded the slender Dothraki man before him, yet he dared not harbor any disdain, and thus initiated the conversation with due courtesy. "Well done." Khal nodded silently, then spoke rapidly. "However, Drogo may not choose to traverse the source of the Valana River on his return to the Dothraki Sea. In that case, Khal might not encounter him head-on as you did. Therefore, we must pursue him immediately. We must hinder his advance before he veers into the plains." Chapter 60. Lament Notchard lingered only for a moment at the foothills, integrating nearly 5,000 cavalrymen into Khosrow's ranks before they set forth once more, heading northward. The tempestuous winds unleashed torrential rains, striking the world with the ferocity of countless whips, erasing even the imprints of hooves upon the ground in a fleeting instant. The cavalry charged into the storm, arriving at the foot of hills where the vegetation grew ever more lush, approximately 10 miles east of the source of the Valana River, where they discovered the enemy's abandoned rear guard of wounded soldiers. Khal left behind 1,000 cavalrymen to eliminate them and lead the remaining forces onward, urging them to gallop with fervor towards the east. "Advance! Continue onward!" Khosrow's voice rose above the chaos. "The enemy moves swiftly. We must quicken our pace. Forward! Do not spare your steeds." Thus, the cavalry departed the flat expanse of the Volantis wilderness, pursuing their objective step by step. Resembling black birds darting through the storm and thunder, with the flora towering ever higher, causing the blood within each warrior to gradually cool. Before long, they arrived at a clearing where Khal signaled for the cavalry to halt. He rode ahead several paces to survey the surrounding terrain with scrutiny before speaking. "The enemy's speed is too great. We cannot catch them merely by following in their wake. Khal and I have hunted here before, thus I am well acquainted with this landscape. Their choice to head eastward during this storm seems advantageous for concealing their movements. However, the mountains ahead are insurmountable for cavalry. We shall need to turn northward eventually to return to the Dothraki Sea. Therefore, we will intercept them by advancing directly northeast. Let it be so, Notchert replied with delight. Thereafter, everything proceeded remarkably smoothly. They encountered no signs of the enemy that might impede their progress, and the hindrances of dense vegetation had vanished. The cavalry surged forward with great swiftness. As bolts of lightning struck in succession, the outline of peaks surrounded by ominous clouds became discernible ahead. The contours of the mountains illuminated by flashes of brilliance, indicating they were nearing their destination. Issuing the command for the entire army to halt, Notchert, flanked by his cavalry, closely guarded the weakened Khal at the heart of their ranks. Soon, the scouts dispatched to gather intelligence returned, approaching Khal with their report. Commander, we have found no signs of the enemy's passage at the mountain's base. We surmise they have yet to arrive at this location. Commander, do you recall my abilities? Inquired a scout with notably broad nostrils. I can discern any scent carried by the air. The winds blow from the south, and besides the pungent odor of the sea, there is a faint trace of horse musk. The enemy must be nearby. Valiant warriors, I thank you for your efforts. Hasha, I remember you well. We fought side by side at the Valena River, and your keen senses have spared us from numerous perils. If your words ring true, may you be blessed by the horse god for all eternity. Subsequently, Khal surveyed the cavalry gathered around him, summoning every ounce of his strength to proclaim. His voice resonating above the howling winds and thunder. O descendants of the horse gods, valiant Dothraki warriors, the final battle has arrived. Before us lies the path of retreat for our enemies, who shall surely resist with their last breath. Though we may be outnumbered, the glory we seek shall shine all the more brilliantly. Khal is approaching from behind. He will witness our loyalty and valor. We shall fight amidst the storm, amidst the thunder, battling relentlessly under the watchful gaze of the heavens. The cavalry raised their curved blades in unison, the clamor overpowering all other sounds. Even the restless stampeding of the war horses waiting for the command to charge. Soon, the earth trembled violently, and the standing water rippled in response. Khal cast one last glance at the rain-soaked, flushed faces of his comrades and commanded, "Norward, you shall lead the vanguard into the fray, instilling fear in our foes with our might. The rest will follow me to encircle the enemy's right flank, blocking their advance. We do not know what awaits us. Thus there shall be no tactics, only a relentless charge, ensnaring any enemy that dares to flee. Forward, at all costs." As soon as he finished speaking, the vanguard broke ranks, swiftly organizing into a wedge formation, galloping towards the already engaged foes. They were less than a mile from the foot of the mountain when the vanguard sounded the horn, charging forward with all their might. Panic-stricken cries erupted from the enemy, who had evidently not anticipated such a sudden assault. Khal inhaled deeply, invigorated, and stood tall, embodying the spirit of a fierce warrior as he led the remaining cavalry around to flank the enemy. He urged his steed onward, shouting, "Charge, charge, advance." The rumbling sound instantly drowned out the winds and rain. In that very moment, the invincible Drogo reappeared. He leaped forth on horseback, seizing the horn from the hands of the Blood Rider, and blew with all his strength, the deafening blast alerting the entire army. He then casually tossed the horn aside, unleashing a triumphant and resonant call. "Brave warriors of the tribe, your families await in the distance, yet your enemies stand before you. Destiny lies ahead. If we must vanquish all foes to return to our homeland, let us advance together, with courage, and annihilate them. The beautiful homeland awaited just ahead." Loyalty driving forth over 30,000 Dothraki horsemen gathered behind Khal. A powerful, sonorous horn sounded, symbolizing the attack, and the horns of the entire army responded in unison. Sweeping across the landscape, Drogo raised his curved blade and shouted to his steed, which immediately surged forward like a tempest, leaving no one able to match his charge. His long braid flowed like a banner in the wind, appearing at the heart of the battlefield, guiding the warriors onward as he led the charge into the enemy. A thundering cavalry following closely in his wake. In the face of the formidable Jongo, though no haughty commanded merely 5,000 men, each one bore an unwavering determination. Their fierce and piercing gazes directed towards the enemy ranks, with resolute intent to embrace death reflected in their dark eyes. The vast expanse of cavalry collided instantaneously, akin to the rumble of thunder, as the howling winds and the torrential rain of blood intertwined to compose a grand and tragic elegy of battle. Chapter 61. The most powerful Khal. Regrettably, Norhart faced an opponent far beyond the ordinary tribal Khal or the feeble brigands. He confronted the invincible Khal Drogo of the Dothraki, a figure of immense power commanding 30,000 roaring warriors who had roamed Essos for centuries. A bolt of lightning cleaved the sky as cavalry from both sides collided with thunderous force, their steeds emitting anguished cries. Spears pierced through the tumultuous rain. embedding themselves in the bodies of warriors, while curved blades gleamed like stars, dancing amidst flesh and blood. Men were cast from their mounts, howling as they fell to the ground. Drogo appeared as a giant awakened from the mists of antiquity, roaring with fierce wrath as he cleaved through the oncoming cavalry as if they were mere phantoms. His blood riders flanked him, moving with the swiftness of lightning through the ranks, ruthlessly slashing at all adversaries. Norhart, however, was not a mere passive participant. He surged into the enemy lines with his cavalry, his blade striking with precision in the blink of an eye. Yet, outnumbered and besieged, the wails of the dying echoed relentlessly in his ears, and the ranks of his cavalry dwindled together in life and death. Norhart bellowed, his resonant voice reverberating across the battlefield. Fight to the last. Let us charge towards the brink of oblivion. The cavalry rallied forth, united in their cries, together in life and death. Fight to the last. They cast aside their own lives, launching a frenzied assault upon the enemy. Though it felt as if eons had passed since Norhart initiated the charge, it was merely a brief moment of warrior assembly. Forward! Charge toward victory! The horn sounded from the north, shattering the darkness with the command for a full frontal assault. Khal Mogo, leading his cavalry on the right flank, rallied his warriors, surging forth like a tempestuous black tide, crossing the open ground to engage the struggling enemy. His body, weary and frail, trembled as if drained of strength, nearly unseated by the violent charge of his steed. Yet, as a valiant Dothraki and the most loyal warrior of Mogo Khal, he, despite his diminutive stature, displayed remarkable courage in battle. Unfazed by the overwhelming numbers of foes, Khal Mogo led the charge, inspiring his comrades, his eyes alight with an unwavering conviction that death held no fear. Thus, the black tide pierced the enemy as unguarded flank like a spear, delivering a heavy blow, as those warriors perished in a tumult of panic. The entire battlefield erupted as if hot coals had been cast into boiling water. This clash transformed from a one-sided massacre into a bloody struggle, the clash of blades ringing deafeningly amidst the shouts of men and the cries of horses. Some fell in despair, while others fled in terror. Calls for regrouping and counterattacks rang throughout the chaos. Victory is akin to tears, while death looms ever-present like a shadow. The torrential rain reddens the earth, as blood churns and stains the land crimson. A blade has pierced Khal Mogo's abdomen, encircled by his cavalry at the heart of the fray. Scarlet blood flows languidly from his wound. He gazes towards the western horizon, sensing life ebbing away within him, as hope begins to wither in his heart. The forces of Drogo feel triumph within their grasp, their spirits lifted as they maneuver to flank their adversaries, launching a more fervent onslaught. Amidst the surrounding lamentations, Khal Mogo steels himself, igniting the flame of defiance within his breast. He commands the horn to sound, preparing to fight until the final moment. Willing to stain the earth with his blood, indifferent to the prospect of death, if only to prolong the struggle. His cavalry forms a shield wall of flesh and blood, escorting him across the battlefield. The souls of the Dothraki swirl in the wind, as all troops instinctively converge around him, none able to hinder their gathering. He raises his voice in a thunderous declaration. We fight with blood and valor. We have slain countless foes, for we are the brave Dothraki. Khal Mogo roars these vows, for the first time in his life surrendering to his innermost emotions, laughing heartily as he gazes upon the towering and formidable Drogo, brandishing his curved blade, ready to battle to the bitter end. At that moment, a sudden tremor of the earth astonishes him, despair instantly transforming into ecstasy. As all eyes turn in unison towards the same direction, beneath the dome of the sky, dark clouds swirl ominously, thunder reverberating. In the dance of light and shadow, a magnificent golden banner emerges, a galloping steed at its pinnacle. When the tempestuous winds arise, the tassels woven from gold and silver thread entwined with a black stallion's mane flutter wildly, the steed shimmering under the lightning, a dazzling sight. Forged from Valyrian steel and gold, a symbol of Mogo Khal, crafted by the most renowned artisans of Kor, now revealed to the world for the first time. A colossal horn is sounded by the cavalry with great fervor, as if the very world reverberates with its call. Riding a magnificent steed as swift as the wind, his tribe blankets the land, countless in number. The bells in his hair herald his arrival, instilling panic in the hearts of his enemies, for when he is enraged, none can impede his path, even kings must bow before him. Mogo rides a fiery red warhorse at the forefront, raising his Valyrian steel curved blade, the red runes upon the black blade glowing ever brighter amidst the thunder. As Khal advances, his cavalry swiftly unsheathes their curved swords, illuminating the battlefield with a dazzling display akin to stars. The battle-hardened Dothraki, though momentarily daunted, refused to succumb to inaction. Drogo bellows a command, urging his blood-red steed forward. A contingent of elite warriors swiftly assembles behind him, forming the vanguard towards the golden banner amidst the throng of horses. While the remaining warriors abandoned their skirmishes with the enemy to regroup and follow closely. Khosrow's cavalry, now exhausted, can no longer pursue. Even their steeds collapsed to the ground, emitting mournful cries. This must surely be the final battle. The cavalry of both sides once again collided with a thunderous momentum, producing a resounding roar as the war horses emitted pained whinnies, some stumbling and collapsing to the ground. Shadows of blaze danced amidst a torrential downpour of blood, as Mongo's frenzied charge instantly shattered the enemy's vanguard. A multitude of cavalry surged forth behind him into the fray, his equestrian skills and strength surpassing all Dothraki warriors, armed with Valyrian steel weapons that cleaved through the enemy's ranks with the swiftness of lightning. No one could diminish the speed of his steed. His relentless slaughter unfolded like a phantom in a desolate realm, swiftly piercing through the enemy lines and emerging from the carnage. His presence instilled despair and terror in the hearts of his foes, who dared not open their eyes or lift their gazes towards him. Even the most trained war horses quaked and fell prostrate before him, resembling ordinary beasts, a sight that utterly obliterated the hope of resistance among the enemy forces. Mongo! Mongo! The thunderous roar echoed across the foothills like a hammer striking iron. Mongo heard this call, for he too was in search of its source. In this life-and-death battleground, against the unparalleled might of Mongo, only one soul would dare to bellow his name, Drogo Khal. His fury transcended all rational thought, his eyes ablaze with a crimson hue. For Mongo had wrought destruction upon the strongest tribe of the Dothraki Sea, forged by him and his father. The golden light of thunder illuminated their bronze skin, their towering forms reminiscent of giants, instilling awe in all onlookers. In that very moment, they charged at each other with unwavering resolve. Yet, Mongo's blade moved with greater swiftness. Drogo leaped backward from his mount, narrowly evading the deadly strike, but stumbled and fell. His warhorse, struck by the force of the encounter, perished, collapsing forward and splitting apart after stumbling 2 steps ahead. Witnessing the plight of his steed, Drogo let out a roar of rage and agony. A flicker of surprise crossed Mongo's gaze. He had not anticipated such agility from Drogo's imposing frame. However, he afforded no time for his adversary to procure another mount for battle. Dismounting, Mongo faced the impending lethal blow from Drogo. He did not flinch but instead twisted the arm wielding the blade. With a brutal kick, he shattered Drogo's leg bone. And before the latter could emit a cry of fury or pain, Mongo drew forth a bronze dagger and plunged it into his throat. The curved blade clattered to the ground as Drogo collapsed atop the corpse of his warhorse, succumbing to the brilliance he had longed for throughout the life of a Dothraki warrior, fighting until the very last moment. Blood gushed from his lips, mingling with the downpour and the lifeblood of the horse, a fusion of warrior's blood that dissipated into the tempestuous air, heralding his departure from this era. Chapter 62. The land of slumber storms converge, and the tumultuous clouds roar, filled with boundless thunder and lightning. Mongo, mounted upon his steed, receives the resplendent banner from the standard-bearer, raising it aloft towards the heavens, the black beaded fringe fluttering in the wind. He rides to a verdant knoll, turns his horse, and gazes towards the heart of the battlefield, proclaiming loudly, "The war is over, embrace your victory." Upon hearing this declaration, the cavalry led by Mongo erupts in jubilant cheers, their spirited mounts galloping forth together at this spot. The warriors of the Drogo tribe dismount, mourning the loss of Khal and all their fallen comrades. They approach the body of Drogo, sorrowfully severing their own braids in grief. Thus, the great battle comes to a definitive end. The once lush green ground is now stained a deep crimson, as people bind linen blankets to long spears, improvising litters to gently carry Khosrow before Khal. The cavalry follows on foot, accompanying the makeshift stretcher. Mongo bends down, eager to grasp his hand, yet his limbs tremble as if chilled by the wind. Miraculously, Khosrow opens his eyes, laboring to speak. "My body may fail me, my world is dimming. I shall reunite with the mothers. Please do not worry for me. Even among the fiery steeds in the sky, I shall harbor no fear. After all, I fought alongside the king of the Dothraki. Aside from not being able to stand by your side again, I have no regrets." Khosrow was the first warrior he encountered upon entering this world, his inaugural companion. Unmatched in loyalty, Mongo chokes back tears, his throat constricted as if held by an unseen pressure, rendering him speechless. Finally, he hoarsely utters, "Your bravery is unparalleled. May you find happiness in the heavens. Do not forget me, we shall undoubtedly meet again in the future. And you must witness me ascend as the king of the Dothraki." Khosrow closes his eyes, nodding vigorously, firmly believing in the veracity of Khal's words. Mongo instructs the cavalry to carry Khosrow away and, rising, concentrates to unveil a luminous veil visible only to himself, silently intoning, "Create a treasure." The womb of the world lake, setting, the sacred site of the Dothraki. This lake is unfathomably deep. According to legend, a millennium ago, the first man rode forth from its depths upon the first steeds. Now, this legend shall once again manifest, as the stars in the sky, the fiery horses. And the spirits of the departed shall be reborn from the reed-encircled lake. A fact, resurrection, storage capacity, 0, upon completing the creation of this treasure. Mogo immediately senses the vastness of the legend it requires. The optimal course of action is to allow a multitude of Dothraki to witness a grand miracle. However, the presentation of this miracle does not pose a significant challenge for him. He then directs his gaze towards the east, where the womb of the world lake lies, awaiting his conquest. Wait for me, khalasar, and for these valiant warriors who fell for me, we shall reunite in this world. From the direction of the summer sea, a tempestuous rain descends with increasing ferocity, as if all nature weeps. The tears of the dead drown Mogo's lament. No poem can fully encapsulate the horror of today's calamity, where many valiant warriors have perished, and countless others lie wounded, trampled to death by their own steeds. Over 20,000 soldiers now rest eternally beside the foothills of a foreign land, the survivors too weary to feel joy or sorrow. Mogo's face pales as he surveys the bodies of the fallen, struggling to recall their names, yet no words escape his lips. Indeed, in this moment, the weather forbids him even the dignity of a cremation, leaving the corpses by the mountainside for now. Later, when the sun reigns high, the horses will return to escort the souls of the departed back to the celestial stars. At that moment, a troop of cavalry gallops towards him, accompanied by the cries of people and the mournful whinnies of exhausted horses. As the mounted warriors charge recklessly, managing to regain control of their frenzied steeds, one of them pulls on the reins before Mogo, who, filled with wrath, bellows, "Let the spirits of the warriors depart in glory from this battlefield. Do not trample upon the remains of the valiant Dothraki who fought and fell here." The cavalrymen, drained and beleaguered, have no time to dwell on mistakes. Clambering down from their mounts, they stagger for a few steps before finding their footing, anxiously reporting, "Call." The Tiger Party's governor Malachi Magaria leads 6,000 tiger-robed soldiers and 2,000 cavalry, along with dozens of war elephants and nearly 100 warships, advancing north from Volantis to encamp across the Lone River at Violences, holding a standoff with the ruins of Sawmill. The overseer of affairs deems the situation exceedingly urgent and has sent us to inform you. Upon hearing this news, a chilling glint of murderous intent ignites in Mogo's eyes. The situation has escalated beyond expectation. The Volantines seek to exploit the opportunity of mutual destruction between him and Drogo, aiming to annihilate his people and the warriors left behind at the ruins of Sawmill. Do the Tiger Party leaders not fear the retribution that will befall them after their plunder outside Volantis, or do they mistakenly believe he cannot vanquish Drogo? Or perhaps harbor some deeper ulterior motive? Yet, stationed at Violences on the western bank of the Lone River, shielded by warships, their position is indeed formidable. Mogo's demeanor remains composed, but he can no longer afford the luxury of contemplation. He resolves to teach the Volantine a bitter lesson. He orders the horn to sound, calling all his forces to gather beneath his gilded banner, proclaiming loudly, "Dothraki warriors, today we have endured great sacrifices and sorrow. Here lie our comrades, bound by blood, who fell in a distant land, their bones resting in the wilderness. They shall never return triumphantly to the Dothraki sea. Yet we have no time for mourning. Before we lay our fallen to rest, we must protect their families, and yours as well. It is hard to believe that the Volantine dare obstruct our path home. Warriors, it is time for the waters of the Lone River to turn crimson." Mogo disregarded the furious roars of the troops and promptly instructed Norhart, "I shall lead 10,000 cavalry and all the newly joined tribesmen capable of riding to Volantis. You are to command the remaining cavalry, continue to clear the battlefield, and tend to the wounded. Afterwards, take Bono and seek refuge for my people, who are still hiding in the mountains. Remember, it is a matter of protection. They too are members of the Mogo tribe. Once the affairs in Volantis are settled, I shall join you there." Chapter 63. The governor's mansion. The tempest raged like a herd of unbridled steeds, galloping amidst flashes of lightning and resounding thunder. The torrential rain lashed against the earth, resembling surging waves, enveloping the surroundings in a deluge. After issuing his commands, Mogo hastened to the infirmary, wishing to bid a final farewell to khalasar. However, upon his arrival, he found his companion already ensconced in an unyielding slumber. With a demeanor marked by reticence, he leaned closer, yet found himself unable to articulate a single word. Suddenly, the clarion call of the advance echoed through the air, prompting him to pivot and ride forth, galloping out of the encampment. At that very moment, khalasar stirred. As if the sound of the horn were the most invigorating melody in existence, one that could galvanize his spirit to charge into battle once more for Khal. Meanwhile, in the distant free city-state of Pentos, a serene panorama unfolded from the estate of Illyrio Mopatis, overseeing the tranquil harbor of Pentos. The sun shone resplendently. The sky was crystalline, and the ocean appeared to merge seamlessly with the heavens, as wisps of delicate clouds floated gracefully in the gentle breeze. Originally, Pentos was governed by a prince, selected from among the noblemen of 40 illustrious families, who would reign for life. However, over the centuries, the power of the prince has gradually been eclipsed by the governors, who now merely fulfill ceremonial roles. For instance, when the Pentosians believed the gods were displeased, resulting in military defeats or crop failures, they would slit the prince's throat as a sacrifice to appease divine wrath. Thus, during a single year of conflict between Pentos and Braavos, 4 princes were sacrificed. In contemporary Pentos, the true governance lies in the hands of the governors. Illyrio Mopatis stands as one such affluent merchant governor. His corpulent form reclined beneath a picturesque cherry blossom tree, his jeweled fingers caressing a pair of severed hands preserved in amber with an almost rapturous fervor. Occasionally, he would direct a sorrowful gaze towards a silver pendant box upon the table, within which lay a painted likeness of a strikingly beautiful woman, adorned with blue eyes and hair of pale gold threaded with silver. The governor's oily, forked yellow beard quivered slightly as he revealed a set of uneven yellow teeth. Murmuring to himself, "My dear Syra, every time I behold that beautiful girl behind the mansion, I am taken aback by her beauty, which undoubtedly evokes memories of the joyful time spent with you. Alas, that girl is far too timid and shy, perpetually appearing anxious and fearful. This may pose certain challenges to our plans." Just then, an unblemished guard approached to report that the invited guests had arrived at the main gate of the estate. The governor, abruptly brought back to the present, fixed a serious gaze upon the attendant, meticulously stowing away his cherished artifacts before granting the unblemished guard permission to usher the guests inside. "Illyrio, your friend has received word and hastened from the contentious lands. Yet he finds himself obstructed by the spiked brick walls, deprived of a proper welcome, while you, the host, leisurely admire the vigor of your youth." The newcomer was clad as a mercenary, though he bore little resemblance to a warrior. He was rotund, with a large, round head, pale grey eyes, and thin hair combed aside to conceal his baldness. He is Harry Strickland, the current leader of the Golden Company, also known as Homeless Harry. He boasts of his family's unwavering loyalty to the Golden Company for 4 generations, stemming from his great-grandfather's support of the rebellion led by Demon Blackfire, which resulted in the loss of their ancestral lands. Consequently, his grandfather and the subsequent 3 generations were born in foreign lands, raised within the Golden Company, and fought as mercenaries. Illyrio, following Harry's gaze, cast a glance at the statue of a naked boy standing in a pool surrounded by 6 cherry blossom trees. This statue, handsome and graceful, wields a dagger poised for combat. The governor, in his youth, was a destitute assassin, possessing little more than a robust physique and striking good looks. Moments later, he approached with fervor, jesting, "Look at my former self and then at my present self. It brings tears to my eyes." Harry, amused by the quip, burst into hearty laughter. However, he was not alone. He was accompanied by a red-haired man adorned with an expensive golden armband, whose demeanor suggested he was no benign figure, exuding an air of intimidation. "Illyrio, allow me to introduce you to Sir Tristan Rivers, a core member of the Golden Company." The governor's intelligence immediately aligned with this individual, a loyal confidant of Harry, hailing from the riverlands of Westeros, with Rivers being his surname as a bastard, an outlaw exiled by a lord. Illyrio, affluent and adept at navigating social relations, instantly adorned his face with an even broader smile. "Sir Tristan Rivers, welcome. I beg your pardon for the stubbornness of the unsullied. They are devoid of amusement. Yet the estate requires their vigilance to protect the Targaryen siblings from assassination attempts in Westeros. After all, the Golden Company unites ambitious souls like yourself to reclaim our homeland. Please, allow me to extend my hospitality to you." "Ha! None of that matters. Let us discuss your correspondence," Harry exclaimed, playfully patting Tristan's arm, signaling him to set aside his mercenary temperament. He then turned to Governor Illyrio and inquired, "You must be aware that the Golden Company has just signed a contract with Mir. The Tyroshi have promised double the payment and further benefits in an attempt to persuade us to annul our agreement. My reluctance to outright refuse may not be wise, as it could lead some to question the credibility of the Golden Company. And why, pray tell, should we consent to the hiring of the Von team? If a reasonable explanation is not provided, my brothers within the company may suspect I have lost my senses." Illyrio did not rush to respond. Instead, He led both men to a private chamber, instructing the Unsullied to stand guard outside the door before he slowly began. The widow by the water has promised to grant me the use of her shipping routes and warehouses at no cost. So you seek to persuade us to serve the Volantene for your own gain, Tristan interjected impatiently. Illyrio harbored a quiet disdain for the man's impulsiveness, though his countenance betrayed no such sentiment. With a dismissive wave of his hand, as though shooing away a fly, he remarked, "This is merely the candor of a friend. Let us instead discuss concrete matters. The Volantenes have offered the same mercenary contract as the Tyroshi. Yet they are willing to bestow upon the Golden Company an additional boon gold equal in weight to Harry Strickland himself, to compensate for the reputational damage incurred by breaking your prior agreement. All Salesworld companies, even the Golden Company, are but wandering ghosts in Essos scavengers, deceivers. Their ranks filled with men of tarnished names and ruthless existence. Their so-called honor lasts only until a greater profit beckons." Harry Strickland and Tristan Rivers remained silent. Their interest palpably stirred. Illyrio understood these men all too well, for he had once been one of them. And he knew that to persuade Captain General Strickland to sway the Golden Company as leadership, one crucial argument remained. "Harry, do you recall our plan?" Chapter 64, A Precious Gift Plan. "What plan?" "That ever-changing scheme of yours that alters with each passing moon. Initially, there was talk of forming an alliance modeled after the 9 Penny Kings to seize greater power in Essos. Yet history has already taught us a pitiful lesson: 9 crowns sold for a mere 9 pennies. Those pirates and merchants had no desire to join. Then you pinned your hopes on the beggar king. Have you forgotten? The Golden Company has opposed the Targaryens for over a century. And now, you expect us to fight for this so-called pretty beggar. How remarkable. And what was the outcome? He truly lived up to that epithet, appearing before us clutching a beggar's bowl, casually dispensing hollow promises as pretty as they were worthless. Enough that shallow, avaricious youth would only reduce our years of meticulous planning to ashes. Listen well, Viserys is but the son of the Mad King Aerys, nothing more." Hearing Harry Strickland's unrestrained grievances, Illyrio understood the Golden Company's brethren had grown weary of his ever-shifting schemes. Yet he harbored no concern. For the Golden Company differed from other Sales World bands in one crucial aspect: these men were survivors of defeat, remnants of lost wars, failed causes, and crushed rebellions. The descendants of exiles clung ceaselessly to a dream their founder, Bittersteel Igor Rivers, and even the Blackfires could never achieve: homecoming. With a chuckle, Illyrio wagged a plump finger and said, "Allow me to answer your question. Pentos bears a golden scale, the emblem of trade. Precise and unwavering, it teaches us that equal measure must be given for equal gain. The Golden Company is a formidable force. Yet all you have to offer is blood and sweat. The widow of the waterfront writes that should the Golden Company fight for Volantis, she would join your so-called pitiful band of 9. Before Captain Harry could voice his skepticism, Illyrio pressed on. Since Demon Blackfire fell upon the battlefield, his followers refused to bend the knee, crossing the sea to Essos. True, the Golden Company once stood against the Targaryens in history. Yet have you not also scraped a living in the disputed lands, hired by Myrish, Lysini, or Tyroshi, waging endless wars that, in essence, differ little? To this day, you remain dispossessed, dreaming of reclaiming your ancestors' lands and homes. You are the children of exiles, never granted a king's pardon. Now, at the very least, Viserys consents. Black or red, a dragon is still a dragon. Blood and fire are one." Hearing this, the embers in Harry's heart flared anew. He bowed his head, lost in thought, and after a long silence, finally asked, "Setting aside the contract with Volantis for now, at least tell me what comes next." Viserys possessed no dragon, and though he was the last scion of the red dragon lineage, he paled in comparison even to the shadow of a serpent. Illyrio withdrew a small blade from his bosom and approached the sealed window, prompting Sir Tristan Rivers to rise swiftly, shielding Harry with his own form. "Remain composed." He slid the dagger into the crevice and gently pried open the window. "Robert Baratheon claimed the Iron Throne without dragons, and so can we. Gentlemen, look outside." Harry and Tristan approached the window, following Illyrio's outstretched finger. Beyond lay a grand palace with 9 soaring towers, its brick walls draped in ivy. Standing proudly beside the Bay of Pentos. "That is the palace the Magisters of Pentos gifted to Khal Drogo," Illyrio explained. "The mightiest call of the Great Grass Sea, commanding 50,000 Dothraki screamers. Each year, he resides here for a time, and this time, I shall present him with a treasure beyond measure. Soon, Viserys will lead 50,000 horsemen to our cause." "I am no fool like Viserys," Harry Strickland remarked, turning with curiosity. "What treasure could possibly persuade the great Khal Drogo to gift us an army in return?" Illyrio's expression remained composed, His voice steady with conviction as he answered, Daenerys Targaryen. Viserys' sister. The most beautiful woman in the world, with hair of silver gold and eyes like amethyst. Harry had never laid eyes upon Daenerys himself. But the beauty of House Targaryen was legendary. He had seen Viserys at feasts indeed, the man bore the striking looks of his bloodline. Yet, disappointment lingered in his voice as he replied with reluctance, A girl? Very well, I trust your judgment. If 50,000 soldiers are unattainable, even 10,000 would suffice. That young maiden possesses noble lineage, and should her beauty indeed match the rumors, the great Khal may well be inclined to offer 10,000 warriors to reclaim the crown for her brother. However, while you may exploit Viserys' ignorance to deceive him, you cannot beguile me. The Dothraki do not engage in trade, they accept only gifts, and in return, bestow favors as they deem fit. How can you ensure that Khal Drogo would consider the Iron Throne of Westeros, or an army, as gifts worthy of Viserys? Moreover, the Dothraki shun the sea. How would they ever cross the narrow sea to wage war in Westeros? Illyrio remained silent, his gaze shifting to Tristan Rivers. The chamber fell into a heavy stillness. After a prolonged pause, unable to withstand the governor's persistence, Harry reluctantly dismissed his confidant to wait beyond the door. Tristan shot Illyrio a venomous glare before slamming the door shut. Only when all sound from without had ceased did Illyrio finally speak, his expression grave. Upon the birth of every Targaryen, the gods toss a coin to determine greatness or madness. I once believed Viserys to be the last true dragon of House Targaryen. Now, it seems he is not. His elder brother, Prince Rhaegar, would have been a king of greatness. Alas, he perished upon the trident. Viserys is both a fool and a monster. A wretched little madman who knows only to scream at his sister, I want my crown. But we now have a far more suitable choice, Daenerys Targaryen. And what do you propose? Harry's demeanor grew solemn and earnest. She too carries the blood of Aegon the Conqueror within her veins. Should she wed Khal Drogo, she would no longer be that pitiful girl living under others' roofs, but the khaleesi of the mightiest khalasar in the Dothraki Sea. Though the dragon lords are no more, she would have a horse lord and 50,000 mounted warriors, still a true Targaryen. Daenerys, young and sweet, would surely conceive. As Illyrio spoke, his face was half shrouded in shadow, the other half illuminated by the sunlight streaming through the window, revealing a peculiar smile. Assassins have always lingered around the last Targaryen, he murmured. Lately, they seem to have vanished. But should she become the bride of a Khal, should she bear his child, then the knives from the Iron Throne of Westeros will surely return. His voice grew colder. And if someone were to steal the moon from the Khal's life, I doubt he would hesitate to give his unborn son one more prize, the iron chair his mother's father once sat upon. Chapter 65. Targaryen. It seems that once again hope must be placed in the hands of the beggar king as sister, compelling the Golden Company to fight for this sweet princess. Harry Strickland pondered for a moment before bursting into laughter, exclaiming, Truly, you are remarkable, Illyrio. Such a scheme will undoubtedly secure our victory, provided she can lead the Golden Company home. I shall act according to your wishes. Pray tell, how would you have me proceed? With a playful smile and a puffed chest, Illyrio, radiating a newfound confidence, replied, The wealth and influence of the widow of the Riverland should not be underestimated. She must join our counteroffensive against Westeros at the opportune moment. Thus I need you to persuade the brothers of the Golden Company to dissolve their contract with the free cities of Myr, and instead ally with Volantis for battle. Harry Strickland was a man of eloquence, otherwise, following the demise of the former commander, Mace Tyrell, his position as treasurer and his frequent complaints about the rigors of marching would have barred him from ascending to leadership. Most reassuring to the governor was that Harry was also averse to war, exceedingly timid, ensuring that the Golden Company would not squander all their fortunes in Volantis. Subsequently, Illyrio approached the bookshelf and moved aside a stack of tomes, revealing sealed letters beneath. It appeared he had anticipated this moment, as he retrieved a letter and handed it to Harry, continuing, Here are 2 letters, one to be delivered to the widow of the Riverlands, containing our agreement for collaboration. The other is to remain in your custody. The widow's envoy has informed me that there are over 40,000 Dothraki warriors threatening Volantis. Apart from Khal Drogo, I cannot fathom which other Khal possesses such might. When the Golden Company reaches Volantis, if it is the Drogo tribe, you shall dispatch this letter to them. I still do not know you well enough, Illyrio, Harry Strickland remarked, taking the letter while chuckling and shifting his ample frame. It seems this time I shall not only pilfer the gold of the Volan team, but also seize their victory. However, I intend to thoroughly enjoy myself here, after all. Their rewards are as weighty as our gold. Illyrio, in high spirits, strode towards the door, calling out to the 2 attendants awaiting in the courtyard, come here." One attendant clapped his hands and approached him, followed by several golden-haired girls clad in sheer garments emerging from the hallway, while the other attendant hurried towards the kitchen. Outside the door, Sir Tristan Rivers lacked the formidable will of a commander. Ablaze with fervor, he nearly trampled the flowerbed at his feet. Parched and convinced that the governor was a truly benevolent man, Harry Strickland, as if unable to bear the sight, turned away from the gathering, his eyes glimmering with a peculiar light. He was aware that the former commander, Mace Tyrell, had made a secret pact with Illyrio, though neither had divulged the specifics to him. Harry was uncertain who within the Golden Company was privy to this secret, but he suspected a certain blue-haired mercenary named Griffin might know something. Griffin served the Golden Company for 5 long years, rising steadily through the ranks until he became the right-hand man to the former commander, Miss Toyn. Even if Griffin had not departed from the Golden Company, he would have undoubtedly usurped the leadership from House Strickland. One could hardly deny his exceptional talents, a man brimming with passion, fearless, and yearning for glory. Yet, this very individual was ousted for being discovered pilfering from the Golden Company's treasure chest, and the latest rumors suggested that Griffin had succumbed to drink in lice. Harry, who considered himself Griffin's rival, could not bring himself to believe these 2 rumors. He firmly held that Griffin would never tarnish his reputation, and if such actions were necessary, a colossal secret must lie hidden beneath the surface. With this thought, Harry Strickland snapped back to reality and feigned a beaming smile towards Illyrio, saying, "My friend, thank you for your gracious hospitality. I must soon return to the Golden Company's headquarters to fulfill your task. However, I must first go down and meet those girls who have come here with such effort, to share with them a profoundly sorrowful tale I witnessed on the battlefield." He then displayed an eager demeanor, shouting, "Tristan, come with me at once." Upon finishing his sentence, Harry turned and led Tristan have run toward the golden-haired girls, unabashedly embracing them, laughing heartily, embodying the rough, uncouth image of a mercenary with fervor. Observing this, Illyrio shook his head, a faint smile emerging beneath his greasy, yellowed beard, and slowly made his way to the garden in the backyard. He intended to meet the young, sweet girl, determined not to allow the malice of Viserys to reduce her to beautiful fragments. "Do you wish to awaken the sleeping dragon? Foolish sister, return home. We must bring the army of the Horse Lord to do so. These things must be paid for with your virtue, for my throne, for you, and for all these years of waiting. You had better comply and do as I say. Now dry your tears, I do not wish to see you weeping any longer." Before Illyrio could approach the ivy-clad garden, he heard Viserys roar, intimidating and threatening his sister. "Your Grace, King Viserys, may I report to you the latest developments regarding the reclaiming of the Iron Throne?" The governor's deeply respectful demeanor captured the entirety of the king's attention. He endeavored to uphold the king's ideals, concealing his undeniable excitement as he stepped forward, eager to usher the governor into the backyard, promising once again that he would appoint him as the Minister of Finance upon the restoration of their realm. Viserys possessed long silver hair and violet eyes, along with a handsome yet haggard visage, the potent bloodline of House Targaryen coursing through his veins. Yet, to Illyrio's eyes, he merely inherited the madness of his father. The Mad King, a man of ambition but impetuous delusions, who disregarded reality and considered himself a true king. Any lack of respect or admiration was an affront to him. The governor cast a glance back at Daenerys, who stood in the garden, her petite figure concealed amidst the lush ivy, yet her beauty was unparalleled. Her silvery golden tresses cascaded gracefully behind her elegant gown, and her violet-hued eyes shimmered with unshed tears. This little girl, who had known nothing but a life of exile since her youth, was timid and lacking in self-assurance, appearing to heavily rely on her cruel, irascible, and brutish brother. Daenerys sensed the gaze of Illyrio upon her, and she endeavored to suppress her inner trepidation, offering a courteous nod to the governor. She understood that Viserys was both ruthless and vile, yet she still acknowledged him as her brother. In truth, their sibling bond had been quite strong during the initial stages of their exile, fleeing from one city to another under the relentless pursuit of usurpers. Viserys sought their mother's precious crown, beseeching governors, lords, and wealthy merchants for aid, even resorting to flattery to procure food. People began to refer to him as the beggar king. Viserys was acutely aware of the contempt others held for him. He blamed her for their mother's death during childbirth, leading him to become irritable and distant, devoid of joy, consumed instead by resentment, rage, and madness. She would forever remember the way Viserys would unleash his fury upon her without restraint. Yet she would equally cherish the memory of her brother from their childhood, the boy who regaled her with tales of the Seven Kingdoms, the king who painted for her a vision of a splendid life upon ascending the throne. Daenerys yearned to return home, yet not to the Westeros that Viserys spoke of. She, being astute, had long realized the futility of her brother's dreams of reclaiming the Iron Throne, and she held no recollection of that place. The only memories of her early years that lingered were of the house with the red door that frequently appeared in her dreams, the life within that dwelling, and the tears shed when she was cast away, forming the sole fragments of her childhood recollections. Chapter 66. Fighting for Freedom in the City of Volantis. A figure clothed in black hurried through the fishmonger's square, as a grey, tempestuous rain swept in with the sea breeze, enveloping him in a thick mist. The once vibrant streets and alleys were extinguished of light, and the tattooed slaves, who were previously ubiquitous, had vanished without a trace, leaving no one to ponder their fate. The cloaked man quickened his pace, navigating the labyrinthine vines and trellises, and pushed open the door to the merchant's hall, where a cacophony of noise mingled with the acrid scent of fermentation assaulted his senses. In the dim light of this crowded and chaotic environment, his towering figure drew no attention, yet he did not remove the hood that obscured his face. Instead, he furtively glanced from the shadows at the mercenaries at several tables, embroiled in raucous disputes and mutual curses. Scattered on the ground were blue and white forked banners, azure silk sashes, and shields emblazoned with glowing lightning bolts separating four crows, signifying the diverse mercenary companies to which these men belonged. The cloaked man cautiously skirted around the intoxicated mercenaries, making his way to the customary table in the corner of the hall. Seated there was the widow of the riverside, who also noticed the approaching figure. Without uttering a word, she slowly rose and led her sons to the second floor of the merchant's house. The cloaked man, in silent understanding, refrained from approaching the table, pausing momentarily before he turned to follow them up the stairs. In the suite on the second floor, the cloaked man anxiously removed his hood, revealing a visage marked by pale hair and a blackened face adorned with fiery tattoos. The wind blown, the crow's wing, and the tiger party had entered into a contract with the governor Malachio Magaya to prepare for war in Volantis, recruiting new soldiers at the docks and capturing the followers of the Light King within the city. Were these matters of concern to you? The man before the widow was none other than the red-robed monk, Machiro, who had endured a meticulous search by the guards before finally confronting the widow with his inquiries. The Golden Company, too, was expected to join the fray in Volantis. The definitive answers he received extinguished the flickering hope that had sustained him for days. He hastened to the window, his expression grave and sorrowful, like a statue gazing into the stormy fishmonger's square, vigilant for the approach of soldiers seeking to apprehend him. The widow smiled at Machiro's demeanor. Both remained silent for a moment until she gently touched the scar hidden beneath her veil, brushing away the tears from her smiling eyes, and cruelly remarked, "Red-robed monk. Governor Malachio once told me that hiring mercenary companies was to fend off the invasion of the Dothraki. Yet I am aware that he concealed the plan to eradicate the followers of the Light King in Volantis. Though the governors believed this to be a secret known only to them, I learned of it long ago. Now, chaos and destruction have descended upon this loathsome city. Tell me, should I weep or rejoice? I have come to understand what is fundamentally amiss." As Machiro spoke, an involuntary shiver coursed through him. He furiously pointed at the old hag and exclaimed, "You seek to bring about the ruin of Volantis, a city that once inflicted harm upon you." Malachar is acutely aware of the constraints of his position as the governor. When he attempted to deceive you, seeking your assistance in hiring a mercenary band, you readily acquiesced. Then, you summoned me to share this information, aiming to instigate a counteroffensive from the temple. Undoubtedly, this would allow you to realize your malevolent scheme. Do you not comprehend? The mercenaries brazenly capture slaves within the city, regardless of their allegiance to the Light King. The once unimpeded and reckless dissemination of your teachings has rendered your astute minds regressive. The old woman rose, her frail frame emanating an astonishing strength as she firmly retorted, "I have sought you out to rescue these innocent slaves. Otherwise, the temple of the Light King, as per my original design, would surely be obliterated alongside the old nobility. You are the greatest slave masters of Volantis, comfortably receiving the offerings of your followers, while it is only just that you take in the children of those who have lost their wealth and can no longer provide for them. You intend to mold these children into monks, warriors, or temple prostitutes, marking their faces with the lifelong insignia of servitude. Look at your pitiable countenance. Are you not one of them?" Before the red-robed monk Machiro could defend himself, the widow by the water's edge quelled her fury, sighed, and continued, "When Malachar still possessed his sanity, I might have been able to avert this calamity. However, he has descended into near madness, his greed and ambition consuming the last vestiges of his rationality. Alas! Now, I have disowned his ultimate aim. The eradication of the Light King's followers is merely a secondary objective. His true desire is to incite war with the Dothraki, to subtly manipulate the election of the governor, and to terminate the 3-century reign of the Valencian political faction. From the intelligence I have gathered, Malachar has not departed empty-handed. He has taken with him the majority of the slave soldiers from the city. And the slaves who have vanished from the streets have been conscripted under the guise of labor, now residing in the houses outside the eastern city. If he were to launch an offensive, those slaves would become the sacrificial victims of the Dothraki's wrath. Upon absorbing the widow's intelligence, Machiro's dark visage bore the weight of despair. He sighed, donned his cloak, and turned to leave. Without my assistance, you cannot exit the city. This is no longer the Valentis where the red-robed monk could traverse unimpeded. Malachar has taken most of the slave soldiers, so the gates and docks are now jointly guarded by mercenaries and the Tiger Cloak army. The old woman halted the monk's actions with her words, leaving him to glare bitterly at the gate, his voice laden with worry as he declared, "Is this not all you're doing? I must leave the city at once to convey this news, or all will be irretrievable." Indeed, my suspicions have proven correct. The widow by the water resumed her seat, her icy gaze piercing the back of the red-robed monk. "You maintain connections with the Dothraki," she stated with a chilling tone. "High Priest Benero brazenly proclaims in the city that the Dothraki will come to liberate the slaves. It is you who have instilled in the slaves a hope that they do not deserve. They gaze eastward day and night, causing the old nobility to tremble in their darkened halls. It is precisely for this reason that Malachar devised such a mad plan. Alas! What the slaves await is not the promised liberation from the Dothraki, but rather the slaughter wrought by the cavalry of their so-called liberators, along with their final, anguished cries. Henceforth, the enemy need no longer labor to spread vile rumors to tarnish our name. The reputation of the Dothraki liberators among the slaves shall be irrevocably destroyed. There will be no need for bribery or persuasion, as all freemen and countless slaves will willingly join the fight against him." The widow by the water disregarded Malachar's fear and despair, reaching to remove the veil that obscured her face, revealing a scar that traversed her entire cheek, an indelible mark of her former enslavement. Although no one had ever dared to disrespect her openly, she knew that behind her back, they referred to her as the whore of Vagaro. Even as the weight of years bent her spine, this cruel epithet would forever accompany her, simply because she had once been a slave. I have heard that in Kor, 3,000 slaves once fought for freedom, yet some did attain it. One slave returned bearing 3 enemy heads, and as a result, his wife and children were granted their liberty. Malachar turned to look at the old woman, cautiously responding. The sight of her star sending a chill through him. While demanding that slaves kill for their freedom may seem arbitrary, the act itself was just an upheld promise. The widow's gaze drifted to the window, as if entranced by a vision, murmuring, "Tell him we await eagerly. Tell him to hurry." Chapter 67. The confluence of the Rhone River on the day following Mongo's encounter with the messenger seeking aid from Orth. They returned to the source of the Volana River and commenced their westward movement along the northern bank. Their advance was forthright yet imbued with caution. Mounted scouts ventured ahead to assess the situation, while intact warriors were distributed evenly on both flanks, particularly bolstering the northern side, which faced the town of Sahilo in Valentis. Mongo, of course, could not idly witness the demise of the beleaguered tribes besieged in the ruins of Sawmel. Yet no one could foretell the challenges that lay ahead before they reached their destination. He could not lead his 20,000 cavalry blindly into the enemy's snare. His disposition mirrored the tempestuous weather. Both were dire and foreboding. The gale howled mercilessly, rain cascaded in sheets, and the darkened sky seemed poised to collapse. The Volana River swelled ominously as well. Regardless, as they traversed through this tumultuous storm and treacherous mud, the morale of the entire army began to wane. As their bodies grew increasingly drenched and chilled, the situation grew ever more precarious. Mongo had no choice but to order a halt. Lacking tents for shelter and dry fuel to kindle a fire, the warriors huddled together beneath their horses, seeking warmth, while gnawing on the heart iron-like jerky to restore their strength. It was not until the dawn of the second day after departing the Volana River that they first encountered the enemy, a considerably feeble contingent composed of free riders and enslaved sailors. In truth, these so-called free riders were mercenary swordsmen equipped with horses, most often serving as scouts or light cavalry in mercenary bands, a band of fallen outlaws. These individuals were laboriously rowing 2 small boats upstream, seeking to investigate the remnants of a recent conflict, which coincidentally was the very site of Mongo's assault on the Bono forces. As they approached the shore, their movements were detected by Mongol scouts. A detachment of Dothraki cavalry maneuvered around a hillock and launched an assault on the enemy as flank. In their desperate bid for survival, this frail troop fell into disarray, scrambling to return to their rowboats. Thus, What began as a challenging reconnaissance mission, one that none wished to partake in, devolved into a farce. Some enemies were annihilated while the remainder capitulated. Even the 2 boats and their enslaved sailors were captured. Yet this fleeting victory failed to uplift the spirits of the entire army. Mogo refrained from allowing his cavalry to massacre the captives for a trophy. Malakar Magaya, the governor of Volantis, had stationed his forces in the town of Violences on the western bank of the Rhone River. Should the enemy refrain from attacking or retreat in a timely manner, and with the Dothraki lacking boats to cross the river, he would experience a sense of helplessness, unable to strike back. Now, with these 2 captured boats and enslaved sailors, although their future utility remained uncertain, at least they would no longer face a situation where they could not retaliate. When the opportune moment arose, he would deliver a devastating blow to the enemy. The arduous march continued unabated. On the 3rd day since departing from the source of the Volana River, and the 4th since leaving the realm of slumber, they finally trod upon the muddy ground, arriving at the confluence of the Volana and Rhone rivers. Days of relentless storms had taken their toll, leaving some soldiers ailing and even rendering their horses unable to bear their weight. Mogo gazed upon them, his heart filled with guilt rather than anger. These were valiant Dothraki warriors, meant to accompany him back to their homeland to revel in the glory and riches of victory. Yet now, they faced treacherous weather and the prospect of battling the Valenticians once more. After a considerable time, the scattered mounted scouts gradually returned, encircling Mogo to report their findings. Khal informed him that the Valyrian road from Volantis to the ruins of Solmer was clear and in excellent condition. The long bridge spanning the Volana River had not been submerged, standing unguarded. Perhaps due to the ferocity of the storm that had kept even the enemy's fleet from patrolling the vicinity. Khal, I observed. The galleys are securely docked at the port of Violences, and the ruins of Solmer appear to be free from enemy siege. The galleys, larger and more formidable than ordinary galleys, were typically outfitted with siege weapons such as crossbows and catapults. If the enemy were indeed besieging Solmer, these vessels could not merely remain as idle ornaments at the harbor. Could it be the storm's influence? Mogo pondered, perplexed. What confounded him further was the Valenticians' apparent decision not to destroy or heavily fortify the bridge, akin to opening a sheepfold to unsuspecting sheep awaiting the wolf's feast. This thought conjured images of the free knights in his mind. Had Volantis hired more mercenary companies, bolstering their forces and laying a trap in wait? Or were they preparing to strike, much like he intended to do? Mogo refrained from hasty action, ordering his troops to regroup and establish camp, seeking to evade the storm's wrath while dispatching additional scouts toward Solmer and Volantis for reconnaissance. Scholar B.S. Porter had once proclaimed Moracho Magaya truly lived up to the name of a fierce tiger. The enemy's initial movements, merely a simple garrison, had struck at his vulnerabilities, heightening his vigilance. He firmly believed that this Tiger Party commander would prove more formidable than any adversary he had previously encountered. As time flowed slowly, the scouts sent forth had yet to return. However, the winds, akin to ravenous wolves, howling and swirling with ferocity, gradually fell silent. The torrential rain diminished, eventually fading away, and the air seemed to thicken. Although the sky remained shrouded in gloom, the temperature began to rise. Soon, the air resumed its circulation, this time bearing a dry breeze from the north, cleansing the oppressive grayness of the sky, transforming it into a clear and luminous expanse. The winds shifted, heralding the dawn of a new day. The sound of hooves trampling through the muddy terrain echoed as Mogo mounted his steed, gazing southward. He witnessed every action of the scouting cavalry with his own eyes, and they returned with a familiar Valantian, a towering figure with a dark visage, unmistakably that of the red-robed monk, Machiro. Chapter 68. The liberation of slaves. The imposing entrance of Volantis, shrouded in darkness, was firmly sealed, with the walls appearing devoid of any presence. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, yet an ominous tension hung in the air, reminiscent of a storm brewing in the mountains. Even with the might of tens of thousands of soldiers and their formidable siege weaponry, no commander harbored any hope of breaching the black walls. The Valyrian dragon lords, who had advocated for the construction of this military bastion, understood well that only the dragons of the dragon lords could enter without invitation. Centuries of development had resulted in the area beyond the walls being densely populated with towering, stale-like residences and shops. However, due to the pressures of war, the governors of Volantis had hastily evacuated all free citizens and affluent merchants. At this moment, only the Volantis spearmen, adorned with green tiger stripes, stood guard. The blinding dawn cleaved through the darkness like a blade. A soldier, donning a tiger helmet, raised his flickering claws of adamantine and recited a prayer, expressing gratitude to the Lord of Light for the gift of dawn. He then turned with a smile to a fellow soldier beside him and inquired, If the Horse Lord were to grant you freedom, would you still serve as a tiger-clad soldier? One soldier leaned against the wall, his eyes heavy with sleep, clutching a gemstone necklace against his chest as if caught in a delightful reverie. Another young soldier, proudly stroking the tiger stripes on his face, declared, "We are the tiger-clad soldiers. What else could we be if not tigers? We are here to battle those vile Dothraki." He then, somewhat irritated, thumped his spear lightly and murmured, "We ought not to waste our time guarding those despicable slaves." The dreaming soldier, suddenly startled, let out a shrill cry, gripping his intact gemstone tightly, and then sighed in relief, grinning as he remarked, "Indeed, this place is filled with the shops and homes of free citizens and wealthy merchants." They fled back within the walls, leaving behind a wealth of treasures. "If we have time, we should seize the opportunity to plunder once more, and those imprisoned slave women." Heh! Upon hearing such trivial responses, the sergeant could no longer master a smile. As a sergeant among the tiger-clad soldiers and a devout follower of the Lord of Light, he possessed knowledge and pondered matters far beyond those of these ordinary soldiers. The Tiger faction's governor, Malak, had dispatched them here with the intent of confronting death, yet he had no choice but to dutifully execute this suicidal mission. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, the sergeant's expression twisted grotesquely, his eyes bloodshot with a mix of rage and terror, resembling a cornered beast baring its teeth. Just as they prepared to turn and change shifts, the silence was abruptly shattered by the thunderous sound of hooves, reverberating like distant thunder along the banks of the Lorne River. The piercing, urgent bells of Volantis struck the heart, causing the tiger-clad soldiers' eardrums to throb painfully. As dawn broke with resplendent light, an unfathomable number of cavalry surged forth like a torrent. The Dothraki, in a frenzied uproar, charged from the northern plains. The sergeant found himself engulfed in darkness, as the last flicker of hope within him dissipated into nothingness. Soon, apart from the territories guarded by the Tiger Robe army, all nearby lands were encircled by an overwhelming number of foes. At the forefront stood a figure of colossal stature, his exposed chest resembling a rugged slab of hewn stone. He rode a fiery red steed, its flowing mane accentuating his agility and grace. The soldiers recognized him. Mere months prior, no legend had whispered of his name, yet now people either rejoiced or trembled, hastening to extol him with grand titles: the stone giant from the kingdom of Aegon, the breacher of cities, the butcher, the liberator of slaves, the king of the Dothraki. Once the troops had formed their ranks, Mogo, on his steed, strode forth unperturbed, accompanied solely by the standard-bearer and the red-robed priest Machiro. A gilded banner, adorned with black tassels, danced in the sunlight and wind, casting a radiant aura around him as they halted mere paces before the soldiers. "Is there anyone among you who possesses the qualifications to converse with me?" Mogo surveyed the peculiar tiger-clad soldiers, erupting into hearty laughter. "Or perhaps you possess sufficient knowledge of me to make an astute decision." The soldiers, intimidated by the fierce Dothraki Khal, akin to a true tiger ready to pounce, found themselves at a loss for words. Yet their expressions and attire were keenly observed by Machiro, who remained motionless, merely translating Mogo's words. The soldier, however, retreated several steps, fearfully exclaiming, "I am but a guard here. You cannot attack me." "Calm yourself, servant of the Light's King." Machiro discerned the terror in the soldier's eyes. His expression hardened as he fixed his gaze upon the soldier, commanding in tone. Marachal and his ragtag mercenary allies cower in the town of Violences on the west bank of the Lorne River, trembling at the thought of confronting the great Mongol tribe. Henceforth, all lands east of the Lorne River shall belong to Mongol Khal, including Volantis, extending to the shores of the Dothraki Sea. You are all subjects of Mongol Khal and must disarm, kneeling to pledge your loyalty. As the soldiers fell silent, Machiro dismounted and approached the soldier's head. Speaking in a voice audible to all, devoid of emotion, it is evident that Khal's schemes have faltered. Your lives hold no significance to him. Perhaps his true task was to abandon you. Soldiers, servants of the Light's King, ponder this. Khal's intent is to cleanse those who wish to escape slavery and the followers of the Light's King. He has ruthlessly betrayed you. You are slaves, no different from those imprisoned within. Is Marachal not the villain oppressing you, the master you cannot forsake? Use your dwindling wisdom and composure to decide swiftly. Mongol Khal does not favor prolonged waits, and his mood will be intricately tied to your fates. The soldier scrutinized Mongol's movements with great caution, uncertain how to respond. Despair and turmoil were etched clearly upon his face for all to see. A moment later, he discarded his spear, removed his tiger helmet, and knelt upon the ground. The other slave soldiers followed suit, disarming themselves and choosing to surrender. The sergeant turned his gaze, sweeping over each of the tiger-clad soldiers. His voice seemingly aged in an instant, as he proclaimed loudly, "The 1,200 tiger-clad soldiers of Volantis, along with the more than 30,000 slaves held captive here. Pledge allegiance to the great liberator of slaves, the king of the Dothraki, Khal. Since being dispatched to Volantis for a mission, or rather, since being expelled from the herd, Machiro had become markedly more docile, translating the sergeant's words verbatim. Mongek understood the implications of this. Riding forward and gazing down at the sergeant's bowed head, inquiring, "You are quite astute. What is your name?" The sergeant trembled, unable to raise his gaze. Replying in a muffled voice. Mongek posed no further questions. He gently maneuvered his steed away from the spot, making his way to the street, where he addressed the slaves confined within their quarters. For millennia, the slave trade in Essos has never ceased, capturing men to toil as laborers or forcing women into prostitution, as if such practices were ordained by fate. Yet, man is neither sheep nor fowl. One should not be bought or sold at will. No one willingly submits themselves to another, condemning themselves and their offspring to a life devoid of freedom. This is an abomination. I declare to the gods that I have grown weary of slavery, and they wholeheartedly concur. From this day forth, from the river Lorne eastward to the Bone Mountains, slavery shall no longer be lawful. All my subjects are born free. No one shall engage in the buying or selling of slaves. Anyone who dares to violate this decree shall face the death penalty. Should any city-state defy this, the 200,000 warriors of the Mongek tribe, along with all my people, shall rise against this transgression. Upon uttering these words, Mongek realized that he would henceforth ascend to the world stage as the leader of the slave army. From the Jade Sea to the Narrow Sea, from Essos to Westeros, all nobility would oppose him, maliciously tarnishing his honor and lamenting his name. Yet, a barbaric Dothraki horse lord would find no support among nobles. As long as he chose the path of conquest, whether through heinous slaughter or benevolent generosity, the aristocrats and their descendants would privately deem him a savage. His only potential allies were the slaves, but what distinction lay between the free and the enslaved? Perhaps the former held a higher status. Yet they remained blind to the realities of this world. The old waves do not recede, and the new tides do not arrive. Chapter 69. This is not a simple repetition. The town of Violences is situated on the western bank of the Lorne River, established during the Valyrian Empire's westward expansion following the war with the Giais Empire. Across the river to the east lies the ruins of Sawmill, and a swift journey downstream leads to Volantis. The history of this riverside town is fraught with calamity. However, the most devastating blows were inflicted by the wars between Valyria and Loinar. The conflicts between these two factions spanned nearly 3 centuries, their intricacies almost beyond recounting. A millennium ago, during the Second Spice War, the final battle of these wars took place in Violences. The conflict arose from the trade rivalry between Volantis, located at the 4 river mouths of the Lorne, and the Loinar city of Sahoy. In response, Volantis allied with 3 dragonlords to pillage Sahoy, slaughtering the warriors within and enslaving the children, subsequently setting the city ablaze and salting the earth. The annihilation of Sahoy led to an escalation of hostilities, prompting Prince Galen of Loinar to muster an army of 250,000, which laid siege to the city. The decisive confrontation occurred in Violences, where the Loinar forces killed 2 dragons and drove away another. Ultimately, the Valyrians lost the war, and Violences was submerged by floods. Yet, the war did not conclude there. Upon hearing of their defeat, the Valenticians were thrown into disarray and immediately sought assistance from the Valyrian Empire. The dragonlords swiftly commanded 300 mighty dragons into battle, defeating Prince Galen's forces and reducing all Loinar cities, including Sawmill along the Lorne River, to ruins. After the war, Violences was rebuilt, now encircled by towering white walls. Its scale is such that, within the 7 kingdoms of Westeros, it could easily be deemed a city. Since the expansion led by the bloodied Century S Tiger Party, it has remained under Valentisi control. The Lorne River has long since transformed, evolving in ways that diverge from its past, yet history often echoes with uncanny resemblance. As the sun sets, the evening glow cascades like a crimson autumn leaf, blanketing the water's surface. The once bustling riverside, alive with the clamor of commerce, has vanished like a fleeting dream, while the lengthy harbor is now filled with warships. Beneath the slanting rays of the sun, the entire town is bathed in a golden red hue, exuding both a sense of solemnity and tranquility. Blue canvas tents, forming a cohesive expanse, stand outside Violences, serving as the encampment for the windblown. These tents are not the typical disheveled, damp, and cumbersome shelters one might associate with mercenary bands, neither are they the impenetrable stone dwellings that provide every amenity. Instead, they are specially crafted tents designed to comfortably accommodate 10 soldiers. The founder and current leader of the windblown, Prince Lanu, fondly refers to them as canvas castles. enabling soldiers to strike camp and depart in remarkably short order. At this moment, the Tiger Party's governor, Malachio Megatia, had just finished his dinner and stood at the entrance of the grandest command tent, gazing into the distance. Since departing from the black walls of Volantis, he had resided in the encampment of the Windblown. Unlike other old nobles who were fraught with anxiety, the governor maintained his composure, yet during this pivotal time, he, too, harbored distrust towards the slave soldiers. The Prince of Rags' subordinates referred to him as the King of Rags, and the prince himself self-identified as tattered and unscrupulous, cunningly seizing opportunities. Nonetheless, Malachio regarded him as a man of refinement. After all, the Prince of Rags was a legendary noble, at the age of 23. He was appointed by the governors of Pentos as the new ruling prince. However, he declined this title, fraught with peril and devoid of true power, opting instead to flee to contentious lands to become a mercenary, ultimately founding the Windblown, never to return to Pentos again. Certainly, the Windblown was deemed more trustworthy because the Prince of Rags had met with Governor Malachio prior to signing the contract, requiring Volantis to fulfill one condition, to reclaim Pentos for him. A gentle breeze rustled the blue and white fort banners, the cavalry's lance tips danced with azure silk streamers. Accompanied by the urgent sound of hooves, Malachio's gaze fell upon the master of the encampment. The prince, now over 60 years of age, was the sole surviving founder among the six of the Windblown. His hair, as silver-gray as his armor, was draped beneath a cloak sewn from fabrics of varying colors. He rode a tall gray warhorse, from whose hind legs hung numerous strips of cloth trophies he had personally severed from the robes of slain enemies. Perched high upon his saddle, he was a sight to behold for all within the camp. Governor Megatia, your plans have faltered. Approaching closely, the Prince of Rags dismounted. His eyes, heavy with dark circles, were filled with sorrow, though this was merely his usual demeanor. There was no challenge left in the world that could defeat him. In the refined High Valyrian tongue, he spoke softly. Your soldiers have betrayed you, kneeling before the Horse Lord, and your slaves have been liberated. The prince claimed his appearance was unremarkable, easily overlooked if one were to discard his ragged attire, yet his aura and charm were undeniable, radiating calmness and elegance from within. Good afternoon, your highness. Your robust health and equestrian prowess are truly remarkable. Malachio raised his thick brows, appraising the Prince of Rags with genuine admiration. In contrast to the prince, the Tiger Party's governor appeared more like a serene elder. He then broke into a toothless grin, saying, You are quite right, some have betrayed Volantis. And there are indeed those within the city who have made grievous choices. However, none of this is particularly surprising. If you have time, do come into the tent for a while and enjoy my sweet red wine. As soon as he finished speaking, Malachor stepped aside to part the tent, making a welcoming gesture. The interior was empty, save for the remnants of a lavish dinner. The Prince of Rags hesitated no longer and entered, draped in his cloak. It seems you have more schemes in mind. The prince scrutinized Malachor, who calmly arranged the wine vessels, his heart a mixture of confusion and hesitation. Yet, the prospect of seizing leverage over Pentos compelled him to persist. I refer to those slaves and the Horse Lord. And when shall we commence the assault on the ruins of Sawmel? I must gain a deeper understanding of your plans. Rest assured, I shall provide you with a reasonable explanation. Malachor patiently filled the prince's goblet and then adopted a serious demeanor, stating, Firstly, our encampment here is not intended for an offensive against Sawmel, but rather to ensure the Horse Lord lingers a while longer in Volantis. The numbers and hostility of the Dothraki will instill fear in the electors, and their collusion with the Temple of the Lightbringer, aiming to liberate the slaves, makes it increasingly difficult for the nobles to accept. In recent days, the Council of Governors has granted me full command during wartime. After some persuasion, the Golden Company is advancing from the disputed lands toward Virensis, where they will join forces with the Windblown and the Stonecrows to aid me in purging all traitors from Volantis and maintaining peace until the governor elections conclude, ensuring at least 2 seats for the Tiger Party. Such radical plans caused the expression of the Prince of Rags to grow somber. However, having endured various adventures, he remained steadfast in listening as Malachor continued. Those slaves are a gift I have bestowed upon the Horse Lord, or one might say, a poison. When news of the slaves' liberation reaches Slaver's Bay, the emissaries from Mir, Yunkai, and Astapor will surely dispatch envoys to Volantis. If their envoys hear the Horse Lord's declaration and witness the long-awaited dreadful spectacle of Volantis slaves, I believe Slaver's Bay would be eager to forge a defensive alliance with Volantis. Once the Volantis elections conclude, I shall provide you with soldiers and a fleet to assist in reclaiming Pentos. Everyone knows that Mir, Tolos, and Lys have been vying for ownership of the disputed lands, but does Pentos and Volantis not share a claim to that territory? We could divide the disputed lands. And thereafter, Slavers Bay, Pentos, and Volantis will form the alliance of the Summer Sea, jointly inheriting the glory of the Valyrian Empire and the Distri Empire. Upon hearing the entirety of Malakar's plans for the Tiger Party's governance, the Prince of Rags shivered. Despite the sweltering summer, a chill coursed down his spine. Chapter 70. The Song of Slaves. As the Tiger Party's governor, Malakar was preparing to disclose his entire plan to Prince Dothraki. Mogo was leading over 20,000 Dothraki cavalry alongside more than 30,000 newly liberated freemen, marching along the expansive Valyrian road towards Sawmill. The setting sun met the horizon, leaving behind a luminous arc of twilight, as the once dazzling sun became obscured. The relentless storms of recent days had washed the entire marshland, rendering the surrounding air remarkably clear. Along the way, numerous freemen approached Mogo, seeking weapons to join the fight for their liberation. They were acutely aware that should the Dothraki suffer defeat in Volantis, their fate would be far more tragic than mere re-enslavement. They were fighting for their freedom as well. However, Mogo unexpectedly declined their pleas, instructing the Red Priest Machiro to convey Khal's will, to comfort the freemen and allow their weary bodies to recuperate. When an unforeseen crisis arose, they might be called upon to defend themselves. This decision earned Mogo the genuine respect of all the freemen. In truth, he believed it unnecessary to squander energy on this matter at present, and he suspected that some among them might be spies for the Volantene. If they were armed, they could exploit the opportunity to incite chaos, thereby deepening the Dothraki's resentment and the freemen's panic. Not far from the ruins of Sawmill, the sound of hurried hoofbeats approached, heralding a panicked group of patrol riders who, upon sighting Khal's figure and the galloping banners, raced towards them. Had the Volantene launched an attack? Mogo was prepared to voice this inquiry, only to discover that the lead rider was the officer over, clad in a filthy brown cloak, his body caked in mud, and his bloodshot eyes clouded with urgency. Pulling his horse to a halt, he clumsily bowed as if pursued by a beast, then hastily exclaimed, "Khal! The storm has caused the marshes to swell, not only destroying the trail markers left behind but also trapping many scouts. Nightfall is upon us, and we must urgently rescue them. I shall dispatch cavalry to support them. You must return to Sawmill with me," Mogo replied. He was not surprised. Upon seeing the swollen Valana River, he had anticipated the marsh would face similar tribulations. However, over as words displeased him slightly, he favored such compassion. Yet as the commanding general, he ought to remain in Sawmill to maintain oversight of the situation. A sudden wave of inexplicable melancholy washed over him. There was a lack of capable personnel, especially with the impending loss of Khal, which meant that no matter how many warriors he had, certain tactics could no longer be executed to their fullest potential. Reform was pressing. After taking a deep breath, he reluctantly resolved this in his mind. The celestial stars were embedded in the deep black expanse of night, and the moonlight, soft as gossamer, wove a mist-like, pure radiance. Above the ruins of Sawmill, a thick haze enveloped the air, permeated by a pungent odor within the camp. They had insufficient dry fuel stored, relying solely on the meager supply of dried firewood to stave off the encroaching darkness and fear. The arrival of Mogo brought an unexpected solace to the frail, the elderly, and the women who would otherwise need to take up arms. Upon learning of Khal's victory, a brief moment of exuberance erupted, and soon they busied themselves with joy. Before long, the tribe presented an array of delectable swamp delicacies to celebrate the triumphant return of Khal and the warriors, at least offering warmth in their meal. After a hearty feast, Mogo placed the remaining vegetable soup and roasted snake on a stone table and engaged in conversation with his old friends, the scholar B.S. Porter and the official over. However, he refrained from divulging the specific details of his duel with Drogo. Nor did he elaborate on the condition of Khal's body. To swiftly evade such discussions, he shared the news acquired from the red-robed monk Machiro. "Where is that slave from Laurel? Can he be trusted?" B.S. Porter inquired, his eyes darting. Many recent events were beyond the scholar's comprehension, as his impression of the red-robed monk was still marred by past deceptions. Mogo took a sip of the still-warm vegetable soup and patiently explained, "The situation of the followers of the Light King and the slaves in the city is perilous. Machiro is greatly concerned. He has chosen to remain hidden in Volantis to gather intelligence for us. Moreover, it was his timely warning that spared us from a catastrophic slaughter and saved over 30,000 free men. He has accomplished a remarkable feat that deserves our remembrance." I was mistaken. Upon hearing these words, the scholar promptly acknowledged his misunderstanding, rising solemnly to remove his hood and pray to the south. May the gods bless him, keeping him safe at every moment. This news sounds ominous. We must devise a strategy to confront it, the official over contemplated, gazing at the unfamiliar moonlight above. Moments later, he felt a tumultuous confusion in his mind. Cradling his head in his hands, he remarked, "Khal, it seems we are ensnared here. Caught between a rock and a hard place. Of course, I do not mean that it is difficult for the army to depart, but rather that making a choice is exceedingly challenging. If we leave directly, with no external threats to Volantis, the Tiger Party's governor Malakar will undoubtedly not spare the followers of the Light King nor those slaves yearning for liberation. Yet, in the distant east, these Dothraki and Dothraki are rallying all the Khal to annihilate our tribe. We cannot linger here any longer. We must hasten back to the Dothraki Sea and prepare to confront this crisis. Are we to abandon our allies?" The scholar's tone was heavy, as though he could already envision the fate of those individuals. In the dark night sky, stars twinkled brightly, and not far off, flickering flames accompanied by jubilant shouts signaled that the freedmen had ignited new campfires. One by one, they gathered around the flames, singing songs in Valyrian. Their voices resonating without instrumental accompaniment, yet they continued to sing, their deep tones echoing the ancient world's dark nights. "We must embark before dawn. Descending into the depths of the subterranean mines, we are compelled to set forth before death overtakes us, traversing the searing lava and the stinging whips, in pursuit of the gold required by our masters, who have fashioned exquisite crowns for themselves." Ilf, listening to the melodies of the free folk, is reminded of his mother, a slave consumed by flames, and he cannot help but join in the chorus in the Dothraki tongue. Mogo sits quietly, feeling the penetrating gazes of all around him, shimmering in the darkness as if beholding a legendary dragon slayer. Then, he transforms into the malevolent dragon, devouring and annihilating all in his path. Suddenly, he becomes aware that the song has ceased, and he regains his clarity, though something within his soul seems to have awakened. "I possess 2 ships, which may facilitate a cordial negotiation with Malakar." Chapter 71. A joyous adventure. We possess 2 rowboats, yet the question remains, where shall we cross the river? The waterway from the town of Volantis downstream to the confluence of the Lorne River has been patrolled by warships. According to the captives, any vessel that fails to utter the daily changing password will be summarily sunk. Beyond the confluence of the Lorne River, the downstream route may offer safe passage. However, further tributaries will obstruct our path, rendering it impossible to reach Volantis. In the flickering light of a torch, Mogo pondered while unfurling a sheet resembling a map. This was a detailed chart provided by the red-robed monk, crafted by the widow of Volantis by the water's edge. He then retrieved a letter inscribed in Valyrian and handed it to the 2, who were brimming with excitement and curiosity. "She represents all the slaves of Volantis and has sent a message to me through Markiro. I fail to see how this will benefit us." Bachelor's B.S. Porter glanced at the map and, with a hint of disappointment, remarked, "The terrain around the Lorne River and Volantis is quite clearly delineated. Yet, we are already aware of the location of the Valana River. And we have also identified the abandoned Valyrian road, which is absent from other maps. There is a spot in Volantis marked with a red symbol." The officer, Ofer, first read the letter, tracing his finger across the map laid before them, and spoke. "This indicates a secret waterway into the city, unguarded by soldiers. However, the passage is exceedingly narrow and cannot accommodate many warriors. Should we need to undertake any actions for our allies, the widow by the water will dispatch a vessel to assist us." Mogo remained silent, intently scrutinizing the map. After a moment, he pointed toward the town of Solar at the top of the map and smiled. "Do not fixate solely on Volantis. Our objective is to cross the river. There is a location you have overlooked. Here lies a hidden door. Do you see the arrow marking it? This denotes a secret passage leading to the docks of Solar, where I can seize the river gate and the vessels." Officer Ofer showed little interest in the hidden passage, acutely aware that Khal was about to embark on a perilous venture. He became increasingly anxious and promptly voiced his objections. "Perhaps it was once a secret path, but how can we ascertain that this route remains unknown to outsiders? Furthermore, the constable of Solar is likely well acquainted with the town's hidden doors. During wartime, they would undoubtedly impose strict scrutiny to seal off such passages." Bachelor B.S. Porter, who relished tales of adventure, found himself intrigued by this heroic narrative. Yet he too opposed the dangerous endeavor, softly stating, "Esteemed Khal, you are a hero, a warrior unmatched in prowess. However, this passage may not have been used in many years. It could be perilously dilapidated. Especially if it were to collapse, your sharp curved blade would serve only to dig in the earth, rendering your might utterly useless. Do you not perceive this map? I can elucidate it further for you." Mogo's heart was devoid of any doubt or hesitation as he patiently articulated. "Firstly, I am acquainted with the widow by the water. She is decisive, composed, and highly professional. Her business and intelligence operations have thrived in Volantis for decades, remaining ever prosperous. However, this map only delineates 2 clandestine pieces of information, indicating their critical significance and reliability. In her letter, she alluded to the waterways of Volantis but refrained from mentioning the secret passage in Sihoro town, presenting us with options. She expects us to escape with a group via the waterways while subtly suggesting an adventurous endeavor through the hidden path in Sihoro town. I still do not comprehend. Bachelor B.S. Porter remarked, perplexed. Oliver hesitated, evidently wishing to pose the same inquiry. Mongo's explanation lacked clarity, with speculation outweighing certainty. Now, unless we abandon our allies within the city, I believe there is no better choice, Mongo stated gravely, rolling up the map upon the table. Do not concern yourselves. Let Somel proceed as usual. My strength surpasses your imagination, thus I shall not flee due to minor obstacles, nor shall I arrogantly engage in aimless pursuits. The people of Volantis believe they can rest easy behind the river. They must receive a stern lesson. Perhaps you should contemplate how to assist my return and make good use of those 2 rowboats. Very well. Since we are already aware of the secret passage in Sihoro town, it would not hurt to investigate. If danger arises, you can retreat. We still have time to devise a solution, Oliver conceded, observing that Khal had made up his mind. For revenge. Bachelor B.S. Porter had concealed himself in cover for a decade, and now the hero's blood within him surged. However, he remained uncertain whether these allies were worth the risk. Secretly resolved to concoct a flawless rescue plan, Mongo did not linger long with Somel. He surveyed the camp, advising the troops and freemen to coexist peacefully. In both of his lifetimes, he had never engaged in such audacious behavior, and he remained uncertain whether he could accomplish this extraordinary feat. Thus, he did not carry the Valyrian steel curved blade nor his fiery red warhorse. The moon and stars cast their light upon the swaying shadows of the trees, rendering the night ethereal and hazy, suffused with an eerie glow. Under the congregation of the stars, Mongo mounted a mottled warhorse laden with packages and equipment, making his way along the Valyrian road towards Sihoro town. However, he appeared somewhat comical at that moment, draped in a deep black cloak borrowed from the bachelor, which was regrettably too small, failing to cover his rear and constricting his breathing. The only solace in this meager journey was that, with the assistance of the reins of the spirited steed, the small horse could at least bear him for an extended gallop. He dared not envision the dreadful spectacle of the horse collapsing mid-journey, forcing him to carry the small creature in a desperate sprint. Should anyone witness his predicament, what legendary tales might arise from this absurdity? Thus, beneath the gentle caress of the cool night breeze, he traversed the marshlands and galloped for several miles, guiding his steed toward the northern town of Siholo. After enduring a day of relentless sun in the vast wilderness, the terrain remained relatively even, and the warhorse galloped freely, reveling in its speed. Before long, Mongo found himself deep within the wilds, where no structures or inhabitants could be found. Indeed, there was no imposing battalion of Dothraki cavalry trailing behind him, which led him to perceive this adventure as not so dire after all. At the very least, he no longer had to bear the weight of responsibility for others, nor the obligation to protect anyone. Chapter 72. The secret passage of Sihoro town. Silence enveloped the surroundings as the eastern horizon began to shimmer with the first light of dawn, cautiously illuminating the azure sky. I have arrived a tad too late, Mongo murmured to himself. At that moment, he stood atop a hill densely adorned with trees, his gaze fixed upon the clustered towers and sandstone walls of Sihoro town in the distance. Exhausted from his relentless journey, his cloak, soaked by the night's dampness, clung limply to his skin, while his warhorse, equally fatigued, stumbled with each weary step. Yet, the first rays of dawn were about to grace the earth, casting a rosy hue over the world, rendering everything distinct. How could he possibly infiltrate undetected now? Mongo was disinclined to linger for another day, especially since he was unfamiliar with the methods of a thief. He retrieved a map from his satchel, aligning the positions of Sihoro town and the Lone River, in search of an unknown thicket. After a brief moment, he lifted his head, astonished by the surroundings, only to find that the woods depicted on the map were nowhere in sight. The only plausible location was the small, tree-covered hill upon which he stood, likely the very entrance to the secret passage. Fortuitously, the hill was not particularly large, and Mongo quickly scoured its entirety. He made several rounds, yet he could not even find a mouse hole. As he gazed at the golden morning light and the vividly crimson sky, he resolved to rest in the vicinity. Since departing from Somel, he had not properly nourished himself to regain his strength. He concealed himself within a relatively dense thicket, where the ground remained slightly moist. Before he could even retrieve his food, He watched as a gentle breeze dislodged droplets of water from the leaves. Suddenly realizing that the recent storm had washed away all traces, effectively eliminating any hope of a breakfast, Mogo unsheathed the massive curved blade from his mount and began to carefully probe the hill. Given the proximity to Siholo town, he prioritized searching in more concealed areas to avoid arousing suspicion. After a while, the sound of metal striking would suddenly emanated from beneath his feet. He attempted to thrust down forcefully a few more times, producing the same sensation and sound. Immediately, he halted his search, gripping the curved blade tightly as he began to clear the earth from the surface. Before long, a locked wooden panel appeared before him, bearing several distinct knife marks. Without hesitation, he forcefully smashed the iron lock, lifting the panel to reveal a dark, gaping hole, wide enough to accommodate 3 individuals walking side by side. However, rather than impulsively leaping down, he carefully surveyed the area for any anomalies. Lighting 2 torches, he tossed one into the depths of the passage. The flame extinguished instantaneously, suggesting it had encountered water. With no other option, he remained in place for a while before raising the other torch and crouching to leap into the darkness. Steadying himself, Mogo searched deeper under the torchlight. The ground of the passage was exceedingly muddy, with sludge engulfing his calves, rendering movement arduous. After laboriously traversing a slight downward slope, he found the soaked and extinguished torch. As he ventured deeper into the secret passage, the water had risen to his waist. However, given his stature, it was not yet insurmountable. After a considerable while, he finally set foot on a dry incline, where human footprints were still discernible. Following the trail upward, he ultimately discovered a massive stone door blocking his path. Despite pressing every mechanism like marking, his efforts proved futile. It seems my strength has finally found its purpose. Though the commotion is rather excessive, Mogo mused, exerting all his might to push the stone door open. He then extinguished his torch, retrieved a curved dagger embedded in the ground, and cautiously stepped inside. The walls were adorned with numerous oil lamps, illuminating the space as if it were daylight. The air was thick with the aroma of fermenting bread, and the floor and shelves were meticulously arranged with many sealed wooden barrels. Covered with a thick layer of yellow oilcloth, it was evident that this was a functioning wine cellar. Pray tell, was it the widow by the water who sent you? Suddenly, a familiar voice in Dothraki emerged from behind the barrels. Indeed, Mogo replied, gripping his dagger tightly and surveying his surroundings. I am the widow's son. The tiger cloak army of Siholo has barricaded all the streets. It is perilously dangerous outside. She dispatched me to guide you here. Luckily, I arrived. I have been waiting for 2 days. As he spoke, a burly man with a disheveled beard and tousled orange hair emerged, securing his long sword back to his belt as he approached. Are you alone? No army? The man eyed Mogo with wide eyes, his tone serious. For he had never encountered someone of such formidable size. At present, it is just me, Mogo replied, unwilling to divulge too much to a stranger. He lowered his dagger and continued. The widow conveyed a message to me, stating that there exists a hidden passage to the docks of Siholo. Yet she did not inform me that someone would await my arrival. I am Duncan, the man interjected, and you have now reached the terminus of the secret passage. This is the stone inn of Siholo. To reach the docks through the river gate is not as simple as you might have imagined. I know the way. I am the living passage. Duncan refrained from probing further into the matter of numbers or elaborating on his own presence there, instead directly imparting all necessary information, which brought a sense of reassurance to Mogo. Subsequently, Duncan escorted him to the inn's suite, kindly providing warm water to cleanse the mud, as well as steaming food and sweet wine. This marked Mogo's first experience of civil society since arriving in this world, and it was also the first time he felt an overwhelming fatigue throughout his body, prompting a nostalgic yearning for his former life. He had anticipated a grueling adventure. Yet here he was, resting comfortably in a stone house for an entire day. As darkness approached, he followed Duncan out of the inn, now clad in fresh attire and a cloak. However, his immense stature could not be concealed, and the hair cascading down his back swayed from side to side. He strolled along the bustling street, drawing the inquisitive gazes of all who passed, their eyes fixated upon his figure. However, upon noticing Duncan, who guided him ahead, no soldier dared to approach and inquire. The moon had yet to ascend, casting a dim light over the surroundings as they arrived at a secluded riverbank. This place was enveloped by reeds, with countless insects fluttering about, clearly indicating that no one was concealed in this tranquil haven. Chapter 73, The Right Path. As twilight descended, the brilliant lights upon the river's surface gradually faded away, leaving only the gentle sound of flowing water dancing in the air, infused with the fresh fragrance of reeds. Ah! It evoked the sense of my childhood. Mogo mused, lifting his gaze to the stars sparkling with resplendent white light above. At that moment, a melodic call echoed from the river, resembling a song. The sailors shouted their chants while rowing, the tune lacking in beauty. And Mogo could not discern whether there was any profound meaning in their words. Soon, a rowing warship broke through the night, approaching the shore. And he recognized the figures of the sailors. It was the enslaved soldiers of Volantis. If not for their smiles and the friendly greeting from the brawny Duncan, Mogo would have felt he had foolishly stumbled into a trap. All right, hurry aboard. A man, presumably the captain, called out. Whoever you brought across the river, please inform the widow by the water that I have settled my debt with her. What a marvelous feeling. Duncan leapt onto the warship via the gangplank, jesting with the man. Welcome to my domain. The captain opened his arms wide, embracing him rather forcefully. Thank you for your assistance, Duncan replied, his chest feeling a bit constricted, his words somewhat unclear. Amid their banter, Mogo had also boarded the ship, his face obscured by a tightly drawn hood, rendering him unapproachable. The Lorne River was the widest on the eastern continent. Numerous tributaries increased its flow, and standing at its banks while mounted on horseback, one would perceive it as a furious torrent, nearly insurmountable. Yet, once aboard the rowing warship, the crossing seemed trivial, achieved in a fleeting moment. Disembarking was equally facilitated by a gangplank, as sailors held bright lanterns to illuminate the shore. Mogo and Duncan carefully made their way across one after the other. The captain forcefully tossed their belongings onto the river bank, then leaned over the railing, shouting, "The river has risen significantly of late, and its current is swift. We've veered off course. If you wish to reach your intended destination, you must head north for a stretch." Hush! Hush! Duncan signaled for quiet, as cavalry often patrolled the river bank. After surveying their surroundings, he reassuredly replied, "You are truly a good man. I appreciate your kindness. Farewell, my friend." They promptly set off northward, where their prearranged horses awaited. Before long, Duncan located the two black horses tethered amidst the trees, marked as per their plan. He inspected the saddlebag filled with bean cakes, extracting a piece to feed the horses, while gently stroking their heads, yearning to forge a bond. Upon turning around again, he discovered Mogo already mounted on one of the horses, which stood obediently still, neither frolicking nor resisting, as docile as a wooden post. After finishing a bean cake, Duncan finally achieved his long-cherished dream of mounting his horse. He gazed at Mogo and, with a smile, remarked, "Indeed, you are a true man of the horse, my friend. Your stature is certainly not that of an ordinary Dothraki. Perhaps once you have completed your mission, you shall personally inform me that you are the legendary liberator of slaves." With that, he reached out to touzle his own voluminous hair and beard. Mogo looked at the scars on Duncan's face, remnants of a slave's struggle for freedom, and replied in a booming voice, "Duncan, the man standing before you is none other than Mogo, the king of the Dothraki, the very liberator of slaves you speak of." "I knew it was you," exclaimed the robust man, excitedly patting his horse's back and turning in circles with the reins. After a considerable time, he gradually regained his composure, dismounted, and bowed deeply to Mogo, sincerely stating, "To the great Mogo Khal, I, Duncan Jeffries of the Tyroshi, pay my respects. May your benevolence illuminate the entire world. Might I accompany you on your mission? It would be my honor to travel alongside you." Mogo regarded Duncan seriously and shook his head. Noticing the look of disappointment and sorrow on Duncan's face, he exclaimed, "If I required assistance, there are tens of thousands of troops waiting across the river. However, I lack sufficient ships to transport them all. If only a few dozen or 100 accompany me, I could survive alone, but I could never ensure their safe return." "Then allow me to accompany you to Velisa town. It is the necessary route to Valenthis town, and I can wait there to assist you," Duncan eagerly replied, clearly having prepared for this moment. "Who knows how long it will be before I have another chance to fight alongside a legendary figure." "No," Mogo interjected. "I shall not return to Sihol town, and thus I will not pass through Velisa town again. In fact, you should hasten back now and not follow me. If fate permits, we shall meet again, and I hope that at that time, you will still be willing to fight for me." As soon as he finished speaking, Mogo turned his horse southward, seeing Duncan unwilling to part ways, attempting to mount and follow him. Mogo swiftly drew his curved blade and struck it against the back of Duncan's horse. The startled steed bolted into the distance, leaving the strong man behind. There are many paths leading to Valenthis town, but the most direct and easily traversable route is to proceed straight along the Lorne River. However, this path is fraught with patrolling cavalry and potential enemy ambushes. With careful consideration, guided by knowledge and years of experience, Mongo embarked on the correct course. For speed in warfare is paramount, thus he chose the swiftest route. For a considerable period after parting from Duncan, all went smoothly for Mongo, with no unforeseen events occurring until he spotted a campfire flickering by the roadside. With the aid of the firelight and his extraordinary vision, he discerned a throng of mercenaries gathered in the camp, laughing heartily and stomping their feet, oblivious to their activities. Scattered nearby were overturned wagons, luggage strewn haphazardly about. All turned into a chaotic mess. When they beheld Mongo riding towards them, a portion of the mercenaries exhibited indifference, while others exchanged glances, hastily mounting their steeds and drawing their swords in readiness. As he approached, they discerned a remarkably towering figure seated upon the horse, wielding a massive curved blade. Had they the chance to relive the moment, they would undoubtedly have chosen to flee earlier and farther. Alas, the conclusion of this tale had already been irrevocably determined. In the end, when they endeavored to charge forth and seize their adversary, they discovered, to their dismay, that they were, in fact, the ones utterly defenseless. Chapter 74. Reckless charge on a night reminiscent of black velvet. The moon cast an eerie glow through the misty clouds. Marachio Magaya, the leader of the Tiger Party, wandered alone through the silent camp, feeling inexplicably troubled as he gazed at the blue and white fort banner fluttering in the wind. He turned his gaze towards the distant direction of Volantis, where everything melded into the black horizon, his homeland, a sanctuary of comfort and peace. Perhaps the Golden Company would arrive just in time for the next sunset. After the signing of the agreement, he could lead his troops back to Volantis to quell the rebellion and participate in the gubernatorial election with a sense of assurance. However, as these thoughts crossed his mind, Marachio shook his head. Ever since the Tiger Party's defeat in the Bloody Century, each successive leader had proven less capable than the last. The youth resembled toothless tigers, quiet and docile, even reluctant to partake in his clandestine plans. A gentle breeze swept through the camp, chilling the night air. Marachio shivered and quickened his pace towards the command tent. His mind was filled with visions of Volantis' resurgence. He was resolute in believing he was guiding it down the right path, despite the treacherous and rugged nature of that journey. Inside the tent, Marachio lay quietly on his bed, slipping into a restless sleep. He dreamt of terrifying scenes he had never witnessed or even imagined. He found himself trapped in towering clouds, with an abyss of unfathomable darkness beneath him, surrounded by the deep night. As he leaned forward to peer into the gloom, he beheld the legendary Governor Belisariel meeting a horrific demise at the hands of a giant, consumed by its monstrous appetite. Upon reaching this point in his dream, Marachio awoke abruptly, drenched in sweat. In his daze, he seemed to hear the terrifying laughter of the giant echoing in the darkness, leaving him shivering beneath the blanket, anxious about whether this nightmare might become reality. The campfire flickered with a crimson light, illuminating a small area amidst the profound darkness beyond. How many soldiers were present? Which tent concealed Marachio? Moola pulled the rope tight around the mercenary's neck, forcing him to kneel before him, inquiring in broken Valyrian. The mercenary, a cross-eyed man from Mill named Lento Bazzi, was the commander of the Windblown, a band of mercenaries Marachio had encountered on his journey. Proficient with the crossbow, Bazzi had left a scar on Marachio during their skirmish, marking him as his sole prisoner. 2,000 cavalry and infantry from the Windblown, alongside Volantis' enslaved soldiers, were stationed in the town of Vylansis, with the governor residing in the largest command tent. After divulging all pertinent information, Bazzi pitifully pleaded with Moola. "I am at your service. Please grant me your mercy." "Mercy? Surely you harbor some ulterior motive. There must be vital secrets you have concealed from me," Moola retorted, circling behind the mercenary, brandishing his curved knife. No. I have shared all the intelligence I possess with you, Prince Lanius, Melis, the frog." Bazzi prostrated himself on the ground, listing every notable figure from the Windblown in a desperate bid for his life. "Indeed, I am aware that you are a brigand, a traitor, a murderer. I have witnessed you plunder and slay 13 wandering merchants and farmers. Now, I pronounce your death sentence." Mongo confirmed the accuracy of the intelligence and, disregarding the mercenary's futile defenses, severed his head with a swift stroke. He then tethered his steed in the woods, shouldered a bag of weapons, and strode directly towards the encampment. The night was shrouded in darkness, as if an endless inkwell had been poured across the sky. As Baki had instructed, the stars and moon were obscured, and the patrols of soldiers increased, marching in disciplined formation within the camp. Taking advantage of the cover of night, Mongo stealthily infiltrated the camp. A flicker of light revealed 2 daggers gleaming ominously as they pierced the throats of 2 sentries from behind. causing them to tremble and fall helplessly to the ground. Yet, between every two tents, a vigilant sentinel stood guard. The soldiers in the nearby tents soon detected Mongo's unmistakable silhouette, their screams echoing in panic as they scattered in all directions. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The piercing cries reverberated throughout the camp. Indeed, I possess no talent for stealth. Mongo mused inwardly, discarding his daggers and drawing the curved blade strapped to his back. Before the enemy could comprehend the unfolding chaos, he sprinted toward the commander's tent. He seized any burning object within reach, hurling it toward the canvas tents. Igniting flames as thick smoke billowed toward the night sky. The mercenaries poured from their tents, the entire camp descended into tumult, stumbling over one another and collapsing in disarray. Resembling a herd of horses roasting over an open fire. Extinguish the flames! Hurry! Hurry! Where is the enemy? In their panic, when the mercenaries realized the assailant was but a single individual, they quickly regained their composure. With voices as rough as iron, they cursed and mocked, unleashing a cacophony of chilling laughter as they swiftly formed an offensive line and charged at Mongo. Before long, the foremost mercenary swung his sword, only to be astonished to find that their blades could not pierce the full skin. He appeared as an indomitable warrior clad in steel armor. The curved blade gleamed with a deadly brilliance in the darkness. With no alternative, they desperately attempted to abandon their weapons, striving to evade the blade, but could only utter cries of despair before meeting their end. In the midst of the fray, Mongo surged forward, blood clouding his vision. Each swing of his blade felled several adversaries. The encircling mercenaries sensed an anomaly, hearing the clash of metal and witnessing the relentless fall of their comrades. Gritting their teeth, the mercenaries pounded their shields, their steps synchronized as they formed a tightly knit formation, advancing slowly forward. Crossbowmen, prepare! A mercenary with flaxen hair shouted. The rest of you, wait until he comes close, then strike at his eyes. Upon hearing the fervent cry, Mongo let out a furious roar, forcefully breaking through the enemies that surrounded him and charging toward the white-haired mercenary. He understood that the crossbow posed a significant threat to him, thus, he believed that only in a crowded area could he ensure his safety. Moreover, it was imperative to create chaos throughout the entire camp as swiftly as possible. Chapter 75. The fall of the Empire. Mongo found himself with no alternative. He despised the precarious situation before him. With every ounce of strength, he charged into the shield wall, his curved dagger spilling crimson in the widened eyes of the mercenaries. The front rows of soldiers barely had time to utter a gasp before they were shattered into pieces. Steady! Steady! The mercenaries behind him let out hoarse cries of fury, straining with all their might to maintain formation, yet they were relentlessly forced backward, their footing faltering, causing those at the rear to stumble and collapse. Soon, chaos reigned once more as the curved dagger, already stained with the blood of battle, remained lethally effective in Mongo's hands. Those who came too close suffered grievous wounds. His speed was extraordinary. As an axe swung towards him, he seized the assailant's wrist, twisting it with such force that a sickening crack echoed. He then swiftly grasped the opponent's arm, hurling him aside, toppling several others and clearing a path, before rolling into the campfire. The fierce flames extinguished with a puff, a plume of grey smoke ascending, while embers scattered in all directions. Moments later, the fire roared back to life, intensifying. In the flickering light, Mongo glimpsed a massive tent heavily guarded by numerous warriors, and he could hear the hurried footsteps of many approaching this very spot. An idea struck him. Inspired by the recent throw, he grasped the nearest mercenary, shouting as he forcefully propelled him forward, much like a boulder launched from a catapult, creating another gap among the adversaries. The enemies, tumbling to the ground, revealed the flaxen-haired mercenary commander, who was attempting to organize an attack. He stood frozen, as if lifeless, his face contorted in terror and sweat glistening upon his brow. Mongo roared, expelling his pent-up frustration, and charged directly at the white-haired mercenary, his dagger carving a powerful arc that cleaved the man in two. The gruesome sight sent the mercenaries into a frenzy, their cries of panic echoing as they scrambled to their feet, turning to retreat, frantically shoving their comrades who ran beside them. Mongo discarded his dagger, retrieving a massive sword from the weapon pouch on his back, an armament he had seized from a band of mercenaries encountered earlier. He had no intention of pursuing the fleeing soldiers. His singular aim was the Tiger Party's commander, Malakar Magaya. It was evident that the man was still hidden within the command tent, as an increasing number of newly arrived mercenaries refrained from attacking Mongo, instead banding together to fortify the tent's defenses. Though he could not fully comprehend the words of the opposing commander, he recognized that every utterance echoed a single name, Magaya. Malakar, Malakar, I must be swift, or the reinforcements from Violences will emerge. Mogo muttered to himself. With one hand dragging the colossal sword and the other grasping the charred corpse from the flames, Mogo strode purposefully towards the commander's tent. Impervious to the meager flames that posed no real harm to him. The sight, however, was utterly terrifying, causing the mercenaries stationed around the tent to stir with unease. Never before had they encountered a man unafraid of fire. As Mogo approached the tent, he exerted all his strength to hurl the body aside, instantly throwing the previously orderly defensive unit into disarray. Even though the embers on the corpse had extinguished, panic ensued as individuals scrambled to evade the horror. My hand! My hand! The alarm sounded, and the formation was re-established. Seizing the opportunity, Mogo charged forward once more, leaving the frontline mercenaries feeling as though their arms might be severed. He surged left and right, toppling mercenaries to the ground. His sword swung menacingly, and blood sprayed forth, causing enemies on either side to fall in swift succession. The windblown Red Prince was known for his stringent command, yet this night, he was absent from the camp. Not all mercenaries were valiant, some were cowardly and selfish. Faced with such a gruesome spectacle, these men, fearing for their lives, abandoned their posts in a frantic escape, plunging the entire formation into chaos. This night, the sergeant in charge of the infantry was Shove Henchford, a man equally greedy and timid. Once the treasurer of the Windblown, he had been dismissed for embezzling funds. And as punishment, the prince had severed 3 of his fingers. Stop! Maintain formation! Stop, or the prince's wrath will consume you all. Shove Henchford stomped his foot in frustration, calling out to the fleeing mercenaries, but the disheartened soldiers were too terrified to halt their flight. Realizing his calls bore no fruit and instead attracted Mogo's attention, he felt a chill run down his spine, his legs weakening beneath him. The thought of imminent death lingered in his mind, and without hesitation, he abandoned his command position to join the retreating throng. Without their leader, the tent's defense faltered under Mogo's relentless assault. Staggering backward as their shouts grew fainter and their numbers dwindled, eventually swallowed by the ominous figure, becoming mere shadows of blood upon the dark earth. The giant drew nearer, his silhouette illuminated by the flames, and though it was the sweltering heat of summer, Malakar shivered as he closed his eyes, not from fear, but from uncertainty about whether his grand ambitions could endure. He began to ponder who among the Tiger Party might inherit his legacy, should his successor falter. What fate awaited Volantis? Such thoughts left him feeling desolate and hollow. It became clear to him that even with lofty aspirations, noble character, and the support he desired, without a suitable successor, his endeavors would ultimately lead to naught. Mogo paid no heed to these musings, which were perhaps Malakar's lament or his final words, delivering his colossal sword mercilessly into the man's chest before turning away. The blazing flames swiftly engulfed the commander's tent. Malakar's legs could no longer support him. He collapsed to the ground, his body rigid and cold, lying there in silence as the scenes of his life seemed to flow away before his eyes. A warm breeze brushed against his face, and he felt as though he was drifting further away from the earth. Uncontrollably, he closed his eyes, his fists clenched tightly. Never to loosen until death. Chapter 76. Pursuit and ambush. After Mogo dispatched the Tiger Party's governor, Malachio Magaya, he set fire to the commander's tent and then retraced his steps in the direction from whence he came. At that moment, the camp had transformed into a raging inferno. A dizzying chaos enveloped him as embers and smoke wafted through the air, rendering it nearly impossible to breathe and obscuring his vision. The world spun around him, all sides indistinguishable, devoid of any landmarks to guide him, save for the ground beneath his feet. Soon, the smoke clouded his vision, and he found himself lost in the sea of flames, unable to discern the path he had taken to enter the camp. Suddenly, a frantic tolling of bells from the town of Volantis jolted him back to focus. He promptly closed his eyes and dashed away from the direction of the sound. He ran until the heat of the flames no longer reached him and opened his eyes to a pitch-black void. For an extended period, Mogo remained motionless, his clothes reduced to ashes by the fire. However, the jingling bells behind him reassured him that his hair remained intact, yet this thought only deepened his sense of embarrassment. After a prolonged search, he managed to locate his horse tethered in the woods. Fortunately, a cloak lay within the saddlebag, and he soon stumbled upon a broad sword hidden in the nearby thicket. This slender blade, part of the earlier confiscated armaments, was exquisitely crafted but only suited for thrusting, rendering it ineffective in close combat. Thus, he had concealed it here. Mogo drew the sword, its pale, faint glow cutting through the darkness, providing him with a means of defense should he encounter an adversary. Should he return, the enemy was surely scouring the area. Hiding here for a while? It would be best to avoid that. Amidst the chaos, it was the ideal moment for Ulf and the others to assist him. He resolved to set off. With that thought, Mogo mounted his steed, clutching the cloak with one hand and riding southward, guided by the sound of the bells from Valances. As the location was in close proximity to the dock where the warship lay, he veered away from the eastern direction of the Lone River, opting instead for a slight deviation to the west. The journey through the night seemed interminable, yet he dared not pause, compelled to forge ahead relentlessly. Abruptly, he halted, concentrating intently as faint sounds of rushing water reached his ears from the left front, suggesting proximity. It appeared he had arrived at the fork of the Lone River. Mogo thought to himself, urging his horse onward toward the sound. As the rush of water grew nearer, he heightened his vigilance, his body taut like a drum bowstring, meticulously scanning his surroundings for any signs or hints. The river whispered through the dry grass, and Mogo's hearing sharpened in the still, dark night, allowing him to detect anomalies that did not belong in this place. He leaned low over his horse's back, using his peripheral vision to monitor the waterway ahead. Suddenly, the ominous click of a crossbow mechanism flashed through his mind, sending a shiver down his spine. Drawing upon a surge of instinctual strength and resolve, he leaped backward. In an instant, the stallion emitted a chilling cry that froze the blood, as countless crossbow bolts pierced its body. At that very moment, hundreds of torches ignited ahead, their light searing to Mogo's eyes after prolonged exposure to darkness, nearly blinding him. "Shield up, crossbowman, load!" a hoarse female voice commanded. Mogo blinked forcefully, and finally discerned a cadre of mercenaries, fully armed and wielding crossbows, their crossbowmen unwavering in their vigilance, shielded by massive barriers against potential attacks. At the forefront stood the commander, a figure clad in armor, astride a formidable warhorse, with only a pair of icy eyes visible, glinting with a menacing light. According to the intelligence provided by the mercenary Bazzi, this individual was none other than Melis, the interrogator and a member of the Windblown. Despite her title as a beauty, she bore no semblance of allure, either in form or essence, before joining the Windblown. She had been subjected to cruel treatment by nearly half the members of another mercenary band, which had rendered her methods exceedingly ruthless. Indeed, Melis harbored a deep-seated hatred for assailants and deserters alike. She had executed the infantry commander, Shofu Henford, with unsparing severity, pondering how she might torment Mogo for a month before his demise. As a trusted confidant of the Reddit Prince, she had been privy to his disclosures regarding Mara Chow, who would be compensated with pentos, with a stipulation in their agreement to ensure the safety of their employer. In truth, the deaths of numerous members were inconsequential, however. With Mara Chao's fall, the future and reputation of the Windblown had been irrevocably tarnished overnight. These thoughts lingered relentlessly in Melis's mind, her fury uncontainable, her voice laced with hatred and despair as she screamed, "I curse you to a wretched end." The crossbowmen unleashed their bolts. As her words echoed, the crossbows unleashed their projectiles like serpents spitting venom, the bolts shimmering with a ghostly light as they hurtled toward Mogo. He bent low, his body taut, weaving through the withered grass to evade the onslaught. Moments later, silence enveloped the surroundings, yet, for Melis, relaxation was out of the question. From the terrified screams and curses of the fleeing soldiers, she discerned that the enemy seemed capable of withstanding iron weaponry, though she had not witnessed it firsthand. She remained cautious. "Crossbowmen, load, infantry, advance for cover." As the orders rang out, Mogo peered through the gaps in the grass, realizing the command was not a ruse to lure him into the open. Seizing the opportunity while the crossbowmen were reloading, he rose and sprinted forth. The effective range of a crossbow could reach 350 yards. He was too close to the crossbowmen to escape, yet the reloading process took time. Drawing his bravo sword, he charged toward the enemy. "Watch out, he's coming!" Melis bellowed, her voice piercing the air. Mogo's heart raced as he collided with the massive shield, which splintered outward. Now it was his turn to strike. He hammered relentlessly at the foes before him, his fists overpowering their armor. With every blow, an enemy would crumple, contorting in agony as they fell. As the infantry realized they could not impede the advance of the giant, an overwhelming sense of dread compelled the crossbowmen to abandon their positions and retreat hastily. Mogo let out a thunderous shout, lunging forward to strike at the enemy with a flurry of sword thrusts. The infantry suffered heavy casualties and quickly faltered. He propelled himself into the midst of the crossbowmen, wielding the slender bravo sword as if it were a broadsword, and with each arc of his blade, more lifeless bodies adorned the ground. "Infantry, advance! Crossbowmen, retreat! Quickly!" Melis shouted to the ensnared crossbowmen, urging them not to linger in place. She was horrified to discover, just as the fleeing soldiers had claimed, that this foe's body was as impenetrable as steel. Even their sharpest blades could not pierce his skin. The crossbowmen scattered in panic, retreating in disarray. Most still shaken and unsteady on their feet, while Mogo relentlessly swung his fine sword, pushing forward against the enemy. Amidst this chaos, Melis's frantic mind struggled to perceive that the giant was indeed closing the distance between them, yet she continued to command the infantry to mount a counterattack. Eventually, Mogo felt the time had come to act decisively. He charged toward the source of the voice and seized Melis by her belt, forcefully yanking her from her steed. The slender sword gleamed with a cold light as it found its way through the seams of her armor, piercing her eye socket. A horrific scream echoed along the banks of the Lone River as Melis emitted ghastly sounds, cursing the towering giant before her and the mercenaries who hesitated. Yet, no one dared to approach. They had come to understand Mogo's formidable prowess. A ship appeared upon the river's surface, signaling the arrival of reinforcements, and the mercenaries erupted in jubilant cheers. Just one ship? What good is that? Even if they arrive, they will surely be slaughtered, someone muttered impatiently. And the cheers abruptly ceased. Standing atop the beautiful woman's head, Mogo gazed into the distance, recognizing it as a rowing vessel, approximately 30 yards from the shore. Its bow illuminated by an oil lamp. The light revealed slave sailors straining to paddle towards them. He pressed down hard on Melis's chest until a significant dent formed in her armor. Then, he whistled sharply towards the rowing boat. The great Mogo Khal, at your service. Learned B.S. Porter. Chapter 77, an all-encompassing approach. A whirlwind stirred up the sand, swirling like yellow smoke rising from the ground. The unrelenting sun blazed like a flame, tempering the golden skulls adorning the military flag. This place was a battleground of incessant conflict, and the banner belonged to the Golden Regiment. Since the day they breached the pact with Meal, the morale of the entire army had sunk dramatically. Colonel Harry's impassioned speeches and the battle cry of gold above, cold iron below failed to rouse spirits. Fortunately, the soldiers remained tethered to the promise of gold made by Volantis, persevering through the swirling sands and the similarly twisted desolation of hills as they advanced towards the town of Violences. As time meandered on, the undergrowth thickened beneath their feet, and the trees grew increasingly lush. They eventually arrived at a wooded area, and the transformation brought them considerable joy. The rows of trees, akin to an infinite canopy held by some deity, shielded them from the scorching sun, ushering in a refreshing breeze that revealed new vistas. The treetops swayed gently in the caress of the wind, and exhaustion enveloped everyone. When the proposal for rest came from the brothers within the regiment, Colonel Harry Strickland wholeheartedly concurred with their notions of setting up camp. At that moment, he dispatched several scouts to hasten to Violences, seeking clarity on the current state of the conflict there. The mercenaries, upon receiving the order to encamp, jubilantly departed their makeshift quarters, rushing into the depths of the forest in pursuit of the culinary delights they had envisioned in dreams. After considerable toil, trees were felled, and the ground was cleared to create an open space, culminating in the delightful sight of skewers of aromatic meat sizzling over a campfire. When the scouts, breathless and riding hard, returned, they were met with a scene of camaraderie. The soldiers had formed a circle, joyously singing, relishing their feast, and celebrating in revelry. The intoxicating aroma of roasted meat, however, did not hinder the scouts' urgency. They swiftly dismounted and burst into the commander's tent, delivering the devastating news of Governor Maraccio of Volantis' demise in battle. As the words settled, all the senior officers rose in unison, and upon confirming the tragic tidings, their spirits plummeted, their bodies rendered cold and powerless as if under a spell. Hearing the revelry outside, one individual, consumed by fury, charged into the throng of soldiers, kicking the roasting spit, sending sparks exploding from the campfire, plunging the scene into an abyss of silence. After a brief interlude, Colonel Harry Strickland gradually regained his composure. Unleashing a torrent of frustration in furious outbursts, he stumbled over tables and chairs, crashing to the ground, only to rise again, bloodied yet defiant. His actions drawing the attention of nearly every soldier in the camp. Ultimately, the white-haired archer commander, Hackbach, intervened, restraining the colonel from his frantic behavior, and promptly convened all senior officers to deliberate on their future course. They took their seats, and Sir Tristan Holm, the commander as confidant, spoke first. I am utterly weary of Illyrio's plans, that ever-changing scheme he concocts monthly. This time, the rotund fellow wants us to tear up our agreement with Mir. And what has come of it? Another shattered dream. The Golden Company has been left with nothing but a tarnished reputation. What does this have to do with Illyrio? This decision is an internal matter of the Golden Company, is it not? Are we not here for the weighty gold that rivals our commander? The intelligence officer, Lansono Mal, swayed frivolously, his purple-painted fingers gesturing delicately as he softly opposed, a Lysini with lilac eyes and silvery hair, adorned with pearls and amethysts on his earlobes. Often mistaken for a woman at first glance, Sir Tristan cast a disdainful glance at Lancelot Mel. Despite his Targaryen-like appearance, the man's demeanor was thoroughly displeasing to him, making him think that should he resemble such a figure, perhaps death would be preferable. However, observing the softening attitudes of those around him, he chose not to continue the quarrel, for they all understood the underlying reasons. His reminder had already served to absolve Commander Harry Strickland of responsibility. At that moment, Commander of Archers, Hebak, rose once more, gravely stating, "What we ought to discuss now is the future course for our brethren and how we might recover from this mission's losses." Someone attempted to mediate, and amidst the forest's tranquil ambience, a genuine discussion concerning the Golden Company's future commenced. Valentis has 3 magistrates, with only Malachar dead. Perhaps the others would still be willing to employ us. Don't hold your breath. I wager they won't regard mercenaries with any esteem. Would you like me to demonstrate? Perhaps we could raid a few nearby towns to offset our losses. Though it would require some fighting, it would be worthwhile, if they can offer such a hefty reward. I bet those towns must be quite affluent. Let us not forget the warlord Mongol who slew Malachar. Valentis is currently his pastor. According to our scouts, he has triumphed over the once mighty Drogo clan, commanding nearly 100,000 cavalry. Upon the utterance of this last remark, a heavy silence enveloped the assembly, none daring to guarantee they could snatch a morsel from the jaws of a ferocious tiger and emerge unscathed. Seeing the high-ranking officials gathered, unable to conceive of alternative solutions, Harry Strickland realized it was time for him to take action to restore his standing. He understood that the notion of pillaging towns, though it may seem unappealing, was a proposal he must pursue at all costs. For the circumstances left him no option to retreat. He could only press forward, even if it meant compounding his errors. Except for himself and the treasurer, no one else grasped the gravity of the situation. The weight of the army's collective mood was heavy. Having failed to secure the payment from Mir, he had already significantly reduced the weight of their supplies. If they did not accomplish the task in Valentis, they would soon find themselves in dire straits, bereft of sustenance. Recalling these matters, the desperate Harry Strickland, with no other choice, summoned his courage in a moment of urgency and declared, "I have a plan, no, 2 plans. Firstly, we might proceed to Valentis to negotiate a compensation with the other governors. After all, Malachar is one of their own. Having promised to enter into a contract with the Golden Company and to pay a penalty for any breach, it is entirely reasonable. If they refuse, we can resort to threats of pillaging, for they must simultaneously contend with the onslaught of the King of the Mountains. I am confident the governors will acquiesce." Noticing that everyone else had closed their eyes, feigning rest, only Tristan Riverwind displayed disbelief, yet he maintained his self-satisfied demeanor and remarked, "Of course, this sum may not suffice to offset our losses. My second plan is to secure the compensation from Valentis and then forge a new agreement with the King of the Mountains. The Dothraki lacked ships. Had they possessed them, they would not have sent only King Mogo to raid Malachar. Thus, we can align ourselves with the King of the Mountains, who could threaten the eastern banks of the Rhine, while we conduct our plundering on the western shore. Once successful, the Golden Company shall present him with half of the spoils as a token of gratitude." Chapter 78, Betrayal of Hearts. In the pivotal meeting concerning the future direction of the Golden Company, the other high-ranking officials presented no viable proposals. Ultimately, they unanimously resolved to adopt the plan proposed by their leader, Harry Strickland, aiming to venture to the eastern banks of the Lorne River in search of new opportunities. Even though the mercenaries were oblivious to the dire circumstances that could lead to their starvation, they would nonetheless welcome the chance to pillage Valentis. This endeavor would not only compensate for their losses in the current mission but also serve to re-establish the Golden Company as a formidable military force, despite their tarnished reputation. After all, this was their army, their greatest reliance. The Golden Company made camp within the forest, biding their time for a glimmer of hope, while Harry Strickland, accompanied by his trusted confidants, hastened towards the town of Valences with relentless determination. As they approached the town, they coincidentally encountered the retreat of the Valentian forces, with the surrounding grounds teeming with enslaved soldiers. An air of despondency and lethargy permeated the atmosphere, and near the river bank, the enslaved lined up to board vessels, devoid of weapons or armor. Harry Strickland was unsettled by the ambience of Valences. The Valencians treated their enslaved warriors with the same disregard as they did their defeated captives. After much contemplation, he resolved to infiltrate the town through bribery, arriving at the dock just as the last warship was preparing to depart. Upon entering the dock, they encountered the wind-blown prince, who was issuing commands to his subordinates in eloquent High Valyrian, "Set sail now." They were escorted before the prince, who, despite the sorrow in his gaze and the evident discomfort on his countenance, could not suppress a cough upon seeing the weary and disheveled figures of Harry and the Golden Company. He feigned adherence to the niceties of decorum, sincerely inquiring about the purpose of their visit and whether he could be of assistance. However, Harry felt no sense of humiliation. With earnest conviction, he replied, "Your Highness, we have journeyed here through the relentless winds and scorching sun, famished and fatigued. Is this how the Valencians treat their guests? The Golden Company and the Windblown have both suffered tremendous losses in this endeavor. Are the governors so avaricious and miserly that they are unwilling to provide even a trifling compensation?" Such heartfelt grievances immediately resonated with the prince, who spoke softly. "Do you not see how the Valencians treat their slaves? Were it not for the Windblown still fighting for them, I would have long been in prison. You may accompany me aboard this warship to Valentis, to clarify your intentions to the governors." However, Harry, when did you learn to speak with such reason and courtesy? In response to the prince's skepticism, Harry remained tight-lipped about his underlying plans, appearing as though he had indeed undergone training in etiquette, expressing gratitude to the prince. "If you are unwilling to speak, I shall not press you. I merely hope your actions do not create complications for me. And do not forget, our interests align." Upon uttering these words, the prince commanded his subordinates to escort Harry and his companions aboard the warship, providing them with sustenance and water, yet forbidding them from carrying weapons or roaming freely on the vessel. Captain Harry remained in the crowded warship for an extended duration, silently enduring the distance growing between him and his true destination. On several occasions, he nearly attempted to slip away as the ship approached the shore. But he refrained from taking such risks, for disembarking midway would surely arouse the suspicions of Prince Laney. Indeed, without this warship, he could scarcely fathom where to find another vessel to cross the river. Thus he was left to wait in a state of helplessness. At last, after the sun had fully descended below the horizon, the warship reached Valentis. Harry took his leave from Prince Laney under the pretext of seeking an audience with the widow by the waterside associated with the House of Merchants. The prince immediately grew suspicious and dispatched his men to follow Harry and his party. Soon, however, he dismissed his doubts, for to his astonishment, Harry did indeed meet the waterside widow, who welcomed him warmly. The Golden Company had been eking out a living in disputed territories, rarely accepting employment from Valentis, resulting in their lack of intelligence in the area and having no clear channels to meet with the King of Ma. Harry was reluctant to confide in the widow, while simultaneously fearing exposure should Prince Laney encounter him. After enduring numerous setbacks, he found himself in a state of profound despondency, his temper fraying considerably. Prior to meeting Machiro, he even contemplated abandoning all plans concerning the king. At that moment, he could scarcely believe his ears, ultimately persuading himself that it was not an illusion. He sought refuge in a secluded corner of the hall, engaging in a lengthy discussion with the Red Priest. With Machiro's assistance, Harry was brought before Mungo Kael, who regarded him seriously and posed numerous inquiries. "Why have you and your Golden Company accepted employment from Valentis, having previously rejected Malacho?" asked Khal. "We have no desire to fight for Valentis, nor to oppose you," Harry replied. "This is all due to Governor Pentos, Illyrio Mopatis, who promised to return us home." Thereafter, Harry recounted the history of the Golden Company and Illyrio's plans, divulging everything without reservation. "You reveal this to me. What is it you seek now?" Khal inquired. "You have vanquished the formidable Drogo, whom even Illyrio fears. He commands 50,000 warriors, while you possess 100,000. I cannot conceive of anyone more powerful than you in this world. Only you can accomplish what both Cold Iron and Blackfire cannot, return us home. Yet this does not entirely serve your interests. I require further justification to trust you," Khal retorted. Harry fell silent, contemplating for a considerable time before gritting his teeth and responding, "I dare not trust Illyrio, for I have inadvertently learned of a secret agreement between him and the former commander, Miss Toyn. Yet no one has ever disclosed this arrangement to me since I assumed command. Do you suspect that they have reached an accord with other high-ranking officials in the Legion, secretly manipulating the Golden Company?" Indeed, the high-ranking officials, led by the intelligence officer Lancelot Mel, have been intentionally tarnishing my reputation. Moreover, Griffin, a loyal subordinate of the former commander Miss Toyn, was exiled before her demise. Had he not departed, I would not have ascended to the position of the new commander. The reasons for this are utterly absurd. Griffin, a man of honor, was disqualified for theft and subsequently met his demise inebriated in Lys. Your conjecture is astute. The theft was a fade, as was his death. Those who die heroically are remembered, while thieves, drunks, and cowards are shunned and swiftly forgotten. The dishonorable pretense of Griffin's death deceived all. With that said, Mogo, originating from another realm, immediately uncovered numerous clandestine pieces of information. In his youth, Illyrio traversed life alongside Varys, and now he stands as the wealthy governor of Pentos. Varys, known as the Spider, has risen to prominence as the master of whisperers in the Iron Throne's small council, a renowned espionage leader who clandestinely orchestrates the delicate balance of power among the Seven Kingdoms through myriad secrets and intelligence. Griffin is merely an alias. His true name is John Clinton, the elder brother of the Targaryen siblings and a close companion of Prince Rhaegar. When the Iron Throne fell, he fled to Essos with the infant, switched by Varys Rhaegar's son, Aegon Targaryen. He dyed both his and the child's hair blue, masquerading as Aegon's father while awaiting Varys and Illyrio's restoration plan. The candid scheme of Harry is intricately woven into Varys and Illyrio's conspiracy, aiming to reclaim the Iron Throne for the Targaryen bloodline. Although Mogo is unaware of whether they support Daenerys or Aegon, having never received explicit confirmation, he realizes that had Harry not sought him out, the Golden Company would have faced significant setbacks in Illyrio's plans, ultimately pledging allegiance to Aegon. Splendid! Mogo rose, smiling as he approached Harry Strickland. If you agree, I am willing to accept your loyalty, though presently, I refer solely to you. If you can fully command the Golden Company and lead them to pledge to me, there shall always be a place by my campfire for the Strickland family. I am willing, Harry replied, visibly relieved, fidgeting with his thinning hair, exuding joy. He seemed to have already considered himself part of the herd and hesitantly suggested, Great Mogo Khal, may I present to you a precious gift? Might you consider marrying Daenerys Targaryen? She would lend your claim to Westeros considerable legitimacy. Of course, you may not require it, but I assure you, she is exceptionally beautiful. Chapter 79. Harry's gift. Mogo could certainly not forget Daenerys Targaryen. He was privy to far more secrets than Harry Strickland could ever imagine. The girl was not merely strikingly beautiful but also held the potential to become the mother of dragons in the future. The Targaryen family was one of the 40 noble houses of dragon lords from the Valyrian Empire, possessing what is known as true dragon blood, granting them an extraordinary resilience to heat and a unique affinity for dragons. However, these magical creatures had vanished from the world a century and a half ago, leaving behind only dragon bones and a few eggs that may have turned to fossils. Nevertheless, he was aware that Governor Illyrio of Pentos had collected 3 dragon eggs and presented them to Daenerys on the occasion of her wedding. Perhaps it was the latent magic of her lineage that sparked a life-or-death transformation, or perhaps it was mere fate that led her to hatch 3 dragonlings from the eggs. Regrettably, the information surrounding this phenomenon remained ambiguous. Otherwise, with his own fearlessness towards flames and his capabilities in taming dragons, Mogo could have easily claimed the title of Dragonfather. As for why he yearned for the return of such formidable creatures that could destabilize the realm, it was due to the existence of certain fortresses in this world, akin to the impregnable black walls of Volantis, or uniquely treacherous terrains that were beyond the reach of mere mortals in terms of assault. What proposals do you have? Mogo inquired, his expression inscrutable. Upon hearing Khal's query, Harry Strickland produced a letter from within his garments, cradling it with both hands and presenting it with utmost respect. This letter is intended for Drogo from Illyrio. Within it lies the arrangement for their meeting in Pentos. Should you, Khal, be present at that time, I am certain that the gathered governors of Pentos will extend to you their warmest welcome and present you with the most precious of gifts. As he spoke, a hint of pride flickered across his face. It was evident that his suggestion stemmed more from a desire for vengeance against Illyrio than from genuine intent. Mogo took the letter and glanced at the intact wax seal, stating, If you wish to continue discussing your foolish proposal, and if you expect me to travel to Pentos anytime soon, allow me to respond, that is impossible. A war that will determine the fate of the Dothraki nation is fast approaching me. Since the intended recipient is now deceased, you might as well return this letter unopened. Although Mogo did not make any overt movements, the darkness of his gaze and the weight of his words instilled a deep unease. In that moment, Harry found himself at a loss, unsure of what to say, acutely aware that his suggestion had likely angered Khal, and that his fate might very well be sealed. Certainly, Mogo merely sought to impart a simple lesson to his counterpart. He could not afford to exert excessive pressure on one who had just pledged loyalty. Thus, he waved the letter in his hand and softly reassured, Do not be anxious. Your intentions are indeed loyal in devising plans for me. However, you have significantly undervalued your own worth. A more pressing task awaits you, which is to continue remaining concealed beside Illyrio. Therefore, this letter must not be opened. CAO. What are your thoughts? I shall resolutely adhere to your commands, Harry replied, internally relieved, his demeanor growing increasingly respectful, his speech much more compliant. There is no necessity for us to proactively approach, Mogo responded. This was due to the fact that both Illyrio and Varys were cunning, suspicious, and astute individuals. When a segment of the plan raised doubts, they would not easily place their trust in it. Reckless actions could prove detrimental. Moreover, as long as they were convinced of the viability and benefits of a matter, they could swiftly adapt their schemes. Harry, you are well acquainted with Illyrio's character. He is a capricious man. Therefore, it suffices for you to inform him of my victory over Drogo and the fact that I command an army of 100,000 warriors. There is no need for superfluous words. He requires soldiers to realize his restoration plans, and coincidentally, my greatest wealth lies in my warriors. Great Mogo Chal. No one in this world possesses greater wisdom than you. Harry's eyes sparkled, and he immediately voiced his admiration, wholeheartedly agreeing with Chal's sentiments. He perceived Illyrio as a despicable scoundrel, and now he harbored far more secrets than his adversary. Then come with me. Mogo led Harry through the thoroughfare and marshes to the location of the tribe, where sturdy fortifications had been constructed near the ruins, alongside numerous tall tents. The sounds of raucous activity and bright flames emanated from within. As Harry passed through the gate of the ruins, he blinked in astonishment at the sight before him. Filled with warriors and horses, he found it hard to fathom the aftermath of an encounter with the Dothraki in the wilderness, and he could not help but exclaim. By the 7 warriors, each of them possesses at least 3 horses. Knights of the Golden Company each have 3 horses, while their attendants have but 1. This is my scholar, Best Potter, from the Citadel, a fellow Westerosi like yourself. 10 years ago, he was already awarded his chain with 5 links. Mogo's introduction nearly caused Harry to leap with excitement. He approached the scholar, exclaiming warmly, I am Harry Strickland. My great-grandfather was a noble lord in Westeros, who pledged allegiance to Demon Blackfire. Following the defeat at the Battle of Redgrass Field, he loyally followed Bittersteel to Essos. To this day, 4 generations of the Strickland family have served the Golden Company. Ahem, I now pledge my loyalty to the great Mogo Chal. Harry placed great emphasis on his family's honor. And whenever he encountered others, he would boast of such lineage. Yet in this instance, he momentarily forgot the role he was to play, and his mood swiftly soured. He could only cough nervously as he awkwardly continued with his introduction. However, he swiftly devised a clever means to alleviate the awkwardness. Grasping the bachelor's hand, he said, The Golden Company has nurtured a flock of its own ravens. I trust you would graciously accept this earnest gift to construct a new raven's nest for Khal. It was Mogo's first encounter with such an ardent bachelor, who even tightened his grip on Harry's hand. Discussing his expertise in the study of ravens and lamenting that the scholarly city ought to forge a black iron chain link in his honor. Had Khal not been present, the bachelor might have eagerly taken Harry to view his domesticated doves, eager to showcase his capabilities. While doves can also be trained to deliver messages, these ravens, hailing from Westeros, are not only robust and sizable, but also remarkably audacious and intelligent, possessing a greater capacity for self-defense against eagles, rendering them exceptionally suitable for long-distance communication. Chapter 80, Declaration, the beginning. In anticipation of Harry Strickland's arrival, Mogo hosted a grand feast. Following the tribe's recent victory in battle, jubilation spread like wildfire throughout the encampment. People gathered within tents and in open spaces, exuberantly shouting and conversing, as the air resonated with jubilant cheers of celebration. Some began to sing songs exalting their triumph, seemingly untroubled by the prospects of current or future conflicts. Soon, others joined in, their voices echoing across the surface of the Rhone River. In truth, even the eldest among the tribe, Old Oath, had not witnessed such a scene of revelry in ages, and Harry felt increasingly confident in his choices, to the point where he believed he could launch a counteroffensive against Westeros at any moment. The scholar received a long-desired raven, and his admiration for the mercenary captain swiftly intensified. He raised a toast to him with every drink, showing particular respect for his boasts. After several cups, Harry momentarily forgot the heavy burden he bore, standing with a proud gait as if he had reclaimed his family's lands. Though his speech was limited to expressing gratitude to the great Khal, at that moment, Mogo also rose from his seat, causing the others to refrain from speaking or behaving frivolously. In the ensuing silence, he approached Harry and proclaimed in a resonant voice, Harry Strickland, my loyal warrior. Your presence has filled the Mogo tribe with joy and laughter. Do you pledge your loyalty to me? Honorable Mogo Khal, you are my king. I, Harry Strickland, hereby swear, upon my family's honor and before the 7 gods, that I shall dedicate everything to you, serving at your side for a lifetime, striving with all my might against your enemies. Your will shall be my eternal compass, Harry declared solemnly, kneeling before Mogo. You shall be my loyal knight, serving me with your courage, strength, and wisdom. In return, I shall generously reward your efforts and assist you in returning to your homeland. Mogo continued after the completion of the ceremony, allowing Harry to rise. Harry, you may select 5 steeds from my herd, with the exception of my own red horse. They shall be yours. This gift is to express my gratitude for your service in delivering the raven. The captain of the Golden Company, upon hearing this, disowned the answer he had awaited and nodded silently, standing by. Then, Mogo strode out of the tent, addressing the now subdued and expectant tribespeople outside, proclaiming with a fervent voice, Dothraki, my warriors, we must reclaim what is rightfully ours. The time foretold has arrived. I ride upon the world's finest steed, and I shall lead my tribe eastward to the Mother Mountain, riding to the world's end. All tribes must accept my dominion. Those who refuse shall be annihilated. I, Mogo Ko, am the king of the Dothraki. Upon hearing this declaration, many warriors gathered outside the tent erupted in enthusiastic cheers. In ancient times, a triumphant hymn, accompanied by Khal's ambitious aspirations, ignited the fervor of all present. Soon, other tribes gathered to partake in this newfound revelry. Subsequently, the whereabouts of Khal and his companions became a mystery. However, while the tribes lingered at the ruins of Sawmill, they had not ventured far. By the banks of the Lorne River, 2 rowing boats lay quietly moored. Mogo ultimately addressed Harry, stating, the army shall set forth at dawn to return to the Dothraki Sea. We will descend southward along the Valyrian road, taking respite outside the city of Volantis. Seize this opportunity. There is no need to transport the spoils further. Keep them for yourself. Do not hesitate to lavish your wealth upon the valiant and loyal warriors, for this is a reward for your further contributions. Harry Strickland nodded in astonishment, and thereafter, the scholar discussed the designated rendezvous for the delivery of the ravens, at which time warriors from the Golden Company would arrive to assist. Accompanied by a gentle breeze and the flowing river, the 2 rowing boats departed from the river bank, carrying Harry, his confidants, and sailors, while the remaining space was filled with war horses. The current was robust, and the black oars labored diligently, propelling the vessels westward at a steady pace. Only once they had safely reached the western bank did Mogo turn to depart, with Over and the scholar closely trailing him. The trio walked along the riverside towards the camp's entrance, enveloped in silence save for the sound of the flowing water. The tranquility was first disrupted by Over, whose voice emerged hoarse as he inquired, Khal, should we consider reforms before returning to Dothraki? His demeanor was grave, reflecting his concerns that such changes might incite unrest, potentially leading to catastrophic failure in battle. To Over's surprise, Mogo Khal appeared considerably more at ease than the others. Gazing into the dim sky, he replied without hesitation, reform is imperative. According to reports from North, we can now muster over 80,000 warriors for battle. We possess numbers but lack commanders. Without reform, even with your assistance, we cannot fully harness our strength. I cannot command every small unit during combat, and the vast expanse of the Dothraki Sea can sustain 25 tribes. If the Dosh Kaling can unite 6 or 7 Khals, their warriors will outnumber us. If we do not reform our army, how shall we seize victory? Beside the road, a large black stone lay amidst the grass, upon which numerous large snails sluggishly crawled. Mogo paused, pointing at the stone, and began to speak slowly. Do you think those snails enjoy traversing this cold stone? I believe they do not. All creatures desire constancy, finding solace within their shells. Yet, remaining still may lead to starvation or being devoured by more industrious foes. Thus, the discussion is no longer about whether we should reform, but rather how we shall enact these reforms. Since our victory over Drogo, I have pondered this course of action. On that night, Ofer and the scholar found themselves unable to slumber, tossing and turning restlessly. They ventured out of the camp, wandering aimlessly in the vicinity, only to reunite and sit quietly together, gazing at the stones scattered across the meadow. As time drifted slowly by, if they lifted their gaze, they would behold the distant treetops aglow with a crimson light, a vibrant energy bestowed upon the leaves by the nascent sun. Chapter 81, Discussion on Reform in the Learned City. The scholar Adar refers to the region of the Dothraki Sea as the cradle of civilization on the vast plains. Some scholars believe that the ancestors originated from these grasslands, while the Andals may have arisen in the fertile lands south of the Silver Sea. The rise and fall of those kingdoms on the plains occurred long before the advent of written language, leaving behind only legendary tales. According to legend, This area was once the shared homeland of the Semilians, the Zoklers, the Gypsies, and the Great Ones. Subsequently, a legendary hero emerged among the Great Ones. The magnificent King Humazael Amay, who, with formidable might, vanquished the other free races and forged the illustrious Sailor civilization, which flourished for over 2 millennia. However, what we now know is but this: the plains belong to the Dothraki. According to Dothraki lore, they boast a 1,000-year history. With the first unifier of all tribes named Mogo, a Khal who lived during the Blood-soaked century. His mother was the fabled witch Queen Dasha, who assisted him in uniting the many fractured tribes of the plains, conquering the remaining tribes to accept his rule, ultimately becoming the first king of the Dothraki. In his twilight years, Mogo Khal turned his gaze westward towards the Sailor Kingdom, graciously accepting gifts from the city-states of Sailor, while simultaneously claiming their lands. The Dothraki revere the earth as their mother, believing that to plow or shovel her flesh is a sin. Therefore, upon receiving the conquered lands, they would incinerate the farmlands and cities, restoring the plains to their primal, untamed state. A people on horseback, they value strength and survival. However, his son Morocco Khal failed to maintain this legacy and was slain by Hel Khal. Helek was the last great Khal to rule the Dothraki realm. And history is often eerily similar, for he too was killed by his rival, causing the once mighty tribe to fracture into 12 smaller factions. From that moment on, the plains lost their former vibrancy, replaced only by hatred and bloodshed, as numerous tribes engaged in mutual slaughter, and the Dothraki could no longer advance westward. Thus, it becomes evident that for a nation or people to establish a lasting legacy, the unification under a great king is indispensable. However, to foster and sustain the strength of that nation or people, an excellent system is even more crucial, for it embodies the vitality and soul of that nation. One day in the long summer, as the dawnlight pierced the darkness of the horizon, the ruins of Sawmel began to stir. It was not until the rosy light filtered through the clouds, laying a golden sheen upon the silvery river, that the Mogo tribe finished gathering all their provisions and belongings, loading them onto carts to journey downriver. Khal, with so many people and supplies, will the Valencians not launch an attack from the city? The officer Ofo inquired. Galloping beside Mogo, within the ruins of Sawmel, the 30,000 warriors were more than sufficient for defense, yet once they began to march, stretching the lines, that sense of relative security would wane. After all, they have over 40,000 subjects and more than 30,000 free citizens, along with numerous supplies that require vigilant oversight. Even the steadfast presence of Khal cannot quell Ofo's apprehensions. Mongo gazed at the waterway, devoid of any naval vessels, and the desolate land ahead. Responding with a smile, "Fear not, for with Marok's death, the Valentis have lost their courage, hesitating to venture forth or act recklessly. Furthermore, I have dispatched cavalry to inform Noart, instructing him to lead 50,000 warriors and over 80,000 subjects to advance towards the source of the Volana River, creating a distant yet harmonious response with us. Our tribe is now bolstered by such numbers." For a moment, Ofo appeared somewhat dazed, recalling his reconnaissance of the Sarn River alongside Khal, when their entire tribe numbered a mere 40,000. At this juncture, the scholar B.S. Porter approached, looking utterly worn and disheveled. He precariously mounted his horse, forcefully pushing past the official to draw closer to Mongo, saying, "Khal, I have not pursued studies in management or military strategy at the academy, and I possess no solutions to your proposed reforms. However, I have reflected upon the systems across the world, and at least theoretically, whether it be the guardianship and vessels of Westeros or the call of the Dothraki, they can effectively prevent administrative chaos and discord in command. Why not continue to employ these systems?" Having spent considerable time together, Ofo had come to understand the scholar's character. He recognized that Porter was merely an earnest academic. Growing impatient with the lengthy discourse, Ofo interjected, "Permit me to speak candidly. The traditional guardianship title is held by a lord of a specific family. Should a king bestow it upon another family at his whim, it typically occurs only during times of turmoil or when the holder passes away, leaving an underage heir. The title of guardian carries immense prestige and honor, intricately tied to the command of the fief's military forces. Similarly, the call of the Dothraki is essentially a private faction of the khalasar. Vessels of vessels are not the king's vessels, and the Khal's subjects are not Khal's subjects. This reform must ensure unity in command while also preserving Khal's authority." "Oh, wise Ofo, are you suggesting that I lack understanding of these issues?" The scholar interjected. "Please clarify." "I merely believe that with the imminent war, Khal could certainly continue with the previous system." Naturally, Mongo could not acquiesce to the scholar's suggestion. He held his own convictions and strategies. Believing the moment was ripe for change, he patiently explained, Scholar, while the Dothraki are not a people prone to scheming or overly enamored with power, they indeed hold honor and wealth in high regard. Since the bloodletting century, we have not achieved unity, and without such a mindset, if I were to appoint certain khals and allocate them Dothraki subjects, upon conquering other tribes, would I then need to appoint new khals? Such actions would inevitably lead to frequent internal strife when the time for comprehensive reform arrives, and I have no desire to undergo the arduous process of unification once more. Indeed, any form of reform will inevitably lead to a diminishment of the power held by the khals, yet it is beyond my capacity to address every matter personally. Thus, I must seek a delicate balance. The primary objective of reform remains the prevention of a fragmented Dothraki nation following unification. The scholar's understanding of the Dothraki and the challenges of reform is not so superficial. He merely nodded in disappointment and inquired, "Do you possess any sound ideas, Khal?" Mogo did not respond to B.S. Porter's query. Instead, he sat quietly atop his steed, reflecting on the institutions from his past life that flitted through his mind. Chapter 82. The Thousand House System. The resplendent sun broke through the dazzling clouds, casting fiery rays upon the earth, transforming human flesh into a deep crimson hue, as if the scent of singed skin wafted through the air. Scholar B.S. Porter sat in his singular carriage, wiping the beads of sweat that occasionally trickled down his forehead. Before him lay a smooth little writing desk, adorned with sun-baked parchment and ink. A torrent of memories surged forth like rushing river waters, recalling the moments when Khal spoke to him about the reforms. The warm winds from the north swirled through the forest, ultimately finding their way into the carriage. Sighing beside the scholar, after a considerable time spent in contemplation, even within the expansive confines of the carriage, he could not suppress a slight tremor. Suddenly, it dawned upon him that he need not meticulously organize those stipulations. Perhaps he could transcribe Khal's words verbatim, in their proper sequence. With this thought, the scholar swiftly grasped the quill upon his desk, his dimming eyes fixated on the parchment before him, and set to work. Wherever I tread, I shall abolish the existing local identities of bandits, governors, magistrates, nobility, and other regional leaders, dismantling the institution of slavery, for all shall be free men my people. All men, women, and children within the realms I control must be registered by name, age, status, origin, appearance, and wealth. Oh, wise old matron, the scholar muttered. This indeed is an arduous task. Khal had specifically noted that the Dothraki bore no surnames, and such a detail must be recorded for the reforms. These reflections filled the scholar with considerable apprehension, for they would undoubtedly disrupt the existing order, shattering the rights of the nobility. Yet, he soon grasped that Mogo was correct. The restructured and reshuffled new system would undeniably wield effective control over human resources. If successful, it would usher in a period of prosperity for the nation. Amidst a whirlwind of thoughts, the scholar did not cease writing with his quill, continuing, "All tribes shall be reorganized into units of 10 households, 100 households, and 1,000 households, dismantling the archaic tribal structures. The composition of a 1,000-house unit must consist of a blend of individuals from different tribes, and no single tribe's members shall constitute more than half of the 1,000-house populace. The commander of 10 households shall be known as the head of 10 households, while the 100 and 1,000 households will be governed by a captain. The captain must be a person of merit, recognized and appointed directly by Khal. The captain, upon receiving his mandate to govern the locality, must exhibit absolute obedience to Khal's commands, should there be any dereliction of duty or acts of rebellion. Khal reserves the right to replace or punish him at any time. The captain is obligated to pay taxes to Khal and to lead troops into battle. The captain of 1,000 households possesses the authority to partake in matters of state, and all captains must adhere to the laws and orders of the realm, distributing pastures, collecting taxes, dispatching labor, and commanding the army within their jurisdiction. Not all captains are hereditary. Only those who establish significant and exceptional merit, formally conferred by Khal, may become hereditary captains, enjoying exemptions from taxes, exclusive spoils of war, the freedom to graze, and the right to mitigate penalties for their households. The Khal will allocate pastures for each 1,000 households. Subsequently, the Dothraki individuals incorporated within these households must adhere to their registered origins, remaining fixed within designated pastoral regions. Prohibited from arbitrary movement, whether for grazing, encampment, or military expeditions, all households must account for their members, overseen and managed from the center. All males aged 15 to 50 are obligated to serve in the military, required to supply their own horses, arms, and provisions. Led into battle by their respective 1,000 and 100 households. When mounted, they are prepared for combat. When dismounted, they gather for herding. Above the 1,000 households, There exists the 10,000 households, serving as military commanders, leading the armies of their subordinate thousands without interfering in local governance. I shall establish a new blood alliance guard to serve as the KOS protective force, divided into two segments, the central army thousands, comprising the most valiant and skilled warriors in archery and horsemanship, and the guard thousands, made up of the offspring of various commanders and those who have fallen in battle. Should any member of the Blood Alliance Guard evade conscription or substitute another in their place, they shall be deemed guilty and exiled to distant lands, never to return. Beyond those summoned as per regulations, my Blood Alliance Guard shall allow individuals to voluntarily serve at the Chaos Great Tent as guards. Any strong and capable individual may be selected, and none shall impede those who wish to join. The Blood Alliance Guard shall solely protect my person and the safety of my family, responsible for safeguarding my daily affairs, preparing for my travels, and engaging in hunts. While in times of war, they shall accompany me to conquer distant lands. If I do not embark on a campaign, the Blood Alliance Guard shall likewise refrain from battle. Any violators shall face punishment, with the leaders of any insubordinate warriors facing execution. The status of my Blood Alliance Guard shall surpass that of the 1,000 households, while their families shall rank above the 100 households, holding an equal status. In the event of a conflict between the Blood Alliance Guard and the external thousands or hundreds, the latter shall be immediately deemed culpable. Should the fault lie with the Blood Alliance Guard, only the KO may impose punishment. The distribution of spoils shall be conducted according to a strict merit and hierarchy system, with the most distinguished and high-ranking individuals receiving the largest shares. Those who perish in battle shall receive double rewards based on their shares, with one portion provided by the KO. Should anyone succeed in avenging the fallen and reclaiming their remains, they shall be entitled to the deceased's wives and all possessions. Upon reaching this point, the vast parchment had been completely filled. The scholar gently set down his quill, rising wearily to stretch his numb limbs, awaiting the ink on the parchment to dry. At that moment, a resounding horn suddenly echoed across the wilderness, reverberating as a troop of cavalry swiftly galloped along the pathways, calling out loudly, "Prepare to cross the river! Prepare to cross the river!" The scholar's fatigue instantly transformed into excitement. He had yet to witness the existence of the stone bridge that did not appear on any map. Moreover, this bridge played a pivotal role in the war against Khal Drogo, and he was determined to sketch it as an illustration for his book. He promptly shook off his limbs, mounted his horse, and hastened forward. Soon after, he beheld a dilapidated stone bridge spanning the Valyrian River. The bridge's surface was adorned with parched moss, while the raging river battered against its piers, casting forth a series of small whirlpools. A battalion of cavalry swiftly traversed the bridge, with the warriors crossing the river gripping curved sabers, spears, and bows, fully prepared to confront any sudden onslaught that might arise. The scholar etched this vivid scene deeply into his memory. Chapter 83. Return to the prairie. The blood-red sunset drapes itself like a tapestry over the vast expanse of mountains and rivers, while a gentle breeze caresses the damp, warm faces of the people, and the pale evening sky assumes an especially melancholic hue. Fiery flames rise into the air, with the wind swirling the white smoke into colossal pillars, blowing towards Volantis. Behind the tightly shut black gates, the lamentations of the Volantis people can be heard, mourning the destruction of the eastern city and the devastation of their wealth and homes. The sorrowful populace expresses gratitude for their narrow escape from death, gathering in the streets and alleyways, inhaling the acrid scent of charred remains and articulating their indignation. However, rather than hurling curses or harboring hatred for the brutal Dothraki, they begin to voice their grievances against the late governor, Malachar Magaya. As the two horse lords resolved their disputes outside the city, Malachar, oblivious to the larger picture, sought to capitalize on the chaos. With the annual gubernatorial election approaching, the city buzzed with parades, speeches, and performances by singers and dancers, who promptly crafted mockeries of Malachar to entertain the crowds. The candidates for governor seized the opportunity to denounce Malachar's tyranny, courting the favor of the electorate, and the entire city became engulfed in the revelry surrounding Malachar. The raging fire and thick smoke served as a test from Mogo to the Volantis people, while also signaling to Captain Harry Strickland of the Golden Company that it was safe to plunder Volantis and Valisa. The ash-laden remnants enveloped the sky for 3 days, with no warships emerging from the Lorne River. The revelers of Volantis seemed to have forgotten the world beyond their city. However, Mogo remained unaware of the implications of this. 3 days later, the Golden Company delivered 6 ravens to him. Nothing now stood in the way of his return to the Dothraki Sea. Perhaps, as Malachar had said, when a leader falls, the spirit of the people is extinguished. Mogo pondered this silently, his long black braids resting against his back, a hint of doubt gleaming in his eyes. Amidst the ruins, he turned his horse, and his towering figure gradually vanished into the ashes. The sky, a brilliant blue, flowed with clusters of white clouds, seamlessly merging with the boundless green grasslands below, where sheep scattered like pearls across the verdant tapestry, blurring the lines between earth and sky. Crossing this serene meadow and facing the dawn's light, one could behold the entire landscape blanketed with Dothraki tents. In the central tent of the encampment, Mogo sat regally at the head of the table, with Officer Over and Scholar B.S. Porter flanking him. They gestured animatedly across the table, deliberating on various matters. Until soon their discussion escalated into a heated argument. Finally, Mogo interjected, "You claim to have important matters to report, yet now you appear poised for war. What is your intention?" The two men, hesitant to respond, furtively assessed Khal's expression before obediently returning to their seats. The tribe had moved to the southeastern direction of the Khor forest the previous night, settling on the prairie approximately 30 miles away, and since dawn, they had been embroiled in fervent debate regarding reforms. Caught between the two men, Mogo had grasped the crux of their discussion. The scholar wished for additional time to refine the written form of the Dothraki language for the purpose of census registration, especially given that Khal had yet to allocate the pastures uniformly. On the other hand, Ofo contended that they could initially utilize the names of the 1,000 households as a temporary substitute for the pastures, employing Valyrian script for the census registration. Each held steadfast to their views, engaging in a spirited debate. Mogo longed to escape the dim, confining tent to gallop across the plains and hunt. Yet the pressing matter at hand demanded urgent resolution. He rapped the table and inquired, "We have brought over 500 artisans and scholars from Khal. How is the progress of their Dothraki language studies?" Upon hearing this, the scholar appeared immensely excited, displaying an exuberance akin to that of a mischievous child. He cast a provocative glance at Ofo and leaned closer to Khal as he replied, "Among the 500, over 70 are scholars. In the past months, we have diligently studied the Dothraki language together, and they have mastered more than 2,000 commonly used words, including various forms of certain phrases." The scholar's response filled Mogo with delight, prompting him to smile once more as he asked, "And what is the current status of your written invention?" At this moment, the scholar grew even more animated, his tone imbued with excitement and pride. Mogo had anticipated a straightforward answer regarding how many characters could correspond to the 2,000 words. However, to his surprise, the scholar began discussing specialized terms such as vowels, consonants, labials, and voiceless sounds in the Dothraki language. Indeed, invaluable research outcomes. Albeit the scholar overlooked Khal's depth of knowledge in this area. The earlier conversation had left Ofo somewhat uneasy, yet as the scholar elaborated, his mood gradually lifted until he interjected, "Scholar, perhaps you should retract your previous statements. You have merely grasped the phonetics of Dothraki and its transcription into Valyrian. Well, perhaps you have also touched upon some phonemic structures and grammar, but this level of progress is still a far cry from establishing a writing system." Ofo's words struck like an arrow from a bow, piercing the scholar's heart, causing him to falter and retreat, resembling a well-behaved child who understood the gravity of the situation. The tent fell into an oppressive silence as Mogo contemplated their current predicament. He shared Ofo's sentiments, disapproving of the notion of waiting for the writing system before proceeding with the census. He placed a reassuring hand on the scholar's shoulder, saying, "Do not despair. You shall always remain the most talented individual of the Mogo tribe. Furthermore, you have already made significant strides. We are willing to grant you the time necessary to refine your work. After I unify the Dothraki, I hope to employ your invented script during the coronation ceremony to deliver a speech." As the scholar regained his vigor, Mogo solemnly addressed Ofo, "If you recall the oath we took by the banks of the Song River, hoping that the Dothraki civilization would shine as brilliantly as that of your matrilineal ancestors, respected by the world, you ought to reconsider the disparaging remarks you previously made about the scholar's research." Ofo's face flushed with embarrassment, realizing his error. It was inappropriate to belittle the achievements of the scholar. Subsequently, Mogo placed his hands firmly on the table and spoke with grave seriousness, "I intend to convene a tribal assembly at the Song River to announce our reform strategies. From nearly 250,000 individuals, we shall select 10 heads of households and temporary leaders of hundreds and thousands. Therefore, you both must expedite the registration process and delineate the various thousands. The 70 or so scholars proficient in the Dothraki language will assist you in this endeavor. For the time being, the registration will utilize Valyrian script, to be unified and replaced after the conquest of the Dothraki Sea." Chapter 84. Are you satisfied? The following day, the horn signaling the departure sounded earlier than usual. Soon, the assembled tribes, fully equipped, set forth across the boundless grasslands towards the north. Several lines, stretching like rivers, fragmented the vast, verdant fields, while gusts of wind carried the lingering scent of the horses. Around midday, more than 50 individuals, escorted by scouts, traversed the undulating hills of grass, approaching the marching troops of the Mongol tribe. At a distance, the scouts halted and gestured to the interceptors, indicating that these were envoys from Khal, brought forth to inquire if Khal had the time to receive them. Mongol was evaluating the progress of the encampment when the conversation reached his ears. He lifted his gaze and noticed this distinctive group. Each member led a sturdy horse bearing an iron-framed wooden chest, and at their center stood a man clothed in black, shrouded from head to toe. Summon Scholar B.S. Porter. Mongol commanded the rider beside him, then called out to the interceptors. Allow them to approach. I am willing to meet with them. The cloaked figure, under the watchful eyes of the riders, gracefully dismounted and unfastened the long sword at his waist, proceeding alone to meet Khal. His attendants remained behind, coordinating to unload the iron-framed chests from the horses' backs. Yaslan Roga. Before the man could draw near, Mongol called out his name. The envoy from Khal. Combined with the rare glimpse of platinum hair peeking from the cloak, led him to deduce the individual's identity. This sudden revelation hastened Yaslan's steps. He quickly removed his hood, revealing a strikingly handsome visage, as if chiseled from stone, and approached Khal with a respectful bow. His voice still warm and pure as a clear spring. Great Mongol Khal, may your health be robust, and your fame resound far and wide. Welcome, my warrior. Mongol leapt down from his mount, smiling as he grasped the man's arm. I have sent for your mentor. How fares Khal? Rest assured, all is well. Yaslan replied with a solemn expression. I have completed the task you entrusted to me. Please verify. As they conversed, the attendants approached with the wooden chests, lifting the lids to reveal a dazzling display of brilliance that sparkled in harmony with the fierce sunlight. Although Mongol had contemplated the contents within, the sight still captivated him. A moment of silence enveloped the surroundings. These individuals remained uncertain of Khal's satisfaction. At last, his voice, filled with joy, shattered the stillness. Excellent, truly excellent, Yaslan. You have executed your task splendidly and deserve reward. The craftsmanship of the Khal people is unparalleled, and I am astonished by the exceptional quality of their leather tanning techniques. Standing before Khal, Aslan awaited his evaluation with great anticipation. He leaned closer to the wooden crate and elucidated. It is widely known that the artisans of Khal are celebrated throughout the world for their exceptional forging skills and their exquisite woven textiles. In truth, Khal is equally renowned for producing outstanding furs. Khal, I implore you to have someone test this armor. After a brief interval, with the assistance of his attendants, a contingent of cavalry donned knee-length iron-scale armor. The Dothraki, noted for their tall and robust physiques, found this armor tailored precisely to their build. The armor's lining was predominantly crafted from leather, boasting 6 thick layers, while the exterior featured an iron mesh design resembling scale armor, with overlapping plates akin to fish scales. This meticulous craftsmanship rendered it impervious to crossbow bolts, and the smaller the plates, the greater the mobility afforded to the wearer. It could be described as a suit of armor that harmoniously balanced agility with protection. The armored cavalry bore curved erect swords at their waists and carried horn bows along with arrows on their backs. Each warrior was adorned with iron plates affixed to leather helms, their horsehair crests billowing in the gentle breeze, exuding an air of formidable grandeur. However, their faces were marked by expressions of despondency and reluctance. Observing this, Mongol could not restrain himself and admonished them. This armor, much like your steeds, is meant to safeguard your lives. You are merely here to try it on, yet you exhibit such reluctance. Once the assessment is complete, given your current prowess, you may not even lay claim to a single plate. Under the impetus of Khal's reprimand, the armored cavalry began to relax. Mongol then addressed the gathered Dothraki, proclaiming, among those unarmored, the one with the longest braid and the fiercest warrior stepped forward. Upon hearing the command, 8 men proudly emerged from the ranks of the bare-chested cavalry, their hair cascading down to their waists, adorned with countless jingling bells. Mongol nodded in approval and stated, the number of armored combatants shall be halved, and no weapons may be used. You shall engage in a contest here, but no harm to life is permitted. As the battle horn sounded, both sides assumed their positions. Soon after, the onlooking Dothraki witnessed a one-sided spectacle. Neither curved blades, spears, nor arrows could pierce the iron-scale armor. The 8 cavalrymen subsequently dropped their weapons, raising their hands in surrender. Mongol intervened to prevent them from severing their braids, declaring this contest void of victory or defeat. Remove your armor, he commanded the reluctant cavalrymen. Momentarily taken aback, The armored warriors began to realize that the armor's hindrance to their combat skills was not as significant as they had perceived, and they were willing to relinquish half of their wealth in exchange. However, Mogo declined their offer, choosing instead to prioritize outfitting the leaders of the 1,000-man units and the Blood Oath warriors. Judging by the current scene, these armored cavalrymen would prove pivotal in the upcoming confrontation with Dothraki. Others assist in organizing these crates. Aslan, follow me, Mogo instructed with a smile. The scholar has yet to arrive. He must be quite occupied. After the two riders departed, Mogo finally spoke. The war with the Dothraki is inescapable. Yet we remain woefully uninformed about the state of the capital, Dothraki. According to my calculations with the Bachelor, their forces undoubtedly surpass ours significantly. Therefore, the opportunity for victory on the battlefield lies within the strength of our armor. We shall wait a while longer, hoping to delay this war ignited for unification. Before we are compelled to face one another in battle, how many more suits of armor can you provide? Yaslan urged his horse to quicken its pace, catching up with Khal, and whispered with a smile, Khal, did you foresee this war? Is that why you had me prepare this armor? Mogo glanced sideways at the current governor of Kor and replied, military unification is my strategy, thus, war is unavoidable. Equipping the Dothraki with armor is a significant reform in my plans. I understand, Yaslan nodded, responding calmly. There are still 2,000 suits of iron scale armor, already dispatched to Viskardak. Upon hearing this number, Mogo halted, noticing a hint of surprise and confusion on Khal's face. He continued to explain. These 50 crates of armor were your directive, while the 2,000 suits are a gift from the Kor Governor's Council. For over a month, they have assembled all the city's armorers to forge this equipment. This is in light of the fact that the messenger sent by Kor to request reinforcements from Norvos was turned away. It remains unclear who spread the rumor about the Kor fleet being laden with gold. However, the fleet was indeed transporting a shipment of iron ore at that time. Drawing deep drafts, the river thieves of Dagger Lake were easily deceived, leading to the fleet suffering significant losses under their fiery assault, a level of vulnerability Kor has never experienced before. Moreover, following the fall of the city, the invincible myth of the Unsullied has crumbled. The people of Kor have lost faith in their capabilities. Your forces traversing Volantis have invoked memories of the spear forest embedded at the city gates, instilling fear. They are also left to speculate on your true reasons for not engaging the outer city. Thus, as long as you remain by the river Lorne, they will not find peace, believing the last gift they presented has yet to satisfy you. Chapter 85. Braids and bells. As Mogo and Aslan Roga paused to deliberate on the prevailing circumstances, the scholar B.S. Porter hurriedly approached them. The bond between the teacher and student had long since transcended mere mentorship, resembling that of a father and son. Their reunion was undoubtedly a moment of celebration, ripe with the promise of conversation. However, Aslan did not linger amidst the throng of horses, hastily departing with his retinue, moving like a fleeting shadow, as if struck by the swiftness of lightning, leaving the scholar somewhat dazed. The blazing sun cast a vast and resplendent golden hue upon the verdant grass, while gentle breezes wafted through, as the tribal forces continued their advance towards Viskardak, treading upon the shimmering waves of emerald and gold. The day quickly passed, and with the dawning of the next, an eastern wind arose, enveloping the surroundings in a refreshing and tranquil atmosphere. In the camp of the Dothraki, as twilight broke, the call to strike camp echoed through the misty dawn. Scouts returned to report the arrival of a caravan escorted by the Unsullied, appearing amidst the ruins of Viskardak. After a relentless day of travel, the tribe finally reached the once glorious free city, known in its heyday as Assyria, and made camp in the nearby woods before the sun dipped below the horizon. At that moment, a group of merchants, clad in fine attire, approached the encampment under the protection of the Unsullied. They set down their weapons outside the camp and raised their hands in a gesture of peace. Mogo stepped forward to receive them. These were indeed the true envoys of the Khorans. Esteemed Mogo Khal, we have been sent by the Council of Governors of Kor. They respectfully replied when questioned. The council has learned of your victory over the formidable Jerkael, and as you prepare to return to the Dothraki Sea, we were specifically instructed to await your arrival here, wishing to present you with a gift as a testament to our mutual friendship. Mogo understood the intent of the envoys and, recognizing the value of Khoran goodwill, did not hesitate to accept their offerings, reiterating his commitment to uphold the previous promises made without transgression. The humble emissaries not only presented 2,000 suits of armor, but also brought an ample supply of riches and provisions. It was somewhat unexpected. They seemed to have prepared generously for the Dothraki's journey home. Khal's acceptance of the gifts elicited a collective sigh of relief from the cohorts, for in their eyes, a satisfied First Lord would not impose further difficulties upon them, simultaneously serving as a reciprocal gesture from the Dothraki. The starry night sky sparkled like countless silver beads embedded in the deep, dark tapestry of the heavens. As the radiant moon cast its pure light upon the serene world below, the tribe gathered once more along the banks of the Song River, watching as throngs of cavalry crossed the bridge into Visk 4. A palpable sorrow shrouded Mongo's gaze. There were no sounds of cheers or songs to be heard. Surveying the ranks, he noted the scant few familiar faces from the Song River, with cold sorrow and many warriors gravely wounded, while countless others had perished in that brutal conflict. Their remains resting in the land of crows. That war had been the largest and most glorious Mongol had ever experienced, yet it was also the most detestable. After a while, his mind gradually cleared, and he believed he could see cavalry moving beneath the bridge. Rubbing his eyes, he noted the relentless flow of the Song River and the bustling activity upon the bridge. With 40,000 tribesmen deployed, nearly 250,000 returned. Mongo tightly gripped the hilt of his blade and murmured to himself, "I think this war can be considered a victory." At that moment, the officer overrode across the bridge, approaching him. As he drew near, he halted, holding up a sheepskin scroll, and joyfully exclaimed, "Khal, the tasks for all the tribes have been completed. My fellow scholar and I have divided the entire tribe into 40 groups, as per your instructions. The sizes vary. Some groups encompass up to 2,000 households, while others number fewer than 1,000. The same applies to the 100 households. Please take a look." Mongo unfurled the sheepskin scroll and studied it intently. After a period of learning, he had grasped some Valyrian script, although he could not narrate or read books. He faced no obstacles in comprehending simple figures. After examining it several times, he found no issues. Pondering why all were termed as hundreds when some did not reach 1,000. According to the system, as long as one accumulated sufficient merit, they would be appointed as a leader of 100. However, the merits accrued varied among individuals. Moreover, the designated pastures differed in size and location. The vast Dothraki Sea contained large fields capable of sustaining larger populations, while others were barren, unable to support even a full 100. Closing the sheepskin scroll, Mongo lifted his gaze to see that most of the tribes had already crossed the bridge, leaving only the supply wagons behind, guarded by a dedicated unit. He led over away. Upon arriving at the encampment, he observed that many tents had already been erected. He called upon the scholar, who had just fallen asleep, and the three gathered in the central tent. "I previously mentioned convening a tribal assembly at the Song River. Do you have any regulations in mind?" Mongo inquired. He shook his somewhat aching head, striving to awaken his senses, and gazed at Ophir, whose pallor was marked by bloodshot eyes, and the drowsy scholar, feeling a pang of guilt within. Yet, with the endeavor only partly underway and reform looming, he had no choice but to embrace a ruthless role. Scholar B.S. Porter, keenly interested in ceremonial matters, slapped his cheeks, seemingly prepared, and produced a piece of parchment from within his robes. Reading aloud, Ophir and I have estimated that at least 7 days will be required for the assembly. First, we must announce your reform measures to the entire tribe. Furthermore, we should dispatch scholars to elucidate the benefits of the reforms to the people. Once the reformation is deeply ingrained in their hearts, we will elect 10 household leaders through both nomination and self-recommendation, from whom we will select temporary leaders for the hundreds and thousands. Upon concluding their discourse, the bachelor and Ophir exchanged a glance, and then articulated, "Regarding the blood alliance of Khal, we propose establishing a cap. The commander of the Central Army may select from among 10 household leaders, with your esteemed self overseeing the most suitable candidates. The commander of the guards may be appointed last, directly conscripting from each 100 households, while the captains and the offspring of the fallen warriors shall be prioritized. Should there be a shortfall, those of sound physique and possessing a particular skill should be recruited." Mongo, with his profound and contemplative gaze, scrutinized the two individuals, and after a moment of deliberation, spoke. "The reason why the captains of the 100 and 1,000 are temporarily appointed is known to you. The Dothraki do not adhere to the notion of merit as we understand it. Whether Khal or Khor, the strong prevail over the weak, and in the midst of plunder, fortune and skill dictate success. Post-battle, only a portion of the spoils need be surrendered, effectively clearing personal accounts of merit. We lack records and thus have no knowledge of whose exploits outweigh others or who deserves promotion. Therefore, you must devise a suitable system to document the achievements of the warriors, and this is merely one aspect. Those possessing a particular skill must be prioritized for inclusion in the blood alliance, their significance being equal to that of the Central Army's captains. Otherwise, individuals like Kizoro, who, despite not possessing superior physical attributes, exhibit leadership potential, may never have the opportunity to shine. Other matters should proceed as you have suggested. The Blood Alliance shall tentatively consist of 10,000 members, with 2,000 Central Army captains and 8,000 guard captains. He continued, however, these are matters for the future. The Dothraki are competitive by nature. At this assembly, there will undoubtedly be multitudes willing to contest for the positions of 100, 1,000, and 10 household leaders. It is impractical to allow them all to compete and then decide. Therefore, have you devised a suitable method to mitigate disputes? Observing the fatigue etched upon their faces, it seemed that all their intellectual faculties had been cast aside. Prompting Mogo to pose and answer his own question, let us proceed according to the braids and bells. Those with the longest and most numerous shall be prioritized, followed by the valiant for appointments. In this war, we have absorbed the Drogo tribe. Their warriors have severed their braids and liberated 30,000 slaves. They even possess no braids. The victors have always been the Mongol tribe, with the longest braids and the most bells, yet this is the glory they rightfully deserve. Chapter 86. The Tribal Assembly. When Mogo announced the forthcoming assembly of all tribes, a wave of excitement swept through the populace, igniting fervent discussions. The legendary tales of Khal, fueled by the elder tribesmen, swiftly permeated the entire community. Among the fervent voices was Haosha, known as the Spirit Nose, who stood out as a leading figure in this fervor, often engaging in grandiloquent discourse during hunts in the wild or while reveling in the tents. Yet, his boasts were not baseless. He had witnessed Mongo's transformation from a mere raider to Khal, having been one of the 6,000 warriors who charged across the Darkflow River, and the valiant first to scale the walls of Koho, later following Khosoro to confront Drogo. Mongo Khal was a man blessed by the heavens, the earth, and the deity of horses. He possessed a physique as formidable as steel and an inexhaustible reservoir of wisdom. He was the prophesied rider of the world, with victory ever at his side like the wind. Thus, when he articulated his vision for reform, the tribespeople were inclined to follow, confident that his guidance was infallible. Haosha frequently proclaimed such truths to the people. Regardless of his rhetoric, they were eager to accept it as undeniable fact, especially given the immense wealth he had amassed from his wartime exploits, which alone lent credibility to his assertions. Moreover, Haosha's keen instincts had earned him numerous accolades, and even the legendary figure Khosoro had held him in high esteem during his lifetime, blessing him to thrive eternally under the divine favor of the horse god. As time passed and the heat of summer lingered, the day of the tribal assembly drew ever closer, with news of reform measures circulating widely, information disseminated by Mongo's appointed official. Over. One morning, upon awakening, the tribespeople discovered that a vast expanse of land to the east of the camp was filled with various ropes and materials necessary for setting up the venue. An increasing number of carts rolled out of the camp, arriving to unload their cargo, prompting astonished members of the tribe to gather and observe. Craftsmen from Koho marked the ground with white lines, and soon, numerous white tents began to rise. Among them was an especially grand dome tent, large enough to accommodate several hundred individuals simultaneously. To the delight of the Dothraki, fences were erected on either side of the open space, resembling two vast arenas for horse racing, complete with dummies and targets set within. The anticipation among the people reached a fever pitch. Although the assembly was dubbed the gathering of all tribes, the actual venue could not hold the entirety of the 20,000 attendees. Only the chosen 10 household leaders could participate, while others would be relegated to the periphery to witness the spectacle. On the day of the assembly, a brilliant sun adorned the clear sky, casting a golden glow upon the earth, draping everything in a gossamer veil. Each blade of grass sparkled with a delicate golden edge. The vast grassland stretched to meet the horizon, with the gentle breeze caressing the sea of greenery, while the white tents and clouds floated like sails upon the azure expanse. The gilded banner of galloping horses atop the tents shimmered radiantly, fluttering in the wind. The deep, resonant sound of horns echoed throughout the land, as throngs of people, shoulder to shoulder, surged forth from the camp, surrounding the assembly site to the point of overflow. Monsieur, accompanied by the officer Orfor and the scholar B.S. Porter, stood upon the elevated platform at the center of the assembly, surveying the vast sea of faces that stretched into the horizon. He formally proclaimed all the reform measures, while below, designated individuals were tasked with disseminating these edicts to the farthest reaches. The majority of the common folk seemed indifferent to these measures. Their attention was solely captivated by Khal, who stood upon the stage, igniting an uncontrollable excitement among the crowd. A deafening roar of cheers erupted, shattering the silence and reverberating across the entire plain, only subsiding after the horns atop the platform blared thrice with fervor. Outside the assembly, Many warriors were keenly attuned to the reforms. These individuals had already memorized the pertinent measures, and the prestige of the captains and the blood alliance made it irresistible. Especially as it pertained to the distribution of spoils. Halsha was among them. As soon as Khal concluded the announcement of the reforms, he approached the scholar responsible for the registration of candidates to declare his intention to run for the position of 10 household leader. Subsequently, he began to seek the support of others, as election to the position of 10 household leader required the endorsement of his fellow clansmen within the 1,000 households. Additionally, individuals possessing specialized skills in horse training, tracking, and leatherworking, including over 500 artisans and scholars brought from Kor, as well as recently liberated slaves from Volantis, eagerly anticipated joining Khal's blood alliance guard of the 1,000 households. With the announcement concluded, the time for elections arrived. Most of those disinterested in the reforms began to listen to the discussions of others, their minds shifting away from the celebratory atmosphere of the gathering to concerns about their own interests. However, those with capability resolved to seize the opportunity. Harnessing his influence, Halsha swiftly gathered many of his clansmen, commanding their attention as he proclaimed, "Silence, please. I shall not detain you long. There is a purpose to my gathering you here." As the crowd quieted, some nervously pricked their ears to listen. He continued, "Indeed, I have two objectives. First, I wish to inform you of my candidacy for the position of 10 household leader. However, my ultimate goal is to join Khal's blood alliance guard or to be elected as the captain of the 1,000 households. Many of you know me and are aware of my accomplishments. Electing me will not be a misjudgment." This declaration sparked a wave of cheers, though some furrowed their brows. Halsha amplified his voice, stating, "Second, this is for your benefit. I urge all capable individuals to consider running for the position of 10 household leader. With the support of all clans within the 1,000 households, you can see these decrees. The prerequisites for selection into the blood alliance guard's middle 1,000 households begin with being elected as 10 household leaders. Should anyone be fortunate enough to be chosen for the guard, the advantages for all 1,000 households will be immense. If one does not succeed, they can still return to serve as a 10 household leader." The crowd fell into contemplative silence, pondering his words. After a brief moment, they collectively agreed to this course of action, acknowledging Halsha's wisdom. His achievements were not merely a product of luck. At that moment, within the grand tent at the center of the venue, a group of free men stood before Khal, beseeching for his command. Mogo listened intently to their pleas, and with a tone of utmost severity, addressed the officer. "Over, why are we denying the free men the opportunity to enlist in the military or to be elected as leaders of 10 households? Is there any word in my edict that indicates a restriction based on lineage, or that limits their race? This issue must be resolved without delay." Khal, however, interjected with a hint of obstinacy. "It is not our intention to restrict the free men. Rather, it is their inability to ride horses that poses a challenge, as no 1,000 household leader is willing to accept warriors who cannot mount." Khal, while your point may hold some validity, it does not sit well with the free men, whose expressions darkened as they spoke with hesitation. The flicker of uncertainty in their eyes betrayed their disquiet. Mogo then rose to his feet and began to pace back and forth, the atmosphere within the tent thick with tension. After a moment of deep contemplation, he spoke, "Let it be so. I shall establish a separate battalion for the free men, with the hope that you will prove your worth and truly integrate into the realm of Dothraki." Chapter 87. The winds rise over the prairie. Mogo cast a warm gaze upon the freeman, his countenance adorned with a benevolent smile as he proclaimed, "This legion is named Freedom. We shall take up arms, embodying the spirit of independence, unyielding in our resolve to resist enslavement and to fight for the liberation of all enslaved souls across the globe." The scholar retrieved ink and parchment, diligently transcribing Khal's definition of the Freedom Legion. The unease evident on the faces of the freemen was soon supplanted by smiles and expressions of ease. They bowed deeply to Khal and, under the guidance of Officer Ofor, exited the grand tent. The elections outside continued unabated from dawn until dusk, with crowds incessantly mingling even during dinner time. The night was resplendent, the inky sky adorned with twinkling stars. As Mogo stepped out of the tent, inhaling the fragrance of the evening breeze, he remarked to the scholar, "This reform represents an opportunity one have long awaited. I have expected some unforeseen event to occur. The transition from non-existence to existence is often smooth. Yet the adaptation phase following reform is the most arduous, a gradual process that cannot be accomplished in a single leap." The scholar gazed upon the throng before him, earnestly reminding, indeed, the path ahead may not be as effortless. After a brief hesitation, Mogo inhaled deeply and replied, "You are absolutely correct. The journey forward will not be so simple." He waved his hand dismissively, a flicker of hidden fatigue surfacing in his eyes as he continued. "The road to reform is fraught with peril and length. We must not squander our efforts. As long as we persevere, a bright future awaits us." Upon concluding his remarks, Mogo paused for a moment, then mounted the warhorse tethered nearby, casting aside the complexities of the tent and assembly. A cavalry unit followed him, galloping towards the prairie like the evening breeze. The scholar remained by the firelight, quietly observing his retreating figure, murmuring, "May you succeed, may your name resonate far and wide." He then turned and re-entered the grand tent. Officer Ofer soon returned as well, noticing the scholar deep in contemplation beneath the lamplight. "Where is Khal?" he inquired. "He has gone to hunt on the prairie," the scholar replied. Ofer placed a stack of papers on the table, giving it a light pat without immediately perusing its contents. "As of tonight, nearly 10,000 household leaders have been elected across all tribes." "Such a multitude!" the scholar exclaimed, rising in astonishment. "We must call a halt." "That is more than sufficient." As the tribal officer, with Khal absent, he recognized the necessity to take charge, announcing, "Seize the election of household leaders. Tomorrow morning we will conduct the selection of the 1,000 household leaders for the Blood Alliance Guard." By midnight, news of the completed election of household leaders spread throughout the assembly, leaving the tribesmen, their stomachs grumbling, to depart one by one with a sense of regret. The cavalry arrived to tidy the area and transport the tools needed for the following day. As night finally yielded to dawn, the sun rose as usual, and the assembly once again surrounded the venue, bustling with activity. The morning light gradually diminished, and the newly elected household leaders began to enter the venue in an orderly fashion. Mogo sat at the center of the elevated platform, his face adorned with a blend of fatigue and joy as he observed the scholars guiding the 10 household leaders to the training grounds on either side. The official, Ofer, and the scholar, Bachelor B.S. Porter, occupied the flanks, with tables before them to meticulously record the selections for Khal. Each household leader received a wooden token, each inscribed with a number to temporarily signify their identity. The eastern training ground was designated for archery, featuring 10 targets, while the western ground was reserved for mounted combat. Equipped with 10 wooden dummies of varying heights, successfully striking a target was deemed a kill. Scholars outside the grounds diligently noted the scores corresponding to the numbers on the tokens, reporting the results to Khal for adjudication. The grouping was swiftly completed, and the first batch of 10 household leaders was prepared to commence their trials, while the others retreated to the tents for rest and anticipation. Mogo raised his hand, and the guards atop the platform promptly sounded a colossal horn, its distant, resonant call signaling the commencement of the exercises. The Dothraki, renowned for their equestrian skills and archery, had been selected as household leaders, each performance eliciting gasps of awe from the audience. They cheered vociferously, their shouts echoing in celebration of valor and martial prowess. The spectators positioned at the periphery could not witness the events unfolding within the training area, yet they remained reluctant to depart, joining in the thunderous applause that reverberated through the air. This cacophony undoubtedly impacted the focus of the household leaders. However, Mogo refrained from intervening. Recognizing the battlefield's intensity surpassed that of the training ground, the official Ofer and Bachelor B.S. Porter dispatched scholars into the outer audience, enlightening them about Khal's reform initiatives, which captivated considerable attention. Those who had not been selected or lacked combat prowess began to reflect on their unique abilities, while relatives of the fallen, upon hearing of Khal's intention to enlist their kin into the Bloodsworn, could hardly contain their excitement. As time progressed, the audience grew increasingly weary, and Mogo noticed the bachelor seemed somewhat uncomfortable. He inquired, "Is there no better way? This pace is dishearteningly slow. Perhaps by sunset, no more than 1,000 will have completed their trials." Ofer, noticing the bachelor as fatigued, chuckled heartily. "This selection method is indeed the most equitable and efficient. Initially, we anticipated 5,000 participants, but with the elected household leaders nearing 10,000, we plan to expand the training grounds with 4 additional fields this evening." Mogo nodded in agreement, opting for silence as he had myriad considerations on his mind. For instance, he was collaborating with the Coral craftsmen to assemble a specialized crossbow capable of firing 3 shots in succession, alongside designing a curved blade superior to the Yarlak scimitar. Yet, his worries transcended mere weapon development. They encompassed the war with the Dothraki. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed quietly, burdened by the weight of his thoughts. At the same time, on the far side of the Dothraki Sea, beneath the sacred Mother-S mountain lies Dothrak, the city of the Horse Lords. At first glance, it appears to be one of the largest cities, lacking walls or borders, its vast expanse capable of accommodating all the Dothraki tribes simultaneously. Yet, due to its sparse population, it is arguably the smallest city, inhabited solely by the Dothraki and enslaved individuals. A grand, castle-like grass-woven domicile serves as the residence of the aged Morskale, who leads a severely aging tribe of 20,000, subsisting primarily on the plundering of merchant caravans, living in a constant state of concealment. As this Dothraki is regarded as the holy city of the Dothraki, it enforces strict prohibitions against carrying weapons and forbids all acts of bloodshed and violence. Morskale frequently retreats to this sacred city to evade the pursuit of rival khals. At this moment, a familiar gentle rap echoed at the door of his abode, surprising him. Just 3 days prior, he had encountered an envoy sent by an old friend, Otho, who had brought a letter from this acquaintance. The correspondence recounted their meeting 1 or 2 years ago, reaffirming the envoy's identity. However, this individual typically arrived unexpectedly after dusk and vanished without a trace before dawn, today. His appearance in broad daylight was most unusual. Chapter 88, Embracing the Sun. Morskale felt a twinge of fear within him, for in recent days, numerous tribes had returned from the Dothraki Sea to the holy city, trampling the grass along the earthen streets. Nevertheless, he presented a facade of joy, welcoming an old friend's visit as he opened the door to his abode. Having spent considerable time together, he surmised the tribe to which his guest belonged. Acknowledging that the outcome of their endeavors was uncertain, and they were formidable forces beyond his reckoning. "Is everything well?" Morskale inquired as he ushered the visitor inside, scrutinizing him with a mixture of admiration and concern. "Lello, your strength appears to mirror my youth," he remarked. "You remain remarkably robust." The Dothraki man named Lello offered polite pleasantries, yet inwardly, he perceived Morskale as aging, apprehensive about whether he could fulfill the tasks assigned by Morskale. They settled beside a bright window, where a gentle southern breeze wafted through, casting golden light upon the ground amidst the flourishing flora. The world seemed vibrant and beautiful. Yet Lello was consumed with urgency, eager to glean intelligence regarding Dothraki. Morskale pondered the news received around midday, although his eyes retained their brightness. The wrinkles of time etched deeply upon his face. With a furrowed brow, he spoke anxiously. "Currently, 4 khals have returned to Vezov Dothraki, their warriors numbering nearly 70,000. Additionally, 2 khals are stationed at the Silver Sea and will soon return to the Holy City. Moreover, I've heard that Ogoko has consented to Dothraki council and is leading his tribe from Raza. Prior to this, his strength in the Dothraki Sea was second only to Drogo khals." After sharing this information, he fell silent, taking to drink. Lello gazed vacantly at him, lost in contemplation. Even under the radiant sunlight, he felt an oppressive cloud hanging over him, suffocated by the weight of Morskale's tidings. At last, he broke the silence, asking, "Morskale, last night when you shared the intelligence regarding Dothraki, it seemed as though you had more to say. Was there something you wished to inquire?" Morskale remained quiet for a long while, hesitating before finally responding. "The situation in the Holy City is perilous. I lack the strength to stand my ground here. Thus, I may need to lead my tribe away. Esteemed Morskale, war is imminent, and I am convinced that the world beyond is fraught with greater dangers," Lello urged. Rising to his feet, he fervently organized his thoughts, speaking earnestly. The great Morskale once spoke of the fragmented grasslands, teeming with tribes. For the sake of population, for pasture, for cattle, sheep, and horses, tribes harbor mutual hatred and slaughter one another. The weaker tribes suffer oppression, often finding no refuge. The kind, the young, the elderly, and the frail are frequently deprived of resolution. If this continues, the Dothraki will ultimately lose themselves in cruelty and bloodlust, forsaking their faith and spirit, becoming increasingly feeble and relegated to oblivion by the other civilizations of the world. Our bachelor once proclaimed that only the great Morskale could unite the Dothraki people. His benevolence would serve as the wellspring of faith for all loyal subjects. When he sounded the battle horn, every warrior would undoubtedly uphold their oath and advance with unwavering resolve. He would lead the Dothraki away from strife and slaughter, ensuring that the cold-blooded mistakes of history would never be repeated. "You are not only strong but also wise." Morskale shot a glance at Lello. Then, in a voice imbued with formidable authority, inquired, "Those are the words of others. They hold truth, yet, my child, I yearn to know what Morskale represents in your heart." Reflecting on Morskale's words, Lello perceived them as a blinding light, seemingly unattainable, yet akin to a fierce flame erupting from the depths of his being. He gazed steadfastly into Morskale's eyes and declared resolutely, he would never abandon any tribe that cannot ride. Your friend, Officer Over, is greatly valued by him. The oft-ridiculed Khosara has also garnered his esteem. I never envisioned Khal to possess such strength. He does not enslave the people of other tribes nor humiliate their women and children. We have vanquished the 2 Khals, Jumoko and Dragoko, and their tribes are all free. 4 Khals have proclaimed that all Dothraki are his people, and all tribes that owe him fealty are of one blood. He is willing to allocate pastures for all Dothraki and uphold peace and stability. I have grown old, my vision dimmed, unable to discern this radiant world. Malso's hoarse throat expressed a sorrowful sentiment, stating, if only there could be a pasture to thrive upon. Who would wish to lead a band of warriors more feeble than I into flight? I understand. Lalo paused momentarily, then responded with an exceedingly calm voice. But I can see clearly. I am willing to die for cause, which is why I have come to visit you in the holy city. Malso sat in silence, motionless, seemingly grappling with a difficult decision, fear tearing at him with a colossal grip. Gradually, his gaze sharpened, and he spoke. My tribe has long been wandering, occasionally weeping for the cruelty of this world, having lived in darkness for so long that we seem to have forgotten the warmth of sunlight. Ultimately, his voice grew increasingly resolute, and he raised his fist, declaring, I shall no longer flee. The mountains of Dothraki may be cool, but the sun shall no longer shine upon me. I am willing to pledge my loyalty to Khal, hoping that under his sky, there will be a place for the Malso tribe, wishing for his glory to endure through the ages. Lalo looked at Malso, his eyes sparkling with brilliance, and said, it is the selfishness of those crones in Dothraki that has ignited this war. I believe we are now comrades. Since Khals arrived in the holy city, it has become increasingly difficult to enter and exit freely. I require your assistance in preparing some supplies and horses, seizing the opportunity to send some cavalry out of the city to report to Khal. This is easily arranged. Await my notification. Mosul appeared to be hesitating, having endured a lengthy silence before finally inquiring, Khal, is he truly as formidable as the rumors suggest? We are willing to remain in the perilous holy city for the sake of intelligence, but what if he cannot overcome Dothraki? The room was steeped in an eerie stillness, as if the air had congealed, allowing both men to hear the rhythmic thumping of each other's hearts. It seemed even the winds outside had been frozen, the rustling of leaves fading into silence. This is inconceivable. The might of Khal is beyond description. Every legend is true. He is the colossal stone giant who emerged from the realm of Aegon. We breached Khal in merely 10 days, Lalo exclaimed with a hint of anger. He then regained his composure, his tone laced with sarcasm. Do you truly believe that Dothraki, at all costs, gathers every Khal in the holy city to resist whom? It is the prophesied rider of the world. Before my arrival, Khal had just captured over 20,000 warriors of Zogo on the northern bank of the Valana River. The tide has turned. Zogo is left with merely 30,000 warriors, and their annihilation is but a matter of time. Tell me, do you think these grasswalkers gathered by these Dothraki would dare to confront Zogo? Let alone Khal, who will rip the tribes of Zogo? Chapter 89. Returning to prepare for battle. The moonlight cascaded like clear flowing water over the vast grasslands, as the campfire flickered gently in the wind, illuminating the nearby scattered cavalry who guarded the central white tent of the gathering. Inside, a profound silence enveloped the space. Mongo sat wearily to one side, seemingly lost in thought. His eyes appeared shut, yet the corners remained alert, keenly observing the movements of Orpheus and others as they sifted through papers, the soft rustling sounds reaching his ears. The rehearsal and selection process for nearly 10,000 individuals had endured for 6 days. Now, the scholars were tasked with recording and archiving the names from the roster selected by Khal, hastily drafting appointment letters to be dispatched at dawn. Time flowed slowly, and it was uncertain how long had passed when Orpheus approached the entrance, drawing back the tent flap to let the sunlight flood back into the interior. He then gently cradled a stack of parchment rolls from the table and approached Mongo, whispering, Khal, this is the recruitment roster for the Blood Alliance Guard, along with the completed appointment documents for the 10 household leaders and various officials. Please render your judgment. Mongo, entranced by the glowing embers of the fire, was jolted back to reality only when his line of sight was completely obstructed. To his astonishment, dawn had arrived, and outside the tent, the sun-drenched grassland lay before him. He tapped his head, a gleam of joy sparkling in his eyes, and accepted the roster from Orpheus, swiftly perusing its contents. Rising to his feet, he approached the long table, casually flipping through the appointment letters laid out before him. He then surveyed the attentive crowd within the tent, each pair of eyes fixed upon him, and declared in a resonant voice, Esteemed colleagues, your efforts are commendable. If there are no discrepancies, let us proceed with the dispatch. Upon hearing Khal's words, a collective sigh of relief swept through the assembly. Orpheus retrieved the roster, leading the scholars to conduct a final verification. Meanwhile, the area outside the gathering had already filled with people, who had congregated even before dawn. As they waited, the darkness gradually yielded to the pale light of dawn. All eyes were intently fixed upon the pristine white tent across from them. Suddenly, the image of a galloping horse atop the tent glimmered with golden light. And in the blink of an eye, rays of brilliance surged forth from behind the canvas. As the sun ascended above the undulating horizon, showering the grass sea in a golden glow, Khal emerged from the great tent, accompanied by a cadre of scholars clutching parchment rolls. Under the watchful gaze of the multitude, they ascended the central platform of the gathering. With the resounding call of a majestic horn echoing through the air, cavalry surged into the assembly. Mogo regarded these tall, robust, valiant warriors with satisfaction, nodding in approval. Beneath the vast dome, the Dothraki cavalry, adorned in radiant red, stood in formation, patiently listening, awaiting Khal's inspection. As silence enveloped the entire gathering, only Khal could appoint the Blood Alliance guard, and Mogo stepped forth from the embrace of the eastern sunlight. Cradling the roster in his hands, excitement shimmered in his eyes, his facial muscles quivering slightly, a tempest brewing within his chest, as he proclaimed loudly, "I, Mogo Khal, today summon 1,000 strong to become the blood of my blood, to share life and death with me, to fight side by side, and to shield me from peril. My warriors shall achieve feats unparalleled by any Dothraki of ages past or present, rising from the wilderness, trembling the Arctic Sea, crossing the narrow sea to the west, surpassing the Bone Mountains to the east, and reaching the Summer Sea to the south. With our steeds leading the way, we shall be invincible, I vow this. With the stars above as witnesses." Nearly 10,000 Dothraki cavalry bore witness to Khal's grand declaration, their cheers erupting like thunder, resonating through the heavens. "Mogo Khal! Mogo Khal! Blood of my blood, blood of my blood. With our steeds leading the way, we shall be invincible, the sky shall be our witness, I vow this." The warriors faced the sacred Mother Mountain to the east, roaring as they raised their fists, swearing under the gaze of the heavens. Their words rang out powerfully, shaking the earth. It was only when Mogo gestured for silence that the crowd gradually calmed down. He continued, "I now call forth the brave warriors for the Blood Alliance's middle army, the 6,000th, North." As Khal called each name, scholars repeated the command, relaying it to all corners. Warriors whose names were called were required to immediately ride to the eastern training grounds for assembly and identity verification. Among the crowd, Harsha stood solemnly, ears perked to catch his name, and as one after another departed, the furrows on his brow deepened. In the tribe, his greatest admiration was for Mogo Khal, yet if there was a target he aspired to reach, it was khalasar. He knew that Khalasar's dream was to become a member of Khal's Blood Alliance, and thus, he had come primarily for the selection of the Blood Alliance warriors. "Harsha, thank you for your assistance. I struggle to comprehend these reforms regarding the 100, 1,000, and captains. Had you not reminded everyone to run for the position of 10 house leader that day, I would have had no chance of entering the Blood Alliance. You have been summoned." Harsha gazed at the robust newcomer in surprise. Upon receiving an affirmative nod, a wave of disappointment washed over him. Contemplating the fact that others were no less skilled in combat than himself, he stifled his sorrow and smiled, saying, "Congratulations. You should hasten to the training grounds to avoid being mistaken for rejecting the summons. Such a misunderstanding could lead to expulsion from the tribe." The individual seemed rather dim-witted, for upon hearing his advice, he galloped away in haste without uttering a word of farewell. Watching the panicked figure depart, Harsha took a deep breath, gradually regaining his composure, and murmured to himself, "I am truly sorry. I know you meant no harm, yet I cannot help but tease you. For my heart is heavy with sorrow. Why has my name not been called?" Until the final name was announced by Khal, no one could rise to answer his unvoiced question. At that moment, Mogo, standing upon the high platform, surveyed the crowd below, noting the fading enthusiasm that had once marked their oath. With a fervent exhale, he proclaimed, "You too have pledged the same oath to me, the sky bears witness, blood of my blood." Upon hearing Khal's call, the fervor within the ranks of the cavalry ignited once more. They lifted their heads and exchanged glances with Mogo, raising their arms in unison as if taking an oath, exclaiming, "Mogo Khal, of my blood, my blood." A radiant smile illuminated Mongo's face as he continued, "You are all my most trusted warriors. And it is for this reason that you have received my appointment, tasked with the solemn duty of safeguarding our people as peace. Lead your respective hundreds and thousands. Fight alongside your dearest kin, and do not betray my trust. Swiftly become the worthy guardians you are meant to be. Furthermore, in recognition of your valor, your offspring shall be summoned by me, selected to serve as the guards of the Blood Alliance. Your glory shall be passed down through your lineage. With that, he stood quietly, absorbing the fervent cheers of the warriors below. Mogo slowly extended his hand, and as his fingers brushed against the hilt of his sword, he drew the curved blade with a swift motion, raising it high to catch the sunlight. With a powerful voice, he bellowed, "The minions of Targaryen are spread across the Dothraki Sea, and they shall not remain idle. We must not grow complacent. Our enemies are blind to the future. Stubborn and ignorant, only when true threats or death approach will they awaken to reality. Warriors, return and prepare for battle." The cavalry, as if summoned by ancient forces, urged their restless steeds forward, collectively drawing their curved blades and holding them aloft in front of them, chanting in unison, "We heed the command of Mogo Khal." Chapter 90. The Great Code. The days following the tribal assembly were exceedingly long and wearisome. Mogo devoted a considerable amount of his time to the cohesion and training of the army. In addition, he traversed every corner of the camp with over and base porter, inspecting the development of each 1,000 household unit. These two men incessantly followed him, recounting the disarray of the chieftain's governance, the brutality of their methods in resolving tribal conflicts, and the inconsistency in their punitive measures. Hearing their words, Mogo felt a profound headache. However, he quickly recognized the essence of the issue and resolved to address it. He turned to the two and stated, "This predicament arises from the absence of a unified directive or legal code among the tribes. Henceforth, the focus of all reforms must be the selective refinement of the long-standing traditional practices and nomadic customs of the Dothraki, amalgamated with the merits of other civilizations, to compose a codex applicable to the Dothraki people. This will serve as a reminder to all tribes to remain vigilant, constrain their moral standards, guide the chieftain's governance, and protect the rights of the populace." Noticing that both men had lowered their heads in contemplation, Mogo continued after a brief pause. "The Great Code must first establish that KO's decree is indisputable, and all Dothraki must adhere to it. The entire tribe must unite in the pursuit of our grand objective. We shall incorporate the previously drafted reform measures into formal national legislation, such as the obligation for all males reaching the age of 15 to serve in the military, along with the household registration system we have established, stipulating that each individual may reside only within designated 1,000 household pastures, prohibited from migrating at will or seeking refuge in other regions or nations. Should anyone contravene this decree, we must determine the appropriate punishments for both the host and the migrant, whether it be flogging or public execution." Having spoken, Mogo surveyed his surroundings and noted that dust had fallen, with flickering flames and the fragrant smoke of cooking wafting through the air. He chose not to continue onward to the next 1,000 household inspection, but led the two men back along their path. Along the way, they encountered numerous patrolling cavalry, which filled Mogo with a sense of reassurance. By the time dinner was upon them, each 1,000 household unit maintained sufficient vigilance, demonstrating that the reforms had not diminished the army's combat effectiveness. The three men paused before the central tent, dismounted from their horses, handed the reins to the guards, and swiftly entered the encampment. At that moment, Over suddenly spoke in a hoarse whisper, "A nation where husbands distrust their wives, wives do not assist their husbands, elders neglect the upbringing of the young, and the young fail to respect their elders, where chieftains favor their king over strangers, covet wealth while being stingy with rewards, and even seize the spoils or property of others, maliciously damaging the communal possessions of the tribe. Such a condition will inevitably lead to defeat, domestic decline, and the demise of the state. This must be explicitly stated, with emphasis on the punishment of such transgressions." The murmurs that followed instilled in the trailing scholar, base porter, a vivid illusion, as if he truly witnessed the tragedy of a family unfolding before him. He gazed at the solitary figure of Ofer, feeling that an old friend ought not to expend so much energy on the past. At a loss for how to console him, he raised his voice to interject. "The lords of Westeros and their appointed officials possess the authority to establish courts to hear petitions and lawsuits from the populace. Additionally, Khal should appoint a magistrate to adjudicate disputes. All children must learn the Dothraki script, and the state could establish centers of learning to cultivate talent. Furthermore, Khal had once expressed to the Red Priest Makiro in Koror that no religion should enjoy privileges. All of these principles must be codified into law." The scholar spoke with exuberance, and his fervor inspired Ofer, whose inner turmoil began to feel like a distant memory. The tribe was now on the right path, each step forward a promising beginning. In this moment of clarity, a multitude of wondrous ideas blossomed in Ofer's mind. Invigorating his voice as he declared, "The code must clearly delineate 3 decrees to protect the grasslands, imposing the death penalty on families if their negligence leads to the burning of pastures, to safeguard horses, prohibiting the riding of pregnant mares, and ensuring that they are treated kindly and placed in good pastures during spring, and to safeguard water sources, forbidding the disposal of waste or corpses within them. Moreover, the protection of game must be ensured, with the stipulation that young and female prey be released after hunting concludes. Reflecting on hunting, it seemed that during their encampment at the source of the Sahel River, Khal had likened hunting to military strategy, intertwining Dothraki nomadic traditions. Thus, could a military training system rooted in hunting be established? During hunts, operations should mirror wartime organization, with a commander directing all efforts. And any instances of lost or escaping prey necessitating thorough investigation, punishing those responsible in accordance with Dothraki customs. Seated in his uniquely fur-lined chair, the scholar fixated on the eloquent offer, and as he finished, he retorted without hesitation, drinking offers no benefits, it does not foster wisdom or courage. Nor does it cultivate virtue or good deeds. It merely leads to the loss of skill, quarrels, and misdeeds. Individuals who drink sparingly should be commended, while those who abstain ought to be favored. Drunkards must be barred from holding any office, and warriors who indulge in excess must face severe punishment. Initially, they wore smiles and maintained graceful demeanor, yet as their discourse deepened, their mirth gradually faded. The two engaged in a contest of intellect, knowledge becoming a burdensome weight. Each speaking in turn, immersed in their own thoughts. Killers, adulterers, those who harm others through rumor or deceit, and liars shall face the death penalty. Thieves of significant property shall also be executed, with all possessions confiscated and returned to the victim, for the theft of less significant items. Punishments shall vary according to the circumstances, potentially including flogging. The tribe must prohibit dueling. Members must treat their compatriots with kindness while being fierce towards enemies. No one shall partake in or assist in duels, with violators facing the death penalty, except for being apprehended on the spot or confessing of one's own accord. No penalties shall generally be imposed. When an individual is accused by many yet maintains their innocence, coercive methods may be employed to elicit a confession. The protection of private property is paramount, and no one shall interfere with the distribution of another's inheritance. Mogo found himself momentarily unable to adapt to the abrupt transformation of the two individuals, his mind a blank canvas. He sat in a chair, gazing up at the tent ceiling illuminated as if it were broad daylight, attentively listening to their conversation. It was only when waves of drowsiness washed over him that he struggled to stand once more, offering them a generous smile as he remarked, "I believe you are absolutely correct. Please compile your thoughts in writing and present them to me." Chapter 91. A new era. The following morning, Mogo awoke refreshed. Sunlight streaming through the tent drapes and filling the air with the fragrance of the prairie. He lit from his bedroll and stepped outside. Oliver was seated on the grass, engrossed in a book, while the scholar stood nearby, gazing at the sky, seemingly lost in contemplation. Mogo accepted the water and food offered by the Blood Oath Guard, settled beside them, and began to eat, casually inquiring, "What are today's plans?" Basking in the brilliant sunlight, the scholar appeared to be still immersed in the previous night's contest. His spirits buoyant as if he had just made a significant breakthrough in his studies. He eagerly responded, "We shall review the Blood Oath Guard and continue our patrol of the western flank of the tribe." Mogo shot a glare at the scholar, reluctantly retorting, "Could you refrain from disturbing my meal?" He was not particularly fond of this topic and quickly redirected his focus to the food, silently chewing on his pie. For him, the thought of dealing with the inexperienced leaders, clumsily bombarding him with questions, was far more daunting than facing 1,000 pursuing foes. The peculiar inquiries lingered in his mind. However, disliking the matter was one thing, fulfilling his responsibilities was another. At that moment, he noticed a group of dark figures approaching from the distant hills, and the taut string in his heart seemed to vibrate. He blurted out, "Scholar, how long have we been at the same river?" "Strictly speaking, we have experienced 37 sunsets here," the scholar replied accurately, following Mogo's gaze toward the galloping horsemen and their steeds. He murmured to himself, "According to the distance, counting the horses, and provided our supplies are adequate, it is feasible to make a round trip to visit Dothraki day and night. Could it be our scouts have returned?" No one answered his query, and Mogo and Over rose, awaiting the arrival of the cavalry in silence. Approximately half an hour later, a contingent of Blood Oath Guards mounted their steeds and surged out of the camp, scattering with their orders. According to Mogo's command, each leader of 1,000 had the authority to participate in significant tribal decisions, necessitating a council of leaders before the onset of war. A sudden gust of wind set the bells hanging from the tent to ring, and the central tent of Khal became crowded with people, predominantly Dothraki, alongside a few tattooed leaders of other races. Mogo, unlike before, took his place at the head of the long table, surveying the assembly from above. On one side sat the affairs officer Over and the scholar B.S. Porter, while on the other was the mid-ranking leader of the Blood Oath Guard, nurtured. The leaders gazed at Khal in astonishment, as most had never before encountered Mogo at such close quarters. Even those, like Over, who believed they were well acquainted with him, were unprepared for the overwhelming aura of nobility he exuded. With long black hair and broad shoulders, his battle-hardened demeanor exuded a spirited charisma, rendering him akin to a formidable king emerging from ancient legends. His noble visage, adorned with eyes as dark as the depths of a tumultuous sea, hinted at the potential to unleash a cataclysmic tempest when the moment was ripe. The lords dared not gaze too long at Tyr, diverting their attention to the long table before them. At the center of the table lay an exquisite tapestry from Kor, intricately woven with vibrant threads to depict a detailed map of Essos. Regrettably, this priceless tapestry had been marred. Someone had circled the names of Visquo and Dothraki with ink, accompanied by chaotic arrows pointing between them. At that moment, the clear chime of a bell resonated within the tent, silencing the assembly and casting a grave expression across their faces. For it was the bachelor presiding over the meeting who had rung the reminder bell. Mogo surveyed the gathered lords and spoke. I previously mentioned the treachery of Mohikrin at the tribal council, urging you to prepare for war. The specific reasons for this remain known to only a few until today, but it is imperative that we discuss them openly here, so that all may comprehend our current predicament. What you will hear today will unveil the true intentions of Mohikrin. About a month prior, we captured 2 raiders under the command of Drogo at the Valena River. From them, we learned that the conflict between our tribe and Drogo's was instigated by Mohikrin, who does not wish for the ancient prophecy of the Dothraki, heralding the arrival of the horse that will ride the world, to come to fruition. They desire the Dothraki to bleed each other dry in their internecine strife, allowing Mohikrin to continue manipulating our weakened state and thereby sustain her exalted position. As Mogo articulated the intricate ties between Mohikrin and power, astonishment and fury ignited in the eyes of all present. He then elaborated on how Mohikrin had dispatched eunuchs to conspire with other care and employed blood magic to assist Drogo in tracking his enemies. After imparting this information, Mogo paused for a moment, inhaling deeply before passionately declaring, Gentlemen, Mohikrin has forgotten how she clung to life after her husband's demise. It is the collective accord of all Dothraki that has bestowed upon her this honor to continue existing. Yet she fails to cherish it and resorts to unscrupulous means to obliterate the future of the Dothraki. Our gathering at this pivotal juncture may appear coincidental, but it is far from simple. Their abhorrent use of blood magic in the Holy City is undoubtedly a desecration of the Mother Mountain. Our uprising against them is the wrath of the gods, a punishment bestowed upon them by the deities themselves. Upon hearing these words, the Dothraki present were ablaze with an uncontrollable fury, their jaws clenched, reminiscent of a herd of enraged wild stallions. Having ascended to the rank of a 1,000-house commander, Hausha suddenly rose, causing his chair to topple to the ground. He bowed deeply to Mogo in accordance with the proper etiquette, his voice laced with intensity as he declared, Hausha awaits the commands of Khal. The others promptly stood in unison, echoing, We await the commands of Khal. A glimmer of fervor sparkled in Mogo's eyes as he unsheathed the curved blade at his waist, placing it upon the table before him. He proclaimed loudly, This is precisely why you have been summoned to my side today. The progeny of the horse god heralds the dawn of a new era. The majestic steed of the world has made its appearance. We are on the brink of a great war, and I shall wield this curved blade, personally leading the army to the Holy City. Convey my orders, the grand army shall set forth tomorrow.